Chapter 471. Old Monster Kisame, who do you think you can stop? One of the figures was furious, and then he waved his hand, and a ball of pure energy instantly hit one of the small snakes. The energy exploded instantly at the moment of contact, instantly destroying the small snake. He waved his sleeves, and his figure flashed and rushed to the door. The old man called Kisame had already arrived at the door. He landed on the ground, moved his feet, and 4 or 5 small snakes rushed out of his body. These small snakes were even more powerful than before. As soon as they appeared, the temperature around them suddenly soared, and the anger rose. Then I am faster than you. After releasing the fire snake, the old man Kisame ignored the people behind him and rushed in directly, disappearing. The fire snake was released from the door, which immediately disrupted the people behind. After a flurry of activity, everyone rushed in cursing. Dole followed the crowd and rushed in. As soon as he entered the hall, Dual-Eye's eyes lit up, and a very bright light hit his face, and he couldn't see anything. Dual-Eye's face changed, and his body turned into a stream of water, and disappeared on the spot. He had just left when the bright light hit the ground, and suddenly there was a bang explosion with great power. Dual-Eye didn't know who hit it. The atmosphere inside was complicated, and the vision was confusing. Everyone was running inside, and it was hard to tell, but from the breath of magic, it should be people who practiced light witchcraft. He held back his anger, looked around, and then turned into a wind flow and disappeared at the door. At this time, he saw that all the wizard formations in the hall were working normally. Except for the passage, other places emitted waves of powerful energy fluctuations. In the hall, at a glance, you can see that it is divided into several floors. Each floor has different rooms of different sizes. Some doors are open, some doors are closed. At this time, those people are attacking the doors of the closed rooms. Different levels of witchcraft fluctuations are generated in every corner of the hall. The highest level is up to level 6, and the lowest level is level 4. After hiding his position, he did not destroy the palace like those people, but observed carefully, opened the eye of the storm, and carefully scanned the surrounding wizard formations. The structure of the palace cannot be changed, but there is no trick in it. The wizard formation is the key. As long as these wizard formations can be broken, it is clear which place is important, and which place is not important. He knew that if he could think of doing this, then others must have thought of doing this. Before finding Ashen Ball, he could only take care of himself first. Witchcraft has many excellent means to detect the flow of energy in all directions. The simplest one is the wizard's eye, which can see the flow of magic power around, magic elements, etc., that ordinary vision cannot see. However, the wizard's eye is just ordinary witchcraft after all, and it does not go deep into the bottom of the world. The eye of the storm is to observe the world with the eye of elements. It is divided into 3 layers. After becoming powerful, it can even see the 4th layer of the world, the rule layer, but it is obvious that Dual-Eye cannot observe it. He has only learned the eye of the storm not long ago. The eye of the storm is opened, combined with her mental power, plus the wizard's eye. The 3 methods are released together, and then the general situation around can be seen. This palace was indeed built differently. Outside all the walls, there was a shielding energy shield. This alone was enough to make everyone feel bad. Ordinary people couldn't see through it at all. He used all 3 methods to sense the flow of magic power under the wall. He couldn't see what kind of wizard formation it was, and what kind of magic pattern it used. However, just being able to sense the flow of energy made Dole very happy. At least he knew that the energy flow in that room was strong, and the energy flow in that room was weak. He observed and changed positions, trying not to conflict with others, starting from the 1st floor, and slowly coming to the 4th floor. There were a total of 5 floors here. On the highest floor, there were several powerful masters, who were unscrupulously releasing their powerful strength and attacking the room at the door. Some of them had very strong auras. Dole felt from above that they were even comparable to powerful wizards like Alan. Dole didn't want to make himself unhappy, so he settled for the next best thing and came to the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, there were also 3 people sitting at the door of the room, attacking hard. One of them used wind magic, and the wind elements were like filaments, and the energy was compressed to the extreme, frantically cutting the stone wall of the gate back and forth. One of them used fire, which had turned into white light, and hit the gate. The energy level was very high. However, Dual-Eye observed the energy movement under the wall. There were not many magic circles inside, so there should be nothing good. The magic circle on the stone wall was very powerful. For a while, including the 6th floor, basically no one opened the door. At this moment, there was a cheer from the 2nd floor below. Someone opened the door. "Ha ha, the door is open, baby, here I come." Everyone was nervous and stepped up their offensive to attack the door. Fortunately, these doors had almost no counterattack formations and allowed them to attack. But then, a funny scene appeared. After the man went in, he came out quickly and cursed loudly. "Shit, there is nothing. It's empty inside." But as soon as he finished speaking, another room was opened. After the man rushed in, there was a cheer. "I'm rich. I have materials. I'm rich, I'm rich." The people around him suddenly became more silent, but they were uneasy in their hearts. It seems that some of these rooms have things, while some have nothing. It depends on luck. Some people suddenly looked strange and looked at other people around them with some unfriendly eyes. The fifth floor where Dole was also like this. Several people looked at him with a hint of murderous intent. Standing at the door, Dole did not rush to attack, but carefully observed the gate. The eye of the storm quietly unfolded, and he took out various other detection methods. He also had a small mirror in his hand. The light on the small mirror flashed and shone on the stone wall of the gate. He wanted to use the most labor-saving method to crack the switch of the gate. He soon found that the magic circle on the first level wall formed a lock shape here in the middle and lower part of the gate, near the wall, around the gate, and connected all the energy. He could not see the magic circle, but could only see the flow of magic. He immediately thought that this might be the place where the key was placed. After thinking about it, he decided to attack here. Putting the mirror down, he just thought a little. In the sea of consciousness, the storm element slowly rotated, and a stream of power was released from his body, forming a circle of wind around him. These winds rotated around him, and soon formed a series of white and blue wind blades. The wind blades rotated and accelerated around him in a circular manner, from slow to fast, and then accelerated again, forming a small whirlwind around him. Chapter 472. The wind blade rotated, and when it reached a certain acceleration, Dual Eye stretched out his hand and guided the wind blade at a certain angle, landing one by one at the position of the lock. Time after time. On the stone wall, energy emerged one after another, colliding fiercely with Dual Eye's wind blade, bursting out a strong light, but Dual Eye released more than one or two wind blades. There were thousands of them, and in a few breaths, he attacked this position tens of thousands of times. The energy soon couldn't resist and consumed violently. Not long after, the wind blade broke through the energy for the first time and touched the magic pattern on the wall. Boom! The magic pattern was instantly collapsed, and a small hole was blown out of the door. At this time, the energy flow on the stone wall collapsed completely, and there was no protection anymore. Seeing this, Dual Eye did not restrain his momentum, but directly raised his momentum to the maximum, intimidating people from all directions, and walked directly into the room. This room is where the entire 5-layer magic array converges, and it is also the place with the strongest protection. Dual Eye firmly believes that there are good things in it, so he needs to deter others from approaching. And everyone else on the 5th floor was shocked. They attacked for a long time and failed to take down the stone wall. How could this person open it in a few breaths? So brutal. Thinking of the momentum around him, the people around him were shocked. This might be a ruthless character. After entering the room, Dual Eye saw a stone table, and behind the stone table was a stone bench. At this time, on the stone table, there was a pile of dusty jade slabs. Then he walked in and glanced around. It seemed that there was nothing else except these jade slabs. But when he saw the back of the stone table, his eyes suddenly lit up. There was a small door, but it was open. He glanced at the jade slab, sensed it, and his heart began to beat. After putting the things away, he immediately went into the small door at the back. As soon as he entered the small door, strong space fluctuations came out from inside, and what caught Dual Eye's eyes were small round stone balls. It was these small round stone balls that emitted strong space fluctuations. Dual Eye hurriedly used his mental power to scan these things, and then suddenly shuddered. Just now, I was thinking about what kind of storage equipment this was, but I didn't expect that it was a space bomb. No wonder I couldn't take it away. The space fluctuation of this thing was so violent, and it couldn't be put in the storage ring, so it couldn't be carried at all. He stood there, stroking his chin, thinking about how to take this thing out, but after thinking about it, it seems that there is no good way. It is not suitable to put it in the storage ring. The spatial fluctuation is too strong. If it is placed in the wizard tower, the spatial fluctuation is still too strong. With the current strength of the wizard tower, it is still not adaptable. If you want to take it, you can only take one or two, that is, hang it around your waist. Dole thought about it, and squatted down to observe. This thing may be the only valuable thing in this room. But what is the use of this thing? I have to take it back to study it. This palace doesn't seem to have much valuable things. The valuable ones are the jade pieces just now. In the end, he reached out and took one, then turned and left the room. When he came to the door, he looked around. Those people were still attacking hard. One person looked at him, but didn't take it to heart, and then put it on the door in front of him. Dole raised his head and looked up, the 6th floor. There is a corridor between the 6th and 5th floors, which can be seen from below. At this time, one of the people he saw just now has opened the door of the room. The door is empty, and the door is open, while the others are still attacking hard. Dole thought about it. The man just now seemed to use thunder magic. Thunder attack power is strong, so it is normal to open it first. Thinking of this, he did not go up to the 6th floor, but went directly outside. He wanted to meet up with Ashen Ball. He just glanced at the jade plates. There were only ordinary information recorded in them. There was nothing good here. As he went down, he became curious. Soon, he came to the 3rd floor. At this time, he felt a very familiar witchcraft fluctuation, light witchcraft. After falling down 3 floors, he took a look and soon saw the person who used light witchcraft. He was at the door of a room, and there was a blazing white light on each of his hands shooting at a certain point on the door. Dual Eye raised his eyebrows, and said, "Use 1 point to break the surface, you have an idea." At this moment, the man stopped the magic in his hand vigilantly, and looked behind him. In midair, Dual Eye looked at him with a bad face. He snorted coldly, "Friend, I didn't offend you." He felt a little guilty, because he also released a few magic spells at the door just now, and he didn't know who hit him. Dual Eye looked down at him, his tone was indifferent, and he slowly said, 1,000 medium-grade magic crystals, by me, and I won't cause you any trouble. The man immediately sneered, "Just for lying on you? I'm afraid you don't have the ability." Dual Eye's tone became even colder, "Since that's the case, you hit me at the door, I hit you now, we're even." The man's expression became serious, and he was a little surprised. Was this man really hit by his own witchcraft? He was a magician of the light system. The power of witchcraft itself was much greater than that of ordinary witchcraft, and it also had a healing effect. He was respected by people, so he was arrogant on weekdays. He sneered when he heard Dual Eye say that. "Just you, if you dare to make a move, I dare to kill you." He was also angry, and light unconsciously emerged from his body, and his momentum soared. Dual Eye did not speak, and even had little expression. He stretched out his right hand, and a stream of white air began to entangle his fingertips. After entering the 5th level, his mental power increased again. Although the 5th level witchcraft has more nodes, more variable models, and more numbers, each witchcraft model is like a huge wizard formation, but for Dual Eye's current mental power, it is not a difficult task. After reaching level 5, up to now, a total of 3 witchcrafts have been analyzed. One is the Eye of the Storm, which is the first witchcraft analyzed, the second is the Breath of Wind, and the third is the Tornado. He is currently using the Breath of Wind. Why did he analyze this witchcraft model first? This is because this witchcraft is very similar to the Ice Spear technique to a certain extent. Each Breath of Wind is composed of 1/3 water, 1/3 wind, and 1/3 ice. Water and ice look like the same thing, but they are 2 completely different properties. Water represents softness and impact, while ice represents coldness and hardness. After adding 1/3 of wind, a breath of wind is formed. The essence of the breath of wind is that it has various properties. Each one is very difficult to deal with. There are corrosion, cutting, and collision forces. As long as the properties that can be imagined, the breath of wind has them. Each white breath can be regarded as an independent breath of wind, but the witchcraft of the breath of wind as a whole is composed of thousands of white breaths, which can be transformed into a witchcraft form. It is the most typical witchcraft of the 5th level witchcraft in the storm system, without a doubt. When Dole's white aura wrapped around his hands, the various auras emanating from it suddenly made the light wizard's heart tremble. Especially when the white aura became more and more, his expression became more and more solemn. Chapter 473. He swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, "Brother, I am willing to pay compensation." Dole snorted, his face was unfriendly, and he looked like, "If you don't throw it over quickly, I will hit you immediately, throw it over." The light wizard's face sank, and he turned his wrist. A small bag appeared in his hand, and then threw it to Dole. Dole grabbed the small cloth bag, but did not take it directly in his hand. Instead, he checked it himself, and then slowly dissipated the breath of wind. He looked at the wizard indifferently, and then turned and left. The wizard's face was extremely gloomy, but he was relieved to see Dole's breath dissipate and turn away. The witchcraft this person just used, the aura was too strange. What kind of witchcraft has so many attributes? sharpness, corrosive toxicity, speed, solidity, and tenacity. He never thought that such a subtle witchcraft has so many attributes. He is not one of those large array masters, nor is he a super powerful wizard. Dole did not stay, and quickly walked out of the hall, and walked out of the city. The city was empty, still the same, without any change. It can be seen that no one should be searching inside. He did not choose the door he came in, but changed the door. Soon, he walked out of the city, quietly left the gate, and flew into the sky. This time he planned to fly higher to see how big this world is. As he got higher and higher, the surrounding situation became wider and wider. After flying out 2,000 meters in one breath, he was surprised to find that the actual range was so large that it was beyond his imagination. At a glance, within thousands of miles, the air was spotless and there was almost no edge. What the hell is this? Is this still a small world? Dole thought for a while, sighed, and moved a bottle of white crystals from the wizard tower. This was something extracted from Ash's blood. Ice blood essence. Taking the ice blood essence in his hand, Dole took out a stone slab, and the magic power quickly condensed in front of him, forming a series of magic patterns. These magic patterns quickly formed together to form a circular magic array with layers up and down. The magic array fell on the stone slab and was quickly imprinted on it, forming an alchemical tool. The magic array exuded a mysterious aura and was not stable. Pour the ice blood essence into it, and the ring suddenly rolled up and down, emitting a mysterious aura. These mysterious auras stirred the blood back and forth, and a deeper and colder aura emanated from it. Not long after, these deep cold auras floated out of the blood, forming a white arrow in the middle of the ring, pointing to a certain direction. After seeing this direction, Dole took out the wizard tower without saying a word, went in directly, and flew forward rapidly. At this time, the deep cold breath was constantly extracted from the blood and added to the arrow, and the arrow was always pointed in a certain direction under the effect of the ring. The white breath was consumed very badly. Dole knew that he had to travel more distance before the arrow disappeared, otherwise, when the breath disappeared, he would definitely be at a loss again. This world is unknown how big it is. According to the current level of chaos in the world, humans, monsters, and internal strife, people like Ash who are not well versed in the world are easily hurt. Although she usually went out with her parents and communicated with others, this was different from the court. The wizard tower was activated by dual eye, regardless of consumption. The wizard tower, which had been promoted to the 5th level core, was like a white line in the sky, directly cutting through the sky. The powerful magic fluctuations alarmed countless creatures. Dual eye looked for teammates. Those people from large forces were also anxious to find teammates at this time. They had more people, and it was more troublesome to find them. For a while, the whole world was emitting various elemental fluctuations. Dual eye flew all the way, observing the surroundings while flying. The scope of this world is very large, like a complete continent, with mountains, plains, forests, hills, and everything. In many places suitable for living, there are many cities, and there are many of them. Along the way, he saw at least 5 cities. There was a sun hanging in the sky, as if it was always in the middle, without night. The breath of the ice blood essence was consumed violently. Dual eye didn't know how far he had flown. He was in the sky, and just moved forward. It was unknown how long it had passed before the breath was consumed. Dual eye calculated that it had lasted for exactly 1 hour. He sighed, and did not take out Ash's blood. Instead, he flew forward, sending a message every minute while flying. As long as the message could be received by Ash and Ball, it meant that they were nearby. If they were not received, they would continue to move forward. Dual eye flew forward for another hour, crossing mountains and rivers recklessly. He was also attacked by others, but the opponent could not keep up with his speed. Flying in the wizard tower has this advantage. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ear. Dole, is that you? This was Ball's voice. Dole was immediately shocked, communicated in reverse, and outlined a magic circle with his mental power to capture Ball's mental power and then locate his position. Where are you? I have been looking for you for almost 2 hours. Ball's complaining voice sounded. Don't mention it. As soon as I came in, I was imprisoned in a hall. Now I am trying to get out. The owner here is really terrifying. I don't know where I am imprisoned, but it should be not far from you now. Knowing that the other party was fine, Dole was relieved and said, You keep sending out mental power, I am locating your position. The magic pattern array constantly captured Ball's mental power and calculated his position. Not long after, Dole had found a general location and urged the wizard tower to rush over. When Dole rushed over, he found that this was a high mountain, and there was a place similar to a temple on the mountain. This place is quite complete and clean, without dust or weeds, and lush trees on all sides. The temple is surrounded by a wall, and there is a small door at the entrance. Looking down from above, there is a flat courtyard in the middle, a hall behind, and houses of various sizes on all sides. The closer he got to the temple, the more Dole could feel Baal's spiritual power. He immediately said, "I found you. Don't panic, I come in to save you." He was also a little shocked. A place that can restrain a level 7 hellhound is definitely not a fun place. Baal snorted twice and said, "Hurry up, my magic pattern attainment is too low, otherwise I would have broken the ban long ago. You humans are really weird. In fact, he can get out by himself if he is locked up for a few more days, but who knows what will happen in a few days, so it is right to get out quickly." Dole groaned and landed at the door of the temple. He put away the wizard tower and observed the temple. Chapter 474. There is a powerful wizard formation inside the temple, no doubt about that. There is also a wizard formation on the gate. No one is in charge. The wizard formation runs slowly by itself. There is nothing special about it. Dole stood at the door, just looked at it, and then gently pressed the door. The door was not closed, and it opened with a light push. At this moment, Dole's face changed, because behind him, a strong breath of a demon beast suddenly hit him fiercely. It was very strong, with an energy intensity of level 6. It was a demon beast that was more powerful than himself. Dole did not panic, but immediately took a step and walked into the door from outside. This level 6 demon beast dared to ambush him behind him, instead of inside. Boss Baal did not remind himself, so he should not be able to get in. The energy hit behind him, and the door exploded. A fierce shock wave shook the entire mountain. Dole hid behind the wall, and his body moved slightly, and the ground under his feet shook, but looking carefully, the whole temple was fine. Dole looked back. Although the explosion was fierce, the actual effect was that only a little dust was splashed on the ground at the door. The explosion quickly dispersed, revealing a tyrannical figure. It was a fishman-shaped monster holding a long sword. Looking at Dole in the door, the dead fish eyes looked at him fiercely. It stepped into the threshold, and the aura on its body suddenly erupted, like a volcano suddenly erupting. The sword in its hand chopped down, and the light on the sword instantly condensed into a substantial blue sword light more than 3 meters long, and the sharp aura could almost separate the sky and the earth. Its strength is very strong, up to level 6. If this sword is chopped down, Duo-I will definitely be split in half. Duo-I felt shocked in his heart, but he just quietly stepped back a few steps, and did not make any other moves, because he just realized that with the arrival of this demon beast, the magic circle in the yard started to move. The next moment, the magic circle suddenly rose up, and dozens of powerful forces shot from all directions. Duo-I only heard a few bangs, and a few lights flashed in the air. The powerful demon suddenly stood still at the door. The breath on the demon disappeared instantly, and then the body split into dozens of pieces of meat, and fell to the ground. A bloody smell came from the ground. Seeing this, Duo-I took a breath and his eyes became solemn. The magic circle here is really powerful. It can trap level 7, and level 6 has no resistance at all. It is at least a level 7 formation. But why it only trapped Baal, and didn't kill him is a bit strange. According to the flow of the formation just now, he has determined the location of Baal, which is in the main hall in the middle of the temple in front of him, because the element density there is the highest. Thinking of this, he is not in a hurry. "Lord Baal, I will see if there is anything valuable around here first, and then come to save you. The magic formation here is very powerful, I have to find some information." Baal also noticed the explosion of the magic formation just now, and said with a slight "Hurry up. I feel that this magic formation seems to be only for demons, and many of the magic patterns here are incompatible with demons. To be honest, if I were not a demon, I would probably be dead." Dole was surprised at this time. "You are not suitable for the classification of demons." The hellhound snorted, "Demons are your name. We have 4 categories: ignorant demons, natural elves, and ancient sacred beasts. We are a bloodline intelligent race, just like you humans. We hellhounds are born with wisdom, which is not comparable to those demons." It was the first time that Dole heard of such a thing. He used to think that demons were all demons except humans. This was the first time he heard of this. Thinking of this, he said, "Okay, I understand. Then the dragon race is also a bloodline intelligent race?" Baal nodded. "Those who are born with wisdom are called bloodline intelligent races, and dragons are naturally considered as such." Dole didn't bother with him. At this time, he had already observed the surroundings. He soon found out in surprise that the powerful 6th level demon corpse had disappeared at this time. He didn't disappear directly out of thin air, but slowly dissolved and penetrated into the floor. He came to the door and carefully observed the floor, and found that he did not feel any different from before. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. The ground looked old, and no one had been here for a long time. Seeing this, Dual Eye was shocked. This world is really weird. When he realized that there was no result, Dual Eye felt a little heavy in his heart. He decided to put this idea aside and check around. The temple was complete, at least on the surface. There were 8 rooms around the main hall. Looking back and forth, there was a kitchen, a dining room, a small bathroom, and the other 5 were normal rooms. The doors of 4 of the rooms were open, and there was nothing inside. Only one room had a closed door, and it seemed that something was placed inside. After a circle, Dole sent a message and asked, "As soon as you entered this world, you were locked up in this temple?" Bar was immediately indignant. "Yes, that space gate, I was teleported twice. The first time, I was teleported to this damn world. The second time was right after I landed. I was teleported again, directly teleported here, and was imprisoned here." This dog seriously suspects that the owner of this world has strong malice towards non-human races. Dole's heart was shocked, and he shuddered slightly. When you enter this world, you are teleported randomly, and your landing point will only be affected by random effects, but you are teleported as soon as you land. So there is only one thing that can be confirmed, that is, there is a very large wizard formation covering every place. When Dole thought of this, his scalp tingled. Bar was slightly stunned. He didn't expect this, and when Dole said it, he was immediately horrified. "Do you think, will I be teleported again after I go out?" Bar didn't want to talk at this time. Dole stood in the yard, looking around, looking at the sky and the fixed sun, thinking for a while, shaking his head, and said, "It shouldn't be, I'm just guessing. I go check out the locked house first and look for clues." Bar passed on a thought. Dole came to the door of the room. The room was diagonally opposite the direction of the hall, and as soon as he went out, he could see the door of the hall. Dole stood at the door, releasing his mental power, and at the same time, he also took out various detection methods. At the same time, he also carefully scanned the jade plate he had just found to see what was inside. This scan didn't matter, and I was immediately shocked after scanning, because there were indeed many things recorded on the jade plate, most of which were the origin and history of this space, which was very valuable. Most of the jade plates recorded about the city. On one of the jade plates, there were some things about the list of exercises, a total of 3, and some things about magic patterns, formations, and the like. After a cursory search, I found no information about this small temple. After all, this place is more than 3,000 kilometers away from where I was just now, and I don't know how many cities are in between. There are empires in the space, and there are as many as 3 or 4 countries. After years of war, Dual Eye's position has already come to another country. In addition to these countries, there is another very transcendent force. When Dual Eye saw it here, his heart was shocked. Chapter 475. Dole's mental power is very strong among the 5 levels. While analyzing everything he saw, he scanned the magic pattern at the door of the room. Soon, he got the information he wanted. The information contained all kinds of content. First, he already knew where the residence of Elder Shangfeng was. Secondly, the magic array of this small temple had some clues. After getting this information, Dual Eye breathed a sigh of relief, then put down the jade plate, raised his head, and looked at the door. According to what Dual Eye knew now, Elder Shangfeng found this space and moved a lot of people in. Now it seems that these people have formed several empires, but the basic skills and magic patterns are all from this world. So Dual Eye is not unfamiliar with these magic patterns. He has the magic pattern system of 2 worlds, and he can see at a glance that the array of this small temple is used to imprison powerful creatures. All the magic patterns are about confinement and space. Fortunately, he has experience in space magic patterns, otherwise, it would be really difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, he put aside all his thoughts and tried his best to crack it. At the same time, Ball in the temple was also showing his divine power. The power in his body continued to surge out, attacking the magic circle that imprisoned him. The energy changes of the magic circle were more helpful to Dual Eye's way of breaking it. Not long after, Dual Eye raised his head and stood up suddenly. The magic power around him surged, forming various magic patterns. He raised his right hand, and the magic pattern slowly gathered in the center of his palm, forming something like a cone. He clenched his hands, took the cone formed by the magic circle in his hands, and then pressed it towards the door. On the gate, an energy wave quickly condensed and blocked the spike, but it was useless. The energy was directly pierced with a big hole, and then the spike fell on the gate. On the gate, the energy fluctuated and quickly dissipated, revealing the wooden door below. Dole breathed a sigh of relief. It worked. He stood up and slowly pushed the door. With a creak, the door opened. Dole was alert at this time, looking inside but not in a hurry to go in, but took a careful look. There was a musty smell inside, which was the result of long-term lack of people, which was normal, but in addition to that, there was a smell of death, as if something died inside, and there was nothing else. Dole sensed this and stepped in. The room looked very dark from the door, but once she walked in, it was very bright inside. The room was divided into two parts. Inside was a small compartment with a wooden bed, with nothing on it. Outside was a wooden table, leaning against the innermost wall. There were two stools next to the wooden table. On one of the stools, a skeleton was sitting on it. The smell of the dead body was coming from it. Dole was stunned. It was the first time he found a human skeleton after almost a day in this world. His eyes wandered around the skeleton, and then looked at the table. There were 2 jade plates and some books on the table, but it was obvious that the books had been read and had completely decayed. They would break if moved, but the jade plates were real. Dole stood in front of the skeleton inside. The air was flowing, and the corpse was hit by the wind and quickly collapsed, forming a pile of powder. He had been here for who knows how many years, and even his bones had decayed. Dole did not move the corpse, but picked up the 2 jade plates, turned around and walked away, came to the door, and slowly closed the door. When he came to the yard, Dole sighed. He didn't know why this person didn't leave, but he died here after all. At this time, he scanned the jade plate and was slightly shocked. One of the 2 jade plates recorded a meditation method with a level of up to 7, called Zinshinyu. The name looked very domineering, but it was actually very ordinary. The information recorded on the other jade plate was what Dole wanted. After reading for about 15 minutes, Dole sighed, and then sent a message to Ball. There are many small temples like this in this world, all of which are used to suppress various powerful creatures. There is also a targeted practice, and someone is guarding here. This temple is called the Jinshin Temple. Ball said angrily, I don't care what temple it is, just get me out quickly. He has been suppressed for more than a day. Lord Ball has never suffered such humiliation. He would not want to do it even if it lasts another half an hour. Duolai laughed and said, then wait a moment. This Jinshin prison has some tricks. It seems to be a forbidden practice. I have to think of a trick. Ball snorted coldly and said nothing. On the jade plate is a set of Jinshin wizard array with a level of up to 8, which is matched with the Jinshin prison practice. It is divided into 1, 2, 3 and 4 levels. Different materials are used to match different array bases to build an array with powerful forbidden ability. Once you are locked in, it will be difficult to get out again. Dole stood in the courtyard, carefully reading the Zinshinyu technique and the wizard formation for a while, and with a move of his mental power, he simulated the breath of Zinshinyu and formed about 3,000 magic patterns. These magic patterns were all purple, turning into the shape of a key, extending to the hall. Outside the temple gate, as if sensing the breath of the key, a ray of light rose from the ground, and soon continued to pour out, covering the entire hall, forming a phantom that looked like a Jinshin beast. As soon as the phantom appeared, Dole felt that the surrounding world seemed to be fixed. The phantom was majestic, and the forbidden power was released unscrupulously, covering the entire world. This energy was very terrifying, and even Dole's own energy flow was suppressed and quickly reduced. He immediately felt that this was the effect of the 8th level forbidden wizard formation, and his face changed slightly. However, the key he simulated did not change at all, and still slowly moved forward and fell on the Jinshin beast. The key touched the beast, and the majestic beast lowered its head slightly. Soon, its purple belly opened a door. The temple gate opened. Ball turned into a stream of light, and rushed out quickly, landing beside Duolai. He looked back at the beast behind him, and his face changed. This is the beast in the myth. How could someone create such a skill? Ball was shocked. At this moment, the purple shadow collapsed quickly, and the energy from all directions disappeared. The temple returned to its previous calm. Duolai had been looking at the beast. Speaking of it, it was the first time he had seen such a thing. It was recorded in the skill of the god-suppressing prison that the skill itself was created based on the beast. The magic patterns, wizard formations, and forbidden methods on it were all derived from the beast. When Duolai saw the beast, he thought of many things. The final level of this skill is probably more than 7 levels, but this person only got the 7th level. What happened in this space? Why did everyone disappear? Did they go to another world, Or did they die silently like the people in the room just now? This is a question. Ball saw Dole thinking, and his expression was a little impatient. Leave here quickly, this damn place is still operating. I don't want to stay here for a minute. Dole turned his head, glanced at Ball, nodded slightly, and said, then let's go, we will study while walking. Chapter 476. The blue sky is endless, with not many clouds. The sun is still in the same place, without any movement. It is always bright here. This is the second day that Duolai, Ball, and others have come in. However, there seems to be no such saying in this world. There is only daytime, not nighttime. The long daytime makes people a little sleepy. The arrows formed by the icy breath on the little thing made by Duolai have been weakened again and again, but the direction of flight has never changed. However, up to now, he has flown thousands of kilometers and still can't feel Ash's breath. He even doubts whether this blood tracking thing is broken. However, he has obtained relevant records and knows that this world is very big, so he is not in a hurry. Moreover, the direction he is going now is not far from the place opened up by Old Man Shangfeng, which is acceptable. At this time, Ash is standing in a city, looking at the devastation around him, with an indescribable calmness. It has been 3 days since she came to this city. She has been wandering around for a long enough time, but she still hasn't found the core location. The city itself is already broken and dilapidated. It has been turned upside down by demons and other human beings. There are almost no suitable items. In the city, on the streets, and in the rooms around, there are all rotten skeletons. They lie on the ground in all directions, as if they died suddenly and instantly, without even the slightest chance of resistance. From the current traces, those people were living a normal life before they fell to the ground and never woke up again. What can cause such a horrible effect? She had also visited the main hall in the city center. The wizard formation inside had long been stopped. Although all the things were still neatly placed in the original positions as before, there were demons and humans everywhere. When he came in, all the things that should be searched had been searched, and some places had already been destroyed by the fighting. It was impossible to see the original appearance. After fighting a few times, killing a few people and demons, Ash returned to the street again, with no waves in his heart. In addition, where did Dole go? Where did Lord Ball go? These were all unknowns, but looking at the current situation, Ash didn't know what to do. Walking back and forth on the street, Ash soon discovered a special situation, that is, the infrastructure of this city had been destroyed before, and the wizard formations in many places still existed, but they could no longer play their original role. Something must have happened here. After searching for a long time, Ash came to the city gate, stood on the city gate, released his mental power, and carefully observed everything on the city gate. There are wizard formations here, and some of them are still running. It can be seen that the nature of some wizard formations is very strange, and it seems to be specifically aimed at people of a certain system, or a certain system of magic beasts. At this moment, a voice rose in her heart. Ash, Ash. Ash was immediately happy, and her mental power reversed and connected to the mental power channel. Dole, I'm here. In the sky, Dole looked at the icy breath that had been exhausted again, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, while Ball next to him had been bored to the point of panic. At this time, it raised its head and looked at the bottom of the wizard tower. Finally found it. Hundreds of miles away, Dole's wizard tower turned into a stream of light, turned a corner in an instant, and flew to the horizon. Not long after, he saw a dilapidated city. He had seen this kind of city many times in the past day. In another place, the city could still remain intact, but in this area, all the cities were dilapidated, without exception. Soon, he fell down and landed on the top of the city. Ash's azure blue wizard robe was very conspicuous, and Dole was very familiar with the aura on her body. There was no doubt that this was the pure Ash. When Ash saw Dole, Jingji's face showed a beautiful smile. This world is really wonderful, it can separate people. Dole breathed a sigh of relief at this time, and suddenly laughed heartily. It's not only wonderful, it can not only separate people, but also lock people up. Ash didn't understand. Ball was furious beside him. Be careful when you speak, or you will get your ass chopped up. Dole was not afraid of him, but he didn't dare to say anything else. He told Ash the story of Lord Ball by voice transmission. Ball looked at Dole coldly at this time. After hearing this, Ash was shocked. Can it be like this? She thought about it, and her heart moved. Show me the beast and the skills, and what you got. Dole nodded, and then directly sent the things over in the form of information, saving him from scanning. After the two communicated for a while, they each breathed a sigh of relief. The people were finally together now. While he was checking the information, Dole carefully scanned the city. There were corpses everywhere, and they had no ability to resist. They fell to the ground instantly. Everyone was like this. According to the strength and degree of decay of their bones, many of them were powerful warriors, but it was useless. They all died instantly. How did they die? Along the way, he had found too many such cases and had become numb. The city in that direction moved people away. Was it because of this strange death? This world is very strange. What happened here? Have you investigated the cause of death? Ash nodded. I investigated, but found no signs. At the same time, no matter how strong they were, they suddenly died. Look at this street. It's the same as when it was prosperous, if you ignore the time. Dole had just looked at it, and it was indeed the case. Ball observed for a moment and murmured, "It's too long ago, the cause of death can't be verified, and it's hard to say what the reason is. Is it a virus, or is the mental power broken, or other reasons? It's too long ago. Let's go to the residence of the Upper Wind Wizard to see for sure. Maybe there are still people there." Dole nodded. The corpses on the street can't move at all. If they move, they will turn into ashes. Without the support of the flesh, who knows how they died? There is nothing wrong with the bones, so we can only find the cause in the flesh. Now it seems that we can only go to the residence of the Upper Wind Wizard to take a look. It's still a day's journey from here, so there's no rush. In the clouds, the wizard tower flies steadily and quickly, and thin clouds pass by, like flowing clouds and flying catkins, which is very beautiful. But if you watch it for 3 or 4 days, this beautiful scenery will become very boring. Dual-Eye thought at this time that if they could be teleported immediately, then other forces and other demons could also be teleported immediately. The powerful ones might be locked in a small dark room and could never escape. Then, only the strong ones of level 6 and below were left wandering around outside. Whether it was Lai Country, Ingwa, or Pung Country, they should have been scattered now. Only 3 days had passed, and no one should have made such progress as himself. He should be the first to arrive at the residence of Elder Shangfeng. She was reading the information given by Dual-Eye at this time, and was shocked by the hugeness of this world. This world was so big that it was almost as big as the Western Ring continent. Chapter 477. The distance is 17,000 to 18,000 kilometers. If she flies by herself, she will not reach the end in a few months. In addition, humans dominate the vast majority of the world, and there are no high-level monsters. This is the truly shocking part. Moreover, this world is rich in elements, and can be cultivated to a very high level. It is a pity that in all the records, except for the old man Shangfeng, no one seems to be above level 6. Dual-Eye can only think of one question: is it because there is no heavenly tribulation? She discussed it with Dual-Eye, and Dual-Eye also agreed with this view. There is a flaw in the way of heaven in this world, and it should be here. After all, it is just a small world. The two flew all the way to the center of the world. After flying for about a day, the world in front of them changed. After the clouds in front were pushed away, a huge mountain range appeared. The mountain range is very huge, so huge that at a glance, the world in all directions is just a foil, and only this mountain range can be seen. The mountains are very tall, piercing the clouds, with green trees and shady trees in the mountains, and clouds and mists curling between the mountains, like a trap. The huge mountain range covers an area of more than 1,000 kilometers, rising from the surroundings all the way to the middle. The height in the middle is even 7,000 to 8,000 meters, which is very majestic and spectacular. The most shocking thing is that halfway up the mountain, there is a huge building complex, which can still be clearly seen from a distance of hundreds of kilometers. It is a very large building complex. At this time, rays of light appear on the building complex, covering the entire building complex. Dual-Eye was alert. He opened all the defenses of the wizard tower, and strengthened the monitoring ability to the maximum. If the wizard tower was still working, there must be something wandering around, otherwise it would not be possible to cause the magic circle to rebound. At this moment, Ball, who was lying on the ground, suddenly sat up alertly and said slowly, "Dual-Eye, slow down, I feel the breath of the devil." Dual-Eye was stunned. Devil? She was also stunned at this time. Devil? What is this? Ball put his mental power to the maximum, carefully capturing all the breath in the air, and his eyes became more and more solemn. Seeing him like this, Dole and she were also surprised. Isn't there only magic beasts in this world, and some demons? How come the concept of demons popped up again? What does this mean? Looking at Ball's solemn expression, it seems that it is not an ordinary magic beast. Ball suddenly said solemnly, "Stop, don't go forward, There are real demons ahead. I'm afraid that the birth of this world is not as simple as it seems. The world in the distance is still beautiful, but in Baal's eyes, it is full of infinite chaos and infinite murderous intent, because in front, everything is shrouded by a demon. He thought about it, and passed the concept of demon to the two. Dole and AI. She received the information at the same time, and after a little analysis, suddenly all the hairs on their bodies stood up. Demon, this thing is so terrifying. In the introduction given to them by Baal, the devil is omnipotent, pervasive, and can kill anything. He is simply the antonym of life, and specifically opposes living forces. His existence symbolizes death, chaos, tyranny, terror, and murder. Wherever the devil appears, it will inevitably bring endless destruction. Moreover, the demon is very difficult to be eliminated. As long as there is a little bit of soul, it can exist forever. The most important thing is that it does not need a physical body. It is a completely spiritual existence. This is terrifying. It has a physical body, and can see and feel, but it is just a pure spiritual existence. What kind of existence is this? Is it a ghost? Dole has seen ghosts, but they also have shortcomings. At least he is afraid of the sun, but this demon has no shortcomings and is immortal. Horror, great horror. He hurriedly stopped the wizard tower and flew in the opposite direction at a very fast speed. At this time, Ash was also shocked and asked a very important question. Is the demon a kind of creature or something else? How can it be eliminated? Baal took a deep breath and looked around vigilantly. The demon is also a kind of life. Just consume all his mental power, but the demon is a highly negative spiritual body. It is easy to pollute people's spirits and plunder the souls of life. It is very difficult to eliminate it, especially in the crowd. If you are not careful, the spiritual world will be invaded. As long as there is a little trace of mental imprint, the demon will not be eliminated. His existence defines the opposite of this world. The most important point to eliminate the demon is that your mental power must be pure enough, and your thoughts and will must be firm enough. It is best to practice the thunder and fire dual system, so that you can cause the greatest damage to the demon. In fact, it is best to practice the light system and the plant system. The power of life can cause the greatest damage to the demon, but none of the three of us practice it. He looked at the station in the distance and spoke slowly. It seems that this place is not easy to approach. Dole thought at this time that the people in those cities died in large numbers. If the demons were really as terrible as Lord Baal said, there must be a very powerful demon that plundered their mental power in an instant. With so many people, how much should the demons have grown now? Level 8, 9? Or even level 10? Then wouldn't all the people and monsters who came in this time be in trouble? When he thought of this, his hair stood on end. At this moment, Baal suddenly said, "Quickly retreat. I sense the breath of the demon is coming. Are you ready?" Dory and AI. She immediately became alert. Where is the demon? The two suddenly remembered something, closed their eyes, and used pure mental power to sense. The only way to sense the existence of the demon is to use mental power. At the same time, he manipulated the wizard tower to quickly retreat to the way he came. Eye of the storm. Eye of ice and snow. Dory and AI. She used their respective inherited witchcraft at the same time, connected to the wizard tower at the same time, and looked around. At this time, in the vision of the two, the world was no longer the scene of birds singing and flowers blooming, but was divided into different scenes. The sky above the majestic mountains in the distance was completely shrouded by a black gas. Black gas flew all over the sky, bearing its fangs and claws, like flying dragons, flying all over the sky, but with a more violent and terrifying aura than flying dragons. At this time, the black gas seemed to have discovered them, and more than a dozen black gas flew towards them at a very fast speed. The devil is coming. Seeing this, Dole and AI. She took a breath and said, "Retreat." They had never come into contact with this thing, so they could only retreat. The attributes of the devil are very strange, pure mental power, but particularly chaotic. They feed on the mental power of various lives, and have the characteristics of devouring any life force, and any mental power. They are the world of all creatures, even magic beasts are no exception, but the mental power of low-level magic beasts is pitifully low, so this is the reason why they were let go. Although the information provided by Baal is limited, it is enough to let them understand how terrible the devil is. If there are really countless demons invading this world, then everything now can be explained. The wizard tower turned into a stream of light, and retreated backwards at a very fast speed. Some black air gave up, but there were still some powerful black air tracking it. Baal's dog face was ugly at this time. What I just sent to you is actually talking about the inner demon, which is what we see now. It exists in the form of pure mental power. There is also a kind of demon the Sky Demon, which has a physical body, but the nature of the two is the same. Both have strong anti-biological characteristics. The main attack method of the Inner Demon is pure mental attack. It can do anything you can think of: illusion, soul capture, devouring, and can also evoke powerful abilities such as the 7 deadly sins. So when facing the Inner Demon, you must stick to your heart and not be aroused by various emotions. Once you are aroused, it's basically over. Chapter 478. Dole and Aishi were horrified. What they said was so terrifying. How should they deal with it? Ball was also on high alert at this time. He said, "The Inner Demon is most afraid of light and thunder magic. As long as the meditation method contains thunder and light, it will not allow the mind to invade. Let's not talk about Dole. He has the will of heavenly thunder. Aishi, I will teach you a secret method that can make the meditation method tainted with a layer of thunder. Don't use mental power to contact the opponent. When investigating, try to use mental power radiation as much as possible." Aishi was worrying about how to deal with this thing. When she heard Ball's words, she immediately cheered up. "Thank you, Lord Ball." Ball flew towards Aishi with a light. At this time, the black air tracked over at a very fast speed. When Dole heard what Lord Ball said, he was startled. He could not use mental power to contact, but only mental power radiation to detect. The effect of the available methods was greatly reduced. He observed that as the black gas approached, he could feel the madness, bloodthirstiness, disorder, and terror of the other party. At the same time, he felt that after seeing the other party, he had some similar thoughts in his heart. He thought of the people he had killed before. He was reluctant before, but now he even felt happy. This is a thought that he should never have. Thinking of this, Dole controlled the wizard tower to hide faster. There was no place to hide in the endless sky, and this thing came from the tracker's mental power, and it was pure mental power. Even on the ground, it could not be blocked by the terrain. Dole could only control the wizard tower to retreat while looking ahead. The speed of the black gas was extremely fast, and it was about to catch up with the wizard tower, only 1 kilometer away. This distance was also the best attack distance for Dole. Without thinking, Dole directly launched the most familiar Chris Magic Fire Double Pupil. The Magic Fire Double Pupil has the special effect of instant attack, and the span of space distance is very large. The black gas came across the space, and was about to reach the front of the wizard tower. The air was distorted, and a red light lit up in the sky, instantly wrapping all the black gas in it. In an instant, the black gas burned violently, making a tragic sound, and constantly rolling in the sky, trying to avoid the attack of the flame. In Dole's ears, a series of unpleasant and harsh sounds came from the direction of the black gas, as if it was the wailing of countless creatures when they died, harsh and shocking. In an instant, Dole seemed to see a sea of blood and corpses, as if he saw the war, and saw the moment when countless people died. Facing the struggle of death, powerless and terrifying, at this moment, his heart was shaken. This is the counterattack of the black gas. What kind of power is this? In Dole's eyes, there appeared the roars of countless people, the screams of fear before death, and the struggles, as if he was in it, but in another level of vision, Dole saw the real scene, and his heart was not moved at all. The power of the magic fire pupils always tracked the direction of the black gas. The black gas kept twisting back and forth in the sky, but it was always wrapped in flames. The harsh sound was still in his ears. Dole kept controlling the power of the magic circle, adjusting the intensity, and notifying the adjustment of the flame height and frequency of the magic fire pupils according to the feedback. Soon, the black gas in the sky was burned out and dissipated. The sound disappeared, and Dole was relieved. He looked back and found that Ash's face was extremely pale. Thinking of the shock brought by the sound just now, Ash probably saw the scene, so he walked up, patted her shoulder, and comforted her. That was just an illusion caused by the sound, not a real scene. Just keep your heart, and know who you are now, and what you are doing. Ash sighed and said, "I just saw the death of those people in the city. It was really tragic." Dole's heart moved. What the two saw was different. In the wizard system, there are many factors that cause hallucinations, such as sound, taste, touch, and vision. As long as the strength is strong, it is easy to pull others into the illusion created in advance, break the opponent's weaknesses with the illusion, break the opponent's psychological defense line, and cause mental breakdown. The same triggering method may lead to many different results. Dual Eye did not expect that the other party's voice would touch Aishi so much. What did she see? Bear stood aside motionless, looking at the two people. Xi and Zone felt a little relieved. The hard demon just now was already at the 5th level. Dual Eye was better, but Aishi was still a little worse, but it was not a big deal. He looked at Duolai and said, "The wizard tower is still a little worse. Why don't we find a place to upgrade the wizard tower? There are woods everywhere below. We can collect them." Without the ability of the 6th level wizard tower, it is estimated that it will be difficult to even approach the mountain. I estimate that the highest level hard demon is at least level 8, otherwise the strength of the Lord of Space Shanfeng would not be defeated so quickly. Dole nodded, lowered his head, and looked at the ground under his feet. There were countless trees there, so it shouldn't be difficult to find the materials needed. He said with a worried look, "I'm afraid someone will come and provide nutrients to those inner demons, and they will grow stronger." Ball sighed and said, "Whether it's the sky demon or the inner demon, there is no good way. That thing is not from the material world, but from the void world. There is no good way. Our hell world still united the power of the 7 monarchs and a low-level god to expel all the monsters. At that time, it was tragic." Ball's heart trembled when he thought of the scene of that year. In that battle, half of their Hellhound clan died directly. The king of the Hellhound, a 9th-level strongman, was seriously injured and never came out again. Alas. Dole nodded and said, "I know what to do. Ash, you take a rest first. I go down and look for relevant wood." The main body of the wizard tower is mostly various high-grade woods, at least level 5 or above. The forest area in this world is so large that it should not be difficult to find some rare woods. In fact, there is a lot of wood in the West Ring continent, but most of it is in the mountains. There are no roads at all, and there are monsters all around, so transportation is extremely inconvenient, and the current storage equipment can't hold such large things. The wizard tower needs quite complete wood, and they can't chop the wood and transport it back, resulting in a very rare amount of this kind of thing. If high-level wizards sell it, the effect of collecting high-grade wood is actually very good. Descending in height, hiding his figure, Dole searched around and quietly fell into a mountain. The wizard tower is only 3 stories high now. Although he has upgraded the energy core to level 6, it is full of energy and can absorb magic elements very quickly. It can fly for several days in a row. But after all, it is only 3 stories high. Many magic arrays cannot be fully arranged, resulting in a decrease in power. If it is a real level 6 12-story wizard tower, he stands in the sky, and those level 5 or 6 demons cannot get in. Chapter 479. This is a big project. Dole now regrets why he didn't learn alchemy professionally, or make some mechanical puppets. Now he has to do everything by himself, which is too difficult. The wizard tower fell into the mountain, and after a circle in the mountain, it was easy to find relevant trees and wood. Axable Dole, 2 people, and a dog worked together. Soon, there were dozens of high-quality woods on a flat ground, neatly stacked together. At this time, Dole was not going to go out to look for it. He needed to refine these woods and make them into real materials. The wizard tower stopped on the ground. Dole stood on the ground. After adding the power of the wizard tower to himself, he pointed casually, and the wood flew up one by one, and then was quickly transformed by the power. Magic patterns appeared out of thin air, and were imprinted on the wood. Magic patterns can increase the strength of wood, strengthen the toughness of wood itself, and also repel impurities in wood. Building a wizard tower is a very large project. Generally speaking, it requires a whole team of alchemy wizards to complete it. One person can do it, but the speed is ridiculously slow. One's own strength, alchemy ability, and one's own magic power reserve are all stumbling blocks that restrict the construction process. Dole has the wizard tower behind him, and has an independent wizard tower energy source. Even so, the speed of processing wood is not much faster. As long as the strength of mental power is limited, even if he and his clone work together, the speed is still not much faster. It takes 10 minutes to process a piece of wood. From the 3rd floor to the 12th floor, all of them are made of various woods. With other materials, it will take at least several months to complete. However, the current situation is that it is not up to him to build it or not. The appearance of the demon makes even Lord Ball, who is always carefree, feel very difficult, so the construction and upgrading of the wizard tower is imperative. Although the tower may be incomplete due to the lack of various metals, and some important supporting materials, at least the magic array can be erected. As long as the magic array can be upgraded to level 6 or 7, their safety can be guaranteed a lot. The essence of the wizard tower has never been a complete tower body, but the wizard array contained in the wizard tower. After the 3 discussed it, each of them performed their duties. Ball and Ash went to find wood, while Dole refined wood on the spot, built the tower body, and finally built the wizard array, which must at least be able to resist the invasion of the 5th level demon. The demon is a creature of pure spiritual power, so it only needs to block all the mental arrays, resist illusions, resist sounds, and resist various visual temptations. As long as you don't make too big mistakes, there will be basically no problem. However, the characteristics of the inner demon are also very obvious. That is, it can use any means to invade a person's mental power and destroy his spirit, which must be prevented. Dole is still wondering, how could there be such a terrible thing in this world? Lord Ball, what is the origin of the inner demon? Dole asked while refining wood. The origin of the inner demon is unclear. Anyway, it has existed since ancient times. However, every world is protected by gods, and the inner demon generally cannot invade. They wander in the void, and have always been extremely corrosive to the world of living beings. They may have found a loophole in this world, so they came in and corroded all the living beings. The inner demons have many changes, and the inner demons above level 7 almost have the characteristics of immortality. Dole has read these materials. After thinking about it, he found that the characteristics of the inner demons are similar to mental viruses, and they are the kind of viruses that are particularly contagious and replicable, and have the ability to change the original characteristics of mental power. This is much easier to understand. But it is a bit difficult to treat mental power as human tissue to resist viruses and bacteria from the outside world, because although human mental power looks pure, its internal structure is very complex, and mental power is a person's thoughts. How to defend thoughts? Will, belief, self? These can be used as references, but their actual use still needs to be verified. Thinking of this, Dole can only build the wizard tower first. While thinking about how to resist, Dole was thinking about the essence of a wizard. If he could not be infected by the virus, then there was only one way, which was to make his mental power stronger, and improve the essence of mental power through various means. This was just like using hallucinogenic drugs to train his mental power before, training his will, strengthening his thoughts, and strengthening the new year to achieve a certain effect. Dole was refining magic patterns while thinking about these problems, so he did it as soon as he thought of it. How to train. In fact, it is also simple. The process of condensing magic patterns is one of the ways. Magic patterns are a manifestation of the power of heaven and earth. The power on the magic patterns itself represents the power of heaven and earth. By perceiving the power of magic patterns, one can purify one's own power to a certain extent. Time passed little by little, and I don't know how many days have passed. Dole's wizard tower has been built to the 10th floor. When Ball and Ash came back for the last time, Ball said, "Let's go to another place. We have found all the quality trees in this place." Dole took the wood and slowly sat up from the top of the tower. Okay. He looked in the direction and saw a mountain hundreds of kilometers away, far away from the central area, so he controlled the wizard tower, took off from the ground, and flew away. Not long after, they came to this area, found a place to land, and then prepared to do their job. At this time, Dole and the other two saw at the same time a very large ship flying from a distance, and flying towards the central area. On the ship, a flag of the Light Country was hung very clearly on the ship, which was very conspicuous. Ash looked at them worriedly. Should we remind them? Dole thought for a moment. We can remind them. If they go there now without any precautions, they will also provide nutrients for the inner demon. They may be infected by the inner demon and rebel against the human race. More people will die at that time. Being possessed by the inner demon is equivalent to being dead. They don't want to have so many enemies of the human race. Thinking of this, he said, "I send it. I learned a skill when I was reading a book just now. I can send a message, but I can make them unable to find who sent it." Ash was stunned. There is such a skill? Dole wove the message he received and the message of the demon into a ball of light, and instantly launched it, and then ignored them, and continued to make alchemy. Winning the country. The huge ship slowly floated in the sky, with great deterrence. The birds around it left far away, and did not dare to approach at all. There were not many people on the ship, only about a dozen, but all of them were powerful. After getting the exact location of Elder Shangfeng, they quickly gathered everyone they could and set off to the location together. They had already discovered the weirdness of this world, which was very weird. The birds in the sky were also very strange. Their bodies were terribly powerful, but their mental strength was pitifully small, so their strength was also very weird. Chapter 480. As they walked along, they observed carefully that the strength of these birds was no more than level 3, and the lowest was level 1. It looked a bit strange. This was not the same as the main world. The main world had another level, that is, beasts. The creatures here were much stronger, but none of them were too strong. The owner of the ship was the head of the Imperial Mage Corps of Ingwa, Kaso. He looked ahead with a frown. He had checked the rules of this world, and there were no major problems. According to what they felt, There were no problems with the soul rules, but where exactly was the problem? He turned his head and said, "Have you found the difference?" Beside him, the other people raised their heads and shook their heads. It's very strange. It seems that the high-level officials suddenly disappeared. The cities we passed by showed one thing. Those who were particularly intelligent seemed to have died in an instant, without any trace left. People in other places also disappeared, as if they were fleeing on a large scale. Yes, I also feel that there seems to be some serious natural disaster here, causing them to have to leave. Those who can't leave, like the cities we encountered before, died instantly. Toxin? Bacteria? Neither of these can cause this effect. If there is a toxin that can kill people silently in an instant, at least they have to struggle. Several people immediately quarreled. They were also masters, who gathered from all directions. For a while, they were all frowning, not knowing what happened here. At this time, Kaso looked into the distance, and a white light flew from a distance, heading straight to the outside of the giant ship. This light had no attack power, as if it was just a stream of information. He was stunned for a moment, and then released his mental power. He did not feel any magic power on it, just pure mental power, without any attack type, so he released the defense shield of the giant ship and captured the white light. This is indeed a piece of information, a very important piece of information that they have never mastered. After reading the information, Kaso was shocked. There really is such a thing in this world, and the historical records really exist? He thought about it, put the white light in front of him, and said to those people solemnly, "Look at this." Those people were arguing so much that they didn't notice the white light at all. When they heard Kaso's words, they turned around and scanned it with their mental power. The next moment, everyone looked shocked, and no one spoke. Demon, this thing really exists? Wasn't it driven out in ancient times? After a long time, someone asked. Kaso nodded, "That's in our world. It's just a small world. There are no gods, so it's easy for demons to infiltrate. This person gave us information, so he obviously knows more than us. Since there are demons, we can't continue. Let's wait. If it's really a demon, all of us are in danger. In ancient times, demons ruled our Lingwang world for a full 100,000 years. Hurry up and confirm it. If it's true, then pass the news to everyone, or quickly exit this world. If someone brings demons to our world, it will be bad," someone said anxiously. Kaso's expression was heavy. "I am also doubting this question now. How did they know this news? But at present, this is the only news. Demons must not be brought back to our world. If not, we will give up the exploration of the Shanfeng world." A group of people started to get tangled again. On the top of the giant peak, black air spread, one of which was like a prison and a tide, and the terrifying aura was like materialization, covering most of the mountain range. In the void, two more eyes appeared, and then many eyes appeared around, looking in all directions. Someone is coming. The will of the demon was a little excited, but the next moment, he was a little surprised, because the few little guys he sent out did not eat the other party, but were killed by the other party and ran away. At a distance of hundreds of kilometers, the demon could feel the other party's pure and weak mental power, which must not exceed level 6, but only level 5 mental power. In the past few days, he has actually encountered more than one person, but those people are weaker. Compared with his huge body, there is no ripple at all after eating. If it weren't for the need to suppress the old man Shanfeng in the mountain, he would probably have left here long ago and went out to kill. He thought about it, and the huge and terrifying body and the endless black smoke suddenly dissipated apart, and in the distance, the black smoke suddenly emerged and went in all directions. It needs more mental power, it needs to break through, it needs to break the formation below, and it needs to eat all the people inside, so that it can be promoted to the 9th level, become the devil among devils, the supreme devil, and finally become a devil god. In the world of demons, you just need to eat, and food is the mental power of various creatures, no matter what kind of creature, but it is also divided into races and levels. Among them, only human mental power is the most delicious and more nutritious. Those complicated thoughts, sad emotions, cunning thoughts, and cruel ideas can make the inner demon feel spiritually happy. Human beings are the most suitable food. The devil has found his own way. Greed, jealousy, arrogance, desire, and other evils of human nature, he has found a path that belongs to him most, that is desire. Human desire is endless, and can even summarize any other sins. Mating is the desire of the flesh, greed is the desire of the spirit, survival is the desire of any creature, and strength is also the instinctive desire of any creature. As long as the creature still exists, then desire is an uncontrollable existence. As long as the rules of desire are mastered, he is an invincible devil. Thinking of this, an orange-yellow mountain of fire slowly rose in the black clouds. It was the fire of desire. What burned in the flame was not the magic element, but the desire in the hearts of all creatures. There are human, monster, and demon flames. The flames seem to carry stories of desires, burning between heaven and earth, and seem to burn in people's hearts. In the mountains, an old man with wrinkles on his face sat cross-legged on the roof of the hall, looking at the top of his head, and the wrinkles on his face became more. Hey, this demon has already raised the fire of desire. I'm afraid its strength is approaching level 9. I don't know how many years we can hold on. He is the old man Shamfeng. Since he discovered the existence of the demon, he ordered everyone to migrate to the mountain and collect all the edible things, anything. So far, it has held on for 30 years. But watching the demon rising in the sky, he knew that it would soon be unable to hold on. The people in the mountain were panicking, and all the negative emotions they generated were absorbed by the demon in the sky, and it became more and more powerful. If there is an emotion that can represent what he thinks in his heart, it is despair. But he quickly suppressed this thought, and suppressed his emotions. He cannot have any emotions, otherwise he is also providing nutrients for the demon. At this moment, his eyes looked into the distance, through the mountain peaks, and saw the plains outside. Hey, the world is open, someone came in, it's a terrible thing. Chapter 481. As the wood was transported one by one, after about 10 days, Dole felt a little tired. The long-term high-intensity operation of mental power was unbearable even for the storm elemental law, which was known for its strong mental power. If it were another level 5, such as Ash, he would not be able to withstand this intensity in 2 or 3 days. He needed to rest. Now he has built the wizard tower to the 8th floor. Seeing Dole stop, Ash, who had returned, looked at his tired eyes and felt a little distressed. She put down the wood, came to Dole, and slowly said, "Why don't you take a break? You are not made of iron." Dole looked at Ash, looked at her beautiful face, and complained unnaturally, saying, "Well, I'm very tired these days. Now I understand why it takes so many people to refine a wizard tower. One person really can't do it." Back then, the 2 level 6 masters of Fengdu Fengchen collected materials and refined them at the same time. It took him almost half a year to build a hexagonal wizard tower to the 12th floor. In Watzenberg, he asked an ordinary alchemist from the Glory Wizard Alliance to build it for more than 10 days, before building this octagonal wizard tower to the 3rd floor. In less than a month, he built it from the 3rd floor to the 8th floor. This is really not a human thing to do. There are too many things involved. The structure of the Tower of Babel itself is not complicated. What is complicated is the wizard formation inside it. In addition, there are formations that target mental power, calm the mind, and resist inner demons, which is quite uncomfortable. In comparison, Ball and Ash's tasks are relatively simple and crude. Find good wood, cut it down, remove the excess branches and leaves, and then take it away. Ash slowly came to Dole's side, stretched out her slender jade fingers, placed them on his shoulders, and pressed hard a few times. Dole's muscles suddenly felt sore and refreshing, which surprised him a little. His body of a level 5 warrior would actually get tired as his spirit got tired. At this time, Ash was stunned. Dole's body was so strong and his shoulder muscles were so thick. Is he still a wizard? She did not continue to press, but asked in confusion, "You have also practiced warrior?" Dole relaxed his shoulders and shook his arms. It was indeed a little numb. His blood circulation was not smooth these days, and his muscles were a little degraded. "Yes, I am also a level 5 warrior now." Ash hissed, "Have you mastered the aura? Or the fighting spirit?" Dole shook his head, "No, we are wizards, and the spiritual will is the aura, the fighting spirit. We don't need the warrior set, we just need to improve the body, blood, and fighting spirit. Of course, we don't need too high a fighting spirit, as long as it reaches a sufficient level." Ash was a little surprised, and put her hand on Dole's shoulder again, and then touched his strong muscles, and suddenly felt a special sense of security. Feeling, her face slightly flushed, a ripple in her heart, but this thought was quickly suppressed, and then she said, "Can this be done?" Dole naturally felt what Ash was doing. He slowly stood up, got out of Ash's clutches, and smiled faintly. "Of course it's possible, we are wizards. Naturally we are wizards, and the body is auxiliary, the mental power exists in the brain, and the brain is nourished by the blood. If the body is not strong enough, under the same level, the potential between the wizard, who also practices the battle master system, and the ordinary wizard is very different." Dual I borrowed Nalyu's words. She shook her head. "I haven't heard of this theory, but your mental power is indeed excellent in both quantity and quality among the same level. In our current situation, it is understandable if we practice warriors. Yes, you can try it. Anyway, our mental power is strong, and it only takes a few minutes to condense fighting spirit. Do you have a suitable method? I asked Ball to get a copy. Duolai was eager to try. She nodded and said, the ice path of our family is actually very suitable for practice. Duolai looked at Aishi's pale face and shook his head. You are the wizard ice bloodline, but I hope you can practice a warrior system that is slightly biased towards neutrality or can supplement ice. If you still practice the ice system, I'm afraid that your physical body will not be able to bear it in the future. After all, the human body is pure yang and has temperature. If you continue like this, you will practice yourself into an ice cube. Aishi was slightly stunned. She looked at Duolai's serious face and thought a little. I think about it. Dole nodded and said, don't worry. He looked at the horizon. Several groups of people have gone there in the past few days, and I have also sent out messages. I guess everyone now knows that this space is about to be occupied by the demons. I guess it's only a matter of time for the demons to find us, or in other words, they have already found someone coming in. Ash nodded in agreement. She looked away from Dole and looked into the distance, saying, we don't know how to leave this world yet. If those people are really killed by the demons, and the demons are promoted, I'm afraid we will not be spared. At this time, Ball came back from afar, carrying a very thick tree. Dole looked closely, and was immediately happy. It turned out to be a 1,000-year-old hemlock. This can be used as a main beam. Ball came quietly along the ground, avoiding the sight of all creatures. After coming to Dole, he stepped into a hidden formation. At this time, he let go of his body and restored his original appearance. Throwing the wood down, he said with a heavy look, I just saw a few people in the distance. Their breath seemed to have been infected by the devil. The devil has released its power and started to sweep the world. Hearing this, Dole and Ash were shocked at the same time. The wind in the air suddenly solidified, the temperature dropped, and people felt a little cold. On the top of the mountain, the next moment, the breeze began to blow again, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Dole sighed, took out a bottle of potion from the ring, and said, then I continue to work and strive to build the wizard tower to the 12th floor as soon as possible. You should be careful these 2 days, and try to hide your body. Bear sighed and said, it's confirmed that even if I am a level 7 demon, I can't be immune. He knows his own affairs. Whether it is the sky demon or the heart demon, they naturally restrain these monsters, because the minds of monsters are impure, and it is easy to have all kinds of thoughts, and be used by demons. In history, the famous sky demons are often weak at the beginning. When they occupy the bodies of powerful monsters, they slowly begin to become powerful. These monsters are affected by instinct, and are naturally influenced by desires and physiology. They are easily affected by the heart demon. There is no good way to change this. Among many creatures, only humans can perfectly control their emotions and suppress their desires. Humans are born weak, and were treated as food in ancient times. However, when demons invaded the world, it was the weakest human race that became the final winners. This has to be said to be a powerful principle of the balance of the laws of heaven and earth. Chapter 482. Time passed slowly, and as the wizard tower was built layer by layer, Duolai also clearly felt that the atmosphere of the surrounding world began to become tense. It has been almost a month since he came to this world. Except for those who have died, all forces have basically known the truth of the world, and have begun to unite and face the outside world together. Some small organizations even united to resist the pressure from the outside world. But when they knew what the devil was, and when the devil came, many people became confused. The devil invaded and penetrated everywhere. Many organizations split from the inside. Some became puppets of the devil, and some stayed in this world forever, and became the nourishment of the devil. For a time, the world of Elder Shangfeng was full of blood and rain, and all kinds of human dramas were staged in different places. Duolai had also had a devil pass by here. Fortunately, the wizard formation of the wizard tower has been upgraded to a very advanced level, and it was easy to deceive the other party. He wanted to catch a devil, but he was afraid of alerting the snake, so he let it go. Otherwise, there would be a devil to study now. 2 months later, when the sky turned slightly gray and the world slowly became a little different, Dole's 12-story wizard tower was officially completed. The Tower of Babel was officially upgraded to level 6, and at this time, Dole's face had become quite ugly. After a long period of overdrawing his mental strength, even his body began to wither. However, when the wizard tower was completed, Dole was so tired that he only said, I want to rest. And then he went into the tower and never came out again. He slept for 5 days in a row before he recovered. In the room, Dole slowly opened his eyes, and a black, red, and blue light swirled in his eyes. His mental power was overdrawn, but after recovery, his mental power increased. This was something Dole had not expected. He thought it would decrease. He checked himself, and his meditation method was steadily improving. His mental power was restored. Although his body was slightly overdrawn, it was still within the controllable range. He raised his head and looked into the sky. Ball was sleeping downstairs, and Ash was sitting on the roof. The cold wind kept spinning around him, turning into a field of cold wind. The water vapor formed various ice flowers, which swirled around him endlessly. It looked beautiful, and Ash, who was already in great shape and good appearance, looked like a goddess of ice and snow. Around her, the snowflakes swirled and danced in a wonderful rhythm, and none of them touched each other. Obviously, she was exercising her control. It looks good, it's really good. Dole's eyes were bright, he sighed softly, and then looked further outside. At this time, several black air just passed by his head and went away. When Dole saw this, his mental power moved, and he instantly turned into a long spear with pure mental power, and stabbed it into the sky. Just when I was looking for you, you came. The black air is the incarnation of the devil, also called the devil head, which is a collection of destruction, desire, and sinful thoughts. The closer you get, the more you can feel the breath that can arouse people's desires. The closer you get, the more Dole can feel his heart stirring. That is the desire to become stronger, the desire for lust, the desire to kill, the desire for bloodthirstiness, and all kinds of desires in his heart are aroused. He forced himself to suppress the desire, and in a flash, he crossed a distance of several thousand meters, piercing one of the demons with his mental power. The demon did not die, but exploded instantly, emitting an extremely unpleasant howl, impacting Dole's mind. The howl was transformed by mental power, impacting the mental power gun in his body. In a flash, Dole felt the attack of thoughts from the demon. It was a sea of blood, with countless creatures wailing in it, and the killing intent was endless. It was a cruel thief who killed someone else's husband, insulted someone else's breath, and cruelly killed someone else's children. It was an upright scholar who was framed by officials and died humiliatingly in a cell. It was an unwilling thought, a desperate thought. In a flash, Dole felt the impact of complex information that he had never experienced in his life, the feeling of being there, as if he had traveled through someone else's body and felt it all with someone else's body. That despair, that fear, that unwillingness, that anger, almost overwhelmed his will. This is an experience that a person does not want to have in his life. It is simply impossible to live or die. However, the next moment, Dole's will was firm and stable again. The mental force gun that was almost hit suddenly generated a great power and firmly suppressed the black gas. The black gas was unwilling to give up and generated a great power to break free. One after another mental power pollution thoughts were born, and strong negative emotions impacted one after another, and the impact did not stop. Dole seemed to be unmoved. The mental force gun suddenly changed, and a barb grew on it, and it was pulled down fiercely. He wanted to roll this black gas back from the sky and study it carefully. On the wizard tower, Dole touched the sweat on his forehead. Just then, he was almost drowned by the endless information and almost affected by the thoughts in it. It was also thanks to his extremely firm willpower that he clearly remembered who he was, his past, and his future, and was not swayed by those emotions. In the final analysis, this was just a 4th-level demon. But that kind of emotion really affected him, and it had nothing to do with the level. The black gas was still struggling, but Dole saw that after he survived the mental pollution of many parties, it was just that. The opponent's means were only mental pollution and illusion attack, and there was no other ability. But he also knew that this was also very dangerous. As long as he couldn't survive, he would probably become the nourishment of the demon. Pulling the demon back to the wizard tower with all his strength and suppressing it in one layer, Dole suddenly jumped up, shrunk the wizard tower, hung it on his waist, and rushed in one direction without looking back. This is not a place to stay for a long time. In the wizard tower, Ball and Alan stared at Dole, looking at the transparent cage in his hand. Outside the cage was a dense transparent magic array. Almost all the mental magic patterns and arrays that this guy could learn were used, forming a small light ball. At this time, a small demon was colliding and flying back and forth inside, but he couldn't break out. At the same time, all mental powers were isolated, and the various mental power fluctuations it continuously emitted were also completely intercepted. This is truly foolproof. Ball was stunned. It is not difficult to catch a demon, but it is difficult not to let his body know. Dolei's approach simply stunned his eyes. Dolei snorted. Lord, now you said that knowing yourself and the enemy will win every battle. Besides, I think the demon may not be useless. When I fought with him just now, I felt that it had a sharpening effect on my mental power after being mentally shocked. This little thing can be used as a tool to improve my mental power. Chapter 483. After being hit by mental power and almost losing his mind, Duolai realized that if he wanted to improve his mental strength, toughness, and will, this kind of thing was the best way to exercise. Ball frowned. I still think this method is too dangerous. The devil hides very deeply, and it is easy to leave hints in people's minds. If you are infected by the devil, you can't find it by yourself. At that time, no one can save you. Duolai thought for a while and said, I know, so we have to think of a perfect way for this matter. Oh, by the way, I plan to stay for a while and put the fire iron into the wizard tower to enhance its external resistance. Now the main structure of the wizard tower has been basically completed, and the next step is to fill the main structure. The 4,000 kilograms of fire iron obtained from the Fire Wudong organization will be used at this time. Ball nodded and said, flames and lightning can restrain these monsters to a certain extent. Liwa Xiantai is just right. Then you should seal up this dangerous thing and build the structure first. Ai looked at Duolai and was deeply shocked by his risky actions. Even the 7th level Ball felt that these monsters were a bit tricky. Duolai actually dared to use monsters to increase his mental resistance. This was simply a very crazy thing. However, he also knew that Duolai would definitely not do anything he was not sure of. She said worriedly, this demon, from the perspective of mental power level, is only the 4th level at most. In fact, sharpening it will not produce any effect. Our main thing now is to resist at least the 7th level mental shock. From what you said just now, I don't even have the confidence to take on the 4th level. Ash lacked experience, and although her mental power was strong enough, she still felt that this kind of mental attack was risky. Dolei thought for a while, and said, I make some equipment with Li Huixian Tai to improve the mental power's resistance and resist illusions, so that we won't be unable to take on a wave. I don't know how many levels that demon is, so we need to treat it at least at level 8 now. When it came to level 8, both Ball and Ash were silent. Level 7 was already very scary, and there was also level 8. This was simply an unbeatable opponent. Now I just hope that the old man Shangfeng can hold the opponent back, and I and others will kill his demon clones first. Ball nodded and said, make me some equipment too. My mental defense is the worst, which is worrying. His dog face was full of worry, and he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He was okay at dealing with people and monsters, but dealing with the inner demon was like throwing a meat bun at a dog. He did what he said. After hiding in a new place, Duolai took out the fire-free black iron, slowly calcined it, and began to reinforce the various structures of the wizard tower. The level of the fire-free black iron increases with the increase in quantity. There is at least level 6, and the highest will not exceed level 9, which is also around level 8. Duolai added fire-free black iron to the wizard tower while trying to figure out the properties of this thing. When he traded with Angelina, he also got some basic fire-free magic patterns, which happened to be used at this time. While the two people and the dog were still fighting for their own defense, the inner demon had already reaped some dividends in the central mountain range of the upper wind world. Some humans with red eyes and various magical beasts flew in from all directions and joined the army of monsters. They had one thing in common, that was their red eyes. No matter what attributes they cultivated, they all revealed a crazy, tyrannical and violent aura. They came from all directions and madly attacked the defense shield in the mountain without stopping for a moment. The monster was also wondering at this time, because in addition to getting some helpers and improving his strength, he also lost a lot of strength. Only less than 1/3 of the thousands of demons he sent out returned, and the remaining 2/3 disappeared inexplicably. These should have been eliminated. Therefore, the increase in his strength was not great, and what really excited him was that he got these helpers below. They were not very useful for improving himself, but they added an extra strength, which was more suitable for attacking and defending formations. He could only use mental power or witchcraft to attack, and had no other means. With these puppets, he could use physical attacks and increase the consumption of the defense shield below, which was not bad. At this time in the mountain, the old man with a worried face had more wrinkles on his face. He looked at the black air above his head and thought in his heart, the world is open, and people from the outside world are pouring in, creating an opportunity for this demon. These poor people are all parasitized by the demon, and become part of the demon to attack the magic circle. It's really a storm coming. However, she noticed that some demons never came back after flying out. He felt a little comforted, thinking that people outside must have a way to destroy the demons. The inner demon can split into demons, which is also his own power. As long as the power in his body can be worn away, relying on the magic circle that occupies the essence of the world, Elder Shangfeng feels that he and his disciples can still hold on. He now only hopes that those outsiders can gather together to help him destroy the other powers of the demon. Otherwise, the opening of the world is not his blessing, but his doomsday. I didn't expect that the world would be invaded by the demon, and I didn't expect that it would quietly swallow up half of the world's power, and reach level 8 in one breath. If he was promoted to level 9, I would be finished. Elder Shangfeng sighed, and could only place his hopes outside. As for sending messages outside, there was no way at all. The demon was an expert in playing with mental power, and no message could escape his palm, if he still had hands. Give up, become a part of me, I can make you immortal. A voice came in from outside, and hit Elder Shangfeng's consciousness fiercely. Elder Shangfeng's consciousness was like a rock, and the voice hit it, and soon shattered and disappeared. Haha, becoming a part of you, isn't that still being eaten by you? He already knew the principle of the demon, and it was impossible to give him a little chance, not at all. Giving him a chance would be equivalent to handing over his life, and becoming his nourishment. This is the lesson that many people in the small world have learned with their lives. I can let you maintain your independent consciousness. Hee. The conversation between the two lasted only a few tenths of a second, and then it was over, without any nutrition. Elder Shangfeng knew that the rules of this world were incomplete. People born here could only be promoted to level 6 at most, and even those who came from outside could not be promoted to level 7 here, without the help of Thunder Tribulation. If this inner demon wanted to be promoted to level 9, it would not be enough to just devour and assimilate everyone, but it had to devour itself. Therefore, as long as they held on, they could still be saved. The other party was the Lord of Desire. If there was any way to hit his desire core, it might help them turn danger into safety. They only prayed that there was someone with this ability among the people who came in this time. But thinking about it, Elder Shangfeng felt that it was a little unrealistic. Level 8, even in the main world, such people were rare, and could only be seen once in hundreds of years. Chapter 484. The plasticity of Liu Xiantai is relatively strong. After combining with the magic pattern, it is strong, tough, and almost indestructible. It also has a certain flame effect, and is very resistant to water, ice, fire and other magic. Its magic resistance is very good. Although it is only a level 6 wizard tower now, after adding Liu Xiantai, the strength of the entire wizard tower can almost be regarded as level 7. The wizard formation in the energy center was also upgraded to level 6 by Dual Eye, and the current storage energy has been greatly improved. The formations in the Tower of Babel have also been improved to level 9 one by one. This wizard tower, which is said to be able to reach the sky, has officially become a level 6 complete body. A level 6 wizard, plus a level 6 wizard tower, can almost compete with a level 7, but facing the demon head without a physical body, Dual Eye and Ball still don't have much confidence. But the problem is that Elder Shangfeng must be rescued, otherwise, they can't even find a way out. Although Ball can go out, he can break through the space and enter another world, but it is uncertain whether the other world is the original world. This is a very pitfall. Now that he has passed the news, it is estimated that everyone in the world knows that a very powerful inner demon is entrenched in this world. It is estimated that others are trying to find a way. Now that his wizard tower has been completed, the next goal is very simple, to find other people, and help Elder Shangfeng together. Whether it is Ball or Ash, who was born in the top noble family, there is no good way at this time. After all, this inner demon is also the first time they have encountered it, and the weirdness of the demon is really difficult to deal with. A demon was caught and locked in the laboratory. Although some gains have been made in the past few days, the gains are not great. As for the formation of demons, they are also at a loss. Pure mental power can survive in the whole world. This rare species still surprised and shocked Dual Eye. You know, as long as it is a living thing, it cannot be separated from the existence of the body. If the body is lost, the mental power is like rootless water, and will soon evaporate. Even the legendary Lich needs to rely on the body to exist, but how can demons exist all the time? What is their source of power and energy? It is not just magic elements. In the laboratory, Ash had just endured a mental attack from the demon and almost didn't recover. After waking up, he said with lingering fear, "Let's go find other people, and see what they can do." If we rely on ourselves, I'm afraid we won't be able to get out in this life. Elder Shangfeng is at least level 8, and the mountain range cannot be breached for a while, so they are not in a hurry now. Dole stood in front of the table. Various lights kept coming out of the small white light ball. He scanned and analyzed the composition of the demon head in minutes. This kind of pure spiritual power was difficult to separate. Up to now, he had only obtained 2 magic patterns. One magic pattern could distort people's will and thoughts, and one magic pattern could achieve the effect of teleportation within a short distance. This was the key to the demon head entering the human body. In the past few days, he had only obtained these 2 things. Seeing Ash's pale face, Dole nodded and said, "It's time. I rest, and we can set off. This demon head has a lot of things. Unfortunately, with our current ability, we can't analyze it, unless I can master the level of a 9th level alchemist." After mastering the magic pattern of mental distortion, Dole felt that he could use it in potions to make a potion that could confuse people, or a poison. These few major ones enriched his potion library, but he did not tell Ash about this idea. Bar also nodded at this time and said, "Let's go, it's getting late. We have been here for almost 2 months, and there is no room for wood in the warehouse. These days, it has been a tool man, looking for wood everywhere, but it is very depressed." Dole nodded. This world has hardly suffered any damage. There are green mountains and green waters everywhere. The sun above is always shining, and the plants are very lush. Clouds, rain, thunder and lightning repeatedly condense and disperse in the sky, and there is no shortage of rain. When Dole flew the wizard tower, it was a rainy day. The wizard tower rushed into the clouds, rushed through the rain layer, entered the vast fog layer, and then came to the sky. At a glance, the blue sky, the white and black clouds floating in the sky, together formed a beautiful picture. After a little identification of the direction, Dole controlled the wizard tower, and flew towards the central area. Ingwood giant ship, Lywood giant ship. The 2 companies were less than 2 kilometers apart above the vast land. Facing 2 behemoths that were 1 kilometer long, the distance of 2 kilometers from high altitude was almost not considered a distance. At this time, the 2 companies simultaneously opened the magic circle and looked in all directions vigilantly. Above the giant ship, countless black air continued to spread and circling, trying to enter the giant ship. On the deck of the giant ship, the giants of the 2 companies sat on the giant ship of Ingwa, each looking at the top of their heads with a sad face, and their eyes were also full of light, and they could see where the demons were. These demons are very cunning, and they dare not approach them with their mental power. If they are not careful, they will be mentally polluted and hit by various information fragments. On the fleet, people with weaker mental strength can't bear it at all. When they came, the 2 teams of thousands of people were now only half left. The other half were either killed by demons, or occupied by demons and changed camps. And those monsters coming from outside were even more unbearable. Regardless of their strength, they were directly parasitized and became one of their monster army. For nearly a month, they didn't know how many times they had fought with the other side. They only recently repelled the other side. After all, demons are non-regenerative, and can't use various alchemical equipment. Relying on the giant ship, they have the current advantage, but they have no good way to face the demons. The one who came from Ingwa was an old man who looked very old, with wrinkles all over his face, but his eyes were very bright, and his momentum was very strong. He was a top figure of level 7. Like country borders in country, and the one who came was no less powerful, at the peak of level 7. At this moment, the 2 looked at each other, and then looked at the little wizards around them, sighing in their hearts. I thought this was a relic, but it turned out to be a sea of fire. No matter who they are, they will be seriously injured when they go back this time. The old man sighed and said, "Vispus, if we continue like this, we can't do anything. We have to find a way to contact the old man Shangfeng. According to the news we have received in the past few days, he is still fighting the demon." Vispus's expression was heavy, and he also sighed, saying, "The demon is extremely good at mental power, and is a master in this area. It is not easy to pass information in. If someone hadn't discovered and told us that it was the demon in advance, I'm afraid we would have been wiped out by now." Chapter 485. The old man nodded. "I don't know who that person is, but he actually knows about demons. I've only seen them in the archives before. If he hadn't reminded me, he would have become a puppet by now." This sighed and said, "The main world is under the attention of the gods, so demons can't come in, but this small world is not necessarily the same. Lord Shangfeng hasn't become a god, so he doesn't have the power in this regard." The 2 looked at each other and sighed. As level 7 masters, they should have been powerful figures, but now they were all worried, as if they were small figures who could be killed at any time. This feeling was too uncomfortable. Let's find a way to improve everyone's mental resistance and everyone's will. I have asked someone to make a related magic circle for illusion training, said the old man. Vispas said, Master Hamas, I'm already doing this. It's just that the time is too short and the effect is slow. Hamas is almost 400 years old. Although Vispas came later, he still had to call Hamas master. Hamas and his master were of the same generation. Hamas nodded. Let's do our best and leave it to fate. We will do our own things well, and the rest depends on God's will. At this moment, the two of them looked ahead at the same time. Above the woods in the distance, the air suddenly twisted, and a powerful magic wave came out. It seemed that a crack appeared in the sky, and a powerful wizard tower slowly squeezed out from it. The wizard tower has 12 floors, and the energy reaction is as high as level 6. Although it is inferior to their giant ship, it is a real wizard tower, and its mobility is much better than theirs. The two looked at each other solemnly. Who was this? Among their 8 empires, and various small organizations, it seemed that no one had such a powerful wizard tower. The ability of individuals and small organizations could not be compared with that of their empire. They also spent a huge amount of money to build a giant ship and a wizard tower. This was an octagonal wizard tower. Even if it was the cheapest, it would probably cost a magic family hundreds of years of savings. Who was this? At this moment, 2 figures appeared from the wizard tower. They were 2 wizard towers. But when these 2 people appeared, someone from Ing was suddenly exclaimed, Lord Hobbies, I have seen these 2 people. They came to our country to buy materials and sell potions. They are inland people. Judging from their accents, they should be from the Glory Empire. Jua stood out from the crowd, saluted the 2 respectfully, and then said carefully, They were on Ingwa's ship at this time. All of them were Ingwa's people. At this time, many people looked at the 2 people on the wizard tower. Vispas was stunned. Have they been to your Ing country? Then you didn't invite them? In his opinion, these 2 level 5 wizards, who also own independent wizard towers, should be very powerful wizards. Why didn't Ing country invite them? Hamas shook his head and said, I don't know about this matter. As a person in power, he doesn't need to know everything, he just needs to grasp the general direction. Jiva said respectfully at this time, we invited them, but it was the mercenary group that invited them, and they didn't agree. Now it seems that they really won't agree. Owning a level 6 wizard tower is equivalent to a level 7 wizard, Jua himself was also level 5, and he thought he was no worse than anyone else, but when he saw the wizard tower, he immediately felt inferior to others. This was a wizard tower. The wizard tower was equivalent to the backup force of an entire wizard group. It was powerful and multifunctional, much stronger than a single wizard, or even a wizard team. There was no comparison at all. Vispas looked into the distance. His eyes fell on Dole and Ash's faces, and he said with a little surprise, What are they doing here? At this moment, a young man's voice came loudly to everyone's ears. My name is Dole, and this is my friend Aishi. I greet all the adults. I wonder if I can come to discuss the matter of the demon. After the Japanese discovered the demon a few days ago, they specifically informed Ingwa's ship. I wonder if there is any new news recently. Hamas was stunned. The light ball received some time ago came from this little guy. He stood up immediately, looking forward with a burning gaze. So it turned out that the person who delivered the message was you. I am Hamas, the leader of Ingwa's team this time. I would like to thank him here first, otherwise we would lose more people. Weiss. This was also a little confused at this time. It turned out that the first to discover the demon were not those big forces, but these 2 little guys. It seems that these 2 people are of extraordinary origin. They are so knowledgeable. Could they be from the royal family of that empire? Seeing Hamas stand up, he also stood up, his eyes heavy and solemn, and bowed slightly to the distance. Thank you for your warning. I am the leader of Light Country, Vispas. He turned his head and glanced at Vispas with an elegant posture, and said, How about asking those 2 people to come up? Although these 2 people are a little weak, they have a wide range of knowledge. Maybe they will have different opinions? They thought that these 2 people might be from the Glory Empire. The Glory Empire is a wizard kingdom, and it is very extensive and very famous in the Western Ring continent. Their wizard army is almost clearing out the famous demon strongholds in the country. In this regard, no empire is better. Their wizard strength can be imagined. Hamas just thought about it, and glanced at his men. This time, for the ruins, they basically went out in full force, including more than 20 level 5 wizards, 7 or 8 level 6 wizards, plus his own level 7. In fact, there is no need to recruit 2 level 5 wizards, but they currently know more about their current situation than he does. He just thought about it for a while, then nodded and looked into the distance. Please come over and talk. On the Dole Wizard Tower, Dole and Ash looked at each other. Ash was a little hesitant, but Dole was fearless. If you don't want to go, then I go first. If their performance is okay, you can come over? Ash is also a person who has seen big scenes. Looking around, there is not even a background that can be used here. It is completely different from the previous time in Watzenberg. She still has some concerns. But seeing that Dole is so free and easy, she did not hesitate for much time. She pursed her lips gently and nodded. Let's go together. Dole nodded, and then the two of them flew up from the wizard tower and headed for the giant ship. As they approached the giant ship, Dole and Ash sighed. The giant ship built with the power of an empire is different. This level is directly up to level 8, and the defense power and command power are many times higher than his wizard tower. The leaders of Ingwa and Ligwa are here, which is beyond Dole's expectation. Aren't these two parties competitors? Chapter 486. After passing through the thick defense layer, Dole and AI she felt that they were scanned by countless magic circles, and each frowned slightly. They quickly landed on the deck and saw the two big guys, Hamas and Vispas, both of whom were level 7. Although they restrained their momentum, they could be seen at a glance because the others were led by them, which could be seen from their posture and attitude. Dole and AI she walked slowly, and came not far in front of Vispas and Hamas, and bowed slightly. There were a large number of wizards and warriors standing beside the two of them, so Dole and AI she could not get too close. At this time, Hamas suddenly looked serious and said, Ms. Aishi, is she from the royal family of the Glory Empire? I feel the power of the ice and snow goddess in you. Aishi smiled and said, Lord Hamas, yes, I am a foreigner of the Glory royal family, a member of the Rhine family, and I practice the ice and snow goddess meditation method. Hamas nodded, feeling relieved, and said, no wonder you have such insight and learned about the demon in advance. Among the many empires in the Western Ring continent, only the royal family of the Glory Empire has a relatively deep history. Aishi was embarrassed by what Hamas said. This was not something she knew, but Lord Ball knew it, but he couldn't say it at this time. She said slowly, Lord, you are too kind. According to what we know now, this time it is a hard demon that invaded this world, but we don't know the specific information. Do you have the latest information? Vispas glanced at Hamas, then looked at Aishi and Dole, wondering, when did Hamas contact the top leaders of the Glory Empire? Although everyone has business dealings with the Glory Empire, the top leaders hardly deal with each other. He did not wait for Hamas to speak, and said in advance, I can tell you about this matter. According to the current situation, the inner demon suddenly invaded and occupied this world, and wiped out almost half of the population at once. The rest of the population was concentrated on Shumfing Mountain, under the jurisdiction of Lord Shumfing's residence. Now Lord Shumfing is relying on the magic circle to entangle with the other party. The power of the inner demon is very strong, and we are no match for it. Dole glanced at the people on the boat, and was secretly shocked. The people on the boat were half less than when they came in. It was unknown whether the other half was lost in the fight with the demons, or eaten by the inner demons. This was all unknown. Ash sighed, stepped back, and led Dole out. Hamas and Vispas saw this action, looked at Ash with some doubts, and then looked at Dole. There was clearly a stormy aura on Dole's body, and it seemed that he was also a very advanced meditation method, but his identity was different from Ash's. At this time, Dole talked freely, my lords. If this is the case, I would like to ask you to notify all forces as much as possible and gather everyone. According to the inner demon clone we captured, the main body of the inner demon should want to break through the 8th level and enter the 9th level. If it eats too many people and has more nutrients, I am afraid the consequences will be disastrous. Vispas stood up suddenly. You said you caught an inner demon clone? Hamas was also stunned at this time, and the people around him were even more stunned. The inner demon clone can also be captured? They spent a huge amount of time, and did not succeed in catching an inner demon. There was an uproar around them. The inner demon was captured. How did he do that? The inner demon is a pure spiritual force, and can dissipate at any time. How did he capture it? Some people even had some ideas about how to capture the inner demon. Vispas said, we have also thought about capturing the inner demon, but the inner demon is too fast, and can disintegrate in an instant, so it is impossible to capture it. How did you do it? Hamas looked at Dole at this time, showing a thoughtful look. Can I see this inner demon? Dore nodded and said, yes, it is actually not difficult to capture it. as long as it is captured when the spiritual power is fighting fiercely. The people around him were shocked. The spiritual power is fighting fiercely? How is this possible? The inner demon is so aggressive and polluting. Who can guarantee that they will not be invaded or polluted in the process of fighting with it? This is simply a false proposition. Everyone realized that the opponent's spiritual power is so strong that even the most outstanding level 5 young people in Ing and Lai countries may not be able to match it. Hamas and Vispus looked at the young people and the 6-level wizards behind them at the same time, and sighed in their hearts. They are indeed people of the Glory Empire, and their spiritual will is strong. Dole looked at Hamas and Vispus, and was very satisfied with his performance. He had completely shocked everyone. He glanced at Ash lightly, and then slowly said, the nature of the inner demon is complex, with negative information fragments. As for why they can exist in the form of pure spiritual power and plunder the spiritual power of other creatures, I have a guess. That is, it must have a spiritual core, and this spiritual core coordinates and controls everything. He flipped his wrist, and a crystal ball appeared in his hand. In the crystal ball, a group of scattered crazy black gas surged wildly inside, trying to break through the blockade of the crystal ball. It turned into a human form, pretending to be a pitiful woman, and then turned into a terrifying monster, intimidating, threatening, and exuding a tyrannical aura. Although these auras were a bit vain, they were all real. If a 3rd or 4th level wizard saw it, he would probably be scared immediately. But in the crystal ball, all his actions were useless, and instead became a bit silly. Everyone stepped forward and looked at the crystal ball. The crystal ball isolated everything, and could not sense any breath. It could only be seen with the naked eye, but just seeing the behavior of the black fog, some people were already frightened. It was too incredible, too magical, and too terrifying. The inner demon changes in 1,000 ways, transforms everything. If it really becomes someone around you, should you stop it? Or if it takes over someone around you, should you kill them? Some time ago, they suffered heavy losses because someone was taken over by the inner demon, and then suddenly turned against them, causing a series of casualties, including several geniuses, which made several adults very sad. Seeing that the terrifying inner demon was in the hands of the other party, everyone was shocked, and had a new understanding of these two people from the Glory Empire. With rich knowledge, strong strength, and a wizard tower, these two people can be compared to several level 6 wizards. Hamas looked at the inner demon with a heavy look. We need a definite way to deal with this thing. At least, wizards of level 5 or 6 need not be affected by it. Vispus looked at Dole solemnly and heavily. How long have you been researching? And what have you gained? Dorlai shook his head. Except for improving one's willpower and strengthening self-analysis, there is really no other way. The inner demon is too weird. He didn't want to hand over the magic pattern, which was all obtained from his own research. Chapter 487. Things have come to this point, and Vispus and Hamas are no longer in control. After getting the inner demon, they began to discuss. It is necessary to unite everyone, but this union does not mean that everyone is gathered together. This is easy to cause internal casualties, like last time. If the inner demon invades, it is easy to cause internal casualties. Last time, they were invaded by the inner demon because of this. They still need to discuss the specific operation. Next, they will notify everyone in this world, including the demons. Why do they need to tell the demons? Because they now have a common enemy, and the demons themselves are easy to be invaded and easily become enemies. This needs to be prevented. The third is to refine a large number of alchemical creations to resist the external demons. Hamas and Vispus have a say in this. After discussing for about a day, Dole and Ash returned to the wizard tower, waiting for their next action. At present, everyone is united against the same enemy. If it does not involve interests, they can sit down. All the disputes must wait until the inner demon is eliminated. At this time, if someone has a hidden agenda, I'm afraid no one wants to know the consequences. Back to the wizard tower, Dole lost the crystal ball of the inner demon, but he was not in a hurry. Came to the top floor hall. Dole looked at Ash, who was worried, walked over, and smiled faintly. What's wrong? Ash sighed and said, if it is really an 8th level inner demon, I'm afraid I miss my father and my mother. Dole's expression froze, and he slowly became silent. Ash's heart is worried about someone. Then what about me? Who should I worry about? Parents, that's just a symbol in childhood. It doesn't mean anything at all. Friends, there are only 2 or 3 of my friends. Jasmine has asked Gretel to get her out, and I don't need to worry about other friends. Who should I worry about? Carl? That's not what I should worry about. Looking up and taking a look at Ash's profile, he suddenly had an idea. walked in front of her, and gently patted her shoulder. Okay, I'm here, and Lord Ball is here. At worst, we can escape to other worlds, worlds without magic. At worst, we can start over. With our strength and ability, we can live well anywhere. At worst, we can find a way to return to the original world in the future. He has the Wizard Tower, so there is no problem with positioning, but he can't afford the consequences of crossing space. Ball was also in a dying state when he crossed over randomly and almost died. AI looked at Dual Eye and felt a little warm in her heart. She looked into his eyes, suddenly opened her arms, and hugged Dual Eye's waist. Dual Eye was also a little confused, but when the warmth entered his arms, he did not refuse. The two of them leaned against each other, feeling each other's temperature and smell, and there was an indescribable calmness and warmth. Speaking of which, AI, she was very good. As a partner, she was also an excellent choice. Even as a friend, he could not refuse now. In this unfamiliar world, there is a powerful and almost invincible enemy. It is such a good thing to have someone to rely on. The two hugged each other tightly and didn't separate for a long time. Ball downstairs raised his head, his eyes penetrated the Wizard Tower, and saw the situation of the two people, and he felt a little irritated. Humans are really troublesome, not as free as them, like the monsters, whoever they like, just go directly to them, what's the trouble? Humans, what hypocritical animals. He lay down, thinking in his heart, what should he do in this world? If it doesn't work, he can only break through the space and escape. The Dole Wizard Tower uses the structure of the Tower of Babel, which should be able to withstand the impact of space fluctuations, but I don't know which world it will be teleported to. The mountain wind blew, the world was silent, the clouds floated in the sky, and soon, it condensed into a dark cloud. Soon, the wind became stronger and stronger, and drops of rain fell slowly with the wind. It's raining. Dole has never experienced the taste of a woman in his life, let alone such a beautiful iceberg beauty. Ash didn't intend to let go, just hugged him quietly, but he felt uncomfortable. Time passed slowly, and he began to caress Ash's back. Although he could feel the amazing softness and warmth through the clothes, this feeling made him feel uncomfortable. He stopped and said softly, Okay, I take care of everything, don't worry. If you hold me for a while, I won't be able to bear it. As a wizard, Ash could naturally feel the changes in Dole. She was a little shy, but she just hugged tighter. In the past, she had only heard about such things from other women, and from her own cousins. She was still too conservative. She was 25 or 26, and had not experienced those things. At this time, she had transformed from the loneliness just now to a normal little woman's mentality, and she was still a little uncomfortable. You are the first man I hugged, let me hug you for a while. Dole could not help but smile bitterly. He sighed, and let the other party do what he wanted. He could only suppress the abnormality in his body. He told himself that this was just a friend, just a friend. Time passed little by little, and I don't know how long it had passed. Dole and AI she suddenly separated at the same time, looking in one direction with heavy eyes. In their perception, a large wave of evil thoughts came from a distance, and went straight to the giant ship in the distance. Dole opened the eye of the storm, and his own perception. He saw that in the distant sky, thousands of black auras came from a distance, and went straight to the giant ship. At this time, the people on the giant ship were also on guard. The magic circle was opened, and a strong energy reaction was generated from the giant ship, wrapping up the surrounding space. AI she looked at the black air, his eyes had turned blue, and the temperature on his body dropped sharply. Dole felt as if he was holding an ice cube. The devil is here. It seems that he has discovered the union of these two families. The strength of these devils is not low. Just a glance, AI she felt extremely palpitating. That was a powerful chaotic thought. Just by looking at it, I felt my mind was shocked. If it really fell on my head, wouldn't even my mind be scattered in an instant? There were too many to count. Was it level 4 or level 5? Or level 6? 100, 200, 1000, 2000? The demonic energy was soaring, and the air was filled with terror, fear, anger, and of course, the most was all kinds of desires. Seeing these black mists, Dual Eye felt that something was slowly growing in his heart, the desire for strength, the desire for material, and even the desire for women. This is the power of the devil. While Dual Eye suppressed these emotions, he was slightly shocked. After catching a demon head, Dual Eye and AI she naturally knew how to resist these things. The two of them just turned slightly pale, and then stared at the direction of those demon heads. On the two giant ships, the magic circle had been opened long ago, quietly waiting for the arrival of the demon heads. This is a hard battle, and also a bitter battle. Chapter 488. Ball jumped out of the wizard tower at this time, and stood next to Dole and Ash. He did not mock them. He also looked solemnly, looking at the countless demons in the distant sky. Dole hides the wizard tower well. I don't want to face it head on. As long as the main body is not destroyed, this thing is simply endless. You can split as many as you want. Dole nodded, his face full of seriousness and worry. Then what should we do? Watch them fight. Ball raised his dog head and said, what can we do? There are several level 7s on the ship, and we can still entangle 1 or 2. Let's talk about it when everyone is notified. At this moment, Dole felt that there was something in his hand. He lowered his head and took a look. It was Ash's palm, which was a little cold and soft. Pinching it gently, it felt good. Dole looked ahead and said, everything we need to know is known. I guess some people are just too far away and have not had time to join up. Some people may have found something they can find and are unwilling to join up. A new world represents endless resources, ores, crystals, and medicinal materials. Dole originally came for the ruins. After the ruins were destroyed, he directly plundered wood and upgraded the wizard tower first. In addition to upgrading the wizard tower to level 6, there was still a lot of wood in the warehouse, so it was not difficult to upgrade to level 7. It is estimated that other people also gained something, otherwise they would not have been away for so long. While he was thinking, the demon in the distance and the giant ship had already fought. Inside the transparent defense cover of the giant ship, the sky full of red light gathered and brightened in a very short time, and then a series of hot power was emitted. Then, the red light suddenly shot into the sky. At the same time, on the giant ship on the other side, lightning condensed, and there was a crackling sound in the sky, and dozens of lightning exploded into the sky. Red light and lightning shot into the black gas group, and suddenly a large number of sizzling sounds were heard. At the same time, a series of terrifying sounds came from inside, screams, and complaints, as if the most terrifying, pitiful, and soul-stirring sounds in the world came from inside, seducing people's spirits. The black gas melted in large pieces, but some black gas cleverly dodged and still rushed towards the giant ship. In the giant ship, some people did not change their expressions. Some heard the sound and felt reluctant, and some sneered. The people who couldn't bear it were discovered and immediately dragged down by the people around them, and locked up directly, while others continued to stay in the battle position. The black gas was obviously well prepared, covering the sky and the earth, and the follow-up was endless. At this time, the red light and lightning were also continuously emitted, shooting into the black gas, and the rumbling and crackling sound suddenly resounded through the world. The sky was shaking, and air waves were constantly emitting in all directions. Waves of rapids and turbulence rushed in all directions, and the world was in chaos. Each red light was at least a level 5 witchcraft, and each lightning was at least a level 5 witchcraft. They interacted with the black air in the sky and annihilated each other. For a moment, they were deadlocked. At this time, a green light began to slowly gather on the giant ship of Ingwa. On the green light, a force of life continued to emanate. Even the Dole Wizard Tower, which was nearly dozens of kilometers away, could sense the amazing power above. And I looked at the giant ship of Ingwa, and was suddenly shocked. This may be the witchcraft that Ingwa got from other races, the soul returning technique. This was originally a healing witchcraft, but can it have any effect on monsters? Dole didn't understand either. Ball nodded and said, the devil is actually the result of the inner demon plundering the spiritual power of living beings. It is essentially the spiritual power of some creatures. These living forces can awaken the original spiritual power of some creatures occupied by the devil, and to a certain extent, it has a great effect. Dole didn't think so. He frowned and thought, if the original spiritual power of the devil can really be awakened, they are already dead, separated from the flesh, and turned into rootless water. Without the flesh, they can only be awake for a few seconds. What you said is also right. They can be contaminated by the devil. Their spiritual power is not high. The current situation is just a temporary solution. Ball didn't refute, but just sighed. However, at this time, Dole saw that when the living power was stimulated, the devil in the sky was no longer as fierce as before, but became chaotic. The black gas struggled for a while, and the green light seemed to have an effect. Seeing this, thunder and fire again clashed on the two giant ships, and for a moment, large tracts of black air were eliminated. Dole touched his chin when he saw this, and the power of life was not useless. On the contrary, it was somewhat useful. In just a short time, the black air in the sky was reduced by at least 1/5. Although the demons were powerful, and there were many of them, it was still not enough to attack a giant ship of nearly level 8. In Dole's opinion, defeat was only a matter of time, and it only depended on how much impact it could have on the giant ship. The black air did not have no effect on the giant ship. In Dole's opinion, they already had many contradictions at this time, and some people were even affected by the sound, and some mental witchcraft, and their emotions began to be wrong. The devil is good at seducing any kind of sin, desire, and instinct deep in people's hearts, and can change a person's nature from the essence. People with weak willpower are easily controlled no matter how strong they are. The more people a force has, the more attention it should pay to this point. Once it is affected by the devil, it is easy to cause infighting. The sky was filled with devils, and various thunder, and fire witchcrafts for a while. The air was shaking, bombing, and annihilation. For a while, waves of violent sounds came. There were many devils. At the beginning, they attacked from the front, and in the end, they scattered in all directions, trying to break through from other directions, but both Ingwa and Ligwa were on guard and did not give them a chance. Later, with the two giant ships as the center, there were thunder and fire everywhere, and all kinds of shrill screams everywhere. On the top of the mountain in the distance, Dual Eye made the wizard tower invisible and looked quietly in the direction of the two giant ships, thinking about something in his heart. Ball sighed at this time and said, "The most powerful thing about the demon is that it is silent and pollutes the mental power very quickly. But if the opponent is prepared and enters this kind of tug of war, the demon will not have any advantage, and may even be at a disadvantage. The inner demon is not like the heavenly demon. This thing only knows mental magic and some dark magic, and its strength is not very strong." Dole nodded, he saw it. But at this time, he also saw some commotion on the giant ship. Obviously, someone was affected by the demon. The demon's attack method is not useless, and these demons are just tentative attacks, not the main force of the inner demon. The battle lasted for more than an hour, and only a part of the demons fled to the horizon, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 489. The battle took place in the sky. The surroundings of the giant ship were only affected by the shock waves of various dark witchcrafts, and the ground was not damaged much. When the demon left, the giant ship cheered like a tidal wave. The world became quiet again. Soon after, the birds hidden in the surroundings came out again and flew around frantically. However, Dual Eye also knew that this kind of continuous defense and fighting would consume a lot of energy for the giant ship. It would take a long time to replenish energy. The next thing they could do was to find the earth veins and replenish energy. Sure enough, when Dual Eye thought of this, the two giant ships started at the same time, following the ground not far away, towards his direction. He was in a mountain range, and there were several earth veins. He occupied one, and there were several more. At this moment, a voice sounded in Dole and Aishi's ears. "Everyone else has received the information and is ready to gather together to attack the inner demon together. Dole and Aishi, do you have any ideas?" In their opinion, Dole and Aishi were just two treasure hunters, who didn't care much about this relic. They were from a big country, and they were not short of meditation methods and resources, so they just asked casually. Dole and Aishi discussed it for a while, and then replied, "Well, sure, we go and have a look." Then 3 days later, the giant ship came from a distance and stopped steadily on the other side of the mountain, which was on the other two veins. Not long after, energy was extracted from the ground by the giant ship. At the same time, the magic elements in the sky also began to gather towards the giant ship crazily. Colors and lights, like clouds, poured into the giant ship. For a time, the two giant ships wrapped half of the mountain in a cloud. Seeing this, Ash and Dole were just yearning, not knowing when their wizard towers could be upgraded to level 8 or above. Ball, who was sitting on the ground, sighed at this time. "You humans are weak, but you are an absolutely intelligent race. You have invented many powerful tools. There are many of these giant ships in the hands of the human race in our world. This is also the reason why the human race has always stood firm. The super-large alchemical creations are very powerful. Even our purgatory clan dare not easily provoke the powerful human race. It is too powerful. The size of these two giant ships is more than 1 kilometer. The magic array on each giant ship exceeds level 7 and reaches the standard of level 8. The energy reaction even reaches the 9 extremes of ordinary creatures. It is not a problem to bombard ordinary level 8 creatures. If it were not for the strange inner demon that could affect people's will, I am afraid that just driving the giant ship over would kill an 8-level creature. This world is very big, and it has a lot of resources. If they can occupy it, even if they manage it together with Elder Shungfeng, these countries will make money. Therefore, at this time, they spare no effort to eliminate the inner demon. The lack of resources at sea is the consensus of everyone who comes to this relic. The two giant ships are frantically absorbing energy, and Dual Eye is not idle either. At this time, he took out his staff. It was not the small staff he had before, but another thick branch. After tempering and melting the various materials needed, they were integrated into the branch. After thinking about it, he prepared to make a magic circle of storm gathering on the wizard's staff. The magic wand is the second energy core of the wizard, and its importance is self-evident. The auxiliary wizard formation of storm gathering is another core magic of the storm element meditation method. With this magic formation, he can save at least half of the time and 1/3 of the magic power when using storm magic. Storm gathering is a very large magic formation. If you want to imprint it in the magic wand, it is equivalent to turning the magic wand into a large wizard formation, which is not easy. Unlike the comprehensiveness of the Tower of Babel, storm gathering can comprehensively improve the ability of storm attributes and bring improvement to Dole's personal combat effectiveness. Therefore, he did not have many extra ideas, just refine it. He has a lot of level 7 gems here, just take one out and use it, and the other materials are also complete, so he went back to the laboratory and started refining directly. The demon is afraid of thunder and fire, so he is more afraid of thunder. He is going to experience the new staff, perfect the spell model of thunder magic, and then carefully experience the will of thunder. All along, he didn't dare to comprehend the will of the thunder carefully because his mental power was not strong enough. Now that he has reached the ability and is facing the crisis of the inner demon, he just wants to experience the difference between natural lightning and thunder. Ash also has her own things to do at this time. The blood test is not over yet. She needs to observe and improve the blood test. Recently, she has had a clue and is ready to transform herself and purify her blood. As long as the blood is upgraded by 1 level, the affinity in the meditation method of the ice and snow goddess will be upgraded by 1 level, and maybe she will comprehend the heart of ice and snow. Unlike the Xiabing core, the ice and snow heart is a state. As long as she can reach this state, she can guarantee enough confidence even when facing Dual Eye. This shows how powerful this state is. Both of them began to get busy, one laboratory after another, without interfering with each other. At the same time, Dual Eye's clone stood on the top of the tower, observing the situation around. On the huge mountain range, the number of demons around the Desire Heart demon has decreased, but it has become a little stronger. This is the result of digesting a lot of demons and humans recently. Those outsiders are really excellent food. However, there are also many losses to the demons. Some of them are very powerful, especially some large organizations, which have various strategic magic weapons. The loss to the demons is very large, especially the two countries. They don't know if they got some information in advance. They didn't get any advantage. It's really puzzling. There should be no legends of demons in this world. He should be able to strike unexpectedly. But he is not too worried. Anyway, no matter how those people jump around, they will be his food sooner or later. Desire is a wonderful thing. As long as they still have desire in their hearts, they will surely die. The Lord of Desire is very confident in himself, because the path he is on is destined to be the natural enemy of all intelligent creatures, and it has extremely strong restraint, and there is almost no possibility of defeat. Of course, except for their alchemical creations, which are extremely powerful and destructive, but as long as they are controlled by people, he is not worried. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked down. This mountain concentrates the core of this world, and the magic circle is very powerful. So far, 200 years have passed, and he has not broken through the defense inside, which is really annoying. But what makes him happy is that the people inside have been eaten by him, and the Lord of Desire is very proud of this. As long as he can eat the old man Shangfeng, he can be promoted to the realm of the Lord of Desire, dominate one side, and no one can stop him. Chapter 490. Level 9 is the limit of the ordinary world. As long as it can reach level 9, it will have no rivals. After reaching level 9, the spiritual power can touch the realm of law. As long as it can touch the law, it will have the opportunity to become a god. His goal has never been the Lord of Desire, but the God of Desire. The Lord of Desire's heart is full of desires. The desires rise to the sky and turn into orange-red light of desire. He looks at the old man Shangfeng in the protective shield and wishes he could break the protective shield and eat this old guy. The old man Shangfeng feels the movement in the sky and sees the orange-red light, which turns into a dragon, a human, and a flame. The strong breath of desire above, just a glance, can give rise to some strong desire from the heart. He dare not look at it too much, calm down, and concentrate. At this time, his face is not calm, but full of sorrow, because the Lord of Desire is becoming stronger. Obviously, those people from the outside world are dying, and they are dying very quickly. However, he also saw that the number of demons around the Lord of Desire was also decreasing, and he felt relieved. At least the people who came in this time were still strong enough to purify those level 4, 5, and 6 demons. This strength gave him a glimmer of hope. As long as it's not a dead level 7 wizard, otherwise this guy will grow again. When he thought of this, his mind was racing. How could he pass the message out? The Lord of Desire's body had covered the entire mountain range. He couldn't even pass a magic pattern out, let alone a message. Hateful, his space magic pattern ability was too poor, otherwise he could use the space transmission ability to directly transmit it out. His talent in this area is really too poor. At this moment, he felt a huge force rushing towards him, and he immediately took precautions. The next moment, a powerful spiritual information broke through the barrier of the shield and impacted his consciousness world. Among these consciousness fragments, almost endless information suddenly appeared, and his spiritual world was almost broken by these information. The spiritual core of the old man Shanfeng was a world of colored glass, like a ball of colored glass flame. After those colorful spiritual fragments impacted the colored glass world, the colored glass flame suddenly emitted a 1,000-foot light, burning all the spiritual fragments and resisting them outside. However, those colors were fierce and constantly impacted, shaking the colored glass world. The old man Shanfeng remained unchanged, constantly stabilizing his spirit and maintaining a dust-free attitude in his heart. It's been almost 100 years, and this guy still hasn't given up. He still wants to break my mind. How is that possible? The Lord of Desire is improving, and so is old man Shanfeng. Over the years, the only thing he can improve is the purity of his spiritual power. He has learned how to resist this kind of spiritual invasion. The glazed flame burned, burning all the spiritual fragments. Invisible dust dissipated from his body in all directions. It was the residue formed after the spiritual fragments burned. Sky thunder. It is a natural product of nature. Unlike the sun of the elemental storm, and the lightning produced by various creatures, which has a strong biological color, sky thunder has no impurities. It has only one attribute, which is destruction. The moment Dolays came into contact with sky thunder, he felt the characteristics of sky thunder. Destruction, extreme destruction. He now understood the feelings of those who were crossing the tribulation. This kind of thunder with pure destructive power was simply irresistible. Only through strong and unyielding will, strong desire to survive, and unparalleled mind, could one pass the test of thunder and successfully enter the 7th level. Destruction, extreme destruction. When he felt this, that trace of mental power collapsed and was wiped out by the will of thunder. Dwalay's head felt like a needle piercing his head. He slowly withdrew his mental power and carefully recalled the thunder he had just felt. At the same time, there was more lightning in his hand, like a thunder snake, winding around his hand. The will of thunder carries a very strong will of destruction. Although Dwalay cannot release such lightning himself, he can activate the will of thunder in the staff and add it to the spell model to increase the power of the spell model. However, it would be best if he could master the will of thunder. After all, the thunder in the staff is limited in number, not endless. You have to use it sparingly. It's best to master it yourself. Dolay thought of this and felt it more carefully. The laboratory next door. She held a white potion bottle in her hand and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It took a huge amount of time, 2 years, and finally her own blood purification potion was forged. This thing acts on the bone marrow and fundamentally improves the concentration of her blood. It can be said that at this stage, there is no thing more suitable for her than this. Thinking of this, she sent a message to Dolay next door and drank the potion in one gulp. The blood potion was very cold, freezing into the bone. After drinking it in one gulp, a thin layer of ice instantly formed on Ash's face. As the potion slowly flowed down, a thin layer of ice soon formed on his clothes, eyebrows, hair, and hands. A deeper chill emanated from his body and flowed in all directions. Soon, the laboratory table, everything, and walls were covered with a thin layer of ice, and the ice layer was still deepening. The coldness gradually became stronger, and soon turned into extreme coldness. The entire laboratory was filled with extreme coldness. But if you look closely, Ash's life did not stop, but his vitality actually increased. This is what Dolay saw. As soon as Ash sent the message, he moved his consciousness over. Part of his consciousness analyzed the will of Tianlei, and part of his consciousness focused on Ash. Although the laboratory was already full of ice, Ash's vitality was not fake, so there was no safety problem. The blood potion was about deeper body transformation, and this process was estimated to take some time. He cast his eyes outside the wizard tower. At this time, on the outskirts of the mountain, many people and forces had begun to rush in from unknown places. At the same time, a lot of black air had appeared around, and they were wandering around to block the arrival of those people. The atmosphere in the entire mountain area quickly became tense. The arrival of more forces meant more competition, more discussions, and more intrigues. Dole did not want to participate, and he was not even interested in communicating with others. What he had to do now was to break through, and there was also Ash's breakthrough. The will of the thunder represented the ultimate destruction. Dole first felt and understood the ideas contained in the destruction. The next step was to materialize the ideas, that is, the magic pattern. In this process, he found that not everything could be explained by magic patterns. The devil was like this, and the will of the thunder was like this. He knew that this might be applicable to the ability of mental power itself. Chapter 491. Destruction? What is destruction? Destruction is destruction. Obviously, it is not like this. Destruction is one of the laws of the Great Way, the supreme law, and one of the several powerful laws that make up this world, while destruction is just one of the rules under the law of destruction. Dole has read relevant books and does not know much, but he understands that this kind of thing is not something he can master at present, but as long as his mind can simulate this process, it will be fine. He stretched out his hand, and a lightning bolt jumped out of his hand and hit a phantom composed of light. The phantom suddenly shattered, like starlight, and broke into dozens of small lights, which quickly dissipated. Dole was not satisfied. He activated the magic circle, reorganized the void, and then adjusted his mentality. After brewing for a long time, he shot out a lightning bolt again. The void was shattered again, and this time it was directly penetrated, and the void was not broken. Dole was thoughtful. Lightning has the most powerful penetrating power and destructive power, and has powerful attributes such as burning, penetration, and destruction. The lightning condensed by one's own mental power does not have all of them, but focuses on one type. This depends on the thought at the moment when the witchcraft is condensed. What is built on the witchcraft model is what it is, so the effect of each lightning is different. If you want to achieve the effect you want, it is estimated that you need to practice many times, adjust the witchcraft model, and adjust the mental power at that moment. Dole thought of this, so he practiced tirelessly. At this time, a thin layer of ice suddenly appeared on the wall of the laboratory, and the creaking sound of the ice cube startled Dole. He glanced at the ice, and his mind moved. With a flick of his wrist, a ray of lightning shot towards the ice layer. After a thousandth of a second, the ice layer instantly broke into pieces, revealing the wooden structure underneath. At the same time, even the thoughts attached to the water molecule layer under the wooden structure were instantly shattered by the lightning, and the wood no longer froze. Seeing this, Dole's mind moved and he focused his thoughts on Ash. Using lightning to expel the ice created by Ash was equivalent to expelling the true meaning of ice formed by her blood power, which was also a blow to her. In the laboratory, Ash was shocked, and then a strange spiritual attribute emanated from her. A thought of not admitting defeat slowly rose, and a colder thought came out of the room. Seeing this, Dole's mouth twitched slightly. This little sister must be very stubborn. He thought about it, gently pried the magic circle, and sealed the entire laboratory. Although the wizard tower was empty, he and Ball were on the top floor, and Dole didn't want to be affected by her. The path of ice was not his path. His path was the pure path of thunder, the path of wind, and the storm power condensed from the path of water. Ice was not suitable for his path. The power of storm was the most extreme wind, the most extreme water, and the most extreme thunder in nature, and the lightning in the natural storm was the real thunder. Rumble, a lightning flashed through Dole's sea of consciousness, and the thunder seemed to be more refined. After figuring out what path he was going to take, his mental power seemed to be more pure. The storm was still a storm, the speed did not increase, the scale did not expand, but the storm meaning in it was more intense. After an unknown amount of time, Dole opened his eyes, and lightning flashed in his eyes and disappeared. He used his mental power to look at the next door. Ash was still slowly improving the ability of his bloodline, and he was fine, so his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When it comes to the improvement of spiritual will, the devil is the greatest expert. He thought that if he wanted to stand out in this aspect, it would be most appropriate to catch a few demons. Outside the mountains, black air quietly wandered in the sky. They could not see their figures, and could only sense them through mental induction. All the people who came from all directions would be troubled by the inner demons. Those with strong strength would drive away and eliminate these demons, but those with weaker strength would become the food of the demons. With the mountains as the center, all kinds of corpses can be seen everywhere within a radius of more than 100 kilometers, and the situation is tragic. At the same time, in addition to human corpses, the corpses of monsters are also everywhere. They are even more unbearable than humans. Except for a few powerful monsters that formed an anti-magic alliance, the weak ones are almost extinct. The entire mountain range has now been divided into two major parts: the Human Alliance headed by the 8 Nations, and the Sea Alliance headed by the Sea Clan royal family. Having not been out for more than 10 days, Dual Eye did not expect that the outside world had changed so much. The two families were not far apart, but not very close either, wary of each other, and wary of each other's inner demons. Dual Eye stood outside the two families, just looked at them, restrained his body and mental power and went outside. He had already seen his target, the demon. The demon was very fast, and the pure mental power made them free from the constraints of the flesh. The speed was almost twice that of the elite talents of the same level. Once caught up, there was almost no other way except to fight. Dual Eye came along the ground and appeared from a distance. As soon as he stood still, 4 or 5 little demons smelled his spiritual power, and suddenly descended from the sky, emitting terrifying spiritual power, and rushing towards him quickly. Fear is a kind of witchcraft, and also the instinct of the demon. Dual Eye's spiritual power was impacted by these witchcrafts, and a trace of fear suddenly arose in his heart. As long as he had fear in his heart, the fear would slowly magnify and become the nourishment of the demon. Dual Eye's heart moved, and a destructive breath of heavenly thunder was slightly released. The fear witchcraft disappeared quickly. Dual Eye raised his head and looked at the sky. The power of induction was fully opened. The weak heavenly thunder idea that he had just comprehended slowly emerged, and then he suddenly attracted the lightning. In the sky, lightning flashed suddenly and disappeared in a flash. Rumble. Those black breaths were touched by the breath of thunder, and they dissipated in an instant and no longer existed. This is just a level 3 or 4 little demon, not important at all. Dole released the thunder will just to test the strength, but he didn't expect the effect to be so obvious. He was stunned for a moment. Seeing the clear sky, all the demons just now disappeared. He was a little stunned. The damage of the heavenly thunder will to the demons was so severe. He thought about it, not knowing why, and then his figure suddenly disappeared in the air and walked to the next place. There are many such little demons around the mountains, and he has plenty of opportunities to experiment. Lightning witchcraft has a fast launch speed, but the witchcraft model is difficult to condense. When condensing lightning, the first thing to suffer is one's own mental power, but when the mental power is strong enough, after condensing the lightning, the power will become unpredictable. In many empires on the Western Ring continent, wizards with thunder talents are almost unmatched in the late stage. But the problem is that few thunder wizards can reach the late stage, because it is difficult to advance in the thunder system. Dole was thinking about this problem while searching for the demon. He didn't care. Anyway, the lightning of the storm element was not its main attribute. He didn't care whether it hindered his advancement or not. Chapter 492. Now it is clear why it is difficult to advance with thunder magic. This thing is too powerful. While hurting others, it is also very difficult to control. If you can't control it, how can you advance? Dole's mental power is very strong, so it is easy to control. Especially after comprehending the will of thunder for a few days, it is even easier to control. Soon, he found the next wave of demons. Now this position has come to the edge. Many demon beasts came from afar. Their strength is not strong, but there are a lot of small fish and shrimps. There are hundreds of them, and in the other half of the mountain, nearly the same number of demons came from afar. They flew in the sky, like black fog, gathering and dispersing as they wish, and it was unpredictable. The leading demon beast was only level 5, and his mental power was not strong enough. He was cautious all the way, but when the demon came, he still didn't notice it. When he noticed it, a strong desire had already arisen in his heart, that is, the desire to eat other demon beasts to advance himself. Magic beasts can devour each other to improve their strength, and improving strength is driven by instinct. So when this thought came to his mind, he immediately opened his bloody mouth and bit the neck of the magic beast next to him. He bit hard, and a stream of green liquid sprayed into the sky. This seemed to be the beginning. Then, other magic beasts followed suit and became chaotic, attacking each other, fighting each other in the most primitive way. Standing in the distance, Dole sighed in his heart when he saw this. The intelligence of the magic beasts was low, and it was extremely difficult to resist this kind of spiritual attack. The opponent didn't even notice it, and was directly hit. Alas! Dole did not think of rescuing them. He waited until all the monsters in this wave had finished fighting. Finally, a few of them survived and soon their breath dried up and their bodies fell to the ground. The black air in the air slowly gathered, as if it was stronger than before. At this time, Dole suddenly appeared, and the power of induction communicated in all directions. With the help of his mental power, the witchcraft model was instantly condensed. In the sky, there was a friction of air, and a series of fine lightning flashes were instantly formed. When Dole's mental power was released, those demons sensed that someone was hiding around them. When the lightning and thunder were everywhere around them, they reacted. However, at this time, the sense of destruction in the air had already enveloped them. They had no time to react. The demons of level 4 and below screamed instantly and turned to ashes. After that, the demons of level 5 and above tried their best to resist the thunder. Even so, a lot of white smoke came out of their bodies. The lightning and thunder fell on the black smoke, and the black air dissipated. The screams penetrated the space, as if they were ringing directly from the bottom of their hearts, and they were endless. In Dole's world, it was like purgatory. A battlefield appeared, filled with smoke, blood and flesh flying everywhere. You kill me, I kill you. The shrill screams, cries, and anger came from all directions, stimulating his mind and making him constantly feel weak. The devil tried to use this method to make him feel a little bit of pity and let them go. Dole looked at the picture transmitted by the devil with interest, thinking in his heart that this devil might be the thoughts of someone who had been on the battlefield. Seeing this scene, the first thing Dole thought of was not pity, but numbness. He watched this scene as if he was watching a drama, and he did it without hesitation. The lightning mixed with a little bit of the will of the heavenly thunder kept flashing in the sky, and the black air kept dissipating. Those level 4 and level 5 demons had already been wiped out, leaving only a few relatively strong level 5 demons. If before this, Dual-Eye would have to spend some effort to deal with these demons, now it is simply a piece of cake to deal with them. At this moment, one of the demons suddenly exploded, and dark auras condensed and turned into black lightsabers, which jumped left and right in the lightning. The dark aura and the lightning intersected, making a fierce sizzling sound, which was more intense than directly burning the demonic energy. The lightning was controlled by Dual-Eye, and it was mixed with his mental power, which was equivalent to a direct collision with the dark aura. He immediately felt an incomparable dark aura coming from above. This aura was dark magic. This demon should have been a dark wizard when he was alive. Dual-Eye just sneered, and the lightning in the sky flashed again. The black aura struggled for a moment, and then quickly disappeared, along with the entire demon. It was gone. Seeing this, the other demons struggled even more violently. Dual-Eye saw this and felt that the time was ripe. His mental power turned into spikes, and pierced directly from the lightning into the demon's body. Suddenly, another wave of screams came along with the mental power. Dual-Eye was already familiar with resisting this kind of mental power. Not long after, he had 3 more black crystals in his hand, which sealed 3 level 5 demons. The sky returned to its previous color, as if nothing had happened. If it weren't for the huge bodies of many monsters on the ground, this place would be the same as before. Dual-Eye was not in a sentimental mood, and turned around and left. He came out to test magic and witchcraft, to see how the magic model mixed with the will of heavenly thunder would deter the demons. After the test, he would naturally leave. It must be said that just a little bit of the weak will of heavenly thunder was a huge blow to these demons. Warcraft, demons, and humans fought around the mountains every day. People kept dying, and warcrafts kept dying. Demons kept growing or being wiped out. The mountains had become a mixing plant for life. At this time, giant ships from 8 countries had arrived and surrounded them. At the same time, there were various maritime forces distributed in all directions. After the ruins were opened this time, it can be said that all parties gathered. At this time, all forces knew the truth of the space. Some people wanted to rescue Old Man Shonfeng and get his inheritance, while some people wanted to find a way to get out. This place was simply a hell on earth. The appearance of the demon made some of them feel desperate, especially when people kept dying during this period of time. They felt even more collapsed. Those were all low-strength monks who wanted to fish in troubled waters, but they didn't expect that this was actually a dead end. They could get in but couldn't get out. Some people came to the edge of the world and couldn't get out after trying every possible way. Some people couldn't get out even after building a space teleportation array. It can be said that they had no good way except to rescue the Old Man Shonfeng. The 8 forces united to form a fleet, and they only needed a slogan to attack the demon. At this time, the number of demons harassing from all sides also increased. Obviously, the Desire demon didn't want these people to unite. The 2 sides fought wits and courage, and they were deceitful. But in Dole's view, no matter which side it was, there was only one possibility left, that was a desperate fight. Chapter 493. He didn't expect that after coming here, it would turn out like this. Anyway, it doesn't matter since the 8 empires are leading the charge. However, at this time, the bad nature of human beings is revealed. As soon as Dole returned to the Wizard Tower, a message came that the 8 empires united to form a force and summoned everyone to participate in the attack on the inner demon. Someone ordered Dole to take the Wizard Tower to participate immediately in a tough tone. Those who violated the order would be driven away or strangled. The order was very strong. After hearing the news, Dole's mouth twitched slightly. Is this to gather all the forces? Or is it to find some cannon fodder? In the hall on the 12th floor, Ash had come out of retreat and sat on a chair. The aura on her body was slightly more concentrated than before, and her icy aura was twice as strong. Seeing Dole coming back, she did not show the joy after the promotion, and her face was a little sad. What should we do? It's obvious that they are preparing to use us as cannon fodder. Dole did not answer directly, but looked at Ash carefully, up and down, left and right, until Ash blushed a little, and then he stopped. Then he touched his chin and commented, "She's a little taller, her hair has turned a little blue, but it's still within the normal range. Her aura hasn't improved much, but her essence has doubled, and her icy aura has increased." Then he reached out and held Ash's hand, feeling it, and said, "The skin is smoother." Ash's face turned even redder. She shook his hand off, rolled her eyes at him. "I'm telling you seriously, if we can't get through this time, both of us will be finished. It doesn't matter whether we improve or not." Dole said with a smile, "I am also serious. Your promotion is our greatest joy. Those things outside are nothing." Ash widened her eyes. "Why not?" Dole shrugged and said, "Put away the Wizard Tower first, then follow and see what the situation is. If the situation is not right, we will escape. With Lord Ball here, who can stop us?" Ash also considered Lord Ball, but the other party is a superpower with super large strategic weapons and giant ships. Can Lord Ball take them away? She was full of endless doubts. Dole smiled at her and said, "Don't worry, there are always more solutions than difficulties. There is only one inner demon, and the others are all demons. According to the current judgment, that thing should be entangled with Old Man Shangfeng and can't come out. Only demons of level 4 or 5 can be sent out, and the highest will not exceed level 6. As long as it does not exceed level 6, there will be nothing in the Wizard Tower. The Tower of Babel is known as the Tower of Babel. Although it is only level 6, it has an excellent concealment effect. If you really hide, it is not easy to be discovered." Hearing Dole's words, Ash's nervous heart slowly calmed down. When she thought of Dole's frivolous appearance just now, she couldn't help but blush again. Ever since she hugged him last time, this guy has been pushing his feet. But when she thought of the touch between the two of them, it seemed quite good. She felt shy. Dole didn't expect how many little tricks Ash had in mind. He turned his head and looked outside. His eyes penetrated the Wizard Tower, and saw the scene in the mountains. At this time, there were several huge ships floating in the sky in the mountains, accompanied by dozens of Wizard Towers. It was unknown what they had discovered. In one place in the mountain, several small Wizard Towers were located there, bombarding the mountain with witchcraft, as if digging something. He then thought that this was a world, and naturally there were various metal mines, magic crystal mines, and the like. Originally, they came here to get some natural treasures. Metal mines are what all forces want, whether they are human, demon, or devil. The difference is how much they desire. Humans desire more, while magic beasts desire less. At this time, on the other side of the mountain, the magic beast army was also gathering. The two families seemed to have discussed everything, restrained each other, and maintained a normal confrontation, but the relationship was not much better. In the sky farther away, the demons seemed to feel that they could not get any benefits, so they wandered in the distance, monitored, and blocked people coming from farther away. This world is very big, but at this time, all the creatures are gathered in two places. One is the residence of the Old Man Shangfeng, which is wrapped by the inner demon, and the other place is here. After thinking for a long time, Dole and Ash put away the Wizard Tower and came out of it. They floated alone at the edge of the crowd. The combination of the two immediately attracted the recruitment of mercenaries and forces around them. But Dole and Ash ignored it. The reason he came out was that he was just a part of the human race. After they appeared, the people of Lai and Ing looked at each other. They did not deliberately target them, but some people focused their eyes here. They knew that the rest of the people were from the 8 countries on the sea, and only these two were foreign wizards, and they were knowledgeable, and should not be underestimated. But in this super large-scale battle with more than 1,000 figures and tens of thousands of people, the power that 2 level 5s could produce was too small. After the two arrived, they did not cause much commotion. In the end, it was Ash's appearance that attracted many people's covetousness. She was too beautiful, with an icy aura, aloof and indifferent, like an ice goddess, while Dole next to her was a little inferior. Although he was not a real handsome guy, he could only be regarded as pleasing to the eye, but he was not able to attract people's attention. The combination of these two people, plus their aura, made people around them constantly cast their eyes. After Dole rejected the recruitment of dozens of forces in succession, he simply refined a large wooden bird on the spot, and then the two sat on it. It was not a big deal to always float in the sky with their own power. In this way, about a day later, a 6th level wizard suddenly appeared and informed them that they would lead the wizards in this area to the center of the world. Dole did not hesitate, looked at Ash, urged the wooden bird, and flew forward. The 6th level wizard Dole seemed to have seen it before. He seemed to be from Ingwa. He was not too strong. He called everyone together, and then explained the seriousness of the matter seriously. How powerful the inner demon is, how to defend it, how to stick to your heart, how to protect your will, and so on. The wizards and mercenaries around listened very seriously. What happened in the recent period has caused them enough attention. It caused a large number of casualties among humans and monsters. The death was so heavy, but it was just an inner demon. This was shocking enough. So after the person explained the situation, everyone had a solemn expression and listened seriously. No one missed it. Finally, the man talked about the tactics of various countries. They planned to use strategic alchemical equipment to bombard remotely first to weaken the energy of the inner demon, and then engage in close combat. Everyone's task was to attack those demons, and survive the sniping of the demons. Chapter 494. Above the boundless forest, the large army formed a whole, and slowly advanced. Under the blue sky, it was like a black cloud, moving in a certain direction. On the other side of the human race was the camp of the Warcraft. Their numbers were much smaller than those of the human race, but their momentum was also strong. The human race deliberately stayed away from the Warcraft, while the Warcraft deliberately approached the human race, forming a very delicate position between the two. At this time, in the Warcraft camp, a Warcraft with horns on its head that had transformed into a human form looked gloomily ahead. The inner demon is the enemy of our race, especially when facing a Lord of Desire. This time, we are most likely going to die. Before we die, we must drag the human race down with us. You can't say that. If the large alchemical artifacts on the human race are powerful, and can severely injure the Lord of Desire, we will have a lot of chances. This world is vast and rich in resources. There are so many good things. I don't want to die. That's right. The man with horns snorted coldly at this time. Who of you can control your desires? The Lord of Desire will die with a thought. Except for level 7, who can resist? Don't think too much. Stay away, and let the human race fight first. After the magic beast finished speaking, there was silence around. The Lord of Desire suppressed them too strongly. It was a tremor from the blood. They didn't want to be enemies with each other in their hearts, but that was the inner demon. No matter who you are, whether you are a magic beast or not, if you encounter it, you will be controlled. Being controlled is equivalent to death. They don't want to die for the time being, so they can only join forces with the human race to fight against the Lord of Desire. The 8th level inner demon is called the Lord of So-and-so according to its ability. When it reaches the 9th level, it will be called the Lord of So-and-so. Its strength will be greatly improved. With one thought, the small figures of the 6th and 7th levels around it will die in large numbers. Although the 8th level is not so terrifying, it is not too easy to deal with the small figures of the 4th and 5th levels. At this time, the memories brought by the deep level of these monsters cannot be false at all. Therefore, if they want to survive, they must work with the human race to deal with the Lord of Desire, who may be promoted to the Lord of Devil. Judging from the current situation, this person may be practicing the most powerful way of desire, which is very domineering. Dole and Ash, riding wooden birds, flew on the edge of the crowd, very inconspicuous, and the breath of the two was hidden, becoming obscure. At this time, whoever dares to say that he is awesome will definitely be the first to be pulled out as cannon fodder. They don't have this awareness yet. Do a lie, what should we do later? Let's fight with the demons first, and then we can fish in troubled waters when they really start fighting. Duali's strength has improved, and Ash's bloodline power has also improved, but they don't have the courage to fight against a Lord of Desire, who is suspected to be level 8. Even if they claim to be the best among the human race, facing a Lord of Desire, who is 3 levels higher than themselves. It is simply a moth flying into the sun, and there is no possibility of survival. The people of Ingwa and Lightwood did not reveal their identities, and the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Ash looked around. There were people everywhere, densely packed. There were tens of thousands of people, a sea of people, especially in the sky, densely packed, plus various flying alchemy equipment, plus several huge monsters of major organizations. Just looking at the number of people, completely crushing everything. In the farther sky and earth, many demons can be seen flying around, looking at the situation here vigilantly. Shunfeng Station. The Lord of Desire frowned. He had tried his best to reduce the number of people coming from outside. Unexpectedly, the news leaked out in advance. They gathered so many people and more than a dozen large strategic weapons. He felt that he might have been a little careless. The level of these forces was not very good. The highest was only the peak of level 7, which was 1 level lower than himself. Most of them were small shrimps of level 3, 4, 4, and 5. If it was a normal situation, he could use his full strength, and it would be a thought to kill everyone, but now, he frowned deeply. Where did the news leak out? How could they suddenly unite? And some of them had methods against him. This was obviously not in line with people in a big world that had not been invaded by demons. As for those demons, although they knew him, they could not recognize him so quickly. He is still thinking, what went wrong? The old guy Shunfeng doesn't know what's going on yet, but once the fight starts, he may not be able to take care of it. It seems that if he breaks through the 9th level, he will have to rely on those people outside. As long as he eats enough, it shouldn't be difficult to break through. As the Lord of Desire, a fire of desire is burning in his heart. Success or failure depends on this one move. Either he becomes the Lord of Desire and occupies this world, or he will be beaten back to his original form. Whether he succeeds or not, it depends on this. On top of several giant ships of Ingwa, dozens of thoughts are communicating together, very frequently. Ingwa's strength is not that strong. It can even be said that it is not much different from the great overseas countries. When negotiating, they are treated as equals, but their personal temperaments are different. If you ask me, when we meet, we will not say anything and just start bombing. I think so too. Although the Lord of Desire is a pure spiritual existence, energy and spirit are inseparable. Just bombard and kill him to wear down his spiritual power. If Lord Shunfeng can sense it, we can cooperate inside and outside, and maybe we can liberate Lord Shunfeng. I also agreed to bomb directly. Everyone said something, and no one agreed to resolve the dispute in the form of negotiation. Demons and humans are originally opposing existences. There is no possibility of coexistence. Unlike demons, demons are the enemy of all living things. The people of Ingwa and Laiwa looked at each other, and made up their minds. I agree, let's just bombard it. I remember that Pung Country has a big light wizard cannon. You can start first, and see how the demon reacts to the various attributes, and then make other arrangements. Yes, our Xianfu Country's purple thunder cannon will assist. The demon is afraid of light and thunder. Yes, 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 let's try it from a distance first. It was almost unanimous soon. First, bombard it from a distance, and then see if Lord Shunfeng can be rescued. As long as Lord Shunfeng is free, then one level 8 and several level 7s will assist together. It is not particularly easy to deal with a Desire Demon Lord, but it is enough to bombard it to death. First bombard one side, and then have those scattered cultivators play the vanguard to consume the number of demons. In short, this battle can only be won, not lost. Defeat means death, there is nothing to say about it. Soon, a layer of orders were issued directly, and finally fell into the ears of Duolai and the others. After hearing the news, Duolai had some understanding of the determination of several countries. These people were really scared. He just didn't know how many of them had already defected to the demon clan, and how many would rebel when a rail fight broke out. Chapter 495. The biggest reason why Duolai didn't want to deal with other people was that the demon invaded the human body, and as long as it was not exposed, it would not be discovered by others. He was afraid that others had been invaded by the demon, and would spy on his details. He looked strong at the moment, but his real strength was only level 5. In the end, he still had to rely on Lord Ball. This level of battle was no less than participating in the Southwest battle in Watzenberg. It was simply terrifying. But it was good to have some experience. The team moved forward slowly, and after a day, they saw the highest mountain in this world, and the endless black air on the highest mountain. The mountains within a radius of more than 1,000 kilometers were all covered by black air, without a single omission. When seeing the black air, a sound of sucking and cold air came from the ship. The demon's body was so huge, on the edge of the mountain, endless demons were flying around, and their number was as high as hundreds of thousands. When Dual saw this, he was slightly shocked. During this period, he didn't know how many demons had been eliminated, but there were still so many demons that appeared. It seemed that many creatures had been killed and injured recently. Demons were transformed from creatures. This was true. During this period, many people died. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The large army did not stop. Although they were stunned, the decision they made still counted. At this time in the mountains, the Lord of Desire also saw the mixed forces of the human and demon races, and sighed in his heart. After all, it has come to this point. He radiated the breath of desire silently in all directions, ready for battle. The breath of desire spread silently on the spiritual level. No one could detect it except those who used spiritual power to explore. Most of them soon came to less than 10 kilometers in front of the mountain and slowly stopped. At this time, they could already see the majestic mountains and the specific situation in the mountains. At this time, the situation outside could also be seen in the mountains. Many people raised their heads and looked at this sight in shock. The old man Shanfeng, who was sitting on the top of the mountain, also had a bright light in his eyes. Those people came, and they set out in groups. It seems that they have fought with the Lord of Desire and learned some information. It seems that they can get out of trouble this time. After dealing with the Lord of Desire for so many years, the old man Shanfeng has already had some experience. As long as those people can delay the Lord of Desire for a while, he will have a chance to come out, and then communicate with them inside and outside and attack together. It is not easy to destroy the Lord of Desire. He can transform into billions of incarnations and hide in people's hearts. It is very difficult, but as long as his desire core is broken, the Lord of Desire will fall from the altar and will never be able to stir up crazy waves again. Thinking of this, he slightly tightened a small stone in his hand. He looked towards the east, where the fleet was. He saw that there seemed to be a lot of people coming this time when the space was opened, and there were so many large fleets. It seemed that he had a chance. A bright light burst out from the eyes of the old man Shanfeng. At this moment, he felt the breath above his head getting stronger and stronger. He saw that hundreds of thousands of demons around the mountain were slowly going out of the mountain. His heart tightened. Most of these demons were formed by people from this world being devoured, and some were formed by outsiders. Their levels were not high. After being devoured, their own strength dropped significantly. In fact, most of them were only level 3 or 4, and there were very few level 5. Not to mention level 6, they were all in the single digit, but these demons should not be underestimated. The most important thing is their number, which is huge. Thinking of this, the old man Shanfeng's eyes burst into bright colors and looked forward. The fleet arrived, the demons were dispatched, and above each fleet, everyone saw the scene for the first time. When they saw the countless demons in the surrounding world, they exchanged glances, and then the surrounding giant ships and wizard towers opened their wizard formations, bursting out bright light, and red light, blue light, and colorful energy gathered in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The fleet, without saying anything, also started the frenzy attack mode and bombarded forward directly, and it was very fierce. The strategic artillery bombardment of level 7 and level 8, and the strong elemental fluctuations made everyone's heart waver. On several large ships, they directly took out the strongest means. As soon as they made a move, they used level 8 artillery fire, thunder, light, lightning, and flames, each forming different forms and blasting towards the mountains. Especially the light artillery fire, which exuded an extremely bright sacred aura. Wherever it passed, all the demons were instantly vaporized, without even a little dregs left, and then fell into the mountains with a bang. Seeing this situation, the Lord of Desire on the mountain suddenly burst out with a strong dangerous aura in his heart. All the demons gathered in the middle, and blocked the way of the artillery fire. At the same time, the huge aura condensed by his black fog began to slowly shrink, and slowly formed a huge human upper body on the top of the mountain. He waved his hand, and green light formed from his hand, and came towards the various artillery fire. The green aura looked inconspicuous, but it grew bigger and stronger in the air, and soon formed dozens of 8th level spiritual witchcrafts, which were divided into various forms, and rushed towards the artillery fire. Spiritual Howl, Spiritual Thorn, Banshee Howl, Dark Eye, Heart of Fear, Weakness, Death. The green energy met the artillery fire in the air, part of it exploded, part of it was extinguished silently, and the world shook violently. Rumble. Circles of energy exploded in the sky, then collided with other energies, exploded again, and part of it disappeared silently, forming vortices. The air waves rolled, thunder and lightning, light, Flames, painted into various debris burst out, and the area within a radius of tens of kilometers was covered with various elements. Gun smoke and fog almost covered the entire world in an instant. Some artillery fire also passed through the spiritual magic and continued to fly up the mountain. After all, the artillery fire on the human side was too strong. Wherever the artillery passed, the demons were destroyed silently and disappeared, but the artillery fire was getting slower and slower. Seeing this, the person in charge of the human alliance waved his hand, and the second round of artillery fire was fired again, and magic flew from afar again. If these attacks really landed on the mountain, I am afraid that they would directly blow a terrifying big pit in the mountain, and hundreds of mountaintops would disappear. On the mountain, the demon's face was extremely gloomy. With just this one blow, his demons lost 1/10. He waved his hand again, and spiritual witchcraft condensed from his hand, and flew to the opposite side. At the same time, he accelerated the release of the breath of desire. Although there are many human beings, they are also very complicated. As long as the breath of desire can enter the human camp, it will definitely relieve himself a little bit of time. If the first round of artillery fire was a test, then the second round of artillery fire was a real contact. After one round, the number of demons was reduced again. The Lord of Desire had an extremely gloomy face, while the human race was naturally ecstatic. Chapter 496. The Lord of Desire needs to refine the magic circle of the mountain, which requires constant suppression. Naturally, he cannot move. He can only be beaten. The human race has so many strategic weapons, so there is no need to worry that the demon will not accept it. The second and third rounds of artillery fire flew out quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Dole and Ash sat on the waste bird, standing next to the large army, watching all this quietly. Strategic weapons are really strong. The power of an 8th level artillery fire is basically equivalent to an 8th level master's full-strength attack, and this is just an ordinary attack for strategic weapons. 8 giant wheels attacking together is equivalent to 8 8th level masters attacking with full strength together. This power is really fierce. However, the Lord of Desire is also really powerful. With the power of one demon, he broke all the witchcrafts abruptly. Although the demon was severely damaged, he himself did not suffer any damage. It was only the demon that was consumed, that's all. As long as the energy on the human race side is almost consumed, it is estimated that the Lord of Desire will take action. He slowly became alert, fearing that the Desire Demon Lord would do something strange. At this moment, he felt something was wrong, as if something had mixed in with the world, and his own thoughts suddenly popped up one by one, suddenly telling himself what he needed, and what he wanted to fight for, which was what he wanted to get. Desire breath, Dual Eye's heart trembled, and many magic patterns he got from the demon head instantly formed around him, twisting the spirit, devouring the spirit, mental illusions, interfering with the spirit, and many other magic patterns formed, blocking the bodies of the two. When the magic pattern appeared, Dual Eye instantly felt that something was attacking the magic pattern strongly. At this time, Ash's expression beside him also moved slowly, obviously affected by the breath, but when Dole arranged the magic pattern, this effect was minimal. Although the breath of desire is strong, it is not strong when it is spread to everyone. As long as you stick to your heart, you can resist it. However, with the tenacity of the two people's mental strength, and being affected, the others are naturally even more unbearable. A fight soon broke out in the camp, and for a while, the camp was a bit chaotic. Next to Dole, the two mercenaries suddenly had distorted faces, anger, greed, and other emotions flashed on their faces, and then drew their swords and rushed towards Dole. The breath on their bodies quickly changed from various elements to a stream of desire power. The desire power was not very strong, but very strange. Their swords were entangled with their own power and desire power at this time, and they just slashed at the two people directly. Just as Dole was about to attack, he saw that Ash had already attacked quietly. He waved his hand casually, and the surrounding cold air became violent. The biting cold breath emanated from his body and spread to the 6 directions of up, down, left, right, front, and back. Before the two men's swords came over, the biting cold had already invaded their bodies. The strong freezing made their movements extremely slow, and they recovered some of their consciousness, but their eyes and expressions were still very ferocious. They struggled hard, but their hands still drew their swords inch by inch, and the sword energy condensed, and moved forward inch by inch. Seeing this, Ash sighed, and the bodies of the two suddenly stopped, and a stream of cold breath climbed up their bodies, and soon, they turned into 2 ice sculptures. From beginning to end, she did not attack, and she suppressed the 2 level 5 warriors with just her breath. The 2 warriors were from another team of mercenaries. After Ash made his move, They fell silent, and looked at Dole, and the other two warily. Dole sighed at this time. The Lord of Desire has already made his move, and the Breath of Desire has already attacked. Everyone, be careful. This situation was happening everywhere in the human camp, even in the giant ship. Soon, the firepower in the camp was reduced by 1/3. The giant ship was still firing, but the frequency and speed were not as good as before, but it was enough to deter and intimidate the Lord of Desire. At this time, in the sky on both sides, the demons were lurking and were about to intercept the energy. Some demons wanted to break through, but they were shot down in the air one after another. The main function of those demons was to consume the power of the human race. On the other side, the monsters did not have this means. Most of the demons just floated quietly in the air, watching the excitement indifferently and silently. However, when the Breath of Desire appeared, some monsters were immediately controlled, and then fought with the surrounding monsters, and the monster camp fell into chaos directly. It was really useless. The human race sighed when they saw this. They couldn't count on this group of monsters. Although after level 4, monsters might have wisdom, they were really not up to the standard. Looking at the chaotic monsters, the human race silently became alert and increased their offensive. On the mountain, the Lord of Desire accurately intercepted various artillery fire, and used the power of the magic head to consume the artillery fire. At this time, it had reached an unbearable stage. The human race was simply the enemy of the demons. The damage of large-scale strategic weapons was really severe. Even as the Lord of Desire at level 8, he had no way to deal with this consumption. Even if he devoured most of the creatures in this world, he still didn't have the power to fight back under the saturation attack. At this moment, he was not paying attention, and a beam of light broke through the darkness and fell on him. Suddenly, large areas of darkness melted away, and beams of light burst out from his body. The black air disintegrated, the black fog rolled up, and terrifying howls emanated from him. The black fog rolled, and the Lord of Desire tried to control his emotions, calm down, and block other attacks outside. The witchcraft of the light system was very harmful to him. When the beam of light fell on the Lord of Desire, Elder Shangfeng was also watching. Seeing this attack, his mouth opened with a smile. In addition to Elder Shangfeng, tens of millions of people in the entire mountain range were also looking at the sky at this time, looking at the human fleet on the horizon, and their faces were full of hope. Trapped for many years, all descendants were confined to a small mountain range. No matter who they were eager to get out. However, this idea only arose slightly, and many adults scolded everyone, asking them to keep their minds focused and not think about things they shouldn't think about. They still remembered that the fate of being attacked by the Desire Demon Lord was just one word: death. There was no way to save them. Many people were startled and hurried to do what they had to do without thinking about anything else. Once there was one, there would be another. The fleet's energy was being consumed, and the Desire Demon Lord was also consuming it. Soon, a second beam of light broke through the blockade of the black fog and landed on the mountain. Boom! This time it was a blazing pillar of fire, and large areas of darkness were burned. Seeing this, those people in the human camp, who were full of hatred, threw magic crystals into the giant cannon to increase energy and shoot again. This time, the major empires and families that came in almost lost half of their troops. Seeing the effect of the artillery fire, all those who were not contaminated by the Breath of Desire worked harder. Chapter 497. On the route of the artillery attack in the middle, the overwhelming momentum of the millions of demons had disappeared at this time, leaving only a few powerful demons, still firmly guarding the place where the artillery fire was advancing. More than half of the demons had completely dissipated in the air. At this time, a voice came from several giant ships: everyone, attack, major wizard towers, giant ships assist, kill the demons. The fleet started from a static state, and slowly moved towards the giant ship. The voice also came to Dole and Aishi's ears, warning them to move quickly. The artillery fire continued, but the fleet was moving, and the number was no longer as large as before. At this time, they decided to let all the scattered cultivators entangle the demons, while the giant ship continued to move forward and bombarded the Lord of Desire. The energy was almost consumed, and they could not continue to consume it. Dole had no choice but to look at Aishi and then drive the wooden bird forward. At this time, the team began to slowly disperse and contact the demons in front. The first echelon had already met and started fighting. The demons had a variety of attack methods, including various mental power, witchcraft, illusions, and luring people's mental power. At a distance just now, no one felt anything, but once they came into contact, many organizations collapsed in an instant, many people rebelled, and began to fight internally. Of course, many demons were strangled, such as Delay and Ash. Ash opened the ice field and strangled all the demons that came in. Before those demons got close, their mental will have been assimilated by the ice field, and then quickly dissipated into the air. Seeing this, Dual Eye was slightly stunned. Aishi's bloodline power was so strong that it could assimilate low-level demons. On the way the two passed, demons disappeared one after another. At this time, Aishi suddenly said to Dual Eye, the demons assimilated by the domain can actually feed back the spiritual power. Why don't you try it? Dual Eye nodded and looked in all directions. At this time, there were all kinds of shouts and killings all around, and magic phantoms opened one after another, forming various different visions. The sky was full of weather. Most people in the 8 countries on the sea practiced the 4 systems of feng shui, ice and thunder, so the magic phantoms that were opened were essentially the same, mainly water, some ice, and some thunder. At a glance, it seemed that there was an extra layer of blue water vapor in the sky, which looked very mysterious. Dual Eye just glanced and said to Aishi, be careful. He then left Aishi and unfolded his own magic phantom, and a storm breath slowly released from his body. He did not spread the storm too widely, only covering an area of 8 or 9 meters, then took out his staff, opened his mental power to the maximum, and a faint thunder was added to the surrounding world. These thunders were simulated heavenly thunder wheels, and wherever they passed, the demons quickly dissipated. Those who were not destroyed were all level 5. Dual Eye waved his staff, and a lightning flash quickly appeared in his hand, crackling, and shot at the demon. The speed of lightning was so fast that it arrived in the blink of an eye, so the demon targeted by Dual Eye almost didn't need to dodge at all, and it was too late to dodge. A blue lightning suddenly appeared on his body, and the body formed by the black fog kept shaking and dissipating, and then the next lightning was. After 3 or 4 times, a demon of the same level disappeared in the air. At this time, Delay felt a spiritual force coming from an unknown place into his own domain, and then it became his own power like spring breeze and rain. He blinked his eyes, not knowing why. Could this be what I said just now? Killing the demon can increase his spiritual power? When he thought of this, he continued to expand the virtual image of the storm 2 meters outward, and then pointed to the sky with his hand, and dozens of thunders flashed through the sky. Rumble. The thunder roared, just like the real thunder shaking. Within 300 meters around, everyone only heard the roar. The team of mercenaries, who attacked Delay just now stood on the boat, and looked at Delay with an extremely surprised look. For a lightning wizard, the number of thunders is a bit exaggerated. They saw that as the staff in their hands waved, after the thunder flashed in front, there was no demon. There were also masters in the surrounding forces. After feeling Dual Eye's lightning, they had only one thought in their minds. Heavenly Thunder Will, this young man was actually a rare thunder genius. Dual Eye didn't care so much, and followed most of them to move forward. Wherever they went, lightning would destroy them. As long as there was no level 6 demon, demons below level 5 could only support 3 rounds at most under the Heavenly Thunder Will, and would turn into a cloud of dust. As for being aroused by the other party, it didn't exist at all. And Ash, who was next to Dual Eye, was even more relaxed. As long as she opened the ice and snow field, those demons would die quickly as long as they came quickly. The magic patterns flashed on the 2 people's bodies. They were all magic patterns seized from the demons. They were all about the spiritual system. Now they were used on each other, complementing each other. There's a saying in the wizard world that everything can be a magic pattern. Delay also tried his best to find something he could use on the demon. In the past, there were only magic patterns, but now he knows that killing the demon can also get pure spiritual power. He became more excited, but he still kept a low profile occasionally. Most of them were still moving forward slowly and firmly. From time to time, people fell from the sky and fell into the endless forest, never coming up again. The number of demons was also constantly decreasing, from unclear to visible. The demons still covered the sky, but there was no way to defeat them. Several major forces of the human race were still firing cannons. On the distant mountain, the Lord of Desire had shrunk by 1/10. It had originally covered the entire mountain range, but now it had shrunk to the mountain. The Lord of Desire was extremely gloomy at this time. This damn human race, no matter how it died, it couldn't die. It was really annoying. The black fog gradually dissipated, revealing the huge wizard formation below. The wizard's formation was bright and clear, like a thin film, covering most of the mountain range. This was already a formation of almost level 9. Everyone could already see the scene in the mountain. In the entire huge mountain, almost all places where people could live were full of people, and almost all places where people could grow crops were planted. Every area was planned to be full, without any omissions. The mountain was densely packed with people, and at this time those people were looking up at the sky, watching the battle above their heads. After seeing the situation below, everyone focused and concentrated on attacking the inner demon, so as not to hit the magic formation below. At this time, the Desire Demon Lord also became anxious. Dole felt that the offensive from the outside continued to intensify. The number of level 3 and 4 demons had been almost consumed, and most of the demons that appeared next were level 5. The pressure on him and Ash increased greatly. Originally, one lightning bolt could kill a low-level demon, but now it takes 4 or 5 lightning bolts to kill a demon of the same level. The opponent's counterattack was also very powerful, and it could even arouse the desires deep in his heart. Chapter 498. Desire exists in everyone's heart. Physiological desire, desire to become stronger, desire to eat. As long as it is related to what one wants in one's heart, it can be called desire. The mental impact of the 5th level inner demon is very strong, so Dual Eye also guards his mind tightly, using the power of the wizard tower to protect himself while releasing witchcraft. He doesn't know much about mental witchcraft. What he uses repeatedly are the many magic patterns he got from the inner demon. Those mysterious magic patterns support his understanding of mental power and memory. After killing several 5th level inner demons in a row, Dual Eye feels that his desire to resist the inner demon has increased. He has no desires in his heart, and his mind is full of the will of the thunder hidden in the staff. As the number of times the simulated will of the thunder is used increases, he becomes more and more proficient in lightning spells. Once the thunder is cast, the effect can basically be seen. The will of heaven and earth has a great suppressive power on the demon. Soon, a thunder will slowly bruise around him and mixes with the virtual image of the storm. As soon as the will of the thunder came out, those level 5 demons stopped coming and turned to other places. Dual Eye felt relieved all of a sudden, and Aishi beside him also felt relieved. Aishi's face was slightly pale. That was pale, obviously, it was not so easy to maintain the domain. Dual Eye glanced at Aishi, and felt that the ice and snow domain was becoming more and more solid, and his heart was also relaxed. At this time, they had advanced to less than 5 kilometers from the mountain range, and the population, houses, and structures below were completely visible, but they were still 100 kilometers away from the mountain range. Where is the demon's body? A large mass of darkness in the sky enveloped the highest peak of the mountain. Just a glance at it made him feel his heart surge and his desire grow. At this moment, he saw that, for some unknown reason, a large amount of blue aura suddenly emerged from the inner demon, and a loud voice spread from the mountain peak to all directions. Lord of Desire, you have trapped me for 300 years, and now it is finally my turn to take action. The blue aura turned into ice flames, and then, a series of murderous wind auras in the sky condensed in the mountain, covering half of the mountain range. Elder Shanfeng? Dual Eye was slightly stunned, and looked carefully, but saw that where the inner demon was, the sky had begun to condense into groups of blue clouds, and the wind rose, and quickly condensed towards the center. Between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds suddenly became surging, and quickly gathered towards the mountain. As soon as the 8th level master made a move, he knew that the power was simply irresistible. Level 8 masters are also called horror level masters, which means that they are extremely terrifying when they attack, which is more powerful than natural disasters. Elder Shanfeng has been suppressed for so many years, and the Human Alliance helped him solve the suppression. This attack is like a natural disaster. The black fog of the demon is constantly churning, and the black fog covering hundreds of thousands of square kilometers is constantly shrinking and rolling, resisting the erosion of the surrounding aura, resisting the artillery fire of the human aura, and constantly releasing various auras of desire. When the demon's aura shrinks to a certain extent, dark flames and dark lights burst out around the black fog, confronting the blue aura, just like the magnificent forces of heaven and earth fighting and colliding with each other. At the same time, in the dark aura, green auras hit the human fleet, like a comet hitting the earth, and the aura is extremely terrifying. At this time, all the demons seemed to have received some instructions, and began to attack the human fleet regardless of consumption. Some low-level demons exploded directly when they approached the fleet, and the powerful destructive force of mental collapse directly extinguished the will contained in the magic pattern. The collapse of the magic pattern directly caused the defense array to break, and the outer defense was dispersed. Soon, countless demons rushed into the crowd. This instant change made the human fleet suddenly confused. The low-level demons exploded directly, and for a time, the fleet bloomed everywhere. As soon as the defense array retreated, the breath of desire directly invaded, and countless people were infected by the breath of desire and rebelled. The human fleet was in chaos. When Dole saw this, the storm breath gradually shrank around his body, and the green magic pattern lit up outside the storm breath. At the same time, he controlled the wooden bird to fly down. At this time, he stood on the edge of the left wing of the mother bird, and Ash stood on the edge of the other wing of the wooden bird's wing, and the two fell down at the same time. At this time, Ash also shrank the scope of the ice and snow field. After looking at Dual-Eye waved to him. Ash's consumption was too great, and he didn't care about being reserved at this time. He jumped directly into Dual-Eye's defense circle, and then handed all the defense to Dual-Eye. Dual-Eye stretched out his hand, hugged Ash with one hand, then jumped onto the console of the wooden bird and fell rapidly. At this time, the human camp was already in chaos. In addition to the large ships, almost all other medium and small organizations were affected by the breath of desire, and the civil strife officially began. As Dual-Eye fell, naturally other forces began to avoid it, but the breath of desire had become very strong at this time, and it was everywhere. Just resisting these breaths made most people very hard, not to mention being chased and beaten by people nearby. For a moment, the sky was in chaos. Dole and Ash were also greatly affected, but no one else was more affected. After mastering the heaven and earth thunder, Dole was like mastering a safety net. After releasing the heavenly thunder will, he quickly fell down and was rarely harassed by the demon. At this time, the roar on the giant ship became lower, but more stable, and in the mountains, the storm and the wind had been entangled with the black air, making all kinds of hissing sounds. Lightning, flames, and various colors of chi erupted in the mountains, and all kinds of terrifying auras could be seen erupting in all directions at any time. The destructive power of level 8, if they were touched casually, those of level 4 or 5 would fall on the spot. That's why Dole quickly moved away from the battle area. At this time, the human alliance had already collapsed, and the monsters in the distance were actually even more unbearable, and had already been in chaos. Dole looked around vigilantly, and slowly landed on a flat ground with Ash, and then the two quietly walked into the woods and came to a small river. At this time, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. However, the desire around them was still very strong, and Dole still insisted on resisting. She looked up, and the ice and snow around her condensed, and there were bright lights flashing. Too terrible, this is a contest between 8 levels, and even mountains can be broken. No wonder people above 8 levels can't just do it casually. Dole also felt the same way. According to Lord Ball, the energy level of this world is too low, and 8 levels are already very high, so it looks very destructive. In some worlds with higher energy levels, there are even 9 levels, and the destructive power is even greater. It's hard to imagine how powerful the god level that Lord Ball said is. Can it break a continent at a time? She sighed in her heart. After following Dole, her horizons expanded rapidly. She used to think that she was already very powerful in the provincial capital of Wassenberg, but after a few months, the little pride on her body had long disappeared. The worldview of Bar and Dole was much larger than hers. In the past few months since she came out, she only felt that this world was too big and beyond her imagination. Level 5 or 6 was nothing. If she was not at level 7, she was not qualified to go out. Chapter 499. Whenever you come out to explore a relic, you will encounter a small world and a level 8 war. It's so scary. This trip is so exciting. The roar continued, and there was still fighting in the distance. There were all kinds of magic fluctuations in all directions, and the two of them looked at the distant mountains very nervously. If nothing unexpected happens, one of the demon and the old man Shanfeng will definitely fall. The only ones who can influence the situation of the war are those giant ships. If they can help well, there will be basically no accidents. If the giant ships are also eroded by the Lord of Desire, it will be fun. Dole quickly landed on the ground, and his mental power formed a barrier. There were no demons around to attack him, so he took Ash and retreated. The two were only level 5, while the Lord of Desire and the old man Shanfeng were both level 8. To put it bluntly, if the two sides made a little noise, they would die without a burial place. In the wilderness, there were dense forests. The forests were quiet, and there was nothing, even insects were very few. The world around the mountain had long been turned into a wasteland by the Lord of Desire, but Dual-Eye knew that this mountain should not be simple, otherwise, Elder Shanfeng would not have been entangled with the Lord of Desire for hundreds of years. Just now, looking down from the sky, the expectant eyes in the huge mountain range were enough to prove everything. Those people were really trapped for too long. At this time, in the sky, other people were either eroded by the breath of desire and turned into puppets of the devil, or fell directly to all directions. Except for those large forces, they had already fled in all directions, and this place had little to do with them. Dole and Ash left quickly and headed outside. Soon, the two had left the mountain more than 50 kilometers away. At a glance, the mountain only appeared a little on the horizon. There was no demon around, but there were many sounds of fighting around. It was someone fighting with the people occupied by the demon. They also ran to the far side. Dole and Ash were not interested in plundering resources. Although the original intention of the two to come in was also related to resources, if they needed to mine by themselves, then forget it. They were not interested in doing these things. What this world needs is development, not direct harvest. Now just wait quietly for the Lord of Desire and the old man Shangfeng to decide the winner, and then leave this world. This time entering the ruins is really a lesson. You can't participate in any adventure activities casually in the future, but Dole and Ash also gained a lot. The rumbling sound in the mountain lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. On the human camp side, all the giant ships had almost consumed their energy, leaving only the basic flying ability. At this time, they had retreated to a distance and absorbed energy from other places. The demon head that originally covered the entire mountain range had now turned into a dazzling magic light, confronting another dazzling blue light in the sky. The Lord of Desire was almost furious. If he had lungs, he would have wanted to take it slowly, swallow up everyone in this world, and improve himself. Unexpectedly, these outsiders were so united that they drove the giant ship directly to attack, which made all his plans aborted. If he swallowed this damn old man Shangfeng, quietly promoted to the 9th level, and then occupied this world, with the help of the origin of the small world, obtained the law fragments, promoted to the pseudo-god level, he could leave this world and plan the main world. Now it seems that everything has gone to waste. Hate. The Lord of Desire felt that he was about to become the Lord of Hate Heaven, and his heart was filled with hatred. If it weren't for the old man Shangfeng who had been pestering him, he would have run over and swallowed up everyone on the ship. The magic light became brighter and brighter, and the blue light became brighter and brighter. One man and one demon had fought to the end. There was no sadness or joy in the heart of the old man Shangfeng. At this time, he had already understood the flow rules of the wind breath and was in control. At that moment, with a wave of his hand, all the breath of heaven and earth slowly flowed and pressed towards the Lord of Desire. The Lord of Desire felt the breath of heaven and earth, and it seemed that there was a flow of laws. Although it was just a trace of breath, it also changed its face suddenly. The law is the origin of the world, and the foundation of the world. He remembered the meditation method practiced by the old man Shangfeng, which was about the wind element. The wind is constantly flowing. It is the law of nature, and the ability of the world itself. Mastering the law of wind is another world. Boom. The wind, particles, and everything in the world flowed from one direction to another, mighty and unstoppable. There was something blocking the way, the Lord of Desire. The Lord of Desire tried his best, and his mental power formed a large piece of green light, breaking out to the side. But the speed of the controlled things was too fast, and it hit him without giving him time to think. There was no violent sound, no huge force. A breath belonging to the law slowly flowed, crushing, and shattered the breath of the Lord of Desire. The breath of the old man Shangfeng suddenly surged tenfold at this time. Ha ha ha, thank you Lord of Desire for your cultivation for so many years. Today, I can see the prototype of the law. Please die, Lord of Desire. Then, he raised his hand. Without any movement, without any sign, the struggling Lord of Desire seemed to be gently patted by something, and then disappeared. The breath of the old man Shangfeng spread from the mountains to all directions. A breath of high rules continued to flow in the world. All living beings felt unnatural and sank in their hearts when they encountered this breath, as if a big stone fell on their hearts. The demons around began to flee in all directions at a very fast speed. The breath of the old man Shangfeng passed through the sky and earth at this time, and all the demons exploded instantly and disappeared. The people infected by the demons also exploded at this time, and turned into a bloody rain. The main body of the hard demon fell, and the whole world seemed to become bright. At this time, a loud voice came from a distance. The Lord of Desire's clones have not been eliminated. I hope everyone can hide in the mountains for a while, and wait until all the breath of the Lord of Desire is eliminated before coming out. If you want to leave here, I will send you out after the inspection. The most happy thing about the elimination of the Lord of Desire's breath is the major forces. They can finally calm down and collect resources in this world, while some people are still in fear and just want to leave alive. Hearing this resounding voice, Duolai looked at Aishi, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. They had been in this world for almost 3 or 4 months, and their lives were full of ups and downs, which was shocking. Now that the monsters were destroyed, they didn't want to stay any longer. Or let's go back. It's been almost 3 years since we came out. She finally breathed a sigh of relief and took back all his breath. The paleness on his face had a slight tinge of blood. Maintaining the domain was also a heavy burden for him, and coupled with his nervousness, he was far less relaxed than Dual-Eye. Dual-Eye nodded. They were originally going to find treasures, but now there were no treasures, so forget it. Okay, then let's choose to go out. Dual-Eye and she flew into the sky and looked around. The formation on the mountain was still closed, but at this time, some people came out from inside. A small door was opened somewhere to organize order and let people in. At the same time, a small magic formation had been set up on it, which seemed to be to check the demon. At this time, many people had already flown there, especially those large forces. Chapter 500. At this time, Dole heard a message. Are you two staying or preparing to leave? Without your notification, our Ing and Lai countries would not be able to survive with so many people. It was Hamas's voice. Dole paused when he heard the voice, and his mental power directly tracked back. Lord Hamas, we choose to leave. We have been away from home for too long, and we are going to go back now. At this time, another voice came. Dole, Aishi, we have told Elder Shanfeng about your affairs, thank you. Dole didn't expect that it had only been more than 10 minutes, and the senior officials had contacted each other, so he nodded and bowed in the direction of the giant ship. You're welcome. The two quickly came to the door. At this time, they saw that a small opening was opened at the door of a small village at the foot of the mountain, and everyone was passing through it in an orderly manner to enter the mountain. After the two landed, an older monk came to greet them directly. You two, please follow us. Dole asked in confusion, aren't you going to check? The old man smiled and said, you two discovered the devil's matter. It would be unreasonable to check you too. Our master invites you. Dole nodded and said, that's troublesome. The old man bowed deeply and said, we are the ones who trouble you too, please. The old man knew the truth of the matter, but it was still hard to believe that it was these two who saved their world. His heart was full of excitement and apology. Anyway, there were adults here, and they would definitely compensate them. Entering the village, the old man took the lead and flew to the top of the mountain. People around the entrance heard the conversation between the two and started to talk about it. It's hard to believe that these two young men know about the inner demon. They are really amazing. I originally thought they were from Ing or Lai, but I didn't expect them to be two young boys. I really have to thank them both. The entrance of the small village was very lively and serious. The Lord of Desire was eliminated in one fell swoop. This is a good thing for everyone. At the top of the mountain, there were already more than 30 people waiting at the entrance of a very simple and ancient palace. Seeing Dual-Eye and the other two coming, the joy and heaviness of the old man Shanfeng, who had just been promoted, turned into kindness. At this time, Visvis and Hamas were standing next to the old man. Everyone was looking at the two teenagers. Except for Visvis and Hamas, the others were a little unbelievable at this time. Hamas and Visvis were saying something beside them, and the old man Shanfeng was already frowning. At this time, Dual-Eye and Ash landed in front of the hall at the same time. At this time, a black dog jumped out from Dual-Eye's waist and looked at the old man Shanfeng in front of him arrogantly. Seeing this black dog, everyone was stunned for a moment. At this time, someone suddenly understood that's why. Elder Shanfeng's frown suddenly relaxed, and he saw that the two teenagers and this hellhound seemed to have an equal relationship. The hellhound looked at Elder Shanfeng, and the corners of its mouth opened horribly, revealing its sharp teeth. Haha, I didn't expect that the first person I saw in my life, who was promoted from level 8 to level 9, was actually a human. Life is really full of surprises. Elder Shanfeng looked at Dual-Eye and Aishi, and sighed slightly at this time, and the breath on his body gradually subsided. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, we would have been wiped out. He knew that it must be this man who discovered the devil's breath. The hellhound was very proud at this time. He snorted and said, I tell you this not to save your lives, but to protect my savior and save our own lives. Now take out all the good things. We are going back. Dole was a little uneasy at this time. What did this guy want to do? Did he take the wrong medicine today and be so high profile? He stepped forward and grabbed Ball's tail to stop him from talking. He hurriedly apologized and said, My lords, I am Dole. This is my friend Ash. This is Ball from the Hellhound clan. This time, we are all fighting against the devil and saving ourselves. So I dare not let the credit fall on myself. The people around looked at each other in bewilderment, and everyone's heart was heavy. Indeed, the boy was trying to save himself, but he saved all of them. The old man Shangfeng nodded and looked at Dole and Ball. At this moment, everything was self-evident. He thought about it, looked at the two of them, and was shocked. The inheritance of these two people was not simple. One had the breath of storm, and the other had the breath of the goddess of ice and snow. The meditation methods they practiced were all top meditation methods. They had no shortage of skills and strength. There was also a level 6 wizard tower hanging around their waists, and they had no shortage of defense. So what did they lack? He thought about it, then sighed, and said, no matter who you two are doing this for yourself or for something else, in short, all of us owe you a favor. I have two things here for you. He flicked his hand, and 2 stars flew out of his hand, then gradually grew larger and landed in front of the two. Seeing this thing, Duolai's eyes shrank, and Aishi's pupils also changed. The power of rules. This is the rule fragment that Elder Shangfeng got after he was promoted. This gift. Too expensive. The meditation method of the two people contains wind. Elder Shangfeng's rule aura is of great use to them, and will be used in the future, but this thing is the foundation of Elder Shangfeng. He gave them a little, and he needed to work hard to make up for it in the future. The rule fragment can be said to be a gift from heaven, and also his own achievement. The people around were stunned when they saw this. Duolai and Aishi almost refused directly. Elder Shangfeng pushed his breath directly in front of the two people, his expression solemn. If it weren't for you two, I would have perished today. Without the rule fragments, I can continue to comprehend in the future. If my people were gone, everyone would have died today. You saved us all, so don't refuse this thing. This ball, I also have something to give you. After saying that, he took out another thing from his arms, and sent it to Ball from a distance. Ball didn't even look at it. He opened his mouth wide, handed the thing to him, smiled, and said, "You're polite, I'm satisfied." After he said that, he stopped looking ahead and became bored. At this time, Ash and Dole also knew that they had to accept it. At this time, Vispus and Hamas also came out and said to Dole, "We don't have any good things either. I heard that you need some things, so we will give them to you. Ash, you need Xianbing, I have some here." Hamas handed over a storage bag directly, and handed it to Ash. "Dole, you need a Skyfrost worm, right? I've already asked the mercenary group for it. I give it to you." Others also stepped forward and presented a bunch of gifts to Dole and Ash. Dole and Ash looked at each other and hurriedly put away the things. They didn't expect to get an unexpected reward. 20 minutes later, the two appeared above the sea area, and a light gate behind them slowly closed. After coming out, Dole looked at Ash, and Ash looked at Dole, and both of them had slightly red faces. Chapter 501. We made a lot of money this time. Dole was a little excited. "Thank you, Lord Ball. Lord Ball, I get you whatever you want to eat." Dole suddenly became very excited. Ash also smiled. "Lord Ball, thank you." Ball had already entered the wizard tower at this time, hummed twice, indicating that it was not necessary. The two stood on the sea, looking up. There was sea water all around, and nothing could be seen. Dole looked at the sky, frowned, and said, "We are still above the East China Sea, but we are not sure where it is. Let's continue flying west, and see where we will land." Ash nodded. Dole then enlarged the wizard tower and entered it, and the two quickly disappeared on the sea. In the wizard tower, Ash sat on a stool in the hall, checking the harvest this time, showing a hint of happiness. "We gained a lot from this trip to the ruins." Dole nodded. "I didn't expect that there was a small world inside the ruins." "Are all the ruins the same?" Ash shook her head and said, "Many ruins are just places like ancient ruins left by our ancestors. I only heard about small worlds before, but I didn't expect to encounter a small world on my first trip. This kind of complete small world is a rare resource. If it is encountered by a family or aristocratic family, they will definitely try every means to get it." Dole naturally knew that the small world occupied by Elder Shangfeng had too many resources. If all of them were mined, it would be enough for an empire to use for tens of thousands of years. Dole nodded and said, "Small worlds are hard to come by. I have read some relevant information, saying that the rules and laws in the small world are incomplete, and many strange worlds are born. Dodecanese like a small world called the world of the dead, where they can summon the dead?" Ash nodded and said, "That's true, but it's still a minority." The two walked and chatted, and checked their gains this time. Dole also caught 2 demons, but he eliminated them after the matter was over. It's better not to keep such things to harm the world. The Tower of Babel has been promoted to level 6. The first and second floors are all filled with materials. It is not difficult to promote to level 8, but other materials need to be supplemented. Those empires have given a lot of good things, which can all be used. Ash earned more than him this time. Not only did she successfully promote to level 5, but her bloodline was also improved, especially with the 1,000-year-old black ice, which improved her strength again. Now Ash is almost only one step away from him. If all the black ice is integrated into the field, the strength of her field will basically be not much different from Dole's virtual image, and her strength will steadily step into the middle level of level 5. As long as she goes back, both her family status and social status will be improved again. There are many wizards of level 3 and 4 in Watzenberg, but they are rare from level 5 and above. The number of level 6 is no more than 20, and level 7 is even less. The status of the two has been steadily improving. Dole is going back this time to buy medicinal materials and upgrade his pharmacist level to level 7, paving the way for his promotion from level 5 to level 6. In addition to the accumulation of magic power, the promotion from level 5 to level 6 also requires the understanding of storms, and the understanding of the law fragments given by the old man Shangfeng. This time when he goes back, he can't stay in the city all the time. He plans to upgrade the wizard tower to level 7, and then find a place to open it up as his own territory. However, he had a headache because he needed a noble status to open up a territory. 15 days later, a thin black line appeared in front of the two of them, and it occupied all the vision in the distance, so wide that there was no end in sight. Dole was shocked, and finally saw land. He flashed and appeared on the top of the Tower of Babel, looking into the distance. At this time, Ball also appeared beside him. Ball, who was as tall as a person, was majestic and looked majestic. Finally saw land. I was almost crazy on the sea, eating fish and dragons every day, but I couldn't find a dragon. It was really unlucky. Dole's mouth twitched. Eat, 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 just eat. Of course, he only dared to complain in his heart. I don't know what's ahead. Yesterday I observed the stars, and it should be the coastline of the Glory Empire. In order to determine his route, he deliberately walked a little bit north, for fear of walking to other empires. Bar snorted, "It doesn't matter where we go, as long as it's not on the sea. Why are you in a hurry to go back? Are you going to fight?" Dole was a little speechless. It's been almost 3 years, the war must be over. Bar was stunned. "That's right. I don't have a good sense of time. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. Drive faster. I want to eat something when I get to land. My mouth is salty. A smell of seawater. I want to change my taste." Dole turned his head and looked at it. One man and one dog, staring at each other. Bar snorted and quickly disappeared from the top of the tower. Dole sensed that Ash was still practicing, and the entire 10th floor was covered with frost. The temperature was extremely low, and the cold frost had filled half of the wizard tower. Continuing along the sky, he soon saw the flat land, the golden coast, the green forest, and the high mountain peaks. Next to a coast, a tall fortress-like thing appeared in his eyes, which seemed to be a seaport. There were many ships docked at the seaport, and they seemed to be motionless. The closer to the coast, the more ships there were around, and they were all large ships, fishing at sea. Dole carefully calculated that the farthest ship was more than 100 kilometers away from the coastline. Has the human race driven the sea people so far? However, he soon discovered that there were dozens of giant ships sailing on the sea farther away. The aura on them was very strong, as if they were driving away the powerful creatures under the sea. He soon came to the sky above the giant ship, saw the flag hanging on the ship, and then breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed the flag of the Glory Empire. He slowly lowered the altitude, then put away the wizard tower, let go of the aura, and flew over alone. Dozens of huge ships were lined up and sailing on the sea. When they saw a black shadow flying over, a wizard on one of the ships pointed, and a beam of light shot out from the ship. Seeing this light, Dole turned around and went to the ship. This was standard goodwill. There was a protective shield on the ship, and the protective shield opened a gap. Dole fell through the gap and looked at the man. At this moment, he was shocked. This man was actually a wizard master like him. He bowed slightly and said, "Hello, where is this place?" The man looked at Dole and blinked. "From your accent, are you from the northwest?" "This is Port El, in the northeastern province of the empire. If we go further, we will be in Huadu." Dole was stunned. His accent was already very standard, but it could be heard. He had been in Watzenberg for a long time, and his accent had changed. He smiled and said, "I came from Watzenberg and now I am going back to Watzenberg. If this is the northeastern province, then I know." "Thank you." The man looked at Dole and looked at him carefully, saying, "You're welcome. A young wizard like you who has been promoted to level 5 is a first-class genius even in our northeastern province. I am really envious." Chapter 502. Dole smiled shyly and said, "It's just a coincidence. Goodbye." The man nodded and waved his hand. "Have a good trip." Dole bowed lightly, then disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already in the sky. He turned into a ray of light and shot towards the land. As long as we know where this is, it's only a matter of time to go back to Watzenberg. The most prosperous place in the Glory Empire is naturally the Central Imperial Capital, where the best magic academies, magic schools, and dozens of top magic organizations in the Empire are gathered. If the cultivation reaches a bottleneck, either go out to find an opportunity to break through, or go to the Imperial Capital, where there is the most complete wizard system in school. As long as you can find the right direction and have good talent, you can be promoted. Dole also wanted to go to the Imperial Capital, but his identity was here, so he didn't go in the end. From the northeast to the north, then through 2 plains, grasslands, and then through several high mountains, all the way to the northwest, and in the middle, he also passed through a section of the territory of the Northern Kingdom. He shuttled at high altitudes without letting anyone notice. It is summer now, and the earth is lush and green. Except for some desert areas, the whole world is green. It took another 5 days before he saw a familiar place. Familiar craters, familiar cities. But at this time, looking down from the sky, the entire Watzenberg seemed like a meteorite crater, which made Dole have a lot of suspicion. He sent a message to Ash. After Ash came to the top of the tower and saw the familiar Watzenberg, he suddenly had an idea and said to him, "Do you think this looks like a huge meteorite crater?" Dole turned his head. "You have the same idea?" The coldness on Ash's body slowly subsided, and the cold breath disappeared, revealing a little girl's appearance. She reached out to put the hair behind her ears, and smiled lightly. "This is actually a meteorite crater. 3,000 years ago, a huge fireball landed here, smashing out such a big crater, and by the way, it destroyed the vegetation and monsters within a radius of more than 300 miles. Later, the human race felt that this place was safe, so they slowly moved here and initially formed a gathering place for the human race. Later, when the human race rose, this place became the provincial capital. Our Rhine family mastered the core of the meteorite and finally developed." Dole blinked his eyes. He didn't expect there would be such a thing. Seeing that the two were about to reach the crater, Dole lowered the altitude, put away the wizard tower in the air, and the two floated in the air. At this time, a shadow ran out from his side. "You go back, I go find something to eat." The shadow was getting farther and farther away, and soon disappeared from his sight. The corners of Bullseye's mouth twitched, and he felt deeply sad for the dragons in the mountains. And I looked at the place where Ball disappeared, full of respect. "This is the 7th level boss." She looked at Bullseye's expression. Why did she feel that this guy's expression was a little strange? The two descended in altitude, and then walked into the city from the outside. The city didn't change much, but it felt that there were fewer people. It was actually quite hot outside at noon in the middle of summer. Could this be the reason? When they came to the bustling street, Dual-Eye saw the Azure drink shop at a glance. The two saw the shop and looked at each other. She pursed her lips and said, "Shall we go have a drink?" Dual-Eye bowed slightly, saluted, and smiled slightly. "It's an honor." Seeing Dole like this, Ash smiled faintly, stretched out his hand and took his hand, saying, "Let's go." Feeling the tenderness in his hand, Dole's heart gradually warmed up. Is Ash going to like him? Is he going to fall in love? He gently squeezed Ash's hand, which was slightly cold. At this time, the blood flowed, and he strode forward and said, "Well, I wonder if the clerk still recognizes us." In a luxurious private room, a young man in a dress accidentally looked outside. His eyes swept across the street, and saw many women on the street. He joked with the person next to him, "I still like summer, I can see white and tender thighs." The person sitting opposite him didn't have this blessing. He couldn't see anything, but he didn't want to see anything. With your status, why do you need to look at the legs? Just take it home and look at it. How about it? Did you gain anything from this retreat? The man sighed and said, "No, it's very difficult to break through the late stage of level 4. I lack level 6 potions. It's too difficult to improve. I don't know when Dole will come back. There are not enough potions." At this moment, the man suddenly widened his eyes. "Come on, look, that guy is back." "Who is next to him?" "Damn, Ash is back too." "They are holding hands." The people at the table were stunned when they heard this, and then they all ran to the window. One person said with great sorrow, "It's really fucked up. We didn't succeed. I didn't expect that an outsider would get it first. A flower is inserted in a flower pot. It can't compete." "Yes, that's Dole. After the war, The status of Dole Wizard Tower was directly upgraded by several levels. Although Gretel took most of the merits, everyone in the Wizard Tower was promoted to a noble title. It's really good luck. Goddess Ash, she was taken away by someone, what a pity. What a pity, can you catch up with her? It is said that she broke through this time. Now she is back, she must have broken through. Level 5 Ash, do you dare to chase her? That's right, Ash is level 5, then Dole must be level 5 as well, these two people are really abnormal. Yes, there are less than 50 people in the history of our Wassenberg who have been promoted to level 5 before the age of 30. A bunch of people chattered, and their eyes all revealed one thing, that is, envy and jealousy. They are also talented talents with good family wealth. Only 1 or 2 of them are civilians, but relying on the resources of their teachers, they are now also level 4 masters, but with Dole and Ash, there is obviously a gap, and it is a huge gap. Quick, pass this news to others. Let's wait and see the show. This is someone gritting. Yes, that's right. Taro Street is the main street of Watzenberg. There are 3 beverage shops in total, located in different locations. The surrounding areas are densely populated by professionals and rich people. The two came in and saw the first one. Most of the people here are mercenaries and adventure groups. Most of the courtyards in the surrounding residential areas are also reserved by them as their bases. As soon as the two entered the store, there were bursts of noisy sounds on the first floor. At a glance, all the tables were surrounded by mercenaries. They were loud and talking, without any regard for the feelings of the people around them. This is also the feature of this store. No one deliberately blames it. In this case, some people like to come here because they can gain a lot of information. Dole and Ash just glanced and walked upstairs. At this time, a waiter came over, looked at the two people in confusion, and then said in surprise, Boss, you two are here." Dole nodded and said gently, "Are there any private rooms?" "We just came back, please sit down." Chapter 503. At the door of an exquisite private room on the 5th floor, the store manager respectfully welcomed the two people in. The two had been out for 2.5 years, and the war in the southwest had ended for a year. They had just returned now, so they must have been promoted to level 5. How could the store manager not be respectful? A level 5 wizard was comparable to a level 6 warrior, and was very respected. And he also noticed that the two came in holding hands, which was explosive news. After the store manager invited the two in, he bowed slightly, and was about to leave, but Dole called him. "Don't go, Manager Bourne. I still have something to ask you." Dole and Ash separated their hands at this time, each found a comfortable place to do it, and the servant went outside to get water. Bourne laughed, looked at the two of them, showed a charming smile, stood aside, and said, "You two adults have just returned. Whatever you want to ask, I will tell you everything I know." Dole smiled faintly and said, "Sit down. We just came back and don't know anything." I just asked casually. "The war in the southwest seems to be over. What is the result?" Bourne's smile faded, revealing an excited smile. "Of course we won. Now half of the southwest highlands are under the control of our human race. The Lord of Rhine City has a far-sighted vision, and has won an area of 500,000 square kilometers." Dole nodded and said, "What about the casualties?" Bourne thought Dole would ask about what he had obtained, but he didn't expect to ask about the casualties. His smile faded and became a little heavy. About 300,000 soldiers were killed and injured, and mercenaries, and some other people also lost 500,000. I don't know about the wizard group. And Master Gretel has been promoted to the 2nd level of Baron. Bourne is from the Orn family, so he naturally favors Gretel. Dole nodded and was about to continue asking, but Ish next to him couldn't wait to speak. "What about our Rhine family?" Bourne was restrained at this time. "Miss Ash, I dare not say anything. You can only know the specific situation when you go back. I only know that there are many casualties. Several lieutenants and generals have had accidents. The specific situation is unclear, but Lord McLaren of the Pharmacist Union has mastered the technology of regenerating severed limbs. Except for those who have died on the battlefield, others have basically recovered to normal now." Ash's heart sank, and she stopped talking. Bourne didn't want to say it, but he didn't dare to say it. It seems that the Rhine family, as the main force, has also suffered heavy casualties at this time. Ash felt a little cold in her heart. She didn't want to go back now, but she didn't dare to go back, for fear that those familiar people would completely disappear from her sight. Dole saw this and her heart sank. He asked a few more questions, and Bourne answered them one by one, including other things, and then Bourne left soon. After Bourne left, Dole looked at the silent Ash, gently holding her hand, not knowing how to comfort her. Westling was naturally fine, as Bourne had just said. Ash had several brothers and sisters who had already participated in the war, and it was unknown who had sacrificed. The two fell silent, and after a while, Ash raised her head, looked at Dole, and said softly, "I'm fine. The family has experienced so many years of ups and downs. Every time there is a war, someone will leave. I'm used to it, but I don't know who it will be this time." Duolai has no brothers or sisters. His father died early, and his mother just thought she was dead, so she claimed to the outside world that she had no father or mother. She didn't have so many feelings in her heart, and she didn't know how to comfort them. "Okay, don't be sad, go home and see them later, maybe everything is fine. If you feel sad, then practice well, and when you are strong in the future, you can do something for them." Duolai thought for a long time, and held back this sentence. Ai looked at Duolai and thought, this mouth is really stupid. She nodded and didn't think about anything. The two drank for a while, rested for a while, and then prepared to leave. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Duolai was stunned. Who was knocking on the door? He raised his head and looked outside through the door frame. There was someone outside, not just one person, but a group of people, and they didn't know each other. At this time, Aishi also raised his head, and when he saw the people outside, he frowned. It's the people from the Lang family and the Marsha family. What are they doing here? The Lang family controls the grain and wine industry in the northwest region. It is very large and ranks among the 4 major families. Dole had heard before that the senior members of the Rhine family were preparing to marry the Lang family. Now they are here to cause trouble, but the people who came were very polite and did not barge in directly. Dole patted the back of Aishi's hand and said, "I go out and take a look." Aishi nodded. "Well, if it doesn't work, let's go back. I want to go back to see my parents." Dole nodded. He came to the door and slowly opened it. At the door was a young man who was 5 or 6 years older than Dole and Aishi. He looked to be about 30 years old, but on the surface, he looked like he was only in his early 20s. He was tall, with a solemn look, full of doubt. When he saw the door open, he glanced at Dole, and then his eyes naturally fell on Ash in the private room. Dole frowned. This man's strength has reached level 5, which is very powerful, making him alert. "Who are you? Who are you looking for?" The aura of the young man flashed, and just as he was about to speak, he heard the person behind him chuckle, and someone said, "You don't even know Master Langt, you are really a country bumpkin." Dole seemed not to have heard the voice, looking directly at the young man, frowning, his will connected, and a huge thunder thought was slightly revealed. The surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be thundering from the ground, and everyone's heart was suddenly covered with a thick black cloud, and lightning flashed in the black cloud, as if it could strike down at any time. Suddenly everyone shut their mouths, dared not speak, and looked at Dole with shock. Dole's eyes pierced forward at this time, and looked directly at the young man again. He said word by word, "Who are you? Who are you looking for?" The young man was also extremely shocked at this time. Dole's momentum was mixed with lightning, vast and fierce, like the power of heaven, and it was released in an instant. This was the ability of the magic phantom. This guy has reached level 5. He spread his will, which was the power of a flame. The flame was full of Sheeta's meaning, slowly blocking Dole's will. But it was just blocking, but the people behind him were not so lucky, and were directly scared by Dole. He looked directly at Dole and said, "I am Afidam. I heard that Ash is back, so I came to see him specially." Dole looked at him, frowned, and then said, "Oh, then you should go to the Rhine family, not here." Afidam was about to get angry, and said in his heart, "In this Wutzeberg, I will go wherever I want, and it's none of your business." But Dole's momentum stared at him firmly. He slowly glanced at Dole, then looked inside. Ash didn't even bother to look at him. He let out a sigh and said, "Excuse me." With that, he was about to leave in frustration. Chapter 504. At this time, Ash stood up, walked out slowly, and stood beside Dole. "Afidam, let's go together. It's just right. I want to tell you something." Ash was helpless at this time. The ugliest scene among the nobles was caught by Dole. Dole turned around and looked at Ash. Ash sent a message to him. "I tell him, don't bother me anymore. The toad wants to eat swan meat. It's really too much." Dole smiled in his heart. "Toad, this Afidam is also a genius. There are so many people pursuing him, but he becomes a toad here with Ash." He didn't say anything, just nodded and sent a message, "Then go back. Contact me in a few days. I need to rest these days. I'm too tired." After traveling for several months in a row, anyone would be tired. Ash came over, gave him a gentle look, came to the door, then turned cold, and a chill slowly flowed out of her body. "Let's go, I have something to tell you." Alfidum saw the eye contact between the two throughout the whole process, and his eyes showed a gloomy color. There might be something between the two. However, he could see that Ash's aura was the same, and she had not been ruined. She was still a virgin, and the discomfort in his heart was relieved a little. He glared at Dole fiercely, turned his head to look at Ash, pretended to be calm, and smiled lightly. "That's great, I wanted to find you a long time ago, but unfortunately you never came back. Now it's good." He stretched out his hand and wanted to pull Ash. Ash's breath was cold, and he ignored him, and slowly walked out of the room. Alfidum was embarrassed, and then the two walked out. Dole watched the two people leave with an indifferent expression, and the lightning in his eyes slowly withdrew, as if nothing had happened. Just then, he saw the situation outside, and saw that there were many people in the corridor looking at this side, all kinds of people, and their expressions were playful. Are these people all here to watch the fun? Dole was a little stunned. He didn't expect that the news would leak out so quickly after he came back. These people are too gossipy. Ash's promotion to level 5 must be the target of those forces in Watsonburg. If you understand it this way, it is not difficult to guess the gossip about Ash. Dole's heart sank. He said hello to the owner, and then left this place. He really wanted to go back to rest. He was too tired. When he came to the street, a lively scene appeared in front of him. It was already afternoon, and the number of people on the street gradually increased, but it was obvious that there were fewer people on the street than before. After a war, not only resources are gained, but also population and foundation are destroyed. A war is enough to set back the population of Watsonburg by 7 or 8 years. The human race is still too weak now. Thinking of this, he moved his feet, and slowly walked towards the Wizard Towers. Along the way, he received a lot of attention, but no one came up. Soon, he came to the Wizard Towers. At the entrance of the Wizard Towers, people came and went, very lively. Seeing this, Dole was a little confused. Did the restrictions on entry and exit here be lifted? He saw warriors, wizards, mercenaries, old people, and even children inside, just like a vegetable market. Usually it is very quiet here. Just then, a greeting attracted Dwellai's attention. He turned his head and called back. He saw that he was not familiar with the person. He just said hello, nothing more. After calling back, Dwellai continued to move forward. Arriving here, it was like returning home. Entering the tower group and coming inside, Dwellai saw that it was only the outside that was lively, and the tower group was still very quiet. He turned a corner and saw his wizard tower. At this time, everyone stood in 3 rows at the door of the wizard tower, with joyful and excited expressions, looking at Dwellai's figure, indescribably happy. The leader was Gretel. At this time, he was wearing a noble title dress, and his expression had completely betrayed him, excited, confident, and domineering. Seeing this, Dwellai took a deep breath, and he also showed excitement and walked slowly. "Welcome back, the Tower Master." With a loud voice, everyone became excited. Dole looked at them, and came to the front, feeling indescribably happy. After more than 2 years, he finally came back. He stretched out his hand, shook hands with Gretel tightly, then let go and stretched out his hand to others. "I'm back." For a moment, the entrance of Dole Wizard Tower was very lively. At the same time, on top of other wizard towers, people around were looking over here. That person is back. There is something lively to see in Watsonburg again. This is what everyone thinks. After playing around at the entrance for a while, Morris, Sano, and everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. Come on, let's go in. We go to the conference room." Gretel looked around, and he also noticed that something was wrong around him, so he said loudly. 10 minutes later, in the large conference room on the 11th floor, Dole stood up, coughed, and said, "It's unnecessary. I just came back and don't know anything. What can I say standing here? I've seen it all, and I want to go back and rest." Sano stood up and said loudly, "At least tell a story. I've been out for so long, I don't believe there is no story." The people around him immediately started to make a fuss. Dole was helpless and said, "Then I just tell it casually." "Well, where to start? From the beginning, I and Ash went out of the fortress, and then passed through the eternal forest and entered." He roughly talked about his journey. In fact, there is nothing much to say. Sometimes, it takes a month to travel, and there is actually not much experience. He talked on the top, and the people below listened carefully, feeling like they were in class before. After more than an hour, Dole returned to his room, followed by Gretel, Sano, Morris, Bernard and Rosa. With only a few of them left, Dole also breathed a sigh of relief, revealing a trace of fatigue. After 2 months of traveling, he was already tired. Greta and others were very excited. He showed off his clothes crazily. Dole, thanks to you this time, I am already a 2nd level Baron. Dole had seen it a long time ago. This guy is really showing off. Morris and Sano were also promoted to Barons at this time. Bernard was not a lord, so he didn't want these things. Rosa was the same. The 2 brothers and sisters only wanted money. Congratulations, you have a title, and you can also set up a family in the future. Dole looked at them and felt relieved. There are 2 kinds of noble titles. One is hereditary. The head of the family is a noble, and the others are just vassals of the nobles. The other is a title exchanged for merit. It cannot be inherited, but it is okay if you are a noble. Although Morris, Sano and others are of noble birth, they are not nobles. Only their heads of the family are, so they are just descendants of nobles with the title of nobles. Now that they have become nobles, their identities are immediately different. Morris said at this time, actually Dole, you are also a noble now. According to the Wizard Tower, you can get 1/10 of the merits, so you are now at least a Baron, 1 level higher than Gretel. The other people nodded frantically. Dole was a little surprised. I can get 1/10 of your merits? I just left the Wizard Tower. Gretel touched her nose and felt a little inferior. It's like this. Because of the great role of the Wizard Tower, the Imperial Mage Corps divided the merits into 10. We have 9 and you have 1. In total, the merits are about 90,000. You can exchange them at the City Lord's Mansion, which is exactly the status of a Baron. Don't underestimate the title of a Baron. It means that you have officially entered the ruling class of the Empire. Gretel explained patiently. Chapter 505. Dole was a little puzzled. What's the use? Everyone was stunned. What's the use? It's very useful. They can think of 10,000 uses, but considering Dole's identity, it seems that it is indeed useless. Dole smiled faintly and said, I am now a level 5 wizard. The title is not that important. After being promoted to the destruction level, I can enjoy treatment that is many times better than that of a noble. But Dole's mind began to become active. The identity of a noble is completely different from that of a non-noble. At least, he can directly establish an organization or a force, which has fewer obstacles than the identity of a civilian. However, this matter can only be kept in mind. It is too early to talk about these things now. After chatting with everyone for a while, and sending everyone away, he really wanted to rest. Greta was still unwilling to leave, and Dole used his authority to teleport to other levels, and then ordered everyone not to disturb him and to rest quickly. Too tired. Ash and Ophidim were walking on the road. Ophidim was a little frightened at this time. Ash's aura was too strong. Standing behind Ophidim, the others dared not breathe. Ash's coldness was about to freeze them to death. Several people looked at each other, quickly retreated, and hung far away. After walking out of the beverage store, Ophidim looked back somewhat obscurely. Since the opening of this damn beverage store, their wine business has been bad. After secretly finding someone to do something several times, it finally made this store more popular. It was really a bit unwilling. Ash, I heard you're back, so I came to see you right away. Ophidim was a genius of the previous youth program, and he was very proud. Ash didn't even look at him, and said in a very calm tone, as if he was narrating something, Ophidim, let's not talk about politeness, I don't like you. Ophidim's face suddenly froze, and his steps slowed down. Ash immediately surpassed him. Ophidim hurriedly walked forward and stood side by side with Ash. Emotions are cultivated slowly. How about this? I live in your house for a while. Ash turned her head and looked at Ophidim. Her breath became even colder. We all know what the nobles are like, so I won't say some things. You and I have nothing to do with each other. You continue to be your genius, tease other little sisters, have sex with them, or do other things. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Don't come to me in the future. Ophidim's face slowly sank. He believed that he was talented and capable. If Ash looked down on him just because of other women, Ophidim would not be so convinced. Nobles are basically like this. What's more, he is not married yet. Without marriage, everything is possible. He thought about it, and said a little more seriously, is it because of that kid Dole? Ash chuckled, so you look down on him? Ophidim's tone became cold. Why should I look up to him? He is just an outsider with some luck. What can he compare with me? The aura of Ash did not change at all. In the middle of summer, it became even colder. Ophidim felt something was wrong. Ash's aura was a little strange. He had released the virtual image, but it still couldn't resist his domain. It's not like he had never experienced the domain of the ice goddess meditation. Among the 5 levels, it seems that this one is not so powerful. He continued to add some strength, almost using 1/3 of his strength, to barely resist Ash's coldness. At this time, Ash smiled lightly and said, Dole is not as good as you, or is it not as good as your family? In terms of ability, what ability do you have? In terms of strength, you are not a match for any of us. Except for family background, you have no advantage. Standing on the streets of Wassenberg, Dole alone is stronger than any medium-sized family. What can you compare with? At the end, Ash looked at Ophitim with complete contempt. She compressed her eyes, and Snow Domain into a point, and pressed it hard against Ophitim. As Ash spoke, Ophitim's face became more and more gloomy. He was about to yell, but then his face changed, and he quickly retreated. Under his feet, ice and snow were flying wantonly. Under the scorching sun, the ice and snow were extremely dazzling, and the sharp ice edge made Ophitim a little frightened. If he hadn't left just now, his end might not be too good. My goodness, how could she be so powerful that she forced me back with just her domain? His retreat seemed to make Ash despise him even more. She slowly turned her head, and left directly. Don't come to me again. If I hear your name from other people, I will beat you every time I see you. Ophitim was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He said fiercely, I won't give up, Dole, right? I will make him look good. Ash didn't even turn his head back, I keep my word. As for Dole, you can go and provoke him. If you are not afraid that he will beat you to death, it's up to you. Ophitim felt very uncomfortable. In the Watson Castle, fighting with a person who has a level 6 wizard tower, he can't do it without the strength of level 6. He really didn't dare to do it, unless Dole walked out of Watson Castle. These 2 dogs and bitches, Ophitim's mind was full of conspiracies and tricks. At this moment, he strongly wanted to suppress Suolai and the so-called beverage store. But he also understood that the beverage store was not so easy to suppress. Dole only occupied a small share. It was mainly Gretel, Ash, and Eugene's. These 3 people were not easy to deal with. The people behind saw Ash walking alone, and they didn't know what the 2 said, so they immediately followed. Ophitim's face was extremely gloomy at this time, and he didn't say anything. When they arrived at the door, the guards were surprised to see Ash coming back, and immediately bowed respectfully. Ash nodded, bowed slightly to a few people, and slowly walked into the gate of the Rhine family. At the same time, some well-informed people in the family already knew that Ash was back. After walking through the park in front, the pavilion, and coming to the backyard, Ash walked to the yard of her own house without encountering anyone. As soon as she entered the door, she saw her mother talking to her own son Young in the yard, and her face was a little unhappy. Ash was angry all of a sudden. Son Young was from the Lank family, and she must be saying something for Ophitim. She walked slowly over, and came to the 2 women. Mom, I'm back. The woman turned her head in disbelief when she heard the voice, and then the haze on her face was swept away, revealing a look of surprise. Aishi, you are back. Why didn't you notify us, so that we can prepare to welcome you? The woman next to the woman looked a little embarrassed. She didn't expect Aishi to come back so soon. After 2 years of not seeing each other, Aishi has become more and more iconic, with this small figure and this face, which is really enviable. So she said reluctantly, Aishi is back, we were just talking about you, you are not young anymore, it's time to find a husband. Aishi turned her head and looked at the woman, expressionless. Son Young, you can go. The woman's face changed slightly, and her good temper just now was restrained. She said slightly condescendingly, you are the daughter of the Rhine family. As an elder, can't I say something? Are there any rules? Chapter 506. Ash's mother was very calm at this time, and her kind expression had not changed. She knew her daughter's temper very well. She was happier than anyone else that her daughter was back. This child did not take after herself, but took after her aunt more. Okay, let's stop talking, Ginny. Ash must be tired. She needs to rest after such a long journey. You should go back soon. At this time, Ash was no longer looking at Ginny, but looking at the other side. Ginny snorted coldly, girls are no longer under the control of their mothers. Ash, I'm not saying anything bad about you. At this age, we all have children. If we are all like you, the Rhine family will lose several generations. Ash was too lazy to pay attention to him, and did not speak. Ginny saw that she was asking for trouble, said a few unpleasant words, and left the small courtyard under the gaze of Ash's mother. Seeing Ginny leave, Ash's mother's face began to smile slowly. She turned her head and looked at her daughter carefully, and then the 2 looked at each other and smiled happily. How is it? How are you getting along with Dole? Ash didn't expect her mother to ask this first, and a trace of embarrassment suddenly appeared on her cold face. Mom, I just came back. Why are you asking this? Ash's mother is called Laura. When she saw Ash's expression, she knew what was going on. She smiled lightly. Now Dole is also a baron. If you want to consider it, you can consider it. I heard from Lord Allen that he may open up a territory in the future. If you go with him, it won't be considered as burying you. Ash's face became more embarrassed, but she didn't care much about it. What burying or not burying? If we are together, I am marrying above my station. Mom, don't talk about this. I haven't asked you yet. How is my father? How is my family? Laura automatically ignored Ash's words and asked in confusion, climbing up, how can you say that? You are the most outstanding woman in our family. Can marrying him be considered climbing up? Ash curled her lips slightly. He now has 2 wizard towers, both of which are level 6, each worth tens of millions, with assets of hundreds of millions. Our family can compare, but how can our family compare? Okay, let's not talk about this. Mom, tell me what happened in this war. I really want to know now. Lauren was shocked when she heard this. Did Dole upgrade another wizard tower to level 6? That's the octagonal wizard tower. How is this possible? As one of the managers of the main family, she knows the price of a wizard tower, which is simply sky high. Dole's return caused some waves in a small range, but many people sent him messages, but they were like a drop in the ocean, without a trace. But soon someone got the news from Dole's wizard tower that Dole had been resting since his return, and would not see guests for the time being. The 6th level potion market is very large. Many 4th level wizards are hard to find a potion. There are also very few 6th level pharmacists. From the year before last to now, only one person has been promoted from 5th to 6th level. The entire market is very scarce. Dole has just returned, and those who want medicine dare to come from all directions. But unfortunately, Dole is nowhere to be seen. Those pharmacists are also very excited. After Dole returns, the pharmacist course will definitely be reopened, and then they will have something to learn. Except for Dole Wizard Tower, other pharmacy organizations rarely accept apprentices and rarely teach students. In Dole Wizard Tower, almost all wizards with teaching methods will teach their own courses. So far, a very mature system has been formed. Many wizards will find ways to join in after listening to the lessons here for a period of time. The atmosphere of pharmacists here is too strong. The Dole Wizard Tower now has a nickname, called the Pharmacist's Paradise, and its popularity has completely surpassed the Pharmacist Union. Of course, in order to save this situation, the Pharmacist Union has also been suppressing it vigorously in the past 2 years while Dole is away. Unfortunately, it is Gretel who presides over the Wizard Tower. With the family as the foundation and the pharmacists as the main means, he is not afraid of your suppression at all. Whether it is a price war or a quantity war, he is not inferior to anyone at all. Gretel will not accept your suppression from the top. My master is the Vice President Allen, and I have the Orn family behind me. Suppressing me is a joke. The Dole Wizard Tower has been thriving in recent years, and Gretel's strong operation has also had a huge impact. In the past 2 days, many people have been looking for Dole, including major families, 3 wizards, genius wizards, etc. Among them is McLaren, but Dole has closed the communication channel. Everything is for the purpose of rest, and he doesn't care about them at all. It was not until the 6th day that Gretel quietly called him into the room. Standing in the room, Gretel looked at Dole with some fear. Dole after a good rest and Dole after a tiredness were 2 different people. Dole after a good rest, even if he did not release any aura, the pressure on the mental level alone made him feel a chill in his heart. This guy really has been promoted to level 5. But he is not bad either. Even if he is a little bit behind Dole now, it is not much. On the battlefield, at the door of the pharmacy hall, every moment, there are endless negative emotions for him to absorb, and his strength is steadily improving. The weirdest thing about the Dark Star meditation method is that it is very overbearing, and the promotion channel is also very weird. Standing in front of Dole, Greta maintained an elegant posture and smiled faintly. How does it feel to be promoted to level 5? Dole looked at Greta and smiled. No feeling. After the magic image turned from virtual to real, I felt that my mental power was more stable, as if I walked from the virtual world into reality. You will experience this feeling in the future. I called you here today to ask you if you want to continue to be in charge of this wizard tower? Greta smacked Dole's words in his mouth, and when he heard the last sentence, he was shocked. Then where do you live? Dole patted his waist. Greta then noticed the thing on Dole's waist. It didn't matter when he saw it. He was even more shocked. You upgraded this wizard tower to level 6? Haven't you been practicing all the time? Dole shrugged, came to Greta, and smiled. Practicing is practicing. It doesn't affect my collection of materials. For us wizards, natural treasures are hard to find. But isn't wood hard to find? Outside the human race, there are mountains and forests with rich magic elements everywhere. As long as you look around, you can find high-quality wood that is hundreds or thousands of years old. This is not uncommon in the wizard world, but it is difficult to transport. It takes some effort to transport wood from the mountains where few people go. Some wizards with transportation capabilities can make a fortune just by relying on wood. Dole once wanted to run this kind of business, but then he thought about it and forgot it. It would be better to study potions at home. As long as the potion research is advanced enough, the money may not be much slower than selling wood. Chapter 507. Greta took a deep breath and sighed. We, the outstanding young people of Watzenberg, are really scum when we meet you. Now that you have been promoted to level 5, I guess there are not many people who dare to target you. You called me here this time. Apart from the matter of the wizard tower, do you have any other plans? When Greta heard that Dole gave him the wizard tower, he knew that Dole must have an idea, but as for what the idea was, it was unclear. Dole nodded and said, I plan to settle down for a while, and then I will occupy a place by myself and become a lord. I will need some manpower at that time. My idea is to become a resource-centered lord and develop with potions as the center. Greta heard this, and smacked his lips and thought about it. After a moment he slowly said, although your idea is feasible, have you thought about it? Your current strength is not enough to suppress a territory. Although you have 2 wizard towers, if someone above level 7 troubles you, or a large force above, it can still destroy your territory. Greta wanted to say that there are many families who want to find you now. The title affects everything. Now that you are back, I don't know how many people want to pay attention to you. Dole pondered for a moment and said, I have thought of this, so there is no need to rush now. I plan to move out of here, and you will still be in charge of the wizard tower. In addition, the class will be held in this wizard tower. This wizard tower will be independent, and all the rooms will be rented out to pharmacists. As for the strength, I think it should be ready in 2 or 3 years. In another 2 or 3 years, Dole will save some money and upgrade the wizard tower to level 7. Then he won't be afraid of anyone targeting him. Greta heard this and took a breath. You want to steal the job of the Pharmacist Guild. Dole's wizard tower is already a thorn in the eyes of the Pharmacist Guild. If you still do this, won't they go crazy? Dole glanced at Greta and snorted, I'm not stealing their jobs. I just want to make more money, that's all. The level 6 wizard tower is relatively simple. The strength and number of wizard formations in the level 7 wizard tower are twice as much as now, and the materials required are more complicated. I estimate that 2 wizard towers will cost nearly 100 million gold coins, so I have to make money. Greta naturally knew the cost of a wizard tower, but he didn't expect that. He thought Dole was talking about 1 wizard tower, but he didn't expect that 2 wizard towers would be upgraded to level 7 at the same time, which was quite scary. Good man, this ambition is too big. With such a large capital chain, it is no wonder that he wants to recruit more pharmacists. He sighed and said, if that's the case, let's check the accounts. To be honest, I never thought that you could make so much money. 70 or 80 million is a lot for others, but it's not much for you. The money earned from this war is basically enough for half of it. Dole didn't expect Greta to be so straightforward. It's okay to check the accounts. It's just right to see how much they earned this time. The two sat at the table and got a large glass of water to replenish their spiritual power. Then sat next to them. Greta sat straight in front of the table and took out 3 large notebooks from the storage ring. There are 3 aspects in total. The first aspect is merit, which we will not talk about for now. The second aspect is the commission for the Legion's rental, and there are other commissions from all aspects, etc. The third aspect is the commission from the pharmacist. Although you only take 1/10, the total amount is also a lot. Greta told Dole about it in general terms, one book after another. He knew that this guy would definitely not check so many things carefully. Dole really didn't want to know so much. He just wanted to know the final result, but Greta was willing to talk, and he was willing to listen. After all, he had helped him manage for so long, and he couldn't go against his kindness. About an hour later, Dole saw the final result. He didn't expect that he could get so much. In this war, the city lord's mansion contributed most of it, the nobles contributed part, the society sponsored part, and the civilians contributed part. After a war, the wealth accumulated by Watzenberg for decades was wiped out, and the economic strength regressed by about 15 years. The gold coins consumed alone were about 30 to 40 billion, which was an exaggerated number. Potions and alchemy accounted for a large part of this. The money earned by Dole alone was about 300 to 400 million, and he also earned 30 to 40 million, not to mention the merits that need not be calculated. After this war, everyone in Dole Wizard Tower made a lot of money. Greta himself was a descendant of the nobility. After this war, he was directly promoted to the second-level baron. After Dole's inspection, the Empire gave him the merit equivalent to the first-level baron. Although it was only the lowest baron, it also officially recognized his status as an imperial noble. The merits were divided into two parts, one for the Legion and the other for the Imperial Mage Corps, both of which required him to apply for them. Only nobles have the qualifications to open up territories, and ordinary people do not have this qualification. Therefore, this baron has added a little political capital to Dole, although he himself does not care. In total, there are more than 9,000 merits and 36 million assets. This is the wealth Dole has after this war. In fact, according to Greta, if he personally participated in the war, he would probably get about 100 million, but unfortunately he did not. After handing over the account books and putting the items in the basement, Dole could pick them up when he was free. Gretel felt relieved. He half-hugged Dole's shoulders and was so excited that he said, "Among the younger generation of our Orn family, only 3 people have official titles. I am one of them now. Thank you very much for this time." Dole slapped his hand away, rolled his eyes, and said, "This is what you deserve. If you don't have this ability, I would be too lazy to ask you, so don't be polite to me. Everyone gets what they need. Oh, by the way, what are Eugene's achievements?" Grill nodded and said, "Eugene also gained a lot. How about we all meet up? We haven't seen Ish since she came back, so it's a good opportunity to talk about what to do next. I heard that both of you have been promoted to level 5, so we should hurry up and go and experience something." Dole smiled and said, "Of course, your own strength is the most important thing, and the rest are just external things. If you two can go out together, I will give you a set of flying tools." Greta waved his hand. "That's not necessary. There are some level 3 and 4 wizard towers in the family, and I can lend them out." Greta is also a rich man, thinking, "Dole, who are you looking down on?" Dole smiled faintly and said, "Then I won't care about you. What potion do you want? I make some for you later." Greta then smiled and said, "That's reasonable, but don't worry, it's already in the second half of the year. Oh, by the way, now that you're back, shouldn't you report to the Glory Wizard Alliance?" Dole shook his head and said, "No need to report. Everyone who should know knows. I'm going to be busy again these days. I have to find a way to be promoted to level 7 pharmacist. After being promoted to level 5, I run out of potions." Chapter 508. Greta's mouth twitched. "Why are you in such a hurry to improve your strength? In life, you always need to take a break." Dole curled his lips. "You are a rich man, you can rest, but I can't. I have to rely on my ability to make a living." Greta was immediately dissatisfied. "Shit, my wealth is not even 1/10,000th of yours. Who is the rich man between the two of us? I know you are serious, you work hard. Okay, I will go back to find Eugene, and we will go out for a walk." Greta pondered in her heart. Although she wasted a little time, she has reached the peak state of level 4 now. It is estimated that she will be promoted in a few years. Dole nodded and said, "You guys should hurry up, otherwise it will be a bit inappropriate to be left behind by us." Greta's main purpose of coming today is to reconcile accounts and return the Wizard Tower to Dole. As for the matters of the Apothecary Union and some decisions of the Glory Wizard Alliance, he did not tell Dole. Anyway, with his temperament, he would not care at all. After Dole entered the 5th level, he had a great influence on him. After seeing the opponent's true strength, Gretel also had some ambition. The Dark Star meditation method requires a certain amount of negative emotions as the core of the meditation method. This point was absorbed enough on the battlefield. Now he only lacks a little experience to condense these emotions into his own meditation method. After walking out of the Wizard Tower, he came to the Tower of the Glory Wizard Alliance. He wanted to find Eugene and talk about the experience. In the Marsha family, an old man stood in front of Celine, and Wijwa stood respectfully beside him. The old man had a serious face and a bright look. The Dole Wizard Tower has seriously affected the composition of the Watzenberg pharmacy industry. Now many small organizations have almost dispersed due to the loss of pharmacists. "Addis, aren't you doing anything now?" Sealanth asked with a sharp look and expression. The old man's face was a little solemn. "It's not that we don't do anything, but that we can't do anything. Although the Pharmacist Union has mastered the standards of pharmacists and the formula of medicines, It can be said that it dominates the market, but people like Dole who have unique insights really have no way. We have issued a statement to the market and sent a letter of inquiry to the Glory Wizard Alliance, but the person in charge of the Wizard Tower is Gretel of the Orn family, a medicinal material distributor. We can only control the channels and formulas for promotion. There is really no way to control other aspects. In the past, if you controlled the channels and formulas for promotion, you could control the pharmacists, but now, Dole doesn't play by the rules at all. You can control it, and I will sell it the way I refine it. Anyway, the market is always determined by the demanders. The potions of Dole Wizard Tower have met all the market requirements in terms of quality and quantity, and even provide direct technical support. The Pharmacist Union has no way to control the promotion channels. Celine naturally understands this truth. Now that Dole is back, can we conduct a three-party questioning on him? He should be held responsible for disrupting the market. In the Glory Empire, the Empire controls everything. As the regulator of the market, the Glory Wizard Union has the right to question Dole. The old man sighed and said, "It's okay to question, and the other party won't refuse, but what happens after the questioning? Unless the Honor Wizard Alliance issues a policy to prohibit private teaching." Celine thought about it, and felt that this method was feasible, so she snorted coldly, "This method is good, it will directly cut off his thoughts from the root." The old man nodded, thought for a while, and said, "Then there will be a lot of operations. The Honor Wizard Alliance is eager to have more pharmacists." Celine pondered and said, "That's my business. You just go back and prepare for the questioning. Dole has taken too many advantages this time. I guess many nobles want to target him now. This is easy to do." When thinking of the Southwest War, Celine's heart was bleeding. So many merits were taken away by a child without a yellow mouth. It was really hateful. Of course, he was not the only one who hated Dole. Recently, there was a rumor on the street that the famous Lant family genius Offenham from Wassenberg went to the Rhine family to ask for marriage. Some people in the Rhine family had agreed, but when he met the heroine herself, he was met with a cold shoulder. The family refused to see him at all. This made the Lant family very angry, and felt that they had lost face. The more the story spread, the more rumors it caused. There were even some minor conflicts between the Rhine family and the Lant family within a certain range, but they were not serious. Rumor has it that Ash has someone in his heart, and the other party is Dole, the kid from the Northern Kingdom who went out with him to look for opportunities. The Maja family had not found an opportunity, so they took advantage of this opportunity to contact the Lant family. The two top families hit it off, and a vigorous encirclement and suppression of Dole began. At this time, Dole had applied for a new location from the Glory Wizard Alliance, and set up the Babel Tower not far behind his own Wizard Tower. It only took 1 minute to walk from the door of one tower to the door of another tower, which was very close. On this day, the 5 people agreed to meet in the Babel Tower together. The reason was that something happened in the market, and Leona also came out of confinement, so they happened to meet. The space of the Babel Tower is much larger than that of Krista. As soon as they entered the Babel Tower, Gretel, Eugene, and Leona stared with wide eyes. Such a large wizard tower is almost comparable to the main tower of the Glory Wizard Alliance. The 3 of them came from the 1st floor to the 12th floor, and Dole and Ash were already waiting. As soon as Gretel came in, she looked at the two with a smile on her face. "I heard that you two had an affair, tell the truth, right?" Dole was drinking water, and at this time a mouthful of water sprayed out directly. The scene was very spectacular. He wiped the water from his mouth and rolled his eyes. Ash was calm beside him, even smiling. Seeing this, the 3 looked at each other and thought, "It's true." Gretel and Eugene both gave Dole a thumbs up. Dole pouted at him, "Speak properly, we call it adultery, we call this." He turned his head and glanced at Ash. Ash did not object to Greta's name. At this time, she turned her head, covered her mouth, lowered her head and whispered, "A talented man and a beautiful woman." Dole nodded, "Yes, a talented man and a beautiful woman." "Okay, let's not talk about this topic. Today we should discuss it. The Marcia family and the Lang family have begun to target me and our beverage store. Let's put the love affair aside for now." Greta immediately jumped up and shouted, "What the hell are you discussing? You have Ash, and Eugene has Leona. I am alone. I can't do it. Tens of thousands of gold coins a month are not good. You two have to compensate me with a beautiful woman." Eugene touched his nose, and the anger burned him again. "Don't talk about me. Nana and I haven't received blessings yet. We are still underground workers now." Chapter 509. Greta said angrily, "It's the most shameless to have an underground relationship. The rice has been cooked, But you still refuse to admit it. Leona's face suddenly turned red. We didn't, Greta, don't talk nonsense. At most, I will introduce my sister to you. Greta's eyes lit up. Your sister? The most beautiful one. In fact, if the Lay family and the Orn family are married, it will not be a good thing for the family, and Greta is not a bad person. Leona said it casually. Seeing that the topic was getting further and further away, Dole felt helpless. After talking nonsense for more than 10 minutes, several people sat in front of the table and calmed down honestly. Gretel coughed and solved the problem of introducing his sister. He seemed to have regained his brilliance and said casually, the Marsha family is currently targeting you. They also want to bring the genius of the Seekung family, Dak. Dak is now a level 5 strength. The master is the president of the Star Association, so we have to be careful. In addition, people in all industries of pharmacists are boycotting us. It is said that the Glory Wizard Alliance has begun to draft an inquiry letter. The next step is to question the Dole Wizard Tower. Dole was a little strange. Question? What is there to question? Is the news reliable? Ash said at this time, I also heard the saying. Maya told me that someone inside was doing this. Eugene glanced at the two and laughed with some contempt. They must be jealous of the profits of Dole Wizard Tower. So many pharmacists have come here, and everyone communicates with each other and exchanges potions. Whether it is the Pharmacist Union, those small organizations, or large organizations like the Force of Nature, they must have opinions. Before Dole was not here, the Gretel family controlled the supply of medicinal materials, and no one could do anything. Now that Dole is back, they will naturally attack him. Not to mention other things, just the internal members of the Glory Wizard Alliance have started to talk about this matter in the past few days. Eugene said a lot at once, making Dole frown. He said, from the beginning, the policy of my wizard tower has been here. How can I change it? Yes, wizards are free. They can go wherever they want. Who cares? Eugene added fuel to the fire. How about we fight against the enemy, and see what happens first? Dole nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. This was the only way. Let's not talk about this. What does it mean that the blue beverage shop is targeted? I've been resting these days, and haven't had time to pay attention to it. Eugene said with great sorrow, this should be done by the Lang family. They are in the wine industry, and then they launched something similar to your concept, called medicinal wine, and it's cheaper. Although it's not as effective as our beverage shop, it's leading in price, and has taken away a lot of our business. Dole immediately became interested. Do you have samples? Greta had already prepared, and said, yes, can you analyze it? He took out a lot of bottles and jars from the storage ring, each containing liquids of different colors. Everyone's attention was on these bottles and jars. Leona took a look at these things. The price is much cheaper than the blue beverage shop, and the effect is also there, but it's not as obvious as Dole's. I went to drink it with my friends a few days ago. Dole glanced at Leona. After 2 years of not seeing her, she was no longer as immature as before. Instead, she became generous, with a firm gaze, and looked much more mature. Closing his eyes, Dole began to scan carefully with his mental power. These drinks with different functions are all products of their own beverage stores, and they are mixed with wine to have different effects, just like medicinal wine. Dole carefully analyzed them in his mind. After a moment, he reached out, opened the first jar, picked it up, and tasted it. After drinking it, it felt similar to what he guessed, so he picked up the second jar and tasted it again. After a moment, Dole tasted all the jars. When Dole put down the last can, Leona said dignifiedly, I did a market survey. People who go to our Azure Drinks shop and those who go to bars are basically the same type of people, mercenaries, adventurers, nobles, and rich people. Ordinary people rarely go there, and can't afford it. Among them, mercenaries and adventurers are the main consumer groups, but he investigated and found that they prefer to drink and have strong spending power, and are willing to spend money. When the Lang family's batch of goods came out, most people turned to bars, and that's how we lost customers. As for the nobles and rich people, there wasn't much loss. Dole glanced at Leona, then at Eugene. These two did a lot of work. Greta seemed to have participated in it, and she knew it originally, but only Dole and Ash understood it a little at this time. These people seemed to be very tight on their wallets. Dole nodded, thought for a moment, and said, I tried their product, and the effect was very average. Combined with what Leona said, they do cater to the preferences of adventurers, mercenaries, and professionals. How much has our current turnover dropped? Greta said hurriedly, depending on the location of the store, the overall decrease is 1/3. My monthly pocket money has been reduced by 15,000 gold coins. It's really painful. His distressed look made Eugene next to him agree. Dole thought for a while, and suddenly raised a question. The Lang family is in the wine business. They use this method to seize the market. To be honest, I don't have a good solution. If we add wine to our Azure beverage store, it seems difficult to guarantee the supply. Greta nodded and gritted his teeth and said, yes, the Lang family controls the wine. We really have no way. You should come up with some ideas and seize the market. Dole was surprised. Aren't we thinking about it together? Why am I thinking about it alone? Eugene defended. Aren't we two less proficient in business than you? That's right. The two of them were singing and drinking, which made Dole feel a little overwhelmed. Wine is something that naturally attracts many people. The pressure of life and work can easily make people want to live a life of drunkenness and dream, and sink into a world of confusion and cannot extricate themselves. Wine has been sought after by many people since ancient times. Since the Lang family has controlled the wine business, other people who intervene cannot beat their century-old operation. Dole thought for a while and said, in fact, we could also do the wine business. Wine and grain are inseparable. The Lang family must have a lot of grain stored. If we compete with them and also make wine, we can seize the grain market and break their supply chain. Maybe we will force them to hurry. Greta and Eugene looked at each other and felt a little overwhelmed. They were involved in another field, which was not their specialty. Greta was better. She was a good businessman. Eugene was just a face-sitter. He couldn't help but look a little ugly. I have never thought about making wine. Greta smiled bitterly. This is a new field for me. Chapter 510. Seeing that the three of them were lost in thought, she said, if we also make alcoholic beverages, then we need a factory and a large amount of grain. This is not something that a few people can do well. It requires a lot of people. Let's forget it. Otherwise, I will go back and find someone to cut off some of the grain of the Lang family. You are illegally competing. Greta rolled his eyes at Aishi. As the owner of the city, the Rhine family is in charge of people's livelihood, and grain is naturally the top priority. Aishi said this with confidence, but the Lang family is also a big family and has some grain channels. Doing this will obviously lead to hostility between the two families, which is not cost-effective. Aishi didn't care. He hated the Lang family very much now. Then give up this business for nothing? Aishi was a little unwilling. The group was at a loss. McLaren raised his head and said with some surprise, Dole woke up? The disciple said respectfully, yes, teacher, he has just announced that he will refine the 6th level potion and open the name of Dole Wizard Tower. In addition, he changed the name of the Wizard Tower to Chris Wizard Tower. McLaren nodded, looked at the disciple and suddenly had an idea, and said, pack up and follow me to meet him and give him the dividends of the past few years. The disciple was stunned, not knowing what the teacher's arrangement was, so he nodded. I just woke up and you came. You are well informed. In the room, Dole smiled. McLaren's purpose, of course, was clear. This was to send him money, and the amount was definitely not low. Although he did not participate in the Southwest War, he did not lose any money. McLaren sat opposite Dole, with his disciple standing behind him. He smiled and said, no one can curry favor with you, so I came here as soon as I got the news. You haven't shown up for dozens of days since you came back, and there are rumors outside. Dole smiled faintly and said, the wind and rain outside can't blow into my wizard tower. McLaren smiled faintly and said, then let's talk about business first. He looked back at his disciple and said, bring the account book. An hour later, McLaren closed the account book. That's it, you see? Dole nodded, yeah. McLaren breathed a sigh of relief. Although he took advantage of Dole to some extent, he knew that as long as it was not too much, Dole would not care about it. He thought for a moment, and then said, I heard from the people in the pharmacy guild that some people have started to target you, and the Lang family has also started to target you. You are always staying in the wizard tower now. Don't you have any ideas? Dole showed a helpless smile. It's useless for me to have ideas. Those are all big shots. What can a small wizard like me do? McLaren coughed and said, how about I give you a suggestion? Please go. Dole became serious. McLaren smiled. In the Glory Empire, a person's identity changes with strength and status. You only have strength now, but no status. Although your reputation is indeed not low, it is reputation after all, and your status has not changed much. My advice to you is that you should go to the city lord's mansion now and change your identity. Don't you have merits? Become a noble first. In this way, many harsh laws applicable to civilians will not work on you. Dole blinked his eyes, and suddenly everything in front of him became clear. Yes, how could he forget this? Merit is merit, although he is nominally a noble, but as long as he does not have the status of a noble, he will always be a commoner. Nobles have many privileges. If they are really questioned, they can use their status as nobles to deal with it. This is a good way. Dole stood up. His expression suddenly brightened. Thank you for reminding me, brother. I will go to the city lord's mansion and get it certified. McLaren smiled and said, the title is a big deal. The birth of each title is given by the empire, after very careful consideration. You have enough merit now, and your record is not bad. The city lord's mansion will not take too long to review. I personally suggest that you apply as soon as possible. Dole nodded, walked out of his seat, and said, then let's go out together. This idea is very important to me. Dole sent a message to Ash, and then to Gretel and Eugene. After walking out of the Wizard Tower group with McLaren, they walked towards the city lord's mansion. When he came outside, many people pointed at him. Dole saw it all, both secretly and openly. There were a lot of rumors about him recently, but he just didn't respond. There are many schools in the Wizard Tower group, various alchemy schools, pharmacist schools, puppet schools, magic pattern schools, etc. Dole's pharmacist school has now surpassed them. It is normal for some people to watch the fun. The entrance of Chris Wizard Tower is already more lively than any other Wizard Tower. These people watch the fun, but in the end, they still want to buy Dole's potions, so Dole doesn't mind. After going out, he just glanced around casually, and after not noticing any excessive hostility, he walked towards the city lord's mansion. He was going to two places today. The first was the city lord's mansion, and the second was the military. Although the military was separated from the Legion's merits and achievements were all kept in the military. He would go to where he wanted to apply for the merits. The reason why Ash and Gretel came was also because of Ash, and Gretel was a witness of the Wizard Tower at that time. Not long after, he came to the city lord's mansion. Next to the city lord's mansion was the military office building, not far away. He waited for a while. Gretel arrived first, and then Ash. Both of them already knew the cause and effect, so they didn't say anything when they met. Gretel was a little excited, even more excited than him becoming a baron. Ash's performance was similar, and she was deeply happy for Dole. At the same time, she thought that if Dole became a noble early, the resistance to her and his affairs would be less. At the entrance of the military building, Gretel said jokingly, if you want to become a noble, there will probably be a lot of resistance. The military has no objection, and the Glory Wizard Alliance has no resistance either, but the nobles themselves have a lot of resistance. Dole was puzzled. I don't know much about this procedure. Isn't it enough to have enough merits? Gretel shook his head. Before he spoke, Ash stood next to Dole, leaned against him, and whispered, in the Empire, there are currently only two ways to become a noble. One is inheritance, which I won't talk about. The other is to rely on merits. There are two ways to issue merits. The first is war merits, and the other is other merits. Generally speaking, one war merit is equal to 3 other merits. You didn't directly participate in the war, so you got other merits. But it's still 9,000 merits, which is enough. Chapter 511. Dole asked in confusion, then what? Ash smiled and said, this is just a condition. The selection of the title will be evaluated from 3 aspects, namely social evaluation, military evaluation, and city lord's mansion evaluation. The Honor Wizard Alliance does not participate in it. Your difficulty lies in the social evaluation, which requires the consent of more than 3 viscounts. Dole was a little confused. He thought he could just exchange it for merit, but he didn't expect it to be so troublesome. He knew a few nobles among the 3 viscounts, but he didn't know what titles they were. For example, Ash and Eugene looked like nobles, but they were actually descendants of nobles, and did not have titles themselves. Where can I find 3 viscounts? Greta said with a smile. Viscounts are easy to find. Those gentlemen owe you a favor, so just use them. Any level 6 wizard is at least an earl. In fact, when you reach level 6, you will be an earl directly, and there is no need to evaluate the baronial title. Dole's mouth twitched. I am in order to deal with the inquiry meeting. Now I am eager to get the title. If it were not for the inquiry meeting, I would not bother to be a nobleman. It is worthless. Greta touched his nose. Yes, recently, the conditions for Dole's inquiry have basically been reached, and the inquiry is inevitable. Ash also knew the importance of this matter, and said at this time, okay, let's not talk about this. Level 6 is too far away. It is estimated that it will take about 10 years at this stage. It is too far away. Go inside and exchange the merits first. My relationship with the military is enough. No one will stop you. Greta laughed at this time, and saw that the two were close to each other, almost touching each other, with a teasing look on his face. Ash stood beside Dory openly, not afraid of Greta's teasing at all. Greta felt bored when she saw this. These two dogs and bitches are definitely together now. But I heard that Ash's family has a lot of resistance. I just don't know if she can withstand it. Looking at Dory, there is no objection. She is so outstanding. Sighed, and said, then go in, get things done early, and be promoted to nobles before the questioning comes, but I guess someone will make trouble in the meantime. Dory shrugged, naturally someone will do something, but we will do it now, and we will fight against the enemy. At the door of the military office, several soldiers bowed slightly. These three people have been standing here for a long time, and they have recognized them long ago. The military office is very empty, and there are few people. After entering, one office after another, and it is not lively inside, but very deserted. Ash explained, most of the military affairs are in the military and the corps. This is just a civilian place, so it seems that there are not many people. The place to receive merit is here. I take you there. The three of them walked and talked, and soon they went up to the third floor. Dole had a vague concept of the military office. He always thought that this place was similar to the public security office. Now it seems that it is not the same at all. There are many people who come to the public security office to do business, and they can break the door. The military office is very solemn. The public security office is very messy, and the military office is very neat and tidy. The soldiers standing guard around are meticulous and motionless, as if the sky will not affect them even if it falls. It looks majestic. At first glance, the military office is much more serious than the public security office. The three of them stopped at the door of an office on the third floor, and Ash knocked on the door. Two voices soon came from inside, one deep and one crisp. Come in. The door opened wide, and Ash walked in first. Greta snorted, you're turning your elbows out so quickly. Ash smiled but said nothing. Dole didn't say anything. There were two people in the room, both wearing standard military uniforms, a man and a woman. The man was a little older and looked very calm and reserved, and the woman looked very capable. At this time, they were discussing something together. When they saw the three people come in, the man immediately laughed. Greta, Ash, how come you have time to come to me, Greta? I remember you have received your merit. Greta touched her nose and smiled awkwardly. Of course I have received it. Ash, and I came here to accompany Dole. Excuse me. Hearing the name Dole, the old man's smile suddenly disappeared, and he was a little surprised. The owner of Dole's wizard tower should not be neglected. It was this wizard tower that saved many people this time. He walked around from behind the table and looked at Dole with surprise. Welcome, welcome, heroes emerge from youth. Although you did not personally participate in the Southwest War, your contribution is indispensable. I thank you on behalf of our 3 million soldiers in the Legion. As he said that, he was about to salute. Dole stopped him, shook his head slightly, and said, Sir, no, essentially, I am just a businessman, you are embarrassing me. The old man shook his head, still bowed properly, then relaxed and smiled, you are a businessman, but you are also a businessman who has made contributions. The soldiers who were saved by Dole Wizard Tower are very grateful to you. In addition, I heard that the technology of McLaren is also yours, which is a great contribution. Dole smiled slightly, but said nothing. He came here to receive his merits, not to listen to others flatter him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the old man saw that Dole was a little impatient, and then he remembered that he was a technology geek, so he smiled and said, Then I won't say much. I give you the merit token now. He returned to the table and gave instructions to the woman. Soon, a stack of account books came from the back. The two of them calculated on the table. Soon, one of them took out 3 silver and 2 brass-like plates and handed them to Dole respectfully. If our military office needs anything, I hope that Lord Dole will not be stingy. We will buy the potion at the price. He heard that Dole had been very active in the past few days, directly cutting off the potion of a group of people. Some people were doing small things behind him, which really made him angry. Dole's mouth twitched, and he smiled slightly. No, there is no conflict between the military office and me. At this time, Ash was smiling, and Gretel was watching with satisfaction. After leaving the military office, the three of them rushed to the Glory Wizard Tower. The Glory Wizard Tower also has some merit points. This time, it was Eugene's turn. Eugene walked out of the Wizard Tower, and took them to building number 1. He was wearing a black and gold outfit today, which was very cool. There was also a light-colored dragon painted on it, which looked very solemn, as if he was a big shot. When he saw the three people, Eugene deliberately coughed, and before he could pretend, Gretel slapped him on the forehead. Eugene's personality collapsed immediately, and he jumped hurriedly. Get out, my image. You are still pretending. If you don't do things well today, I beat your ass. Gretel said unhappily. Eugene immediately begged for mercy. No, 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 I still have faith in the Glory Wizard Tower. Come with me. I heard that the Lang family went to your family a few days ago. Why didn't you get any news later? Ash was originally very happy, but when she heard this, her face suddenly turned black. Talk less and do more. Eugene smiled triumphantly and said, hee hee. He looked at Dole's face, and saw that his complexion changed slightly, and he immediately became proud again. Dole, I'm not saying anything bad to you. Hurry up. Put your affairs on the agenda. You can't keep dragging it on. At least you have to give Ash a name. If you continue like this, it will be bad for both of you. Chapter 512. After hearing this, Ashley realized that Eugene was thinking about her. Dole, this wooden man, showed no signs of initiative at all. It was really funny and annoying, but she was not in a hurry. Dole glanced at Eugene and glared. Hurry up and play. I know about this matter. I will go to their house to find some good things later. He glanced at Ashley and turned his head away. Ashley said so he had to say something too. Eugene smiled. Now it was Gretel's turn to be depressed. These two pairs of dogs and bitches. There were few people at the entrance of the Glory Wizard Alliance. They were all wizards of various levels who came to do business. The four people standing there caused a small discussion around them, but the parties did not care about it at all. After saying a few words at the door, they walked into the Glory Wizard Alliance. 10th floor. In an office, Eugene walked in first. There were many wizards in the house, each with his own office, and a pile of files on the table, neatly arranged. After Eugene walked in, he greeted everyone, and these people returned the greetings one by one as expected. After all, they were the president's disciples, and they were all a little surprised to see Dole and the others. 3 of the 10 people in the youth program in previous years actually came, and there was also the pharmacist Dole. What is he doing here? Isn't he here to collect merit points? This guy is back, and those level 4 wizards are saved. Eugene took Dole to the innermost, to an old man, and smiled faintly. This is Dole, who is here to collect merit points today. The old man raised his head, and Dole said, Hello, sir. The old man glanced at Dole, and was slightly surprised. He really got promoted to level 5. You know, he is only level 4 now. He stood up, bowed slightly, and said, In the wizard world, the most accomplished ones come first. You have already been promoted to level 5. Just call me the youngest. Come and collect the merit points. Wait a minute. I will check it first. Eugene nodded and said, Don't worry. The old man nodded, and then told others to summarize Dole's merit points. The office suddenly became busy. Eugene was his own man, and he casually pulled Dole to the side to rest, while looking at Dole curiously. You two are really fast. You have reached level 5 so quickly. Dole nodded, with a little chance. Eugene sighed, looked at Gretel and Leona, and said, Then the 3 of you should hurry up. Today is winter. Let's go out for some training, but we will choose to go to the south. Dole glanced at Gretel and said, Have you two discussed it? Gretel stretched out her finger and waved it. Not the 2 of us, but the 5 of us. In addition to Leona and me, there are 2 girls. Dole. Lei gave him a look of animal, and Gretel immediately felt wronged. Don't think too much. One is Eugene's senior sister, and the other is my cousin. They just happened to reach the bottleneck. Dole laughed and said, I know. If you need any medicine when you leave, come to me to get it. I will make a batch of potions in the next few days, and charge you half price. Gretel smiled faintly. Of course I won't miss the opportunity to beat you, a rich man you know. In the past few days, people who have asked for your medicine have lined up from the entrance of your wizard tower to the entrance of tower number 1. Dole naturally knew all this. In addition to the people who placed orders, there were also many people who asked others to intercede for certain people, but he didn't see them. He was a little busy these days, and didn't have time to pay attention to these people. There are a lot of level 4 wizards in Watsonburg. Although there are some level 6 pharmacists, they still can't meet this market, but Dole's eyes are no longer on this market. He now orders himself a level 7 potion. As for the level 6 potion, he will train Morris and others in the near future. After more than 2 years, they should have settled down. Just as the 3 were chatting, there was a sound of footsteps outside. There are many rooms here, and the 3 did not pay attention to the movement outside. They thought these people were going to other rooms. At this time, the footsteps stopped, as if they were just outside this office. The four of them raised their heads together and looked at the door. A majestic old man stood at the door and scanned everyone. Seeing this old man, everyone became respectful. The youngest one in charge of Dole quickly came to the door and said to the old man, "Vice President Joseph, why are you here?" The room suddenly became dead silent. Even Dole and Eugene and others stopped talking and looked at this man. "What is he doing here?" Eugene's face changed slightly, and he sent a message to Dole. "This man is Joseph, the vice president of the Glory Alliance. Although he has no power, it is said that he has a good relationship with the Lank family. Things may not be good." As he spoke, he winked at Greta, stood up together, and walked to the door. The two of them, one is Piusi's disciple, and the other is Alan's disciple. When they saw other vice presidents, they still had to show respect. "Vice President Joseph," the two said together. Joseph glanced at the two and his heart skipped a beat. His goal was to stop Dole from getting the merit points. If these two stood here, things would be difficult. If Lord Piusi knew about it, or Lord Alan knew that he was involved in it, the consequences would be disastrous. Lord Alan was about to be promoted to level 7, and it was said that he was already sprinting for the future. If he embarrassed him at this stage, his life would be difficult in the future. However, when he thought of the things those families gave him, Joseph could not care so much, because that was the key to his promotion. As long as he could get to himself, Piusi and Alan would have to stand aside. Thinking of this, he pretended to have just seen the two, coughed, and then pretended to hum, "The two nephews are here too." He turned his eyes to the old man, and then said solemnly, "Some things happened recently, which caused some problems in the background of the merit value. I came here to inform you that all honor points and merit points will be suspended and decentralization will be suspended until further notice." Hearing this, the room was dead silent. Greta and Eugene's faces suddenly darkened. Dole and Ash sat in their seats, looking at each other, both of them showing a look of understanding. Before Greta spoke, Eugene looked at Joseph and said carefully, "Merit and honor are what the Empire and the Wizards Association value most. The whole country uses a wizard system to save it, which can be said to be the foundation of the country. President Joseph said to suspend it, so do the other presidents agree? Does my teacher know?" Joseph is also an old hand, and he smiled at this time, saying slowly, "It's just a small problem. It will be fine in 2 days. It won't delay anything. If someone comes to collect it, just say wait 2 days. You two didn't come here to get the merit points, right? I heard that Greta has been promoted to Baron, and you got your merit points too. As long as it is blocked for a few days, until the questioning meeting officially begins, Dole will not be able to make any waves." However, when Joseph thought about this guy's background, he was still a little overwhelmed. He was a 6th level wizard with a high status and powerful strength, but the forces within the Glory Wizard Alliance were complicated. Even as the vice president, he didn't dare to do anything casually. Chapter 513. Greta's face darkened. Due to Joseph's status and strength, he didn't dare to say anything. If he waited for 2 days, he might have lost his chance. He immediately became anxious. The room was dead silent. Seeing this situation, it was unclear what was going on. Joseph was using his ability to suppress Dole's merit points. Otherwise, why did he come today when he was fine at other times? You know, it's the first time in the long history of the Glory Wizard Alliance that I heard that there was a problem with the background data, and the matter of suspending the processing of merit points was simply a joke. At this moment, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Dole and Ash stood up slowly. Dole came to Joseph, bowed slightly, and looked at him with burning eyes. "Vice President Joseph, are you sure you want to do this?" Joseph did not know Dole, and was a little surprised at this time. This man was so young and powerful, and he was already level 5. He thought of the rumors, and immediately said calmly, "You are Dole, right? I did this for a reason. Are you questioning this president?" He then released a trace of momentum, and slowly pressed over. Dole's face changed slightly, and he released his own momentum, slowly resisting this momentum. A smile suddenly appeared on his calm face. He slowly said, "It is said that the arm cannot twist the thigh, and the matter depends on who is in the place. This old saying is really true. If I can't get the merit points today, then I won't take it. Vice President Joseph, we will come again another day." Joseph looked at Dole's face full of smiles, but he could not see any smiles, and his heart sank slightly. This young man is indeed very cunning. I am afraid that he has offended him today. But he didn't care. After the smile on his face gradually disappeared, he said coldly, "Sorry, there is indeed a reason. You can come back another day." Dole smiled faintly. "Don't worry. let's go to the top floor for a walk. Go ahead, he gave Eugene a look. Eugene raised his eyebrows, then smiled faintly. Then don't take it. The teacher is here. Let's go upstairs for a walk. Joseph's face froze immediately. The four people bowed to the people around them, said goodbye and left the 10th floor in a chic manner. When they walked to the corridor, everyone's face sank. Eugene said at this time, Dole, I'm afraid today's matter can't be done. This Joseph, who is in charge of the distribution of merit points, probably received some benefits and insisted on stopping you. If we go up to find the teacher now, I'm afraid it won't work. His next step is probably to disrupt the background data. Dole nodded, and suddenly felt a little depressed. Which school does Joseph belong to? What schools does he belong to? I will cancel all his orders when I get back. Dole was a little angry. You are against me, huh? Greta and Eugene's mouths twitched immediately. Dole has already canceled so many orders. If he continues like this, he will probably cancel all the orders of all the wizards in Watzenberg. And I looked at Dole. This guy, why is he still childish? She reached out and took Dole's hand and said, okay, don't be childish. Canceling orders is just a last resort. It's better to sell them, the worst quality items. Dole sighed. He also knew that he would be called stingy if he did this, so he pinched Aishi's hand and said, well, this is the only way. Forget it, let's go back. Eugene smiled and said, no, the teacher is really here today. Let's go up and take a look to see what the teacher will say about this question. The three of them were stunned. The president is here. Let's go. Let's get familiar with him. Maybe there will be a reward. Gretel pushed Eugene and couldn't wait to go up. This kind of thing of currying favor with big shots needs to be done more times. Dole and Ash smiled slightly when they saw this. Joseph looked at his disciple with a gloomy face. Did they really go up? The disciple nodded. He glanced at the master carefully and said, I saw it with my own eyes. They went to the president's room and the door was open. Joseph's heart sank, and his mood fell to the bottom. Puyusi might not plead for Dole. After all, his words had been released, and people couldn't see the discord within the Glory Wizard Alliance. But the president was not a person who was easy to talk to, and he was estimated to be unlucky in other aspects. He looked at his disciple, his eyes wandering, and soon, he calmed down and said, you inform those people about this matter, and tell them that I want to compensate. The disciple nodded and turned away. Puyusi looked at Duolai and smiled. Now you understand the importance of social etiquette. Duolai was helpless, I understand, but President, this is completely an unprovoked disaster for me. You know that I have been in this mode since I was in a Rangel Academy. Until now, whether I am chased and praised by others or criticized by others, there is no prescriptive thing to define me. If they want to make trouble for me, it can only mean that they are not good enough. Ash and Gretel couldn't help laughing. Eugene didn't dare to laugh. Dole's current situation was actually related to the vague rules of the Honor Wizard Alliance. Puyusi laughed immediately, and a hint of mystery appeared on his gentle expression. What you are doing now is not directly allowed or rejected by the Empire. The only purpose is to train pharmacists and wizards in various ways. After the Pharmacist Union, there are many small organizations organized by pharmacists. Few people care about these, but it's not that they don't care. It's just that your model touches the interests of too many people, so they unite to target you. Dole frowned. Then they can't compete with me, so they come to mess with me. Doesn't the Honor Wizard Alliance care about this? Puyusi smiled. How to care? Dole was a little depressed. Ash said at this time, Lord Puyusi, if our own small workshop is criticized, how about we set up an academy? Hearing this, everyone's ears perked up. Dole frowned. Actually, someone had told him about these things, but he didn't think clearly at that time and refused. Now it seems that if he wants to keep going, opening a college is the only way. Puyusi turned his head and looked at Aishi, with a smile on his face. You see, Aishi has more foresight than you. Your behavior has indeed affected some people, and they are resistant or even hostile to you. They can take up arms to resist, but if you turn this behavior into an imperial behavior or a social behavior, it is within the scope of their tolerance. Dole lowered his head and thought about the feasibility of this matter, and whether it conflicted with his future plans. He wanted to leave here and open up a territory by himself. To open a college, he must be affiliated with a city as a subsidiary. If he opened up his own territory and opened a college by himself, it would be easier, but if he was affiliated with Wassenberg, it would affect his future plans. And Gretel and Eugene also thought about it at this time. After a moment, Gretel was the first to raise his head. He frowned and said, if that's the case, It would take a lot of energy and require a lot of connections. Can we rely on Dory alone? Chapter 514. Eugene nodded and agreed with Greta after hearing this. Puyusi nodded, you are right, but you need to consider one thing. Dole's current behavior is not directly allowed by the Empire, but it is tacitly accepted. The reason for the current result is that Dole has touched the interests of many people. If this behavior is not turned into the behavior of the Empire, then the inquiry meeting will inevitably be held, and the current model of the Wizard Tower will inevitably be broken. Dole raised his head and wondered, if it becomes an academy, the current model will inevitably be broken. Puyusi smiled a little and said, that's your own business. I just gave you a reference. You can think about it yourself, and you are also level 5. It's time to consider future matters. Dole lowered his head and thought carefully. Seeing this, everyone else fell silent. The idea was good, but the final decision was still made by Dole, or Dole and Ash. Ash would definitely stand by Dole. She made suggestions because she wanted to help Dole, but she also understood that Dole wanted his own, independent territory, not to live under someone else's roof. Seeing Dole thinking, the others discussed on the side, leaving the independent environment to him. Puyusi smiled when he saw Dole like this. This kid is really good. He has extraordinary talent and character. It is okay to open an academy. He can support him. However, if he opens an academy, it may affect the interests of the other 2 academies, which is a troublesome matter. After a long time, Dole raised his head and said, I need to go back and think about it carefully. Wujwa came to the City Lord's mansion and met some people, and then came to the Honor Wizard Alliance and met some people. After talking to Joseph about some things, he went to the Pharmacist Union to meet some people. It was not until the evening that he returned to the Marsha family. At this time, there was a courtyard in the backyard of the family that was brightly lit, and there seemed to be a lot of voices coming out. Wujwa saw the direction of the lights, his expression was slightly solemn. He tidied his clothes, walked over, and gently pushed open the courtyard door. In the courtyard, a group of people were laughing and talking. As an elder, Wujwa went in and said a few words, then called someone out, and the 2 of them went straight to another courtyard. This courtyard was a little deserted. When they came to the courtyard and entered an empty room hall, Wujwa and the young man saw Celine. Serency looked up and saw Wujwa coming back. She raised her head and asked, how is it going? Wujwa nodded and said, the Seekung family has already agreed, and the Lang family has also agreed. Now we are waiting for the City Lord's mansion and the Honor Wizard Alliance to respond. According to the laws of the Empire and the Honor Wizard Alliance, it should be a matter of the next few days. Alan is in seclusion, and no one is talking to them. Things should have been quick, but the people above will also consider the President's opinion, so they are considering postponing it for a few days. Serency nodded heavily, and the powerful momentum cultivated by her frequent presence enveloped the entire room at this time. What did Joseph say? Wujwa was enveloped by Serency's momentum, and he bowed his head slightly, saying, Joseph helped us by 2 days, but he also wanted a reward. He said that Eugene went to see Lord Puyusi yesterday? Celine's face darkened. Master Puyusi came out of retreat? This is not a good thing? Did President Puyusi say anything? Wujwa's face turned strange at this time. No one said anything, and they didn't even come out. I just heard that after they came out, their expressions were very strange, as if they had received some lessons or inspiration. Selency pondered, then I know, you go down and make this matter happen. Wujwa quickly retreated. Lant family. Offadam stood behind a middle-aged man, his face terribly gloomy. Ash must be mine, father. We must defeat Dole in the questioning meeting. The middle-aged man nodded and said, Ash is very important. We must keep an eye on Westling. Otherwise, many things will not be able to be carried out in the future. Are you familiar with the family's business? Offadam shook his head. I want to reach the late stage of level 5 as soon as possible. The middle-aged man thought for a while, then nodded and said, that's fine. You don't have to worry about the family. You just need to practice. There are many geniuses in Wassenberg, but only a few of you can really show off. As long as you can compete with them, it's fine. As for Dole. Humph. The middle-aged man felt a little gloomy. Najulai was indeed exaggerating. He dared to confront a large family with his own strength. This was very rare in the wizard world. How could a solitary wizard fight against a family power without resources and advanced meditation? But this guy was an outlier. He was extremely powerful, and had 2 level 6 wizard towers. This was simply a slap in the face of these large families. You know, even their Lang family only had 1 level 7 and 2 level 6 wizard towers, and they were built with the strength of the entire family. In Watzenberg, Nobles can use force against other wizards, but if they use force against Dole, the two wizard towers alone can crush most families. This is why Dole is difficult to deal with. Now they have to cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot, directly destroy the other party's study class, and destroy the other party's source of funds, and see what he will do in the future? Seacombe family. A middle-aged man shuttled back and forth in the courtyard of the yard. Behind him, Dak, the most outstanding genius of the Seacombe family, followed him with a pale face. The Seacombe family had to borrow forces from many aspects to deal with one person, which was unimaginable in the past. It was all because of the useless younger brothers in the family that they were in a difficult situation now. Dole has now been promoted to level 5, and it is not so easy to deal with him. Look at the people around him, Ash, Gretel, Eugene, who is a fuel-saving lamp. But now it is useless to say anything. They have to lobby the strong in the family with all their strength to actively participate in this matter. Otherwise the Seacombe family will be defeated by one person, which is simply a joke. In the backyard, Dak came to the outside of a yard and said loudly, "Ancestor Bayong, Dak wants to see you." A low voice came from the yard, "Come in." The door opened automatically, revealing the dark little yard inside. The little yard was very clean and spotless. The big trees around the yard blocked the sky, and it seemed that the light was a little insufficient. The yard was small, but it was full of vitality, and those breaths came from those trees. Don't underestimate those trees. They are all high-quality trees transplanted from outside, with very strong vitality. The old man was standing in the yard. At this time, he raised his head and looked at the two people with a smile. "Why, you are free to come and see me today." The middle-aged man pursed his lips, but still said, "This time I came to invite you to help you with other families to deal with one person with all your strength." He quickly told the story again. Ancestor Bayong glanced at the middle-aged man, then at Dak, and sighed slightly. "The family is declining. Do you know why?" The middle-aged man didn't dare to answer after hearing this. Dak stood there, pursing his lips slightly and lowering his head. Chapter 515. Bayong sighed and said slowly, "The decline of the family is not in the business field or in interpersonal relationships. As the saying goes, there are spirits in the mountains, and people from all directions come to worship them. The biggest decline of our family was the death of the ancestor. Although I am now a level 7, I don't have much life left. And you, the younger generations, like to cheat each other. None of you like to practice. In another 100 years, when I leave this world, will the Seacombe family still exist?" The middle-aged man immediately lowered his head and stopped talking. In the family, there are really few young people who like to practice, so they can't deal with a foreigner. This is the fault of all of them. He lowered his head and said, "Grandpa, I also want to rectify the family tradition, but it is too difficult. Unless you come forward in person, I can't do anything for the family with my own strength. Dak is my son. I disciplined him personally. I will train him in the future." The old man glanced at the middle-aged man and snorted, "You have 10 sons, and except for Dak, none of the rest are good. Don't think I don't know what the cause of this matter is. It's because Duke and Sun are 2 bastards, who are against a person who owns a level 6 wizard tower alone. Where is their brain? In summer, the sun bakes the earth, and the city is hot inside and outside. Wassenberg looks very peaceful, even a little bit of singing and dancing, but every day, people die in dark corners." A woman seemed calm, but she walked slowly on the street in a panic, looking back from time to time. Soon, they came to the largest blue drink shop on Tailuo Street. As soon as she entered the store, she looked around vigilantly. She went to the back, and quickly changed into the clothes of a shop assistant, hiding her things at the same time. She touched her cuffs, and found a small package of things. This was something someone threatened her family to put in the water in the store. She looked up, and saw the kind owner. She felt a little guilty, but when she thought of her family, she was ready to be cruel. No one was important. Her relatives were the most important. Besides, the man said that this was not a fatal poison, and it would not kill people. Thinking of this, she became nervous and calm. At this moment, a small black insect flew past him, and landed on his head, but she didn't notice it at all. Dole Wizard Tower. Standing on the top of the wizard tower, Dole suddenly turned his gaze, and looked at too many streets. His gaze seemed to penetrate everything, and fell on the blue beverage store. Dole usually has multiple perspectives, the perspective of the Eye of the Storm, monitoring the environment around the wizard tower at any time, the perspective of the black corpse worm, falling on several important positions, and even the perspective of the sky frost worm. Since the sky frost worm was obtained in the ruins, it has been in his hands. It took 3 months to breed it to today, and it has only been bred to several thousand. This thing is more difficult to cultivate than the black corpse worm. He kept a few for himself, and gave all the others to Ash. At this time, Ash was in the Tower of Babel, studying bloodlines, and trying to make some potions for the family while cultivating these little things. The Skyfrost worm was born with a hint of the breath of the Ice Rule. With the Wind Rule fragments given to them by the old man Shonfeng, the two of them had no bottlenecks in their cultivation. Although the Skyfrost worm is a cold creature, it likes the sun. At this time, a group of Skyfrost worms are flying in the sky above the Wizard Tower. With the Wizard Tower covering it, no one noticed the abnormality here. Why did Dole suddenly wake up? It was because the Xianxia worm ambushed in the Azure Drinks shop discovered a powerful toxin, and woke up from his trance. His eyes switched to the store, and soon saw the target. It was a woman, a waitress in the store, but there was a very powerful poison on her cuffs. Is this a spy sent by the enemy, or was he threatened? Dole immediately sent a message to Greta and asked him to deal with this matter. The business of the Azure Drinks shop had already declined because of the Lank family. If there are unknown factors again, I am afraid that the business will be gone. Walking on the street, Greta's face was very gloomy. Someone wants to poison the store. Although this is not new, it is not the first time. The person who did it last time has disappeared, and the people behind him have also been sunk in the unknown river outside the city. Now someone jumps out again, and at this critical moment, it is really damnable. It is probably done by that family. I didn't want to tear my face off, but now it seems that I may not be able to do it without showing my thundering means. I came to the door of the store, and stepped into the back kitchen in 2 or 3 steps. At this time, he saw a small flying insect flying over and landing on his shoulder. Who is it? He asked the small flying insect. The back kitchen is not big, and 3 or 2 people can complete the operation. Most of the waiters are placed outside, so there are not many people in the back. Gretel came with a low breath, and those people were busy and did not notice his existence. But the next moment, Gretel saw the person who was preparing to poison, because he saw that the woman was secretly pouring something into the water. She was very careful. In order to avoid being seen, she secretly scraped a little at a time with her fingernails, and did it very secretly. When Gretel saw her, she was scraping the poison with her fingernails. Seeing this, Gretel was immediately angry. He walked over slowly, and came to the woman. The woman didn't know that there was someone next to her. She was doing it. She heard a voice from the side. What kind of poison is this? She subconsciously answered, I don't know, that person gave it to me. But after she finished speaking, she immediately turned her head and showed a look of horror. Gretel's face was gloomy, and she stared at the woman with a terrible look. He knew the identity of the woman, and at this time, he had sent a message to let people check on her family situation. He snorted coldly and said, You don't have to do it. Come with me to the 5th floor. In a very small courtyard, a man and a woman fell in a pool of blood. 2 men in ordinary black clothes stood beside them, looking at the man and woman with a sneer. After they finished their confession, in order to paralyze the woman, they waited for a while, and killed her parents directly after he left for a long time. After the 2 of them finished all this, they cleaned up the traces, and prepared to leave. The gate of the small courtyard opened, and the 2 were about to go out, but they saw a group of more than 10 people standing at the gate of the small courtyard, 6 or 7 of them holding the official crossbows of the Empire in their hands. The 2 men in black were stunned. Dole came down from the Wizard Tower, and came to the door of the innermost room on the 1st floor. Pushing the door open and walking in, Gretel's figure had her back to him. Hearing the noise behind him, he turned around, looked at Dole, and said lightly, It's clear that it was done by the Lank family, but their family did not take action directly, but asked a small family named Iris to do it, which is their affiliated family. Dole nodded and said expressionlessly, It's enough to know who did it. Send these people to the police station. Greta was a little surprised. You? Dole looked at him, his expression slightly relaxed. Let the police station help us deal with the Lank family, and tie their hands and feet. Since the Lank family wants to take action at our route, we naturally can't let them do what they want. I will go to the market tomorrow to buy some wine bugs, and we will also make wine ourselves. Greta looked calm, as if he had expected Dole to do this. He nodded. I will also find someone to deal with their business. Since the Lank family likes to play dirty, let's all play, and see who can beat who. Chapter 516. Dole had seen people playing dirty more than once, but this was the first time he had seen people who would kill a whole family at will. These people, for the sake of profit, really would do anything. The world is really dangerous, and human life is as cheap as a dog, and it is nothing, He now has 2 wizard towers, and everyone is in Chris Wizard Tower, while he is the only one in Babel Tower. Dole called Tava and Gideon over, told them some things, gave each of them a low-level storage ring and money, and asked them to go out and do their work. The 2 did not say much, and left as ordered. After the 2 left, Ash came in from outside. Her face was a little bad, and she slowly got better after seeing Dole. Dole looked at her, put aside his thoughts, and smiled. What's wrong? Who messed with our beautiful lady again? I hoped that Dole would feel better. Nothing. There are a few annoying guys who came to my family to talk about things, and those people are about to waver. Dole raised his eyebrows. Do you want me to go and talk about it? She looked at Dole closely. Okay, then you go and talk about it. Dole suddenly became embarrassed. He covered his mouth and smiled. This matter is not urgent. I will talk about it after I deal with the recent things. And besides, it's useless to talk to your family. You have to talk to your parents. In your family, your father's words are still effective. She heard the first half of the sentence, and felt a little better after hearing the second half. Indeed, it's useless to talk to those people about his own affairs. The Ryan family has always been a powerful person, who has the final say, and his father happens to be able to hold up the sky above his head. Looked at Duolai and said with a little dissatisfaction, okay then. Duolai looked at her, and a little bit of concern arose in his heart. He reached out, and took Aishi's hand. Seeing that Aishi did not resist, he became bolder. Why don't you go back recently? Just stay here with me. I will give you some permissions. You can do experiments here. Aishi could feel Duolai's affection, and naturally she was happy. Okay, you have everything here, and my bloodline potion has reached a bottleneck. Her own bloodline has been purified a lot, but if she wants to help the family members use it, she needs to do more experiments and take the family's bloodline. After returning this time, the improvement of bloodline shocked some people in the family, and the improvement of qualifications made many people jealous. This is what happened later. If he can refine the potion to purify the family bloodline, then other people in the family will not say anything. She is also old, and it is normal for those people in the family to jump up and down. When the recent time passes, she will go to confront her father. After reaching level 5, you need to delve deeper into meditation. The improvement of power is very slow. Some people often stay at level 5 for their whole lives. Therefore, at this stage, most people will choose to learn other subjects, such as alchemy, potions, or magic patterns. Ash went to her room, while Dole entered her laboratory, put on a mask, isolated himself, and continued to make medicine. In the past few days, he has made a lot of mental potions, magic potions, scarlet potions, etc., as well as various other level 6 potions. He has already researched the alchemy formula and distributed it to Chris and others. As long as someone can make it, he will basically be free and can focus on making level 7 potions. Grill helped him transport some materials for the 7th level potion, which he had just studied recently. One person occupied half of the huge 12-story laboratory. Ash's foundation was relatively weak, and he would ask Dole from time to time. Dole also patiently answered his questions, and helped him with the experiments when he was free. One day passed quickly. August 1st. This was a very ordinary holiday in the Glory Empire, but in Watzenberg, it meant that the major colleges officially began to recruit disciples, and people on the streets began to get busy. The 2 major colleges in Watzenberg, the Warrior College and the Wizard College, were both outside the city, not in the city. In the early morning, many people walked out of the city. Dole woke up from his practice, and just raised his head. He frowned. Dole, your questioning meeting has been formed, hosted by the Glory Wizard Alliance, and attended by the City Lord's Mansion and representatives of various nobles. Because of your outstanding contribution to the Legion strongly requested to participate. Dole, things have come to this point. No one can stop it. Now it depends on your performance on the spot. This is the message Eugene gave Dole. Dole's face darkened, and he replied to Eugene, when? 2 days later. Dole had expected this to happen, and it seemed that he would not be able to apply for his noble status. But Lord Payusa's attitude had already explained everything, and Dole was not afraid. At most, he would stop doing some things and continue in another form. Anyway, teaching students was not profitable. He was thinking about applying for a small organization from the Glory Wizard Alliance for fun. All civil organizations, as long as they were legal, would be reviewed by 2 major institutions, one of which was the City Lord's Mansion, and the one involving wizards was the Glory Wizard Alliance. If Dole wanted an organization like the Force of Nature in the city, he had to apply to the Glory Wizard Alliance. This is actually very simple. Dole is not afraid. He has figured it out in the past few days. Anyway, suppressing him is a loss for Watzenberg, not his own loss. What is there to be afraid of? Standing at the window, looking at the crowds coming and going below, Dole felt neither sad nor happy. At this stage, he just needs to do a little bit better, work hard to improve his strength, make money, and upgrade the wizard tower to level 7. Level 6 to level 7 is a threshold. The wizard formation inside will be greatly upgraded, and the materials involved in the wizard formation will be greatly improved. It will not come down without tens of millions of income. Dole does not have to worry about wood and metal. There are already a lot of them at the bottom of the wizard tower, which can save about 10 million. Other things, such as other materials for the wizard formation, need to be collected little by little. He is not in a hurry about this matter, but not completely in a hurry. At the same time, people in several other places have begun to celebrate, and the questioning will be formed, indicating that the opportunity to suppress Dole has come. This time, they want to beat the other party down at one time, and no longer pose a threat. The Meija family is the main force. The Sikong family is just auxiliary. They are on the same line, and the Lang family just nodded slightly after receiving the news. They spent too much effort on the matter of Dole, and suffered a lot of losses. In the past few days, because the poisoning was exposed, the major business places were hit crazily by the Orn family and the Rhine family. There were people making trouble every day, and even all kinds of bad news came every minute. At this time, a person came quickly from outside. "Sir, there is a trouble in the flower garden," and the subordinates didn't know the severity of the situation and beat the person to death. Greta opened his eyes, and heard several messages. He lowered his head, and thought for a while, and a slight coldness came from the corner of his mouth. The Orn family is engaged in the business of medicinal materials and commercial transportation. They have exchanges with the Lang family on some things. There is actually cooperation between the senior management, but no matter what, it is not possible to run their own beverage store. Yesterday, people were sent to make trouble, and several people were beaten to death and injured in the flower garden. Greta knew that the opportunity had come. Chapter 517. After waking up overnight, some people found that the atmosphere in Watzenberg suddenly became tense. The usually peaceful city always felt a little more impetuous these days. Prices did not rise, and things still cost the same price, but everyone felt a little depressed for no reason. The civilian market was not affected, but in the professional circle, everyone knew that someone had done something, and it was not small. In recent days, all the notorious mercenary groups have been searched. At the door of the Adventurers Union, several mercenaries sat together. "Have you heard? Someone was killed in Huayuan, and it was from the Manchi mercenary group. I heard that it was a drunken mess, and the person killed was the deputy of the Manchi mercenary group. I heard that, and the people from the Public Security Bureau arrived in less than 3 minutes. There is obviously a conspiracy. Yeah, it was nothing, and people died everywhere, but the people from the Public Security Bureau arrived, and that's a different story. Then this matter is big, although Huayuan belongs to the Lang family and has connections with several large mercenary groups, but killing someone on the spot and being discovered by the Public Security Bureau, that's hard to explain." Several people were discussing somewhere. At this time, someone else joined in. "Hey brother, I know what's going on. I heard that the Lang family opened a blue beverage store and was discovered." The man wondered, "Is there such a thing?" "That's right, Huayuan launched that thing a while ago, which took away a lot of business from Blue. People didn't say anything, but now they want to attack them. It is said that they poisoned them. I guess those people are angry." When those people were mentioned, everyone sighed. Those people were not easy to deal with. The questioning meeting in the past few days was very noisy. I guess that Dole Wizard would be very angry. I heard that Krista stopped all the potions of several big families, and also launched a lot of preferential activities for us adventurers. It was really a welfare. That's right. I have to go out recently, so I hurried to stock up some potions. They are cheap and good quality. Who doesn't like them? You say, those big families are full and have nothing to do. Why do they go against a pharmacist? That's right. Inside and outside the Union, there are topics about the events of the past few days everywhere, and the atmosphere is a little impetuous. Because of the big families, all the adventure groups and mercenary groups have cooperation, so the atmosphere in the hall is very tense. Several mercenary groups that originally cooperated well were suddenly exposed to the news that they would no longer cooperate, and even became competitors. For a time, it was very noisy. Although there was no tension, the atmosphere was definitely a little tense. At the entrance of the guild, a majestic convoy drove from a distance, quickly past the entrance of the guild, and walked towards the city in a mighty manner. Those were the carriages of the Iron Pioneer Corps. The horses were all very large war horses, and the chariots were also very solid fine steel chariots. Passing through the streets, the momentum was full of oppression. The neat footsteps and horse hooves gave people a shocking feeling. At the entrance of the guild, the few people chatting all thought that there was something exciting to watch, and Westerling of the Rhine family was back. The patriarch of the Rhine family is the head of the Iron Pioneer Corps, and Westerling is the most capable general in the family. It is obvious that Westerling's return at this time must be related to this questioning meeting. It is said that Wizard Dole is in love with Westerling's most outstanding daughter, and it is unknown which side Westerling will stand on. The legion slowly passed, and soon the streets returned to their previous calm. Dole did not want to be enemies with anyone, or even communicate with some messy people, wasting time and energy. He preferred to deal with medicine and witchcraft. Since being promoted to level 5, things have increased several times, new potions, new witchcraft models, and there is not enough time. Now he has to be harassed by some people, and he has been a little angry. His source of information is a little closed, but it does not prevent him from understanding some major events. The 2 wizard towers are under the monitoring of the clone. The questioning meeting was officially launched, which made everyone feel a little shocked and pressured. Morris, Sano, and others sat in the conference room and looked at each other. They discussed it, but didn't come up with any results. They sent a message to Duolai, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no response at all. They wanted to help, but found that they couldn't help at all in a fight of this magnitude. The relationships they had previously managed could only help them get some information, but they didn't help in any substantial way. Thinking of this, everyone began to sigh. Work hard to improve, and quickly reach level 6. Boss Duolai has already opened up the relevant alchemy formulas. We should work hard. Only when we become level 6 pharmacists can we have the capital to compete with large forces. Bernard saw through the essence of the matter at a glance, and his eyes became firm. Morris was also a little uncomfortable at this time. This is the only way for now. Now that the inquiry meeting has come to a conclusion, there is no way for us to go and do anything. Wait, Dole should have a countermeasure. Others also sighed at this time, and it was the only way. Everyone in Chris Wizard Tower, from top to bottom, sighed at this time. This emotion infected everyone, and even the people who came to buy medicine looked at them with different expressions. Westland first returned to the city lord's mansion, met with the patriarch, reported the situation, and then returned to the family, and returned to his own small courtyard. At this time, the woman of the 4th room was dressed up and waiting at the door. In addition, there were 2 younger sons and a little daughter. Westland just nodded, then calmly touched the heads of the children one by one, and said, "Where is Ash? I want to see her." Hearing this, the reactions of each room were different. The wife of the 3rd room immediately became sarcastic. "Ash, that little girl has been in a bad mood recently." After saying a few words, she ran outside and didn't know who she was hanging out with. Laura's face changed immediately. "Third sister, you are serious? Ash just doesn't want to be disturbed by some people." The 3rd room immediately became relentless. "Some people disturbed? Oh, I am one of those people. I am so old, but I haven't found a husband. I am good to hang out with some people all day long outside?" Laura was about to speak. Westland looked at the 3rd room calmly, without too much momentum, and even just looked at her levelly. The face of the 3rd room turned pale, as if she saw an endless sea of blood and endless blood. Westland shocked the 3rd room and said slowly, "Who Ash is with is his choice. No one can interfere. Her talent is much better than anyone in our family, and she should not be bound by the family. She will become an 8th level or even 9th level person in the future, and she doesn't need to care about love affairs." Hearing this, everyone's face changed. Laura's face slowly calmed down after hearing this. Westland looked back and said to the people behind him, "Go ask where Dole and Ash are. Are they in the Wizard Tower?" Chapter 518. Laura said at this time, "It's in the Tower of Babel." Westerland nodded, turned around and walked away from the family. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Westland actually wanted to find them in person. How could this be possible? You know, Westland is a level 7 warrior, and his identity is the Legion commander. He has a high status. Now he wants to find a wild boy. How could this be possible? Dole's eyes were calm. The smoke in the laboratory was sucked away by the magic circle. He waved his hand and shook his head at the mess on the table. Failed again. The level 7 potion itself is not low in value. If it weren't for a certain amount of financial resources, it would not dare to waste it. What went wrong? The alchemical equation has changed 3 times. Dole was puzzled. At this time, a voice came from outside. It was Ash's voice. Dole, my father is here. Dole was stunned for a moment, then put down the experiment, closed the laboratory, and came to the door. At this time, Ash was standing there, smiling, waiting for him to come out. Dole was sharp-eyed, and saw that she seemed to be holding something in her hand. Combined with his expression, he asked, "Have you figured it out?" Ash nodded. "I have some clues. I will go back and let Aunt Lauren try it. If she reacts, I will give it to my mother." Dole's mouth twitched. "Your little guinea pig is a bit advanced." Ash smiled faintly and said, "Anyway, it's for people to use, so I'm not afraid." Dole connected his mental power to the wizard array. Through the array, he had seen Westling, who had brought two people up from the automatic staircase downstairs. Westland looked around at this time. The wizard tower is good, especially this octagonal wizard tower. The space inside is very huge, and the wizard formation is relatively easy to install. A level 5 wizard can even defeat a level 6 orthodox wizard head-on, with a level 6 wizard tower. This is the role of the wizard tower. Although Dole's wizard tower looks empty, he can feel the complex magic arrays around him. Some wizard formations are a certain threat to him. Soon, he came to the top floor, and came out of the automatic staircase. He saw Dole and Ash standing at the door, waiting for him. He strode over. Dole lowered his head and smiled. "Uncle." Ash came to his father, took his arm, and asked in confusion, "Why did you come back? Why did you come back this time?" Westerland snorted, "I came back to represent the Legion." "You thought I came to see you." Ash smiled. "Not at all cold as usual, aren't you here to see us?" Westerland became embarrassed, coughed, and said, "I'm not here to see you, I'm here to see Dole. I came here for two purposes this time. One is to ask if there are any better wound medicines. If not, we will provide the formula and ask you to refine a batch. The second is to purchase a batch of better scarlet potions, and potions that can stack states, such as wind potions." Of course, his purpose is not just that, this is just an appetizer for chatting. Dole nodded. "Yes, in the warehouse over at Krista, Uncle can ask someone to go and pick it up at any time. If it's the military, I ask someone to give you a 15% discount." Westland's eyes became solemn. "Thank you very much. A 15% discount may seem small, but if you purchase in large quantities, you can save a lot of money with just a 10% discount, at least $1 million. Ash stood by, not saying anything, and smiled. After talking about business, Westland looked around. This new wizard tower was still a little empty, and there was nothing arranged. Except for the necessary things, there was nothing else. But this wizard tower itself is basically worth half of a middle-class noble. Dole and his daughter went out for a trip and saved up such a fortune. Wizards make money really fast, especially high-level wizards. He thought for a moment and said in a serious tone, "In addition to business, the main purpose of coming back this time is to participate in the inquiry meeting hosted by the Honor Wizard Alliance. You have offended many people. I see they are ready to fight and rub you to the ground. According to the information he has received so far, it is almost impossible for Dole to win, even if they get the support of their military. The Apothecary Guild, the two major families, and even various organizations have emerged. The business model of Dole's Chris Wizard Tower has seriously affected them." Dora looked calm and nodded. "Yes, I may have to change the way I run the Wizard Tower this time, but it doesn't matter. Ash and I have already discussed it. If it doesn't work, I will apply for the title of nobility and then go out to open up a territory. I have 2 wizard towers. I have saved some money recently and upgraded to level 7. It shouldn't be difficult to protect the scope of a county at that time." Westland was a little stunned. After discussing with Ash, why didn't he consider his opinion as a father? Ash blushed a little at this time. This was the first time that Dole said these words in front of his family. She quietly leaned closer to Dole. Westland sighed in his heart when he saw this. His daughter has finally grown up. However, he supported his daughter's choice. In the whole of Wassenberg, there are so many teenagers and young people who claim to be geniuses, but none of them can compare to Dole. In terms of ability, financial resources, and other things, they are all scum. It is most appropriate to follow Dole, not to mention that Ash's current research on bloodline all comes from Dole's support. He was only slightly sad, then nodded and said, "I will support you in this matter, and even give you some reference advice. There are many places in Watzenberg occupied by Warcraft, and there are also many places with good geographical locations. If you want to open up a territory, tell me, and we will work together. The Legion has a goal every year, and there will be many casualties every time it goes out for training, but there is nothing to be done about it. If it is to assist Dole, with his 2 wizard towers and dozens of level 34 wizards, it should be much easier. Dole was overjoyed when he heard this. Thank you, uncle. After thinking this through, Westland shook his head. It's too early to say thank you. Maybe I should change the name to say thank you in the future. He glanced at his daughter meaningfully. When Ash heard this, her face flushed, but she looked at her father calmly. Her father agreed, and she was happy. Behind Westland, the 2 guards looked at each other when they saw this. Goddess Ash was gone. Not much for Dole. These 2 people are convinced. Standing in someone else's wizard tower, they can always feel the pressure from the other party, even if they are not deliberately targeting them, but the pressure is everywhere. This is a wizard tower. How many people can own a level 6 wizard tower before the age of 30? That is absolutely impossible. Chapter 519. Westerling came and left in a hurry, and quickly went to the Chris Wizard Tower with his people. Dole had already sent a message to Canchel, Mora, Morris, and others to help move the potions. This is a big business, a big customer. No one is unhappy. Everyone knows that Dole wants to do business with the Legion. Now that he has won the daughter of the Legion commander, business will continue to come in the future, and everyone is very happy. The only one who may be unhappy is Bernard. He originally thought that Rosa had a chance, but unfortunately, the 2 were not on the same channel at all. Perhaps, only a genius like Ash can get together with a genius like Dole. The world of geniuses is something that ordinary wizards cannot understand. The news that Westling came to the Tower of Babel quickly leaked out, and the fact that the Legion officially purchased potions from Krista was also known. The first one to be shocked was the Apothecary Guild, because under normal circumstances, the Legion would purchase potions from them. Now they went directly to Dole, and some people in the Apothecary Guild had distorted faces. When they learned that the Legion had prepared some formulas, and handed them to Dole to make potions, some wizards in the Apothecary Guild were almost crazy. Not to mention the high-level wizards of the Marsha family, whose faces turned green at this time. Westerling left, leaving behind some formulas, which should have belonged to the Imperial Mage Corps, but now fell into Dole's hands. After he left, Dole just looked at the formula and sent a message to several level 5 pharmacists to come over. So far, the number of level 5 pharmacists has exceeded the limit of 10, and Dole Wizard Tower has officially become the second largest organization of pharmacists in Watsonburg, far exceeding the power of nature. Moreover, the atmosphere of pharmacists here is very good. If there is any potion that they don't know, they just need to find someone to discuss it with. No one will keep it secret. Everyone's goal is to focus on the level 6 potion, and they don't care about small formulas at all. Soon Morris, Sano, Bernard, Vasha, Yulong and other level 5 wizards arrived. This wizard tower was not their first time to come, but it was their first time to hold a meeting here. In the large conference room on the 11th floor, a group of people entered one after another, talking and laughing. As soon as they came in, they saw Dole standing in front of the conference room, and the formulas of 4 potions were displayed on the huge magic screen. Iron Skin Potion, Elastic Agility Potion, Level 5 Rage Potion, and Frenzy Potion. Seeing these 4 potions, everyone was shocked, and their voices gradually became smaller, revealing excitement. Although it was only a level 5 potion, it was a new formula. It seemed that it should be exclusive to the military. This was going to be a big business for the Legion. Everyone looked at each other, excited. These were not formulas, but money. Dole glanced at everyone and felt a little relieved. They were all level 4 wizards now. Although they had not been in for a long time, they had no problem with level 5 potions, or even level 6 potions. Nodding to everyone who came in, Dole watched them sit down, coughed, and then said with a strange smile, "I have good news for you. If nothing unexpected happens, the Order of the Iron Pioneer Corps will belong to us in the future." The crowd immediately boiled. "Ayo. Dole is mighty. Look, I told you that Dole has taken down Ash, and my father-in-law will be easily captured," Bernard said proudly. "Look at what you can do." Morris saw Dole's face, and hurriedly held down Bernard. Bernard was furious and struggled to beat Morris. The crowd became lively. Dole did not care about what Bernard said. He coughed and pretended to be serious. "Be serious. Do you still want to make money?" The crowd quieted down and listened carefully. This time there are 4 formulas, all of which belong to the military, so the future level 5 potions will be closer to the Legion. These 4 formulas are. He explained the main materials, ingredients, and refining methods and precautions of these 5 formulas one by one. Everyone listened carefully in the audience. After all, these were 4 new potions. Although they could refine them with the formula, they would indeed spend a lot of time to study. It was different with Dole. He would explain to them, and save them a lot of detours. The sun set, the moon rose, and it was soon midnight. After listening to the course, everyone walked out of the tower. The moon was already high in the sky. At this time, Bernard sighed and said, Dole is really generous. There will be a questioning meeting tomorrow, but he is still explaining the potion to us today. It's really hard for him. Morris nodded and said, this is Dole's personal charm. I heard that he wants to open up his own territory. I will also build a wizard tower there in the future. Morris was full of enthusiasm. I want it too. I want it too. Haha, it seems that everyone has saved a lot of money and dares to say this. Of course, although the strength has improved a little slowly in the past few years, I have made a lot of money with Dole. Yes, money is everything. In the future, each of us will have a wizard tower, and we will have more than 30 wizard towers in total. Let's see who dares to be so presumptuous with us. That's right. A group of pharmacists are already fantasizing about the future. They are even imagining that if Dole develops his territory into a holy land for pharmacists, he will be truly invincible. Bernard really believes that Dole will really do this. Judging from his current behavior, it is really hard to say in the future. If so, there will be not many places for him to choose. After explaining the formula, it was already midnight. After thinking about the experiment for a while, Dole put these thoughts behind his head, rested, and prepared for tomorrow's questioning meeting. He did not specifically inquire about the content of the questioning meeting, but he heard from them that there would be a lot of people coming tomorrow, and it would be spectacular. The location of the questioning meeting is the security hall of the City Lord's Mansion, the largest hall of honor and judgment inside. This place is generally used to interrogate the crimes of nobles, but it can also be used for questioning. Dole just felt a little uncomfortable, and it didn't matter where the meeting was held. Where he stood meant that he was hostile to some people, and it was the same everywhere. The sky was just getting light, and the sky in the east was gloomy, making people feel depressed. The noble machine was slowly starting up at this time, and all parties were passing messages and communicating, especially the Lang family, who were ready to take ruthless action and beat Dole to death with a stick. As Greta's partner, the destroyer of the marriage between the Lang family and the Rhine family, Dole had offended the entire Lang family this time. When the sky gradually brightened, many people were already standing at the door of the administrative office. This questioning meeting was an open questioning, and all people with status and position could go in to see it, and the Glory Judgment Hall itself could accommodate enough people. For a while, the door of the City Lord's Mansion was crowded with people very early in the morning. When the sun rose from the horizon, the sky was already bright, and at this time, the staff of the City Lord's Mansion had slowly come. Chapter 520. The entrance to the City Lord's Mansion was bustling with people, just like a vegetable market in the early morning. People who came to work here were still a little uncomfortable, but with the security guards and the military office maintaining order, the scene was relatively peaceful. Soon they found that no one was deliberately making trouble, as if they were just watching the fun. At 8 o'clock, the security guards went to work. On Tailuo Street, dozens of carriages came from afar, divided into different camps, and slowly came. They stopped at the square in front of the City Lord's Mansion. The huge team brought great pressure to everyone. At this time, everyone focused their eyes on that side. At this time, they saw that the Marsha family, the Lang family, the Sikung family, and a series of small families belonging to them were all present. Some came with many people, and some came with only the head of the family. The total number of people was not small, and it was a mighty force. Everyone walked into the interior of the security guard with a fierce momentum. The powerful momentum made the people around them dare not breathe a breath. The people around them looked at them in awe. These people were the most powerful people in Wetzelberg. After this row of carriages entered, soon, more carriages came from a distance in twos and threes. These people were all nobles. Everyone whispered. You say, if Wizard Dole is suppressed, who can sell so many good potions in the future? Isn't there still the Pharmacist Guild? TSK, if there was no Wizard Dole, the Pharmacist Guild would produce so hard. Don't you know what it was like before? Hey, now that you mention it, it's true. I hope Wizard Dole won't fall. At this time, another person interrupted and said, whether he falls or not, we have no say. We are just ordinary adventurers. We still have to rely on those big guys. Wizard Dole has touched the interests of too many people in the past few years. He was questioned as soon as he came back. This must have been discussed. Is there any need to say more? One person said in an extremely exaggerated tone. The voices of people in the square rose quietly, and soon one after another sounded from everywhere, and everyone was talking about it. Hey, you don't know, The Honor Wizard Alliance also intervened in this. They did not issue merit points to Wizard Delay. No way, the Honor Wizard Alliance is not a place for nobles. Can they stretch their hands so long? I don't know. Anyway, I heard that it was like this. Otherwise, Wizard Delay should have been a noble now. It turns out that the Honor Wizard Alliance has also changed. As soon as these words came out, the people around them suddenly quieted down, and the man quickly shut his mouth and stopped talking. A group of wizards came quietly from a distance. Hearing this, the leader's face changed slightly. The glorious Wizard Alliance has deteriorated. This statement is simply a slap in their faces. The glorious Wizard Alliance represents the interests of wizards, and the interests of the Empire. It has always been fair, just, and credible. When has it ever been said to be deteriorating? But what they said is not wrong. For a moment, the faces of the entire wizard team became gloomy. The leader was calm at this time, as if he had expected this to happen. The leader was Puyusi, and behind him were a group of vice presidents, elders, and managers. Puyusi walked and looked back, without saying a word, but Joseph, the instigator, was sweating profusely at this time. He didn't even dare to raise his head, and endless fear arose in his heart. After this incident, his position might be over. When he thought of this, he was a little scared. But he didn't regret it, because he didn't do it alone. There were many people. Joseph thought at this time that after this incident, Lord Puyusi would have a reason to take action against the noble managers of the Glory Wizard Alliance. This person has long been dissatisfied with the noble group. In recent years, the nobles have plundered everything they can plunder, and attracted all the talents they can attract. The Glory Wizard Alliance has long become the back garden of the nobles, but Puyusi has never cared about it. Joseph knew that he was not ignoring it, but waiting for an opportunity. However, this opportunity has come. In the square, those people were discussing, and suddenly the voices became a little quieter. The people of the Glory Wizard Alliance came, and when they saw the leader, everyone took a breath. What was discussed just now may have been heard by this person. For a moment, everyone turned their heads and dared not look here. Big things, big things. The people of the Glory Wizard Alliance were not in a good mood at this time, especially the descendants of the nobles, who glared at the people around them fiercely. These people really deserved to be killed. Why did they say these things? For a moment, the square suddenly became quiet, and it was a strange silence. Upstairs in the city lord's mansion, two people were looking at this side with a playful look. I didn't expect that Lord Puyusi would come to the questioning meeting in person. This is very interesting. The person who spoke was the current patriarch of the Rhine family, and the city lord Deruliad. Next to him was the deputy city lord Hosbin, who was the patriarch of the Glory family, and worked with the Rhine family to safeguard the interests of Watzenberg. Hosbin shook his head. This time these people did something ugly. It's fine at other times, but this time they reached out to the Glory Wizard Alliance. They really think they can do whatever they want with money and power. Delialite glanced at Hosbin and smiled faintly. For some people, money is indeed omnipotent. Isn't it? They pushed Delay to the questioning meeting. Who dares to say that they don't have the ability? Hosbin turned his head and glanced at Delialite with an inexplicable expression. Haha, the Lord Mayor's move can be said to be beautiful. The questioning meeting started. Puyusi arrived, and the Legion commander supported him from behind. On the surface, it seems that Delay must lose this meeting, but in fact, it is still unknown. Delialite did not turn his head to look at Hosbin. His tone suddenly turned cold. His little action still could not be hidden from the deputy city lord. I'm just following the trend. I give them whatever they want. I'm just fanning the flames. I just took this opportunity to give some people a warning. Puyusi came to me a few days ago and talked about this. Hosbin nodded, his tone solemn. It's good this way. It will set the tone so that others won't look down on the management of our Watzenberg. Delialite smiled. Do you want to participate in this big show? Hosbin nodded and said, of course I want to watch it. As waves of people entered the city lord's mansion and entered the back of the security summer, the place was already full of people not long after the sun came out. Most of them are professionals, because the result of the questioning may affect whether they can buy cheap medicine in the future, which is the most critical. Major families, major mercenary groups, adventure groups, various forces, even the alchemy industry, and people from other industries came to visit. Because it is an open questioning, it's okay even if you stand outside, someone will project the scene inside. The Rhine family was gone, the Glory family was gone, the Orn family was gone, the Marsha family was gone, the Lang family was gone, the Legion was gone, the Pharmacist Guild was gone, all the people related to the pharmacist industry such as the Force of Nature were gone, and the top leaders of the Glory Wizard Union were all present. Chapter 521. When everyone arrived, they suddenly found that the situation seemed a little wrong. In the middle of the high questioning platform, the mayor, the deputy mayor, the president of the Glory Wizard Union, and the president of the Pharmacists Guild were sitting. Almost all the big figures that were not usually seen were all here. The people around were stunned. Today's incident was a bit exaggerated. At this time, the people of the Marsha family and the Lang family sat in the questioning position, looking at each other, and looking at each other crazily. What happened? Why are all these high-level people here? The huge Glory Judgment Hall is divided into 4 areas. In the innermost part of the judgment area, there are 2 rows of seats, a total of 20 seats. The mayor, the deputy mayor, the high-ranking officials of Wetzelberg, the president of the Glory Wizard Union, and some famous people are sitting on it, overlooking the people below. Next is the questioning area, which is more than 30 seats, and is now full of people. Some people are even standing on the side. They come from various families, the Apothecary Guild, the Force of Nature Organization, the Legion, the Glory Wizard Alliance, etc. The third area is the questioning area, which has only 10 seats. It is empty at this time, without a single person. The fourth area is the observation area, which occupies most of the hall, and can accommodate 2,000 to 3,000 people. At this time, these places are already full and full of people. The Glory Wizard Alliance, the nobles, the leaders of the mercenary world, the masters among the adventurers, almost all the people with status, are sitting here. This questioning meeting can be said to be the most luxurious one in the past decades of Wetzelberg, without a doubt. It was noisy inside, people were talking everywhere, but no one was organizing. The questioning meeting had not started yet. It officially started at 10 o'clock in the morning, and there were still more than 10 minutes left. The atmosphere in the hall was very depressing. On the stage and off the stage, there were big figures everywhere. There were several level 7 masters. Even if they did not release their aura, the suppression from the vitality would also cause great psychological burden to people. In this case, unless the psychological quality is very high, it is inevitable that there will be some pressure in the heart. At the door of the observation area, some people filed in at this time. Everyone looked back and found that all the pharmacists of Chris Wizard Tower had come. The remaining ones were naturally Chris, Sano, and several level 5 pharmacists such as Bernard. They all wore standard pharmacist wizard robes, and their faces were solemn and looked very heavy. Everyone quieted down and looked at these wizards, with sighs in their hearts. If they met them normally, those professionals would probably have rushed over and tried to build a good relationship with them, but today, seeing them, everyone only sighed in their hearts. After today, it is still uncertain whether Chris Wizard Tower can still achieve its current achievements. Some people gloat over the misfortune, some pity, and some are afraid. The entire hall is filled with various uncertain emotional factors. Gretel is naturally among them. Feeling the atmosphere around him, he silently started the meditation method, absorbing various emotions around him, positive, negative, and the heart of light and darkness. This meditation method belongs to the real spiritual power meditation method, which feeds on various extreme emotions, and the elements become auxiliary. He feels that if he stays in this environment every day, his improvement will definitely be very fast. But normally, there is no such opportunity, and it is great to be able to go to some messy places. After all, you can't run around here because of your status. He looked at Eugene next to him and said, "How do you feel?" Eugene turned his head and looked at him. "What do you mean, nervous?" Greta shrugged and said, "I am a little nervous too. The time is almost up. Why hasn't Dole come yet?" Eugene was puzzled. She should have come, maybe in the backstage. The two of them were in the front, just behind the questioning table. At this time, 2 people came in from the side of the hall, and the crowd around them instantly quieted down. Dole and Ash. At this time, everyone was surprised. How could Ash, the most outstanding goddess of the Rhine family, stand with Dole? This is a rare thing. When the people of the major families saw this, their faces began to look bad, especially the Lang family. This was originally their daughter-in-law, but now it seems that she has really flown away. In the observation area, Aufidum's face was distorted. In the questioning area, Westland raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Ash would come out with Dole. Are they preparing to make an official announcement? In other places in the questioning area, some people cast inquiring eyes at Westland. Westland looked at them, shrugged, and suddenly said, "This is a matter for young people. We as parents should just let it go." There was an uproar in the hall. A middle-aged man with a fat figure from the Lang family snorted coldly, "Westerland, you are open-minded. You can accept a wizard with no identity and status?" The people of the 2 families are starting to argue, The people around them immediately entered the state of eating melons. In the quiet hall, Westland's hearty voice resounded everywhere, and he laughed, identity and status. Do you think we have such a big event in Wattsburg for so many years? Everyone was silent. Indeed, it seemed that in a place they could not see, Dole's figure and status seemed to have become taller. And Dole and Ash also heard the conversation between the two at this time. He looked at the fat middle-aged man expressionlessly, and his heart trembled. The patriarch of the Lank family, a powerful figure. He turned his head, glanced at Westland, and nodded at him. Ash's face was slightly red at this time. He also made a temporary decision to be with Dole. Anyway, they will be together in the future, and they are not afraid of people talking. Dole walked slowly, and his footsteps could even be heard in the quiet hall. Under the gaze of thousands of people, Dole slowly sat in the middle of the questioning table, and Ash sat next to him. The surroundings were very quiet, and some people even deliberately slowed down their breathing. Time passed slowly, and soon, on the referee's stand, Darrelid looked around, checked the time, and looked at Hosvin, then cleared his throat, attracted everyone's attention, and spoke in a heavy voice. Today is the questioning meeting of Wizard Dole. It will officially begin now. Please do not make any noise and keep quiet. According to the basic laws of the Glory Empire, the civil law, and the nobility law, I hope that all questioners will be cautious in questioning and not ignore the facts, fabricate backgrounds, or make random guesses. The questioned person must answer any questions honestly and seriously, and must not answer questions in the form of lies, or in a way that is not relevant to the question. The Glory Empire is a fair and democratic country. Everything is subject to the laws of the empire. Okay, please start now. According to the order of questioning, the Pharmacists Guild will start the questioning first. Just a few official words, coming out of Dalulid's mouth, seemed to have great power, making the entire hall fall into a heavy state, as if they were carrying something important on their shoulders. Chapter 522. After hearing these words, the whole hall was quiet, very quiet. Usually, Dalulid only said a few words, but today's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. Some people began to wonder what this meant, who was he speaking for, or who was he going to criticize? For a moment, people's hearts became complicated. On the questioning table, some people's faces changed slightly. The person in charge of the Pharmacists Guild was a white-haired old man. In front of him was a piece of paper with the questioning questions already written on it. He was also very strong. After hearing Dalulid's words, he obviously felt something was wrong, but he still stood up, glanced at the paper, and spoke slowly. This inquiry was initiated by our Pharmacists Guild. Our Pharmacists Guild questioned Dole for abusing the formula of medicine, changing the price of medicine at will, disrupting the market, and arbitrarily violating the pharmacist code by summoning ordinary pharmacists to achieve the goal of monopolizing medicine. Then, he looked at Dole with a heavy gaze, and pressed him hard. Now please answer the first question, the abuse of the formula of medicine. Dole looked at him, looking at him levelly. The atmosphere around was very quiet, and combined with what he had just heard from Dalulid, he was not panicked at all. He looked at the man and spoke slowly. I want to make it clear here that everything I did was in accordance with the pharmacist's code, and I did not violate any pharmacist's code. Please don't frame me. As for the formula, I am sure that my students bought the formula that complies with the rules from the Pharmacists Guild for their own use. As for the learning method, it belongs to me. I just taught them the method of refining for a fee after examining the student's character. The expenses in this regard belong to me, and I did not violate the pharmacist's code. The old man said fiercely, pharmacists must teach by example, and only by forming a faction can they recruit people. You are neither a respected teacher nor the leader of a faction. What right do you have to teach? As far as I know, you have not formed your own organization. Dole was speechless. He did not form his own organization. He shrugged. Okay, I admit this. The scene was quiet again, and everyone looked at Dole in disbelief. How could he admit it so easily? How is this possible? Almost most people widened their eyes. The old man was also stunned at this time. So happy? Is this a fraud? Combined with today's situation, he suddenly became a little unconfident. Slowly putting away his momentum, the old man pondered for a while, and said, then let's talk about the second point, abuse of market dominance, arbitrary pricing. Do you admit it or not? At the questioning table, some people whispered to each other and communicated with each other. Something was wrong today. Dole acted too calmly, and admitted it very readily. He didn't look like someone being questioned, but like someone who was on a picnic. You know, the consequences of this are very serious. Dole also saw the situation at the questioning table. Those people stared at him fiercely, as if they wanted to eat him. How could he not pay attention? After looking at the others, Dole looked at the old man of the Pharmacist Union and said calmly, "I don't agree with this. The price of the medicine is based on the raw materials of the medicine, the pharmacist's labor fee, professional fees, and other comprehensive costs. The value of the medicine itself is a result of convention, not the result of pricing by any person or organization. I think my technical level is high enough, the yield rate is enough, and I can reduce a large part of the cost. So it is understandable to reduce the price of the medicine. How can it be called an abuse of market dominance?" The old man wanted to vomit blood. The price of medicine was indeed the result of convention, but it had been a convention for hundreds of years, and the price had been rising steadily and had never been reduced. Dole lowered the market price of medicine in one go, which had already violated the interests of other pharmacists. You arbitrarily lowered the price of medicine, disrupted the market, and caused a large range of pharmacists to reduce their incomes. And you still say that you did not disrupt the market? The pharmacists present all stared at Dole at this time. This guy really violated their interests, which was understandable. Facing this, the people on the questioning table and the referee's table looked at the Pharmacist Union and Dole with interest. The main contradiction between the Pharmacist Union and Dole lies here. Dole smiled at this time. What does this have to do with me? No matter what industry it is, the survival of the fittest is a common thing. It is not possible that others have better abilities, but we have to accommodate those with lower abilities. This does not conform to the theory of market evolution, nor does it conform to the positive and progressive concept of our human race. People who do not make progress will sooner or later be eliminated by the market. Dole said this mercilessly, without any mercy, and every word deeply shocked everyone's heart. The old man felt like he was going to vomit blood. It is intolerable to say that their pharmacist union has outdated technology. That is the result of our pharmacist union for many years. You actually said it was old? Dole shrugged and criticized directly. Please judge these things. I won't say more. Keeping old ideas, not making progress, and standing still, this is the current situation of your pharmacist union. Before the old man could say anything, a voice came from the referee's stand. Next one, this one is passed. Our Glory Wizard Guild unanimously agrees that Dole's statement is correct. Please remember that technology needs to be improved, not conservative. The Pharmacist Guild needs to reflect on itself on this point. Everyone looked at the platform, and when they saw the person who was speaking, many people retreated, including the old man, because the speaker was Puyusi. His speech represented the Glory Wizard Alliance, and the wizards of the entire Northwest. Everyone didn't expect Puyusi to speak for Dole, and target the Pharmacist Guild. They were all shocked at this time. It seems that something is wrong with what happened today. The old man turned his head, looked at Puyusi solemnly, and said in a heavy voice, President Puyusi, this is very important. This is also what we at the inquiry desk unanimously believe that Dole should admit. Not only us, but also the Natural Force Organization, XXX Organization, and YYY Organization all agree on this. The major families are also suffering because of this. Hearing this, most of the people at the inquiry meeting nodded in agreement. Puyusi looked at the old man and really had no interest in this matter. He said casually, "Didn't Dole explain it just now? I think it's very good. Old concepts and old ideas should be eliminated and forgotten in the long river of history. If you think that sticking to the old is the progress of society, then I think that there is something wrong with you as the president of the Pharmacist Union. Shouldn't you change someone to do it and re-promote the development of the pharmacist market?" Puyusi's voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Hearing this, everyone in the hall was shocked. What does this mean? Does it mean that the Honorable Wizard Alliance admits that there are problems in the market, and that the Pharmacist Union is corrupt and useless? For a moment, the faces of people from various organizations and forces changed. Old and corrupt. In the mind of President Puyusi, they have actually been synonymous with this? The old man swallowed his saliva and was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that in the eyes of the Honorable Wizard Alliance, the pharmacist industry has become so unbearable. He struggled fiercely in his heart and refused to admit this fact. In fact, the Pharmacist Union has been committed to the development of pharmacists for so many years and has never slacked off. Chapter 523. This hat is so big that a bunch of people from the Pharmacist Union are a little confused. At this time, a sneer came from the referee's stand. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the Lord of Rhine City. Dariolide smiled faintly. The development of the Pharmacist Union over the years is far lower than that of the Alchemist Union. Wolves, have you not found the reason for the Pharmacist Union itself? The development of pharmacists over the years is not as good as the development of Dole in Watzenberg for 5 years. I think you, as the president of the union, have indeed failed to do your job. When Wolfs heard this, he looked at Dariolide, his hands were shaking. Didn't we agree to question Dole? Why did we start questioning the pharmacist union? He knew that if he kept holding on to this question, this would not be Dole's questioning meeting, but their pharmacist union's questioning meeting. He was a little unwilling, and his face became gloomy at this time. He did not answer the question of the city lord, but just had a cold face and reorganized his words. Our pharmacist union has always adhered to the purpose of the Pharmacists General Association, and has been doing its best to train the next generation of pharmacists and develop various medicines. We have always been positive and have never been slack. Lord Mayor, Lord President, you two are a bit serious. Since the problem of Dole does not exist, let's move on to the next topic. Our pharmacist union questioned Dole's methods. Without the existence of an organization or power, it arbitrarily accepted civilian pharmacists. The organization's status is illegal. It is recommended to abolish it and judge whether his actions are in line with the principles of the Honor Wizard Alliance and our pharmacist union. This is the last item of the pharmacist union's questioning of Dole. As soon as this was said, the people around him began to ponder. This was the key point of questioning Dole, which would shake Dole's current foundation fundamentally. Dalild and Puyusi nodded at the same time. This question was the main question today. Dole looked at the questioning table. Although it was Wolfs, the vice president of the pharmacist union, who was questioning, it was a questioning on behalf of all the people standing on the questioning table, representing some noble groups, and the power of some small pharmacist organizations. This was questioning his qualifications, and whether his actions were legal and compliant. Dole looked at Wolfs and smiled faintly. As everyone knows, before coming to Watzenberg, I was a pharmacist lecturer at Arangel College in Wat City. Everyone knows my identity as a lecturer. Since I am a lecturer, what's wrong with bringing a few students? I asked what's wrong. The scene was immediately laughed at by Dole's question, and most of the people who laughed were Dole's students or mercenaries and adventurers. Hearing Dole's question, many nobles vomited blood. The people of the Lang family snorted coldly and said, "We know you are a lecturer, but your identity is only valid in Arangel College. Who will recognize you as a lecturer outside the college?" Dole's mouth twitched. This is indeed a problem. At this time, he saw that these people seemed to have won the victory. Dole's identity is a big problem. Before this, they obstructed Dole's noble identity for this reason. He is not qualified to teach anyone a legal knowledge. The hall suddenly became quiet. On the observation stand, Morris and Sano and others looked at each other, and then everyone looked at each other, and then made a decision. Everyone stood up from the audience stand with a bang. Others don't recognize him, but we do. Dozens of people stood up together, and the scene was very grand. Morris spoke on behalf of everyone, word by word, sonorous and powerful, Lord City Lord, Deputy City Lord, Lord Puyusi, all the lords. Although Wizard Dole does not have any qualifications, we have followed him from Arangel College, and we have always recognized Dole as a lecturer. We believe that Dole is our lecturer, and he is our lecturer. As soon as these words came out, the pharmacists around agreed. Seeing the following scene on the referee's stand and the questioning stand, some people smiled, and more people's faces changed slightly. That's right. Others don't recognize it, but we do. The ability of Dole Wizard is many times stronger than that of the Pharmacist Guild. All our current achievements come from Dole Wizard. What has the Pharmacist Guild done? They only know how to control the formula and qualifications. They want money for this and that. They are really vampires. That's right. The Pharmacist Guild is not worthy. A group of people suddenly roared, especially Bernard, whose voices were getting louder and louder. The people below started to make a fuss. The spearhead was pointed directly at the Pharmacist Guild, which made the faces of the Pharmacist Guild members look extremely ugly. When the people around saw this, they had a clearer understanding of Dole. This is what the people want. On the referee's stand, several people looked at each other, especially the heads of several major families, who showed different meanings on their faces. The questioning meeting was indeed centered around the purpose of attacking Dole. There were 3 questions in total. Dole had already admitted the second point, and the third point now seemed to be not far from being admitted. But the question is, will the society admit it? Puyusi suddenly stretched out his hand, and his aura was like a spring breeze, covering the entire hall and suppressing everyone's voice. Silence. He said only 2 words, and the surrounding voices quieted down. Puyusi slowly withdrew his aura, and then said, "This question will be answered by our Honor Wizard Alliance. According to the laws of the Empire, any individual who wants to teach what he has learned needs to be reviewed by the relevant departments, either to open a school or to establish an organization to form a large-scale venue. According to the laws of the empire, Dole's current behavior is indeed illegal. Pu Yusi's words defined Dole. Everyone quieted down and looked at Pu Yusi with disbelief. What does this president want to do? The second question is to help Dole, and the third question is to kill him with one stroke. The people of the Lang family and the Marsha family relaxed immediately after hearing this. Dole has actively or passively admitted to 3 of the 3 questions, and the purpose of the questioning meeting has been achieved. No matter what happened in the middle, and whose fault it was, they had achieved the purpose of questioning Dole. Dole looked at Pu Yusi, nodded, and said in a loud voice, "The third question, I admit it." As he spoke, the surroundings became even quieter. Dole admitted all 3 questions. Hearing this, everyone on the questioning stand breathed a sigh of relief. Dole admitted it, so this matter was much easier to talk about. Bourgeois, the representative of the Marsha family, stood up, turned around immediately, and said loudly, "My lords, since Dole has admitted it, we ask Dole to disband all the pharmacists in the Chris Wizard Tower and restore the market. We specially ask you to judge." Hearing this request, everyone present knew that this was the final stage. On the questioning stand, everyone looked at the referee's seat together. Their movements were uniform, and at this time, the observation stand was also looking at the referee's seat, ready to hear the final result. Dole admitted 2 of the 3 questions, which completely defined himself. And looking at Dole's appearance, he seemed to admit it generously, which was incomprehensible. He admitted defeat just like that. Obviously no one believed it, so the questioning desk directly threw the question to the referee. Dale glanced at husband next to him, then at Pu Yusi, and finally at another old man, who was the actual ruler of the Lang family. His eyes were full of interest. Chapter 524. After a look, Dale spoke as the mayor. He looked at Wolfs with a smile, since Dole Wizard admitted 2 of the 3 items in the inquiry meeting. He turned his head and looked at the inquiry platform. Then, those who raised the question, "What are you going to do?" Hongdu, the representative of the Lang family, stood up at this time and said firmly, "Dole Wizard must disband all pharmacists. This is our bottom line. I hope the referees will make a judgment." "Yes, this is our request," said the people of the Marsha family. "Must disband?" the people of the Lang family said fiercely. The word disband hit the hearts of all professionals hard. Some people even broke their hearts. If the Dole Wizard Tower was disbanded, where would they buy high-quality and cheap potions in the future? The cost of living has increased again. This damn pharmacist union. Some pharmacists, and even organizations are secretly happy that they can make money openly again. All members of the Dole Wizard Tower fell silent at this time. But soon Bernard came to his senses. Disband? They were renting a house, and paying rent every month. How could they disband? At most, they could not teach privately in the future. What is this? This is nothing at all. He immediately passed his opinion to others. Chris also thought of this, and immediately exchanged crazy glances with others. Dole stood still at this time, as if he was not the one being talked about. After admitting 2 items, he sat there with a smile on his lips, as if he was slightly mocking everyone on the questioning table. Seeing this, the people on the questioning table shouted even more happily. It must be disbanded, and he must be punished, taxed, and fined. Was said fiercely. That's right, he must be fined. Pu Yusi looked at everyone in the questioning seat, and sighed slightly in his heart. This world, after all, is the world of the majority, the world of the nobles. When these people try to deal with an ordinary person, it is really relatively easy. He exchanged opinions with Dalulide, and Pu Yusi released the pressure again. The voices around him gradually became smaller, and then he slowly withdrew his momentum. He said slowly, "Well, as a wizard, Dole's qualification for trial is decided by our Honor Wizard Union. After discussing with the city lord and according to the opinions of everyone on the questioning platform, the following measures are taken against Dole Wizard. Order Dole Wizard to stop all illegal activities, suspend all illegal courses of all senior pharmacists in Chris Wizard Tower, and hand over illegal income. Order Dole Wizard to disband all wizards under him, and hand over the fees incurred by violations to the Honor Wizard Union. Dole Wizard, do you have anything to say?" At the questioning platform, everyone was relieved to hear these 3 opinions. After so much trouble, they finally got rid of this bad breath. Without these pharmacists, how can he make money, and how can he toss? Humph. Dole's resources are all based on many pharmacists. As long as these pharmacists are gone, he will be finished. Dole looked at the inquiry desk, and saw those people's relaxed and mocking expressions. He slowly stood up, looking ahead with a bored look, and said slowly, I accept the punishment of the Honor Wizard Alliance, and will pay the fine in the shortest possible time. This is actually not much income for me, not even a drop in the bucket, because the course is very cheap. Let me say one more thing. He paused, and said with a slightly mocking tone, the relationship between me and all the wizards in Chris Wizard Tower is simply that of landlord and tenant. All pharmacists join Chris Wizard Tower just to agree with the experimental environment of Chris Wizard Tower. No matter who you ask, I don't care. I didn't apply for a school or group. I don't want to destroy this relationship. As for teaching, I just think that we are all pharmacists, so there is no need to cherish our own things. As for the formulas that have been passed down from me, they are all for my own research and not the formulas of the Pharmacist Guild. I would like to make it clear that all the 6th level potions in my hands, except for the mental potion and the magic potion, all other formulas are from me. I can sell them freely, and the Pharmacist Guild has no control over them. Potions are alchemy, and I am quite good at alchemy, so there is no need to deal with the Pharmacist Guild. From today on, I am no longer a member of the Alchemist Guild. I personally announce that I will withdraw from the Pharmacist Guild. The Glory Judge Hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. A 6th level pharmacist, who might become a 7th level pharmacist in the future, quit the Pharmacist Guild in public. This was a slap in the face for the Pharmacist Guild, and it was a slap. The most important thing is that Dole himself has no school. He just teaches courses, and he has not formed an organization school privately. It is the landlord and tenant relationship he mentioned. What's the big deal? Krista is indeed rented out, and everyone knows it. After hearing Dole's words, the questioning platform was quiet. Everyone stared at him, especially the Pharmacist Guild. Wolfs even shouted in his heart, this little thing dared to quit the Pharmacist Guild, how dare he? He shouted wildly in his heart. In the referee seat, Dahlia lied, Hollis, and Puyusi smiled immediately. At the questioning table, the representative of the Lang family stood up angrily. This is impossible. You are the biggest beneficiary of the benefits. How could you not get relevant benefits? You just formed an organization privately. Dole looked at him calmly. If you don't believe it, you can ask anyone. In the audience seats, everyone in the Chris Wizard Tower laughed at this time. Such a big change in the incident. For a while, the people around were not used to it. There was no school or organization formed, just a relationship between landlords and tenants. How could this be possible? You know, in the Chris Wizard Tower, there are more than 70 senior pharmacists in the past few years. Just a tenant of Dole? How is this possible? At this time, Chris, wearing the Baron's uniform, slowly stood up, bowed respectfully to the people around him, and slowly said, I came here from Arangel College with Dole. I guarantee with my noble reputation that my relationship with Dole is indeed just that of a landlord and a tenant. I pay him a rent of 1,000 gold coins every month. Just as Chris finished speaking, Sano, who was in the audience, also stood up wearing the Baron's uniform and smiled and said, I am the new Baron Sano. I also guarantee with my noble reputation that my relationship with Dole is purely that of a tenant. The only interest bond between us is the rent. If this is also considered an organization, then all of you who have many properties are suspected. If you don't allow people to rent a house, isn't it a bit too much? Ha ha. Then one figure after another stood up and said the same thing one by one. On the questioning platform, people from many families looked as if they had eaten shit, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Disband the school. They don't have a school. They have been doing it for so long. They just can't teach courses in the future. That's all. As for the alchemy formula of the potion, all the people in the Pharmacist Union know that Dole has never obtained the alchemy formula from beginning to end. This is beyond doubt. For a while, the scene was a bit chaotic, and the people on the questioning stage were a bit confused. At this time, Deruliad interrupted the people on the audience stage. Chapter 525. Deruliad stretched out his hand, pressed it down, and said helplessly, Okay, everyone stop for a moment. There is nothing to say about this matter. Let's proceed to the next item. Please ask Wizard Dole to leave the questioning table. No one left the hall, and everyone could hear that Deruliad's tone was wrong. Dole left the questioning table. So is there another person? Puyusi then spoke up with a heavy tone. Before I came in just now, I heard a very interesting sentence in the square outside. The Glory Wizard Alliance has now become the world of the nobles. The nobles can do whatever they want. I am here to do a self-examination first. My subordinates made mistakes, and I am also to blame. When the people on the questioning table heard this, everyone's face changed, especially Joseph, whose face sank even more, thinking, here it comes. Puyusi looked at the questioning table, then spoke calmly with a solemn look. Today, I saw that the people on the questioning table are all nobles. Some of them are managers of certain organizations, but they are also nobles behind the scenes. They are extraordinary. So many nobles have joined forces to attack a non-noble person. I think this may be a signal of differences between nobles and civilians. Dole had not left the questioning table at this time. When Puyusi finished speaking, he immediately cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Master Puyusi, I want to complain about your Glory Wizard alliance with your words. Puyusi was stunned. Didn't Dole leave yet? When this was said, he didn't react. The other people in the Glory Wizard alliance were shocked by the words of the president. After hearing what Dole said, how dare he let him continue? Someone immediately stood up and shouted, Dole, your case is over, go down quickly. Dole stood up, shook his head, and said, there is no definite result for my questioning meeting. How can it be said to be over? I am here and have many questions to ask. Why should it end? Lord Puyusi has already said that someone in the Glory Wizard Alliance made a mistake. How did the mistake happen and why did it happen? I, the person who was delayed by the mistake, have the most power to speak. The hall was filled with a haze, covering everyone's head, especially those who had a guilty conscience, and even wanted to eat Dole. On the referee's stand, Joseph's heart sank, and he was afraid that today was over. He looked at Puyusi next to him, and found that he had no reaction at all. He was not angry when Dole interrupted him, and his heart sank to the bottom. Maybe these two people had colluded long ago. At the questioning seat, the representative of the Lang family immediately stood up and scolded even louder, you should go to the Honor Wizard Union to complain about it. Not here to speak, you are disrespecting the referee's seat. Others also spoke up. Get out. Dole, do you know what you are doing? Shut up. A wave of voices rose up, like a wave, surging towards Dole, and a wave of rebukes resounded throughout the hall. For a moment, Dole was blamed by everyone at the questioning seat. These people are all nobles, all in power, and famous figures in Wassenberg. At this time, just one sentence aroused everyone's anger. In the audience seats, everyone was silent at this time, looking at Dole in the middle, and they all started watching the show. The farce seems to be not over yet, it has just begun. Just now you guys were fighting with Dole Wizard, and now Dole Wizard is fighting back. This is really exciting to watch. Many people were frightened. You know, this offended most of the nobles in Wassenberg. How could this be possible? Fortunately, Dole Wizard is a pharmacist and has 2 wizard towers. If it were an ordinary wizard, I'm afraid he would have died by now. Everyone looked at the center, and their emotions were inexplicable for a while. In the hall, there was only the sound of the questioning desk in the middle, and no other sound could be heard. Dole looked at the nobles with a calm expression, and even a slight mockery on his lips. He did not leave, but sat down instead. When those people saw this, they felt uncomfortable in their hearts, and felt an extremely cold breath wrapped around them. That was the breath from the rostrum. Dalulide, Hollis, and Puyusi looked at each other and looked around at this time. Dalulai said in a gloomy voice, what should we do, everyone? Now the person involved has raised the question. Puyusi smiled faintly. I have already said that no one can escape from the responsibility. It is time for the Honor Wizard Alliance to reorganize. Joseph and other wizards, who had something wrong, suddenly felt depressed. The voices on the questioning platform became smaller and smaller. Soon, everyone's voices were silenced, and the hall slowly became quiet. Puyusi saw this, looked at Duolai, looked around, and slowly said, Duolai, since you want to complain, tell me, who do you want to complain about? He saw many guilty eyes, and they didn't dare to look at him at all. Dole said slowly, Lord Joseph, the merit value of the Glory Empire. Since I came to the Empire, I have never heard that this system can be broken. Under the leadership of Lord Joseph, the merit system, which is the only promotion channel for the nobles and civilians of the Empire, has actually broken down, and it happened to break down when I was questioned. Lord Joseph's behavior is very obvious. He is deliberately blocking my way and blocking the qualification of a civilian to be promoted. He is setting obstacles to the bottom line of the Empire. He has made the Empire a tool for profit in his hands. Daliel was overwhelmed when he heard Dole's words. If he continued to say this, Joseph would die. Okay, Dole, don't say it. We will find out about this matter. Joseph's face was very livid. Dole was pushing him to death. Look, is this human language? He just blocked the other party's way. How can this be like shaking the foundation of the Empire? This is a very serious accusation, so serious that he can't resist it with his own strength. Dalielade's words made him feel a little relieved. Dalielade felt the fluctuations in Joseph's heart, and slowly said, The merit value is indeed the most important part of the Glory Empire. If someone does something on this, whether it is their own business or instigated by others, we will investigate it thoroughly, and give an explanation to all the meritorious officials of the empire. Do you have anything else to say? Dole was immediately satisfied when he heard this. He shook his head and said no more. Then go down. Dole also had a headache. This son-in-law of the Rhine family, chosen by Ash, looked easy to bully, but who knew he was a thorn? Dole left his seat with satisfaction. He glanced at the inquiry desk with contempt, as if to say, "What can you do to me? It's just impossible to open classes. My wizard tower will continue to operate as usual." The people at the inquiry desk looked at Dole's back with an extremely gloomy face. Dole's leaving the questioning desk marked the end of the questioning. After hearing his commotion, Puyusi did not dare to continue speaking. He thought that matters within the Glory Wizard Alliance should be resolved when he returned. Chapter 526. The inquiry meeting ended with a whimper, which shocked the top leaders of Watzenberg. What shocked them was not the suppression of Dole, but Dole's beautiful counterattack. Apart from paying some fines that were very large for others, but not painful for him, he did nothing and slapped the nobles of Watzenberg hard. This was simply a godlike operation. However, what happened next was the real thing. The City Lord's Mansion issued an order to comprehensively review the various functional departments of the City Lord's Mansion and the regulations of all past matters, and to conduct a vigorous and strict investigation of all matters that were intervened by humans. The Glory Wizard Alliance was even more ruthless. From the vice president to ordinary colleagues, the president personally supervised and comprehensively checked. The first unlucky person was Joseph. He was directly dismissed from the position of vice president. Since Alan was still in seclusion, the substitute vice president worked harder to investigate. For a time, the wizarding world of Watzenberg was shocked. At this time, the parties had counted the fines, and were ready to hand them in. Anyway, there are only two words: happy. The turmoil caused by this affected all industries. The Lang family was in trouble, the Maja family was in trouble, and the vassal families of the two families were all in trouble, and some other people were also implicated. In short, the entire noble family was reshuffled. The business of the Lang family was also greatly affected. After learning that some of the medicinal wines they launched were intended to suppress Dole, some people directly gave up their business, which made the Blue Beverage Shop regain some vitality. In addition to their hard work and publicity, the Blue Beverage Shop lowered its prices a little, and its popularity seemed to have returned overnight. 3 days later, in the backyard of the Rhine family, Westland stood in the yard, looking at the beautiful park in front of him, with a thoughtful expression. Not long after, two voices sounded behind him. "Father." "Uncle." Westland turned his head, and smiled slightly. "You are here. I was going to cheer you up this time, but I didn't expect that those people were defeated by you before I could make a move. It's really boring." The people who came were naturally Dole and Ash. Ash rolled his eyes at his father, and said nothing. Dole smiled and said, "Uncle, you are serious. This matter is not a big deal. It's just a loss of hundreds of thousands of gold coins." Westland's mouth twitched. "Hundreds of thousands of gold coins. You know, hundreds of thousands of gold coins can arm a battalion of soldiers. Hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Even ordinary small nobles can't take them out in a short time, so they are just small money for him." "Ahem, 100,000 is a small amount of money? In this case, our legion needs some money. Can you donate some?" Dole's mouth twitched. Can't he be modest? Just as he was about to speak, Ash was not happy. "Dad, you are really selfless. Using our private money to subsidize the Imperial Legion?" Westerland's face turned red. "Ahem, I am a little confused about public and private. Since you are so rich, can I ask for more betrothal gifts?" He immediately turned the tables. Ash blushed and pooh-poohed his father. Dole was ashamed. "What betrothal gifts? It doesn't matter. You can ask for as much as you want, provided I have it." Dole didn't care about these things. His money was basically exchanged for materials, and he didn't have much money in fact. Westland chuckled. His expression calmed down slightly, and Westland said, "You have offended the noble group this time, and I guess they will find ways to suppress you. You should be prepared. I called you here this time to discuss the territory with you. Since you are going to become a lord in the future, there are many places to consider in the Northwest region. We can study this. For Dole, the territory is not very important, but it is very important for him in the future, but it is not important at present." Westland wanted to talk to him about the territory, and he naturally listened attentively. The Iron Pioneer Corps fought all over the Northwest, and the future father-in-law naturally knew the most about which place was the most suitable. Soon, the three of them came to the study, took out the map, and began to point on it. After having dinner together in the evening, Dole went back. He basically met all the Westling family, including his parents, a young brother, and others. However, except for Ash's mother, no one else was very friendly to Dole, especially his third wife, who wanted to eat Dole. Dole didn't care about it. At night, Ash did not go to Dole's wizard tower, but stayed at home. When it was night, Ash came to her mother's room and handed her a bottle of potion without saying a word. When Laura saw the potion, she immediately sensed the amazing blood power in the potion, and was surprised and said, "Where did it come from? What's the use?" She naturally thought of Dole. Ash smiled and said, "This is an ice blood potion for us. If you drink it, you can be promoted to level 5 in less than 3 months. Laura was shocked. Did Dole do this? She shook her head and said, "I did it myself. It's confidential now. Dole provided the technology. I am now a qualified pharmacist." Laura looked at the potion in her hand and was shocked. "If what you said is true, do you know what this means?" She looked at her mother and nodded seriously. "I naturally know that this potion will be provided to our family first, and then to others." Laura looked at the potion in her hand eagerly, and sighed in her heart. If she can be promoted to level 5, she can be a dozen years younger, although she doesn't look old now, and as long as she can reach level 5, the ice and snow goddess meditation method will definitely have her share. She took the potion in her arms with care and said excitedly, "Thank you, Aishi." "Mom, what are you talking about? This is what I should do. I will be relieved when you are promoted to level 5. Promoting from level 4 to level 5 is a huge threshold. I don't know how many people are stuck here. As long as my mother can be promoted to level 5, her future will be smooth." Laura is only in her 40s this year. In the wizard world, 40-something is hardly considered old. According to her potential, she may be promoted to level 6 in the future. When they thought of this, the mother and daughter were suddenly overwhelmed. After leaving the Rhine family, it was already night. Dole strolled on the street, admiring the different scenery around him, and enjoying a moment of peace. To be honest, I don't know how long it has been since I was so quiet. He did not pretend and came out directly. When he came to Taluo Street, Dole looked around. In the dark night, there were actually many magic lights around, and it was not dark at night. In fact, not far from here, you can see the Wizard Tower Group next to it. The Wizard Tower Group and the City Lord's Mansion are not far apart. The two echo each other, and together form the political and wizard system of Wassenberg. The reason why the Empire of Glory is much stronger than other empires is because of the great efforts to develop wizards. Within the Empire of Glory, the wizard group is a very free group, but is also bound by laws and morals. There are very few wizards who cause chaos. Even if there are wizards who cause chaos, they will be quickly cleared out and other wizards will be warned. Chapter 527. Wassenberg at night looks dark, but there is a little light in the darkness. In the dark night, there is a special tranquility. In the night, only a few places in Wassenberg are open, such as bars, dance theaters, and some special places. Other places are basically closed. Dole glanced, and saw that his own blue drink shop in the distance was still open. There was a light at the door, and the lights were bright inside. The corners of his mouth twitched. Is there anyone at night? The cost of such a magic lamp is not low. He thought about it, and walked over there. At this time, he felt that someone seemed to be looking at him. So he turned around and looked in other directions, but there was no one in that place. He wondered if he had sensed it wrong. In this place, he could not release his mental power to scan randomly, but could only use sensing. It would be bad if he offended other people. He did not think about these things, and continued to move forward, but soon he found that there were more and more people around him observing him. Is he a celebrity now? Dole laughed at himself, then glanced around casually, and saw many people wandering around. He continued to walk forward, and soon came to the intersection of Taro Street. At this time, he sensed that some people who were looking at him seemed to have malice, although it was very faint, but malice was malice, and there was no way to change it. Could it be that nobleman? In Wassenberg, Dole was not afraid of anyone, as long as the other party did not come out to kill himself. Thinking of this, he swaggered and continued to walk towards the Azure Drink shop. At the store entrance, there were 1 or 2 people coming in and out. There were not many people, but it was still very lively inside. He came to the door, lowered his head, and when he raised his head, he had changed his face. The hall was still very lively. The popularity has returned in the past 2 days. In addition, The price reduction activities have attracted many customers to return, and they are all long-term customers. The effect is not bad. At this time, many people in the hall were whispering. The Lang family has lost face this time. They have lost face. I heard that they are preparing to make a small move again. Is it true or false? Of course it's true. Aren't the people in Chris Wizard Tower all pharmacists? They may be preparing to poach people. I don't think it's likely. The Lang family is engaged in some food and wine business. They can't get involved in wizards at all. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear it. Aren't there still people from the Marsha family? Dole sat next to him, listening carelessly, with no sadness or joy on his face. How could those noble families not retaliate after suffering such a huge loss? And the revenge came early. The method they adopted was also very stupid. They wanted to poach people under their noses. Dole laughed when he saw this. The Lang family really has several high-level wizards, and even several level 6 wizards, but they are not pharmacists. How could the pharmacists go with them? In addition, the Maja family is also making trouble, trying to cut off their own supply and attract their own customers. It is also very funny. The market is not something that can be solved by words and power. I have been here for so many years, and have cultivated a group of loyal customers. Your goods are not as good as mine, the quantity of supply is not as good as mine, and you can't even afford a price war. What's the point of playing? In the pharmacist market, apart from the pharmacist guild, Dole is the only one that dominates, and no one can resist it. Even the people in Chris Wizard Tower know that as long as Chris Wizard Tower does not fall, they are their own cash cows in it. Chris Wizard Tower has become a paradise for pharmacists, and the most important thing is that they can communicate at any time and improve their experience, which is the most important thing. Although Dole himself cannot come out to give lectures now, it does not hinder communication. He listened to the words around him while thinking about things. After a while, he paid the bill and left. The moon was in the sky. Dole walked out of the drink shop and stood at the door, feeling a little cold inexplicably. He frowned and looked around. At this time, he saw a man in black looking at him on the opposite street. Black wizard robe, black decoration, black face towel. He had little breath on him, but there was a special artistic conception in it wherever he stood, chaotic, orderly, and an inexplicable sense of threat. This feeling reminded Dole of someone. Old Poison? Dole frowned. What did he come to see him for? He strode over and silently activated his power to protect himself. At the same time, the power of the wizard tower was borrowed from afar. For a wizard with an uncertain temperament, it is better to be absolutely sure. The man in black saw Dole coming towards him, but he didn't notice his little move, and then walked to the alley next to him. The two came to the alley together. After entering the alley, Dole spoke, "Poison Master, what do you want to see me for?" The old Poison stopped, turned around, slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of sharp eyes, which turned out to be vertical pupils, snake eyes. Hee, I really didn't hide it from you. I came to you this time because I want your help with something. You can ask for the reward. Dole smiled faintly. I changed my appearance. How did you find me? Old Poison laughed. High-level wizards look at people's aura instead of their faces. Although your aura is several times stronger, it has not changed in essence. I admire you a little. After not seeing you for a few years, your strength has directly improved by a large level. You are ranked among the top geniuses. Even those geniuses in the imperial capital may not be much stronger than you. Dole touched his chin. Then what do you say? I want to see if I can do it. Old Poison smiled faintly and said, You can definitely do it. Help me kill someone. Dole shook his head and turned away. He didn't want to be an enemy of anyone, nor did he want to be involved in any right or wrong. Killing people is easy, but how could he help someone who couldn't be killed by a 6th level wizard? When the old Poison saw Dole walking away, he immediately became anxious. It's not a human, it's a guardian. I found a relic. When Dole heard about the relic, he immediately stopped and turned around and said, As a 6th level wizard, you can't kill the other party. Why do you think I can kill him? The old Poison laughed. Because you are a poison master. Dole felt puzzled. If it's a human, can't you kill him with your poison ability? The old Poison shook his head and sighed slightly. That guardian, it's said to be a human, he is not a human either. I have used more than 30 kinds of poisons, and fought for almost a year, but I still couldn't kill him, so I came to you. I wanted to find Alan, but Alan was in seclusion and trying to reach level 7. Donnie only wanted to manage his territory, and didn't want to come out. Others were not trustworthy. After thinking about it, I found that only you who owns the Wizard Tower can be trusted. Dole's mouth twitched. He shook his head and said, I have a lot of things to do recently, and I don't have time for the time being. Besides, our friendship is limited to trading. I don't trust you. The old poison fell silent and raised his head. He didn't speak, but slowly lifted the mask. Under the mask, a terrifying face full of potholes appeared in front of Dole. In those potholes, terrifying insects went in and out, looking very scary. Chapter 528. Among the top 10 young people of this year, only Ash is the most hardworking and outstanding. Others such as Eugene and Gretel are outstanding, but their efforts are a little insufficient. However, Gretel is also hardworking. His meditation method is a bit special. Meditation methods that tend to have negative attributes will naturally be promoted more slowly. And Eugene and Leona, advancing and retreating together, are quite interesting. However, although Eugene and Leona are in love with each other, there are also many obstacles between them. If Eugene does not work harder, he will probably be abandoned by the Lay family. Dole touched his chin and thought maliciously that he had a better chance than Eugene. After crossing the 10th floor, Dole came to the 11th floor. This is his laboratory, and the 12th floor is the practice room. The entire upper 3 floors are surrounded by dense magic elements. Practicing here will get twice the result with half the effort. Arriving at the 11th floor, Dole lowered his head, thought carefully, and decided to send a message to President Allen. He always felt that this old poisoner was untrustworthy. In this world, people are so sinister. Not long after, Dole was delighted that Allen actually replied. The old poisoner himself is actually a very powerful descendant of the nobility. After his family was destroyed by a wizard, he became a wandering wizard. You should know what a wandering wizard means. Whether he is trustworthy or not depends on how you look at him. After Dole analyzed all the information, he fell silent. That guy's life experience was actually quite rough, but the more rough a person is, the more he cannot really trust. I am afraid that they have walked more bridges than I have walked on. Although there can't be too many bad thoughts, as long as there is a bad thought, I will fall into an irreversible situation. He thought about it, and decided that it would be better not to agree. Who knows what will happen? Are you out of retreat? Dole asked carefully. It was not a good thing to disturb others. Allen replied immediately, I will be out of retreat soon. I will be promoted to level 7. Dole, now I solemnly invite you to watch the ceremony. How about it? Dole was stunned and breathed a sigh of relief. Allen was going to reach level 7, which was a huge variable for the entire pattern of Wetzeberg. As long as he rushed over, the next president of the Glory Wizard Alliance would be him. The current Puyusi would have the opportunity to go to the imperial capital. If he did not cross over, he would disappear into thin air, and there would be one less wizard named Allen in the world. But this guy would not fight an unprepared battle, and it was estimated that he succeeded. He just thought for 2 seconds and immediately replied, Thank you for the Wizard Allen's respect. When you watch the ceremony, I will definitely be by your side to protect you. Allen did not reply, but Dole knew that he must have received it. After taking a long breath, Dole was overwhelmed. If Allen survived the disaster and became a level 7 master, then his investment would be the largest and most successful investment in history. If Allen became the president, then the advantage would be on his side. He was a little excited just thinking about it, and even didn't want to work hard. Haha, but Dole also knew that Allen was Allen, and he was himself, and he needed to work harder. He had been promoted to level 7, but he hadn't figured out level 5 yet, which was really bad. Thinking of this, he was ready to suppress everything and quietly improve himself. As for other matters, let him handle it. Allen's coming out of retreat was very quiet, and almost no one was notified. However, as Allen's disciple, Gretel knew about it. The night passed quickly. Dole got up early, came to the door of the wizard tower, and walked slowly outside. There was no one around at this time. He came to the number 1 tower of the Glory Wizard Alliance, and soon came to the last office, but the people inside were almost all changed. He walked in, just took a look, and said to the person at the door, I'm here to collect the merit points. Who is in charge now? The man glanced at Dole casually. There were actually not many people who took the merit points. Basically, they were all children of nobles. They looked down on these children of nobles. There were not many merit points in total. He raised his head and was about to speak, but found that the person who came was not right. Damn, it was Dole, the 5th level wizard. He immediately stood up and said respectfully, the supervisor in the innermost part is in charge now. You can go. No, I take you there. He was just a level 3 little wizard. How could he dare to be presumptuous with a level 5 destruction wizard? Not to mention that this wizard also had 2 level 6 wizard towers, and was a ruthless man who changed all the people here. The last supervisor was killed by the man in front of him. It is said that he went to guard a certain mine, and his end was miserable. Dole smiled faintly. That's troublesome. No trouble, no trouble, it's my honor to serve you, the man said attentively. At the back, there was a middle-aged supervisor. He felt the movement at the door. After Dole came over, he slowly stood up, bowed slightly, and smiled. Wizard Dole, I'm sorry for the last matter. Is it worth the merit this time? Dole returned the greeting slightly and said, Yes, I trouble you. The man immediately said, No trouble, no trouble, you are a great wizard of the destruction level. Serving you is our purpose. In fact, after you came last time, your merit points have been set. You can just take it away this time. He was only a 4th level wizard, that is, a vice president, a big supervisor. Others really didn't dare to confront Dole. Destruction level, can already guard a place, is a real master. If Dole is in the Honor Wizard Alliance system, at this time, at least a county guardian, sitting in a place, with great power. Dole saw this and understood what was going on. This was probably because he was scared, so he smiled and said, Thank you very much. The man nodded and said, I asked someone to get it. He said a few words to the young man, and the young man immediately went there happily. Dole was not a person who didn't know how to do things. He gave each person a bottle of potion, and then turned around and left. As soon as he left, the people in the office exploded. That was Wizard Dole, the owner of the Chris Wizard Tower and the Babel Tower, a ruthless man who changed the entire office, and actually gave them gifts. Those were not 2 ordinary potions, but precious potions. The merit points of the City Lord's Mansion and the Glory Wizard Alliance have been obtained. The next step is to continue to go to the City Lord's Mansion and find the City Lord of Derulia to exchange the merit points for the noble status. In the whole of Wutzeburg, if you want to become a noble, you must meet the City Lord of Derulia, and you must also find several nobles of considerable weight as witnesses. So, when Dole came out of Wizard Tower number 1, he began to call the shots, summon friends, and find people to contact. It was easy to find nobles. Dole knew many powerful and prestigious nobles, the Orn family, the Rhine family, and you could easily find a few nobles above the Viscount. According to the requirements of the Empire and the City Lord's Mansion, as long as there were more than 5 barons. Inside the Wizard Tower, there were 3 barons alone, plus Eugene, Gretel, and the City Lord's Witness, which was enough. Chapter 529. So, when Dole led his men to the City Lord's Mansion and asked to see the Lord of Wutzeburg, the guards knew what was going on. This person had caused a lot of trouble some time ago. Dalilaid met Dole in his office. Dalilaid was a level 7 warrior. He stood there like a sword, much more imposing than in the questioning meeting. After seeing Dole, he smiled faintly and said, Dole, you finally remembered to become a noble. Dole bowed slightly and said helplessly, Lord, I also want to become a noble early. Didn't that happen before? Greta, Eugene, Ash, Morris, and others stood aside quietly. Dalilaid pondered for a moment, his face heavy, and said, This is the matter of the Glory Wizard Alliance. President Piusi has ordered the subordinates to correct it. You should calm down. In addition, you don't have to call me the City Lord in the future. Call me Uncle. Ash is also my child. You should call me Uncle. When these words came out, several people laughed, but Ash blushed a little. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became relaxed. Greta smiled at this time. The most beautiful flower of the Rhine family was taken away by you. Why don't you call me Uncle? Eugene shouted beside him, That's right. The 2 people beside him immediately started to make a fuss. Dole stood up helplessly, bowed again, and said, Uncle. Derold smiled kindly, and said slowly, Westling has already told me about your affairs. You want to occupy an area as your own territory, which is fine. After becoming a baron, you can do it. Now let's settle your noble affairs first. Show me your merit points. Dole nodded, and took out 2 documents from his sleeves. His merit points were not much, but they were more than 9,000. According to the Empire's title, he was just 1 level higher than Gretel, a first-class baron. If his merit points were 10,000, he would be a viscount. A moment later, Dole had 2 more imperial-style clothes and a badge on them. He made the badge himself. Becoming a noble proved that he could establish a family. A family must have a badge. Dole didn't think much about it, and imprinted the shape and structure of the Tower of Babel on it. A wizard tower badge with 28 floors looked beautiful and exquisite. After establishing a family, you can recruit guest officials, recruit guards, organize legal caravans, and establish private armed forces, which is a complete force. A first-class baron can recruit a team of more than 20 people, and can do many things. This is also the key reason why ordinary civilians want to become nobles. Recruit private soldiers. To compensate for everyone's losses, I treat you to dinner today. What do you want to eat? After coming out of the city lord's mansion, Dole waved his hand, and said generously. Morris screamed, that must be the gourmet restaurant. Let's go! After a busy day, Dole returned to the Tower of Babel at night. Although he felt tired, his spirit felt heavy. It turned out that socializing with others was not his strong point. Ash and Dole returned to the wizard tower together. Ash went back to the 10th floor, while Dole came to the 11th floor and started to make potions. Recently, he was a little short of money. 3 more days passed like this. On the 4th day, Dole was doing an experiment. Suddenly, a voice came to his ear. He decisively put down the experiment and sent a message to Ash. On the 10th floor, Ash woke up from meditation and was shocked. Lord Alan is going to pass the tribulation now? Dole's voice sounded in her ears. This matter is carried out in secret. Only a few people are invited. I will take the wizard tower over there. Ash hummed. Not long after, Ash and Dole appeared on the 12th floor together. Dole controlled the wizard tower, activated various formations, and then disappeared invisibly. Not long after, he disappeared from the spot. At the same time, several other wizard towers of the Glory Wizard Alliance disappeared, all silently, without any movement. When a level 7 wizard passes the tribulation, the movement will be very large, so it is necessary to find a place where there are no creatures to disturb. The Glory Wizard Alliance has already checked the address. It is above a swamp. The wizard tower flew at full speed for 4 hours to arrive. When he arrived at the place, Dole found that the environment here is very similar to the environment when he refined the wizard tower for Donnie last time. The surroundings are all plains, and they are all wastelands. There are no powerful creatures, but there are a lot of small animals. The number of ordinary wild beasts, wolves, insects, tigers and leopards is very, very large. Ordinary people have no way to survive here. Especially in the swamps below the plains, it is full of various aquatic creatures, wild buffaloes, crocodiles, big snakes, and various poisonous creatures. In the sky, a huge wizard tower with more than 20 floors suddenly appeared, and then slowly fell to the ground. At the same time, in the sky around the wizard tower, other wizard towers also slowly floated in the air. The huge wizard tower is naturally the 8th level wizard tower of the Glory Wizard Alliance. It is used for Alan to cross the tribulation, and the other wizard towers all represent their respective forces and come to watch the ceremony. Dole's level 6 wizard tower was the last to come out, but its momentum was not low at all. When his wizard tower came out, Dole felt dozens of greetings from his mind. He was stunned, and then returned the greetings one by one. These were the most powerful people in Watsonburg. Although he had not come into contact with them before, he would have contact in the future. At this time, a figure flashed beside Dole. Dole, I come here uninvited. Dole was shocked. This was Master Puyusi. Welcome, welcome. You didn't bring your wizard tower? Puyusi passed through the defense shield, and came to Dole's Babel Tower. He took a closer look at the layout of the wizard tower, and was slightly surprised. Then he said casually, all the wizard towers of the Glory Wizard Alliance are useful. It is impossible to bring all of them. It is very difficult to take one away. This time, our Glory Wizard Alliance borrowed other people's wizard towers to watch the ceremony and protect Alan. I don't want to be with them. I can only find you. You are very powerful as a wizard tower. Puyusi's eyes are very experienced. He saw through most of the wizard formations of Dole Wizard Tower at a glance. They are very powerful. The master still didn't see a part clearly, which seemed very secretive. Dole nodded and said, this tower is called Babel Tower, which means the Tower of Heaven. If it is refined to the 9th level, it will have the ability to reach the sky. In the eyes of wizards, the word reaching the sky has only one meaning, that is, the ability to cross space. So when he heard the word reaching the sky, Puyusi was shocked. He was about to ask a few questions, but he saw the creatures in the swamp began to flee rapidly in all directions, and dark clouds began to gather in the sky. Puyusi raised his head, looked at the dark clouds in the sky, and began to spread his voice around. Everyone retreat, and spread out in all directions to guard against sneak attacks from other creatures. Chapter 530. Promoting from level 6 to level 7 means that one's mental power is strong enough to touch the rules of the world, and that individual organisms are strong enough to touch the essence of the world, causing the world to suppress, and send down thunder tribulation to block it. If one breaks through the thunder tribulation, one can truly touch the rules of the world. If one cannot survive, most people will die, and only a few people will abandon their bodies and transform into undead and lich-like things, lingering on. As a true level 7 boss, Puyusi could naturally see that Alan in the Wizard Tower fully released his mental power at this time, extending it to the heaven and earth. The powerful mental power searched for the essence of the world, naturally causing the rebound of the rules of the world, and thus began to condense Thunder Tribulation. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the Thunder Tribulation. Alan's Thunder Tribulation was even stronger than his own back then. The speed at which the dark clouds condensed was very fast. In just 2 blinks of an eye, it had expanded to a radius of about 10 kilometers. As Puyusi's order was issued, the surrounding wizard towers quickly moved outward, and Dole also started the wizard tower, and left the range of the Thunder Tribulation. Under the thunderstorm, all creatures will be destroyed without exception. If anyone standing outside the thunderstorm attacks Alan, Alan will suffer a double blow. Therefore, at this time, the protection of the top leaders of the Glory Wizard Alliance is needed. There are 7 wizard towers around, all of which are above level 6, and none are lower than level 6. The weakest ones, Dole and Puyusi, are standing here. Therefore, when all the wizard towers spread out in all directions, they are actually protecting Alan. Although Ash is a descendant of a large family, it is the first time for him to see someone going through the tribulation. When he saw the scene in the sky and felt the power of the heaven, his head couldn't help but shrink, and he felt a little scared. Dole looked at the thunder tribulation in the sky, and thought in his heart, I don't know if this thunder tribulation will be as large as the last time I saw it in the Evil Spirit Mountain. If it is, then Alan's achievement will not be lower than that of the magic beast. If not, it means that the magic beast is still powerful. It was actually the first time for him to see someone going through the tribulation. At this time, the same 5-pointed wizard tower flew from a distance. After the 5-pointed wizard tower flew over, it did not approach this side, but stayed in the distance, exuding a powerful momentum. It was also a level 6 wizard tower. After Puyusi saw this wizard tower, he was about to ask, but heard Dole next to him said, Mr. President, this is Mr. Alan's friend, Donnie, and his wizard tower was made by me. At this time, a figure appeared on the top of the tower, and it was Donnie. Donnie also saw the situation here. When he saw Dole, he was stunned when he saw the octagonal wizard tower under his feet. When he looked at the person on the top of the tower, his heart trembled. It was Puyusi. He hesitated for a moment, and sent a message to Dole, is it that Alan is going through the tribulation, and I feel the power of the thunder tribulation, so I came to see? Dole was also stunned, and then asked, didn't Alan ask you to come? Donnie shook his head, no, why would he ask me for such a big promotion? Why is Puyusi here too? Is he here to protect the law as well? Dole nodded, he looked around, and said, who knows what will happen near here, and Lord Puyusi is here to protect the law as well. As the two were talking, the dark clouds in the sky continued to spread, and continued to move outward. Dole, the driver of the wizard tower, was also retreating. The dark clouds covered the sky and the earth, and that special pressure slowly descended. As long as they were not insect creatures, all intelligent creatures could feel the strong pressure of heaven and earth brought by the thunder tribulation. It stretched for hundreds of kilometers in all directions. As long as they were within this range, they knew that there were creatures undergoing the tribulation here. Feeling the pressure of heaven and earth, Dole actually had no reaction. He was used to the frequent contact with the will of thunder and lightning, but Ash was a little uncomfortable. Dole thought about it, and released the power of the storm element to protect Ash. Donnie didn't dare to come over in the end, but flew far away, not far from Dole, just enough to take care of him. This damn Alan has affected my territory. There is an emperor in an ancient mausoleum underground nearby. He has become a high-level zombie. This thunder tribulation is likely to shake it out. Donnie cursed fiercely, and sent a voice message to Dole at the same time. Duolai was also stunned. The mausoleum of the ancient emperor, are you sure? Dong and I nodded. Under this plane, it was originally controlled by an ancient country. Later, a plague broke out, and the country was destroyed. But before his death, the emperor successfully transformed himself into a zombie king, and he is still there now. Duolai frowned and scanned it with his mental power, but did not find anything. He immediately shared this news with Aishi and Puyusi. Puyusi nodded, we have known about this matter for a long time. Don't worry about it. Zombies, ghosts, and undead are most afraid of thunder tribulations. They dare not come out. If they come out, I will deal with them personally. He exuded strong self-confidence, and seemed not to take the zombie king seriously. Dole then understood that Puyusi came here in person for a purpose. He passed the message to Donnie. Dole thought about it, and realized that there was a reason why the Empire did not occupy this place. There was actually an ancient country that once owned the underground here. The Earth is really magical. After billions of years of evolution, there is everything underneath. But he soon felt a chill in his heart and thought about a question. Even an empire disappeared silently in the long river of history. So what about himself? At this time, the calamity cloud was no longer expanding, and the dark clouds became thicker and thicker. Lightning flashes were generated in the dark clouds, and a pressure belonging to the heaven and earth was slowly spreading in all directions. At this time, the real power of heaven was a product under the rules and laws of nature. This process will last for a long time. Just like the fire skylark that Dole had seen before, the thunder calamity will take a long time to brew. The thunder tribulation will not be interrupted. Even if it is interrupted by an expert of level 8 or 9, it will only delay the time of the thunder tribulation, and will not reduce its power. The source of its power is the rules of the world, not the water vapor and lightning in the air. The dark clouds and lightning we see now are just the appearance of everything, nothing more. It is said that the power of heaven is mighty. The first time you feel it up close, it is indeed exciting and fearful. The dark clouds are getting thicker and thicker. The weather during the day feels like night. The light is extremely dark. In the sky, the lightning flashes brightly, bringing a sense of shock to the earth. All the creatures around who can run have run away. Those who can't run away shrink themselves on the ground and tremble. At this moment, Puyusi glanced behind him. That was the direction away from the robbery cloud. There was a mountain range in the distance. Dole saw Puyusi's action and looked back. He saw several figures flying from a distance, and their goal was the robbery cloud. Those creatures were so huge that even from hundreds of kilometers away, one could still see the oppressive force they exerted. Chapter 531. Here we go. To overcome the heavenly tribulation is also to overcome the human tribulation. This person does not refer to a simple person, but a living being. Those living beings came from afar. Obviously, this is Alan's human tribulation. He must overcome the heavenly tribulation by himself, but he can ask others for help for the human tribulation. Dole just glanced at the distance, looked at Puyusi, and slowly said, "President, do you want me to give you part of the control of the Tower of Babel? The energy core of my tower is level 7, and the capacity is very large." Dole emphasized the word very large. For wizards, the source of energy is very important, so Dole took the lead in upgrading the energy core of the wizard tower. Puyusi originally just wanted to laugh. Entering level 7 is completely different from level 5 and level 6. What you call big may just be what you think. But he did not laugh. He just thought about it and said, "Okay." Dole nodded and immediately started to make a token temporarily. Puyusi took the token, communicated with it briefly, and then refined it. Then he communicated with the token and his mental power fell on the wizard tower. Then, Puyusi was shocked instantly. He saw most of the wizard formations in the wizard tower. There were many magic patterns inside that he had never seen before. He saw the energy core and felt the power in it. It was indeed very large, much more than his own energy reserves. At this time, he saw someone in the wizard tower who seemed to be watching him. He was shocked again. That demon dog? At this moment, the figure of the hell demon dog flashed in the wizard tower and appeared on the top of the tower. Ball looked at Puyusi, and his huge body slowly collapsed, and finally turned into the image of a strong young man. Compared with before, his aura was a little stronger now. As soon as Ball came out, he looked at the thunder tribulation in the sky, then looked at Puyusi, and then looked into the distance, as if he had just woken up. Then he coughed and said, "Then Alan is going to pass the tribulation? This is the 7th level? Puyusi?" Ball did not mean to target Puyusi. In front of him, Puyusi's hundreds of years were like a child. Puyusi's heart trembled at this time, looking at Ball, and he became more and more frightened. Is this creature in front of him really a creature of this world? Is this what Dole relies on? Puyusi did not have too much malice, and nodded slowly. "You are Ball, right? May I ask, which world are you from?" Dole looked at the two people at this time, and quietly stood aside with Ash. He didn't want to get involved in this matter. Ball chuckled. "Of course, it is a hell world 1 level higher than this world. So, is the tribulation in this world like this? The last time I went through the tribulation cloud was more than 200 kilometers in range." Dole was speechless. Alan went through the tribulation, which was only more than 100 kilometers in range, which was already very exaggerated. Ball was obviously many times stronger than Alan. The essence of life was different. Puyusi's mouth twitched, and his heart shuddered. In terms of life level, this creature called Ball was obviously much stronger. He slowly opened his mouth and said, Dole is honored to have you protecting him. Ball chuckled, It is my honor to meet him. I won't tell you any more. I saw a few snacks flying over, and I happened to be hungry. At this time, Ball had already seen several small creatures flying in the distance, and his mouth was drooling. Naturally, he didn't want to stay here any longer, so he turned around and flew out, leaving the range of the wizard tower. Puyusi didn't understand, but when Ball flew outside, he suddenly understood something. When Duelai came here, the creatures in the surrounding mountains would riot at any time, but he didn't know what happened. But now it seems that this person is the one who did it. Is this Hellhound a foodie? The calamity clouds are getting thicker and thicker, and the lightning in the sky is like a dragon and snake, rumbling, and the will of heaven and earth descends, severely suppressing everyone on the ground. Within this range, creatures with slightly lower strength can't even raise their heads. Those with slightly higher strength have all run away, and those with higher strength have run far away and dare not come over. Duelai glanced around. In their range, except for a few snacks of Ball on the mountain, there seems to be no overly powerful creatures. He thought for a moment and said, Lord Puyusi, you can go to another direction. This line of defense has me, Ash, Ball, and Donnie. Nothing will happen. Puyusi looked at Ball in the distance, sighed in his heart, and said, Okay, I'm relieved that you're here, then I leave here. After that, he saluted to Duelai, then turned around, stepped into the air, and disappeared in an instant. Duelai didn't sense how Puyusi left, but he knew that he left here. After Puyusi left, Duelai also moved instantly. He went to the direction of Ball, running quickly, shouting, Don't eat all of them. Leave me 2 to practice with. I just learned 2 witchcrafts, try the power. There are actually very few magic spells in the Storm Element meditation method. The 4th level Wind Spear technique is the representative work of the 4th level. The power of the other magic spells can only be said to be average. At the 5th level, there are various large-scale storm evolution magic spells. Using the power of the storm to hit people is not considered a skill. Only the lightning hand is considered the most powerful and tyrannical means of the 5th level. He has mastered this magic spell in the past few days. In addition, he has also mastered 2 range magic spells. One is the Storm Coming, which can summon a small storm, and the other is the Chaotic Wind Killing that condenses a powerful large-scale high-level wind blade attack, which can carry out wind blade strikes in a local area. Compared with ordinary wind blades, the power and coverage of the large wind blade can be called a disaster level. With his current elemental ability, one blow can destroy a small town, which is comparable to the power of the disaster level. However, Dole was too late. When he just arrived, the sky was empty, and Ball's mouth was full of blood. This level 6 creature is no match for Ball. Dole was helpless, and could only vent his anger on the mountain. When he came to the mountain, he waved his hand casually, and a huge wind blade 2 or 3 meters long in front of him condensed instantly. There were 17 or 18 of them, falling into the mountain. The wind blades crossed the sky, making a violent hissing sound, and soon fell into the mountain. More than a dozen huge cracks with a depth of 5 meters, and a length of about 100 meters suddenly appeared on the huge mountain. Stones collapsed and flew, and the mountain shook. Half of the mountain was completely changed. After practicing this witchcraft, Dole used it for the first time. He felt that the power was still good. The wind killing can condense more than 100 such large wind blades before the spell model is exhausted. With such a blow, a small town can be destroyed. Feeling the vibration in the mountain, the small monsters around were scared and dared not come out. Too cruel. Ball was still not satisfied. After eating salt water from the sea for several months, I still prefer the creatures on land. There are no large monsters around here. I go somewhere else. Chapter 532. Donnie stood far away, watching all this. The appearance of Ball, the departure of Puyusi, and the witchcraft of Dole at this time made him a little stunned. This kid's witchcraft is a bit exaggerated, but it was just casually released. He has condensed the magic image? He practiced a very advanced meditation method? Otherwise, it can't explain everything that is happening now. That level 7 monster, is it his pet? Or just a cooperative relationship? This is too exaggerated. Thinking of this, he thought of something, and his heart suddenly became warm. Dole experimented with witchcraft again and again. The wind kill, this witchcraft is invincible in group damage, and single attack is also very powerful. It is the same type of effect as the wind gun technique, which can be used for group damage and single attack. The most important thing is that it is very powerful. A wind blade is equivalent to an ordinary level 5 witchcraft. With more than 100 strikes, the power can be imagined. What he needs to do now is to control the accuracy, control the output of magic power, grasp the release range of witchcraft, and control the consumption of magic power. The more powerful the witchcraft, the greater the consumption. Even though Dole has trained the storm element, and the amount of magic contained in it is far more than that of ordinary wizards, this kind of powerful and wide-range witchcraft consumption is still too much for him to bear. However, he has a wizard tower, which can continuously draw energy from it, and it does not consume much. In a moment, a mountaintop in the mountains has been flattened by him. This mountaintop, which is more than 400 meters wide, has been smashed to pieces by him. At this time, Dole stopped and thought about something. Donnie flew from a distance, stood on the top of the wizard tower, looked at Dole, and took a deep breath. This destructive power is amazing. Are you interested in joining me to kill the Zombie King? Dole turned around, and was a little moved when he heard this. What level is the Zombie King? If it's too high, the three of us can't deal with it. Donnie's mouth twitched. Isn't there someone else? He pursed his lips, and was talking about Ball, who was flying around in the sky. Dole said helplessly, Lord Ball doesn't like to eat zombies, and zombies have corpse poison, which is very difficult to deal with. Donnie didn't understand Dole's brain circuit. What does it mean to not like to eat zombies? It seems that this person's combat power lies in the attribute of eating? He thought about it and said, with the three of us, we can also deal with that zombie. This person should be practicing the field of the ice and snow goddess. She restricts her actions. The two of us are the main attackers, plus the wizard tower. We should be able to take it down. I have seen that underground palace. There are at most some special flying zombies in it, and there is also a tower of unknown level, but it should not exceed level 6. Dole thought. It is impossible for zombies to reach level 7. To advance from level 6 to level 7, they also need to face a heavenly tribulation, and it is a more severe heavenly tribulation than that of humans and monsters. This kind of thing itself is not recognized by the Tao, but every zombie that advances to level 7 is extremely powerful, which is recorded in history. A level 6 zombie king should have a lot of wealth. Killing him is also a way to eliminate harm for the people. Dole thought about it for a while, then nodded and said, okay, let's discuss it. You come to my wizard tower. Donnie stood on the wizard tower and nodded. He flew up and waved his hand. The wizard tower under his feet shrank instantly, then quietly fell into his hand, and then hung it around his waist. Dole's products are good to use. At this time, he sighed a little. People with ability can have food wherever they go. It's really enviable. Dole turned back, and came to the Great Plains to talk to Ash. Donnie didn't come directly. Ash was very wary of Donnie in the sky. As a family wizard, he is a natural enemy of these wild wizards. After hearing the story, Ash was a little shocked. There used to be a kingdom here, and it was destroyed by the plague. It's incredible. Psychologically, he leaned towards the zombie king. This was a tragic king. Now the two wanted to kill him. Ash couldn't accept it psychologically. She frowned and said, the zombie king didn't harm the human race. Why kill him? Dole looked at Ash and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect him to react like this. He looked around, pointed at the surrounding land, and did not directly answer Ash's question, but said lightly, do you think that in the future, will our Wassenberg expand to here? Ash was still puzzled, but when Dole asked this, she understood instantly that it was not a question of whether they would kill or not, but that this contradiction could not be resolved. The Northwest has been expanding outward, and every few years, they have to fight to expand their territory, and push the human area outward, mountains, swamps, plateaus, and wastelands. One day, they will fight here and turn this place into the territory of the human race. As a member of the Rhine family, expanding territory is the most important mark imprinted in the body of every child of the imperial family. When Dole said this, she understood. The predecessor is the predecessor. The predecessor has become a zombie, and has nothing to do with the people now, no matter how tragic they were before, but now, it is just a stumbling block on the road. A level 6 zombie, plus the wealth of half the empire, is enough to make people have enough desire. She was silent for a while, and then spoke with some difficulty. Okay, I still have 2 witchcrafts to verify. Dole, is the witchcraft you just used an upgrade of the wind blade? Can you teach it to me? This huge wind blade was also the first time that Ash saw it. It was actually very useful with her meditation method. Hearing this, Donnie smiled lightly. He didn't care whether Ash joined or not. He mainly wanted Dole. What could Ash, a level 5 wizard, do without a wizard tower? Dole nodded and said slowly, well, I can teach you. I am still a beginner in the spell model of this witchcraft, and I need to improve it further. After discussing the matter, Donnie put aside his thoughts, started the wizard tower, and went to another direction, while Dole and Ash stabilized their own direction. They all wanted to protect Alan. Donnie and Alan have been friends for many years. Although Alan did not call him, when he knew it, he still had to protect what he should protect, and he must not let Donnie be affected. At this time, except for Donnie, who was going through the tribulation in the middle, there were Masters of the Glory Wizard Alliance at level 6 in all directions. Unless a level 7 forced his way in, he could not get in at all. The strong men above level 7 also dared not to go in, unless they wanted to be struck by lightning. No matter who attacked from a distance, there were people around to support him. This time, the Glory Wizard Alliance also spent a lot of money for Alan's promotion. The wizard tower floated in the air, and magic elements were drawn from all directions, and merged into the wizard tower, maintaining the consumption of the wizard tower floating in the air. Dole and Ash stood on the top of the tower together. Chapter 533. Since the identities have been confirmed, Ash also let go of his posture, and the two of them directly started a spiritual communication. Dole released a spiritual force, which touched Ash's spiritual force. In an instant, the two of them exchanged a lot of thoughts, and also brought their own thoughts and memories. When communicating with the spirit is very happy, and at the same time very sensitive. It is necessary to control one's own emotions, and suppress some distracting thoughts, otherwise it is easy to go astray. Dole naturally restrained himself very much, and although Ash blushed, she was able to try to restrain other emotions. The communication between the two only lasted 2 or 3 seconds, and then they quickly retreated. The exchange of a large amount of information made Ash understand Dole's personality, emotions, and even dreams, and Dole also understood that the girl in front of her was not as cold as she seemed. Living in the Imperial family, Ash was instilled with various spirits of sacrifice for the family when he was a child. Ash's superficial resistance was just because he needed to have an independent personality, not a puppet of others. Her coldness and resistance were all for others to see. Although the spiritual communication only lasted for a moment, the communication of information produced dozens of books of information in a moment, which was very huge. While receiving the information, Ash also transmitted part of the witchcraft and experience of the ice and snow goddess. After the two separated their spiritual powers, they sat cross-legged and digested what they had learned. For Dole, the ice and snow goddess's meditation method was very little for him to learn from. But when he got the ice and snow goddess's meditation method, he had many ideas in his mind. There are also storm elements in the far north, but the environment there only allows storm elements above level 9 to exist, and those below level 8 cannot survive at all. The foundation of storm elements that can survive there is ice, wind, snow and fog, and their power far exceeds that of ordinary sea storms. Dole thought, can he do it too? He only needs to change the core of the meditation method, replace water with ice, and replace water vapor with fog, and all kinds of ice witchcraft, water witchcraft, wind witchcraft, and thunder witchcraft can also be used. But after the change, the core of the storm element must also be changed. The temperature difference and wind pressure difference between the inside and outside are not a little bit involved. Just a little movement may cause irreparable consequences, and it may even break the skill. Dole needs to try, but he dare not try it easily. After thinking for a long time, he opened his eyes and looked at Ash. At this time, there were wind currents around Ash. In the cold air, the wind currents spun around like knives, and then disappeared around her, which looked very mysterious. Dual Eyes smiled bitterly. The things he learned from meditation were very useful for others. At this moment, he looked up at the horizon. It was getting dark. Under the dark clouds, the sky was almost as dark as night. Only the lightning in the sky was still like dragons and snakes, winding through the clouds. The thick lightning, which was thicker than a person's waist, looked terrifying. Dual Eye was not afraid of lightning. The power of heaven was mighty and oppressive to all living things. But Dual Eye felt very familiar with it, because the lightning in the storm element was even more terrifying than this. Storm, a spirit of heaven and earth, could be regarded as part of the will of heaven and earth. At this moment, he felt that someone seemed to be fighting in the distance. A normal person cannot see whether it is a person in the distance at a distance of 300 or 400 meters, and it is still in the dark, but this is dozens of kilometers away, and it is good to be able to sense the breath under the heavenly tribulation. Dole stood up at this time, and the eye of the storm was opened, and he could only barely see that there was a real conflict in the distance, and the location was the side of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Are there really monsters coming to make trouble? He lowered his head, thought for a moment, hid the wizard tower, and then sensed the surroundings with all his strength. There are various reconnaissance magic circles in the Tower of Babel, and they are silent. After connecting to the Wizard Tower, Dole saw the signs of all the powerful creatures around. Dozens of kilometers away, two powerful creatures attacked, and they were both level 7, one was a black dragon, and the other was a huge bird-like creature. At this time, they were fighting with the Glory Wizard Alliance. In other directions, there were also creatures staring covetously. In the direction of Dole, the one with the strongest vitality belongs to Ball, and the other creatures are chased by Ball and flee everywhere. There is no level 8 in this place. If there is a level 8, it may not be so peaceful. Dole was relieved when he saw it, and sat down quietly. Lord Ball really helped him a lot, but this guy moved too fast. If he was not careful, he could not even leave a single hand. The witchcraft model of Luan Fengsha has tens of thousands of nodes in total, including 3,000 small nodes, 3,000 medium nodes, and more than 4,000 large nodes. All the stages constitute an extremely complex and precise machine, gathering magic power to form an extremely large wind blade. There are many variable nodes in the spell model, which can adjust the size of the wind blade, the speed of release, the power, etc. These are all things that need to be figured out, and different chaotic wind kills can be released according to different environments. In addition to chaotic wind kills, there is no need to think too much about the storm. Dole himself is very stormy. As for the last lightning spell, the Thunder Fist, it is Dole's killer. This shape-shifting witchcraft has broken away from the use of ordinary lightning skills. It directly uses the means of shape-shifting, and can burst out more than twice the power of ordinary lightning. Although it is only a level 5 skill, its power is comparable to that of the 6th level. If a level 6 wizard is hit by this punch, he may not be able to withstand it. There are countless other small witchcrafts, but Dole can't use them at all, and he is too lazy to study them. The storm itself is a very large and extremely large witchcraft. Just relying on the storm itself, Dole can crush all wizards of the same level. Not to mention, with the addition of the Wizard Tower, Dole now has the confidence to challenge anyone and any force, so he doesn't care about the last questioning meeting. He has never fought for the so-called pharmacist market, and has never gone out to promote his own medicine. Good wine needs no bush. As long as the product is good, it will naturally attract people. He still understands this simple truth. The heavenly tribulation offset most of the battle fluctuations, so Dole didn't feel how fierce the battle in the distance was. He just quietly waited for the formation of the tribulation cloud. At this time, a voice came from Ball in the distance. Don't you want to practice? Something passed by underground. Dole was stunned, and turned the reconnaissance direction of the Wizard Tower to the underground. He found that indeed, from the underground of the distant mountain, there came an unknown thing with a strong power fluctuation, about level 6. He shook his head and said, Level 6 monsters are much stronger than humans. Lord Ball, you want me to cheat? Chapter 534. Although Dole said this, he had already activated the locking function in the wizard formation of the Babel Tower, locking the opponent's movement trajectory. As long as he dared to come over, he would immediately activate the power of the Wizard Tower. His witchcraft was better for creatures on the surface. For things underground, unless the wind gun technique was used to penetrate the ground, it could cause effective damage. Otherwise, there was no way. To deal with such things, he still had to rely on the Babel Tower. There were various artillery fire and wizard formations on the Babel Tower. He thought about it, and prepared to activate one of the witchcraft. A variant of gravity magic, the gravity cannon. Locked by the Wizard Tower, the creature underground in the distance suddenly stopped moving forward. It seemed to feel very confused. There was nothing in the sky, so why did it feel that something was locking on it? He hesitated for a while, and wandered around nearby, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, but did not leave the range of the mountain area. In the mountains, he could come and go at will by taking advantage of the terrain. If he were on the plains and the soft ground, it might not be so easy to hide. He had already determined that the one who was undergoing the tribulation was a human, but this human now had too many people to protect him. Many magic beasts had failed, so it was not easy to kill him. Obviously, there were people protecting him here too. In the sky, Dual-Eye did not move, but waited quietly. The thing under the mountain suddenly stopped at this time, and did not move at all. Dual-Eye was a little confused when he saw this. Was he discovered? After waiting for a while, the other party did not come out, and he did not have the temper. The two sides confronted each other. Time passed slowly. Not long after, behind Dual-Eye, under the vast calamity clouds, it was pitch dark. The sky was shining with light. Various red, blue, and purple electric lights flashed in the clouds. The electric lights were dense, and the thunder calamity seemed to be about to begin. Under the influence of the suppression of the calamity clouds, Duolai could no longer feel the scene in the distance, and he didn't know what was happening in other directions. He could only take care of his own direction. At the same time, the changes in the calamity clouds in the sky also gave him a little opportunity to comprehend. The calamity clouds were also considered as heavenly thunder, and the heavenly thunder naturally contained the will of heaven and earth. This was a good time to comprehend the will of heavenly thunder. Thinking of this, he released his clone, controlled the wizard tower, and looked up at the sky. When the clone was released, a fear suddenly appeared in Duolai's heart, and the source of fear was the heavenly thunder. The black corpse worm fears the sky thunder? This thought only lasted for a second, and Duolai thought that the black corpse worm is a creature that feeds on corpses, so it is naturally affected by some dark forces. The sky thunder is the power of the positive sun, so it will naturally be affected. He just imagined it a little, and then lowered the height of the black corpse worm clone and the wizard tower, exposed from the invisibility, away from the sky calamity, and jumped out of the wizard tower and floated into the sky. On the other side of the wizard tower, she saw Duolai's action, and her eyes turned, and she spontaneously took over some other auxiliary functions of the wizard tower to assist Duolai's clone. She also had bugs on her body, but they were indeed sky frost bugs. The sky frost bugs combined with her skills were simply a 1 + 1 = 3 effect, which greatly increased the power of the ice and snow goddess meditation method, but she had never shown this thing to others. It was her trump card. As one of the 10 ancient strange insects, the sky frost worm is mysterious, and its strength and power are extremely huge. In addition, there are many of them. Ash plans to cultivate it for a period of time and forge it into something like a clone, like Duolai, to enhance its own power, or integrate it into the domain to enhance the power of the domain. Her domain is now at most 3,000 meters. After the sky frost worm is integrated into it, it will immediately enhance the domain to a range of 10 kilometers. Now Ash is also a master who is almost at the level of a disaster, with great destructive power. Although both of them are at the level of destruction, with the addition of meditation, the destructive power of the disaster level is not a problem. Seeing the scene in the sky, the demon beast underground became more cautious. There are indeed guardians in the sky, and they also have the most annoying level 6 wizard tower, so they can't go through. He also felt the situation of the heavenly tribulation, and sighed in his heart that the heavenly tribulation is coming, and he is afraid that there is no hope for him. The heavenly tribulation with a range of more than 100 kilometers will be locked by the heavenly tribulation as long as he walks into it, and he will be struck by lightning. He muttered a few words, then quietly hid, and never moved again. At this time, the lighting in his sky became more and more dense, the sound became lower and lower, and the clouds began to press very low. The sky was full of lightning. Duolai stood in the sky, and lightning appeared on his body, echoing the lightning in the sky. If you look closely, you will find that while Duolai is releasing his own lightning, he is also simulating the existence of the lightning in the sky, and the will of the thunder contained in it. At this moment, the lightning in the sky suddenly disappeared, but a more terrifying pressure appeared in the middle of the clouds, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was cracking. The feeling of the world collapsing was generated in the hearts of every living being. Great terror. The great terror between life and death. Feeling this will, everyone around changed their faces, and the catastrophe was about to begin. When Duolai felt the pressure of heaven and earth in the sky, he felt extremely uncomfortable. That feeling was as if he felt a catastrophe, as if he was suppressed by the world. The will of the world was manifested at this moment. But Duolai knew that this was the real will of the world, and he couldn't relax. He endured the discomfort and faced the difficulties directly, releasing his mental power and contacting the pressure in the sky. In an instant, the mental level was struck by lightning, and the fragile mental power was repelled at once, dispersed, but he immediately organized himself, and the unyielding mental power quickly condensed. The mental power was severely damaged, and the reaction on the flesh was that he spurted out a mouthful of blood directly, and was immediately seriously injured. But at this time, he was excited instead. This is the real will of heaven and earth. As long as he can comprehend even 1/10 of the will of heaven and earth, his achievements in the way of thunder will directly break through the sky and reach a height that others cannot reach. At this time, in the darkness tens of kilometers away, a brilliant lightning suddenly burst out at a point, and fell to the ground within a 10,000th of a second. The extremely bright light was released in an instant, allowing people to see everything around them, Alan under the lightning, and the huge wizard tower below. At this time, both the wizard tower and Alan were covered by a thick layer of defense. The lightning fell down, and hit the defense shield. Suddenly, there was a bang and it exploded. The light suddenly burst out, and the terrifying brightness made everyone's vision fail, and they could not see anything. Just a moment later, the light disappeared again. At the same time, a violent vibration wave came from the center, and a huge air pressure was transmitted in all directions, forming a strong wind flow. Everyone was shocked at this moment. The heavenly tribulation was really too fierce. With this thunder, an ordinary 6th level wizard would probably be smashed into pieces, right? Before they could finish thinking, the second lightning flash burst out from the darkness again, and fell with a bang, with greater power than the previous lightning flash. At this time, under the light, Alan held a delicate staff in his hand, and the wizard tower stood majestically under his feet. He exerted his own power to the extreme, and the extremely powerful power gathered above his head. Chapter 535. The lightning fell, and collided with Alan's power. Boom! Another extremely bright white light flashed between heaven and earth. The earth roared, the world shook, and the violent wind blew in all directions again, and nothing could be seen within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Dole was shocked. This was the power of the heavenly tribulation, and this was the price of breaking the rules. If humans had not refined something like the wizard tower, it would be difficult to resist it with their own strength. At this time, his mental power also collided with the will of heaven and earth twice, and every time he came into contact, he felt so sad that he wanted to vomit blood. Even if it was separated by dozens of kilometers, even if it was just the edge of the will of heaven and earth, it was not something that a 5th level wizard like Dole could bear. The lightning continued to fall, one after another, and the white light flashed, shaking everyone's heart. Between heaven and earth, there was only the sound of rumbling and crackling, and no other sound. I don't know how long it took, but a voice sounded in Dole's ears. Dole, a high-level monster is coming. Alan's calamity is called the 49th calamity, with a total of 36, each one more powerful than the last. Now it's almost the 15th, and the last 15 will be even more terrifying. It is estimated that there are creatures above level 7 that will cause trouble in these last few. Dole was shocked and immediately replied to him, "With Lord Puusi here, it's not our turn to take action. If you want blood food, you can chase after it afterwards." Bale's strange cry came. Of course, a frontal attack is not as satisfying as beating a drowning dog. Let me see who is coming. There are almost no level 7 masters nearby except the old dragon. Oh, I haven't seen this breath before. Could it be a master farther away? Ball started talking to himself. His voice gradually became ethereal and disappeared. The 20th lightning bolt fell with a bang. Alan and the wizard tower were already in a bit of a mess. They were originally in the sky, and then they were blasted to the ground. Now they were already blasted into the ground. Within a radius of several kilometers, it still turned into a big pit. The ground was sunken, and there were scorch marks everywhere. A smell of high-temperature barbecue came. At this moment, a terrifying force came from a distance. "Humph, you want to cross the calamity, but you didn't ask me, the Ghost King, for consent. Puusi, I'm here to avenge the last revenge this time." With a roar, a gloomy and cold breath suddenly broke out. Dozens of crystal-clear green spears, with the momentum of piercing everything, came from the horizon. The power on the spears was very strange, as if it could pierce a person's soul. This was a pure spiritual witchcraft attack. Feeling this breath, Dole knew that Ball's wish would fail. Ghosts have no flesh and blood, and it is useless to eat them. Is this a creature from the Southwest Highlands? The last war didn't kill him. But Dole could see that this ghost was very powerful, and was not afraid of the heavenly tribulation. There was even a trace of yang and power in the ghost's body. Is this a level 7 creature that has survived the heavenly tribulation? The attacks flashed and soon fell to the center of the tribulation cloud. At this time, a breath without any smoke fell in the distance, and the dozens of attacks fell on that breath and quickly disappeared. Puusi made a move. Puusi appeared from the surroundings without saying a word and directly killed the Ghost King. In the dark night, the surroundings suddenly became tense. The most powerful Puusi was restrained, and Dole felt a little more nervous. He took a deep breath and fixed his eyes on the mountains in the distance. That underground creature must be level 6. If he makes a move, he will have to intercept it. Lord Ball is not here, so he really has to make a move. He saw that the underground creature was indeed ready to move. How could the surrounding monsters let humans pass the tribulation? At this moment, Dole saw that the monster did have the idea of moving, and its breath suddenly increased, slowly lurking. On the wizard tower, Ash's voice appeared in Dole's ears. "That thing is moving, we should take action." Dole hummed, then retracted his mental power, slowly descended in height, and landed on the wizard tower. He unfolded his mental power, took over the wizard tower in full, and opened all the wizard formations used for reconnaissance, firmly locking the creature underground. At this moment, the creature suddenly moved. It came out of the mountain and headed towards the plain in almost a straight line. He didn't care about the two people in the sky at all. At the same time, it was brewing, as if some power was fluctuating in its body. The wizard tower slowly fell down. When the creature just entered the plain, Dole and Ash drilled into the wizard tower together. The wizard tower lit up a yellow light at this time. When the light lit up, the wizard tower fell to the ground and directly crashed into the soil and disappeared. Under the ground, the creature was suddenly shocked. The wizard tower could still drill into the ground. The breath on his body suddenly increased, and the ground suddenly began to vibrate. A terrifying impact came from underground to the wizard tower. The ground shook, forming a straight line. Wherever it passed, the soil layer tens of meters high rumbled, like an earthquake. Dole activated the wizard tower, which was not moved at all underground. He opened the defense and crashed directly. Boom! The ground above the collision site suddenly exploded, forming a circle of sky falling and earth sinking scenes. The surrounding ground collapsed, and layers of soil piles formed in the distance, with a range of up to 1 kilometer. At the same time, the wizard tower only paused for a moment, and then continued to move forward and rush towards the creature. The creature's face changed, and waves of impact force came from underground. At the same time, various gravity magics were released, the ground was squeezed, deformed, and became very hard, forming layers of pressure to block the advance of the wizard tower. This is the ability of the Earth-type monster itself. The Tower of Babel, known as the Tower of Babel, has the ability to travel in various environments. After the 9th level, it also has the ability to travel in space. When facing hard rocks, the outer layer of yellow light automatically disperses and merges into the rocks without any obstacles. When encountering gravity magic, it is not afraid at all with the powerful force of the wizard tower itself. The speed of the wizard tower is just a little slower, and it still hits the underground creature at a very fast speed. The creature panicked at this time. How could this human wizard tower be so powerful? What level is it? Those two humans are only level 5. At this time, it no longer wants to harass Alan, but sticks to the edge of the robbery cloud and goes further away. Dole adjusted various magic arrays while adapting to the underground. Various arrays were opened and firmly locked on the underground monsters in front. It feels that the function of the Tower of Babel is really powerful. The wizard formation outside the wizard tower is called the Light of Earth element, which can pass through any terrain without hindrance. However, it is only level 6 now, and can only pass through the land. There is no way to deal with rocks that are too hard. In this wasteland, the land is the land. No matter how hard it is still land, not rock, so it can pass through without hindrance. While debugging the magic formation, he chased the monster. He didn't want to kill him, but at least he had to drive him away from the surroundings, otherwise it would be a huge hidden danger. Chapter 536. A moment later, the wizard tower was chasing the monster, and was about to approach. The earthy yellow light was bright, and moved quickly underground. The monster was still moving quickly at the edge of the robbery cloud. It had already run out for more than 50 kilometers, and was about to touch the area guarded by other human beings. The monster was still a little unwilling, but at this time, he had to leave. At this time, it felt that the air around it suddenly became hot, and a heat formed in its heart. Inside and outside the body, it felt very hot, so hot that it was about to smoke. It was immediately startled, and all the external power acted on itself. On the magic core, a strong will was generated, and it swept from the heart core to all sides of the body. At this time, his skin began to smoke, and his flesh and blood were strangely burned. From the pores around him, strange flames were squeezed out and dissipated in the surrounding earth. What kind of ability is this? The Warcraft was stunned. Although the distance between them and the opponent was getting closer, there was still a distance of 1 kilometer. They actually attacked through the air. Is this the ability of the opponent's wizard tower? Seeing that his skin had been burned to a charred color, he immediately burned his magic power without saying a word and fled out at a very fast speed. Damn the human race, damn the human wizard tower. After launching the ability of Chris's magic fire double pupil, Dual-Eye immediately felt that he might not be able to kill the opponent. After all, Chris's magic fire double pupil is not the original ability of Babel Tower, and the ability to defeat the enemy is still a little low, but it still caused damage. With a remote attack, the opponent fled directly out, but it could not kill as effectively as in the morning. Seeing that the opponent began to flee out, Dual-Eye did not chase him, but just hung behind him and chased him. This chase and escape soon passed dozens of kilometers. There was a mountain in the distance, and the monster quickly went in. Dole stopped the wizard tower, and slowly emerged from the soil. Looking at the dark mountain in the distance, dark shadows appeared in front of him, exuding a strange and terrifying atmosphere. Thunder rolled, and lightning roared behind him. It was the last moment, and the 7th level ghost in the distance was also fighting fiercely with Puyusi. At this time, the surroundings of Jiyun began to be in chaos. Dole launched a reconnaissance formation, and found that Donnie was also fighting with a monster. So he immediately activated the wizard tower, and rushed over there. Chris's magic fire double pupil launched a full penetration, and approached the opponent's territory. Chris's magic fire double pupil's ability is very useful. As long as it is within the range of the wizard formation, it can form an attack in the air. Dole has studied this ability for a long time. It seems that it uses a form similar to resonance and resonance to condense the fire element into magic fire, and act directly out of thin air. Although the attack intensity is not strong, it is very difficult. The wizard tower flew through the air silently, and soon approached Donnie's battlefield. At this time, flames ignited on Donnie's opponent's body, and it was obvious that he had been hit. However, the opponent was not afraid and continued to fight Donnie, directly approaching the wizard tower with fierce fighting spirit. Chris's wizard tower was not to be outdone. Ripples appeared on the chain defense formation, dissolving the attack. Donnie's power turned into energy from the earth, and attacked the opponent. The earthy yellow earth element and the red flame collided with each other in the sky, and the fight was very fierce. When Dole came over, Donnie's heart was shaken, and the earth elements on his body turned into chains that entangled the opponent, and the monster opposite him was also anxious. Dole's return proved that even the earth dragon was driven away. This person must be powerful, and this wizard tower must be more powerful than the one in front of him, so he quickly ran away. Just as he thought of this, a series of elemental fluctuations appeared in the sky, and dozens of huge wind blades tore through the sky and slashed towards him. The meaning of tearing, the meaning of sharpness, the wind blades passed through the sky, like a series of storms roaring. Seeing this, his body suddenly swelled up, the aura on his body jumped up, and he roared suddenly, and slapped Chris' wizard tower with one claw. Boom! The world shook violently, and the huge wizard tower was slapped back and flew away. The defense array on it flickered with light and darkness, and the energy supply was suddenly insufficient. On the wizard tower, Donnie was immediately shocked. He tried his best to stabilize the wizard tower, and add his own strength. Wow, this thing is so powerful, it is worthy of being the descendant of the ancient bloodline. At this moment, he saw that Dole's wind blade had arrived, and that thing was also fleeing backwards, with a giant wind blade chasing behind it. The green wind blade quickly disappeared into the night, and disappeared. Donnie looked at the wizard tower at this time, feeling distressed. This is all his belongings. The wizard tower should not be so fragile, but in order to save money, he did not add too much metal to it. It was all made of wood. It was hit hard by a giant bear with ancient bloodline close to the 7th level wizard, and he was still a little scared. He thought that it was said that Dole's wizard tower used a lot of real gold, which was terribly strong. It was estimated that if he drove the wizard tower and hit someone, it would be truly devastating. At this time, Dole appeared and came to the vicinity of Donnie, looking at his wizard tower. It was extremely dark all around, and only Donnie's wizard tower had some light. And farther away, the lightning in the sky was brewing slower and slower, and Alan was also at the last moment. The last lightning, as long as he could withstand it, Watzenberg would have an extra level 7. At this time, Dole's heart was also surging. It was about to succeed. In the dark night, the central area was extremely dark, and nothing could be seen clearly. Even if the wizard tower was emitting light, it was still unclear after dozens of kilometers. All he could feel was that Alan was still there, and his momentum was still good. Donnie glanced at Dole's wizard tower and said, "Did you drive that rock giant lizard away?" Dole nodded. "I drove the wizard tower and wanted to hit it underground, but it ran away after being hit by my magic fire double pupil." Donnie's mouth twitched. He was really arrogant. He dared not hit his wizard tower randomly. It would fall apart. "Did you also install the Chris magic fire double pupil wizard formation on the wizard tower?" Donnie asked in some surprise. Dole nodded. "Yes, it's very useful, with range damage, and I like the attack method." Donnie nodded. Recently, relying on this wizard formation, he has taught a lot of powerful creatures around him a lesson. In his territory, basically no creature dares to move around, including the human race. It must be said that it is quite useful. At this moment, The pressure in the sky seemed to have accumulated to the extreme. The last lightning emitted extremely brilliant, and bright colors, blooming in an instant. Then, the pressure of heaven and earth seemed to disappear in an instant, all concentrated in the center, and then fell down with a bang. In less than half a second, the light fell, and the earth shook and roared. A series of crackling sounds came from the central area, deafening and shocking. The pressure of heaven and earth acted on anyone's heart, making people's hearts beat a few points slower. A series of explosions came, and no one knew what happened inside. Just as Donnie and Dole looked at each other, wondering what happened, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 537. Did it succeed? Dole wanted to ask this question, but no one answered it for him. He didn't dare to go over. The terrifying energy in the central area still existed. He didn't know what was going on. After an unknown amount of time, the world regained its calm. The dark clouds in the sky completely dissipated, revealing the starlight and moonlight outside. Seeing this, Dole and Donnie looked at each other and smiled slightly. It seems to be successful. Dole was relieved. He activated the wizard tower and went forward. At this time, Ash also walked out from inside, stood beside him, and looked at the central area, feeling inexplicable. Success? Ash asked excitedly. She had been staring at the inside of the wizard tower just now, and didn't come out to do anything. She came out when she felt the pressure of heaven and earth disappear. Dole nodded. It should be successful. Let's go and take a look. He waved to Donnie and went inside first. Donnie followed behind. At this time, everyone around was rushing to the center. Soon, Dole came to the central area, and the scene inside was a little frightening. On the entire flat wasteland, there appeared a stage god pit that was 1 kilometer deep, with a surrounding range of more than 30 kilometers. The wizard tower of the Glory Wizard Alliance was dim, and it was all charred and dilapidated. Dole counted and found that there was 1 layer missing. Alan's breath was much weaker than before the tribulation, but his spiritual essence was more than doubled. Standing there, it seemed that there was a mysterious induction in it. At this time, he had a bitter smile on his face, without the joy of promotion. Looking at his feet, his face was full of pain. In front of him, Puyusi stood there, with the corner of his mouth twitching as well. The wizard tower is broken, Alan. You have to repair it, Puyusi said earnestly. Alan nodded, and he said with some distress, how much does it cost? Puyusi sighed, it's not expensive, only 70 or 80 million. Don't spit blood, Dole. Do you have any medicine? Come and treat it quickly. Puyusi panicked immediately. Alan had no joy after the promotion at this time. Hearing this number, he vomited blood and fell to the ground. 70 or 80 million, this is almost killing him. When the people around saw this, no one went up to help him, and they all looked at each other. Lord Alan was promoted successfully, but he was also directly hit by the shocking repair costs and vomited blood. The destructive power of the heavenly tribulation was too strong. Lord Alan had prepared for several years, and spent a huge amount of money to prepare various materials for the tribulation. At this time, all of them were smashed and scattered in the deep pits around. Even the wizard tower of the Glory Wizard Alliance was damaged, and a layer was knocked off. The destructive power was too amazing. When the others thought of this, they were worried. They would also have to go through the tribulation in the future. If it was still so terrifying, it would be better to commit suicide directly. Too terrifying. Alan lay on the wizard tower and said with difficulty, President, do you think I can still save him? Puyusi smiled faintly and said, don't underestimate the ability of a level 7 wizard to make money. As long as you can reach level 7, 70 or 80 million is a small matter. Now you should go back quickly. I'm not here, and you're not here either. So many wizards in the Glory Wizard Alliance are not here, and something will happen. Your friend is good. He helped you, and you should thank him. Alan turned his head and looked to the side. He had sensed that Donnie had come a long time ago, and he didn't let Donnie come for his safety. He didn't expect that this place was so close to his territory. He climbed up with difficulty, looked at Donnie, and said slowly, thank you, we talk later. Donnie was driving the wizard tower just to join in the fun, and he was moved when he heard Alan's serious words. This guy finally reached level 7, it's amazing. He slowly said, it's okay, we contact each other later, then I retreat first. Alan waved at him. Donnie looked at Puyusi seriously, bowed deeply, then drove the wizard tower, turned around and disappeared quickly. When everyone saw Donnie leave, their expressions were different. After all, Donnie was just a freelance wizard. Although no one looked down on him, freelance wizards were born inferior to others. It was just that this guy actually had a wizard tower, which was shocking. Donnie's departure made everyone nervous. At this time, Pugliese landed on the wizard tower and said to everyone, "Everyone go back immediately, otherwise something might happen." Everyone answered in unison, and then flew to Watsonburg. In the dark night, there was no sound, except for the mess on the ground, as if nothing like this had ever happened. The calamity dissipated, and in the dark night, the sky was clear and the stars were shining. Everything seemed so beautiful and natural again. On the Tower of Babel. And I looked at Dole with mixed feelings at this time. Alan was promoted to level 7, which was a major event that shook the entire Northwest. I didn't expect that you have such a good relationship with him. If Lord Pugliese leaves here and goes to the imperial capital to report on his work, and Lord Alan becomes the president, then Watsonburg will be lively. I guess some people will want to die. Dole drove the wizard tower and followed behind everyone, not too far ahead. After hearing what Alan said, he shook his head and said, "We are destined to be independent. Lord Alan's promotion has something to do with us, but it's not important. I am a businessman now, and I will do everything according to the principles of business." Alan looked at Dole and his profile, thinking in his heart that only Dole would be so open-minded. If it were Eugene and Gretel, they would have revenged them to death. Although Watsonburg has been controlled by major families for so many years, the top families have been changing back and forth. The Marcia family, the Lang family, and the Renault family were actually just small families before. After many years, the real masters of other large families gradually died, and there were no successors or masters in charge. They slowly declined. Only with the Rhine family and the Glory family with strong blood, masters emerged in endlessly, which continue to exist, so the family attaches great importance to blood. The Orn family now has many talented young people, which has established the advantages of a high-level family. On the contrary, the other families are now ups and downs, and are not very stable. They have offended a person like Dole. If it were her, she would have found a way to deal with them long ago. Ash was somewhat relieved. Dole had grown a lot more than them. She thought to herself that she had to work hard. With the existence of the wizard tower, the two of them were much faster than others in terms of cultivation speed. With the energy supply of a full wizard tower, there was no problem of insufficient concentration of magic elements. It was precisely because of this that Dole's cultivation speed could completely surpass the geniuses of Watsonburg. The wizard tower was the key. Now that I am with Dole, I enjoy the super high attribute blessing of the wizard tower, and my cultivation speed is actually faster than in the family. If I can get more Wanzai Xianbing, or even Xuanshuang Hanbing directly, I can directly ascend to heaven in one step. Ash couldn't say why, just want to improve my strength, constantly improve my strength, as if strength can make me relax. Life in Watsonburg was too stressful. The pressure from the family, the pressure from inheritance, and the pressure from the outside world gave her enough motivation to move forward. On the other hand, although Duolai worked harder than her, he worked more on his own initiative rather than being forced by others. Everything was in order, which was a good situation. Chapter 538. In the dark night, the stars were shining in the sky. Alan's joy of successful promotion was completely shocked by the huge compensation amount, and he was quite dejected. He looked at his colleagues around him, and then looked at the sky, with a face full of despair. 70 or 80 million, where can he, an orthodox elemental wizard, earn so much money? How rich is he? He can earn a wizard tower in a few years. This is fucking, comparing people, it's so annoying, I don't want to live anymore, I'd rather die. Just when Alan was lying on the ground, Dole came to Alan and whispered, "How is it? How does it feel to be at level 7? Alan felt very good about Dole. After hearing his words, he sighed softly and said, "Feeling? Of course it's very good. After level 7, you can master the rules. I have just entered level 7, and have mastered a little bit. Although it's just a little bit, I can feel that I can control the world within a few kilometers." Dole raised his eyebrows and said, "That's good. I heard that you owe 70 or 80 million. Do you have a way to make money?" Alan immediately felt bad. This kid was just talking about things that were not related to the topic. "No, do you have it?" Dole smiled and said, "I can lend you the wizard tower. You can use it to collect high-level spiritual materials in the mountains. A few trips back and forth will be enough." Alan immediately sat up straight and thought about the feasibility of this matter. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. In areas outside the human race, the denser the magical elements, the greater the number of various magical materials. In those sparsely populated places, there are decades-old wood, or even hundreds or thousands of years old wood everywhere. With my current strength, I can go anywhere in the world. As long as I go out for a trip, I can come back with an income of millions or tens of millions. It's feasible. This is very feasible. He immediately became excited and sent a message. Okay, that's it. Whatever you need, I find someone to get it later. At the gate of Watzenberg, a group of people from the Honor Wizard Alliance stood on the top of the hill, looking forward to it. When they saw several wizard towers on the horizon, everyone related to Alan began to cheer. It's done. The Honor Wizard Alliance was full of joy, but some of them looked gloomy, but they had to pretend to be happy at this time because of the face of their colleagues around them. Alan's promotion to level 7 was a big blow to others. There were many factions in the Honor Wizard Alliance. Alan was not on the same side as anyone. Some people looked down on Alan very much, but now it seems that if Alan takes the throne in the future, their lives will not be easy. Lord Puyusi has been in office for 50 years, and has not moved for 50 years. If he leaves, Alan will definitely take the throne, which is not a good thing for them. For a while, the expressions of the people on the top of the mountain were different. When all the wizard towers flew over, most people cheered and gathered to fly towards the wizard towers of the Glory Wizard Alliance. At this time, some people saw that the main tower of the Glory Wizard Alliance was damaged, and they were all a little frightened. This heavenly tribulation is quite powerful. It can even damage the 8th level wizard tower. What kind of tribulation is this? The heavenly tribulation is also divided into levels. It can damage the wizard tower. Could it be the 49th heavenly tribulation? The wizard tower did not stay outside, but went directly into the city, into the Glory Wizard Tower, and fell steadily. The light of the defensive formation on it automatically dispersed, revealing the exquisite tower body. The Tower of Babel reappeared in its original position. Back at the wizard towers, the surroundings became quiet, as if nothing had ever happened. But everyone knew that some things had really changed. The wizard world of Watzenberg was about to change. Back at the wizard tower, Dole had just sat down when a group of Krista's staff came to the door and started knocking. Dole had no choice but to open the door and let them in. Soon, the 12th floor was full of people, and everyone looked at him with hope. Dole said helplessly, it's over, what else do you want to ask? Morris, Sano and others were immediately excited. It was a recognized fact that Alan and Dole were good friends. After all, Dole could be regarded as Alan's reborn parents. Now that Alan has been promoted to level 7, Dole's future life will be much better. If his life is much better, then they will also benefit from it. Everyone was excited. Aw, so happy. Finally turn the tables. Kill the Marsha family. No, I think we should just wait and see and slowly kill them. The group had already started dreaming, to kill all those who were against them. Morris and Sano were already barons. As nobles, it was too easy to get promoted by borrowing someone else's position. They were too excited. Dole was a little helpless, and drove them all away. Before they had even started, these people were already dreaming. The group came and went, whistling. As they walked, they envied Dole's new wizard tower. To be honest, it was much bigger than Chris's wizard tower, but it was less compatible with pharmacists. When the morning sun just shone on Watzenberg, some people quickly got the news, some were excited, and some looked ashen. Alan successfully passed the tribulation and advanced to level 7. The news was too shocking for some people. The lives of ordinary people continued, and were not affected by this incident at all. People who did not participate in the process of this incident would never experience the shock of the incident itself. Alan had just returned, and all the major families, good and bad, sent gifts. This included the Marsha family and the Lang family, which was a respect for the strong. The Rhine family and the Orn family were naturally the same. The Rhine family sent a genius from the previous generation of the Rhine family, who is now also a level 5 wizard, and the Orn family also sent a representative talent. As for other families, it was naturally the same, but the people of the Marsha family and the Lang family looked a little unhappy, because Alan had never seen them. This itself sent a signal to the outside world. The Glory Wizard Tower group became very busy overnight. What is Dole doing at this time? He is refining medicine. He is testing the 7th level spiritual power potion for the first time. As long as he succeeds, he will be rich in the future. However, he still has to test the alchemy formula one by one. It is estimated that the cost alone will cost several million to refine it. However, Dole is not in a hurry. After saying hello to Gretel, he entered the research work, turning a deaf ear to the outside world and focusing on making potions. Of course, Dole is not doing nothing. The clone handles daily affairs on the side, but it doesn't come out often. Most of his thoughts are occupied by the original body. He has two major things now. The first is to refine potions, and the second is to improve his strength. Being in the wizard tower, there are huge magic elements entering his body all the time, so this matter will not be mentioned. As for the matter of comprehending the meditation method, he is not in a hurry now. Because of the recent lack of money, he has to quickly make the 7th level potion. The profit brought by the 6th level potion is still too low. Chapter 539. Wassenberg fell into a superficial calm, but after a day, under the Tower of Babel, Ash came out of the wizard tower, frowned, and looked at the sky outside. Behind the eastern mountain, a large piece of red illuminated the entire sky. It was the morning of the next day. In the family's backyard, the clan asked her to go back, saying that there was something to discuss. She was thinking in her heart, she was just a small wizard, what could she discuss? A few days ago, she gave her aunt a copy of the initial version of the blood purification potion. Could it be this matter? The blood purification potion was a tailor-made potion made for herself. Under the guidance of Dole, it could only be used for herself. Now if it is to be used for others, it needs to be readapted, and the formula needs to be used again. The changes in the links are not something that ordinary people can understand. From the beginning on the island to now, several months have passed, and there is only a little bit of clues. Looking up, a carriage slowly stopped at the door of the wizard tower, stopped in front of him, and a familiar face appeared in front of him. The coachman was an old man with wrinkles all over his face, but he jumped off the carriage swiftly and said with a laugh, "Ashy, let's go back." Ashy nodded, and her expression suddenly became respectful. "Well, Grandpa Ram, why are you here today?" Grandpa Ram is the elder of the family. Under normal circumstances, he only drives the carriage for the Lord of Rhine City. Now he comes to be her coachman, which is simply flattering. Although Ram is a coachman, he gives people a sense of standing tall wherever he stands. He smiled slowly. "What else can it be? If your thing succeeds, it will be a great thing for our Rhine family. I am not a big shot, but it is my honor to pick you up." Ash pursed her lips and covered them slightly, showing a rare little girl's attitude. "Grandpa Ram, if you are a nobody, then everyone in the Rhine family is a nobody. Okay, let's not flatter each other. Let's go home. Oh, by the way, who asked me to go back this time? I haven't figured it out yet." Ram nodded kindly and said, "Get in the car. I tell you when you get in the car." The carriage is low-key, but very spacious. There is plenty of space inside. The outside is made of special alloys, and comes with a variety of magic circles. It is very strong. Even a level 7 master cannot break it with a life-threatening blow. Entering the carriage, Ash looked left and right, feeling very novel. This is usually the city lord's carriage, but it is rarely seen. Seeing Ash like this, Ram smiled and closed the curtain. The carriage started, and slowly left the wizard towers in the morning light. The Marcia family, Jasmine stood in front of a man, listening to his earnest words, feeling very uncomfortable. Although she is not a senior member of the Marcia family, she also knows the trend of the entire Watzenberg. Now that Lord Allen has survived the catastrophe, and become the Honorable, the second 7th level wizard in the Yao Wizard Alliance, who also controls the Wizard Tower of the Honor Wizard Alliance, is already the second person in Watzenberg under Lord Piusi. Although each family also has a 7th level master, how can their foundation be compared with the Honor Wizard Alliance? What's more, he controls the formation of the entire Honor Wizard Alliance. It's just a matter of thought to kill anyone. This is the path she chose, and she has no choice, because the man in front of her is her husband. She lowered her head and said softly, "I told him last time. He said that he has no intention of fighting with anyone. In fact, he did so. He didn't come to trouble us for so long. Now it's not his business, but the business of others taking advantage of the situation." The man's face was extremely gloomy. Even if he didn't do it, the actions of others were related to him. "You go and beg him again, maybe there will be a turnaround?" Jasmine shook her head. "I'm calling him now, and he won't reply." The man's expression changed, and he became furious. "I don't care. Our family and Nodalai are at odds with each other because of you. If you don't do this well, you will never get the family's resources in the future." Jasmine could think of the other party's face that could change, and could also think of the other party's way of punishing herself. Hearing this, she turned around silently, and a tear flowed from the corner of her eye. It's impossible to say that there is no regret, but now that things have become like this, no one can do anything. Since the last incident, the Meja family has fallen from grace, and the business has taken a sharp turn for the worse. Up to now, it has only relied on a few large caravans to maintain its business, and all the businesses in the city have been greatly hit. The industrial structure of the Maja family itself is very complex, but the most fundamental is the caravan, and now basically all of them have shrunk back to the caravan. Jasmine followed the caravan because she had her eyes on it. She never expected that Dole's influence alone could influence a family. A genius pharmacist was too scary. She gritted her teeth. I go and talk to him, but I can't guarantee that he will accept it. The man said bitterly, you go and talk to him first. If it doesn't work, we find a way. In fact, it wasn't Dole who was messing with them, but those adventurers who were voluntarily boycotting them. Dole didn't sell them potions, and those adventurers who liked Dole voluntarily stopped going to their store. After a long time, they couldn't hold on. For those adventurers, even if Dole's potion returned to the price customized by the Apothecary Guild, it was still very fragrant because the quality was too good. As long as Dole could resume supplying them with potions, it would mean that the two families would let go. At Dole's feet, there was already a pile of potion residue, and he was too lazy to clean it up. He had changed 30 ways of alchemy, constantly changing, and the potions he made were both finished and waste. In order to refine the potion, he completely sealed himself off for 10 days, and did not see anyone. After thinking for a while, he recorded the results of the alchemy. After thinking for a full half an hour, he cleaned the test bench, and did it again. In the air, there were 30 magic hands doing different divisions of labor, sorting medicinal materials, extracting, and purifying. In less than half an hour, a pile of materials had been placed in front of him. Dole stood there, and only did the final alchemy. About half an hour later, a beaker of azure potion appeared in front of him, and there were also various psychedelic-colored broken stars flashing in it, which looked very beautiful. Azure? Dole was just confused for a moment, then extracted a portion of the potion and drank it all. In the spiritual world, a large wave of power poured in from the outside, and supplemented the meditation method. After careful sensing, this potion was actually equivalent to his half-month practice. It seems to be successful. It is this alchemy formula. Dole's requirements for potions have always been excellence. This is his 10th successful formula, and he finally met his requirements. The next step is to announce it to the public. Dole thought about it, and decided to keep a low profile. First, prepare a batch for Ash, then ask the Orn family how many copies they want, let them prepare the relevant medicinal materials, and finally ask the Glory Wizard Alliance. Yes, let's do it this way. As a partner, the Orn family deserves this treatment. Chapter 540. After checking the efficacy of the medicine, and making sure there were no problems, he made several more copies, and refined all the herbs in his hand. He notified Ash that he had finished refining, and then notified Gretel to bring money and potions. He succeeded. At this time, Dole also breathed a sigh of relief. 10 days had passed, and Dole's highly tense spirit finally relaxed. He closed his eyes, and rested for a while. He found that in addition to the improvement of the potion, his mental strength had also increased a little. Could long-term mental tension also improve mental strength? There are many ways to improve mental strength. As long as it can make mental strength change, it can be improved. Dole thought that if this is the case, he should practice more medicine in the future, and he can also practice. As for magic power, he has a whole wizard tower, so is he afraid that there will be no magic elements to provide? With a wizard tower, he almost has a secret realm. As he was thinking this, a beautiful figure walked out of the entrance of the wizard tower. She said happily, "Did you really make it?" Dole nodded, looking contented. Of course, one bottle can offset about a month's time, and it can be sold for 70,000 gold coins. Since it is my own formula, I have the right to set the price. 70,000, Ash was a little surprised. She already knew how Dole's potion was successful. The materials of a potion can produce different quantities of potions according to the individual ability of the pharmacist. With Dole's ability, one material can at least make more than 10 bottles. Calculated as one potion per hour, that is 700,000 to 800,000 gold coins per hour, which is too exaggerated. What a concept! Some middle-income families only make this amount in a year, but Dole earned it in an hour. This is the ability of a senior pharmacist. She thought for a while, and said, "Dole, I know you are short of money recently. How about we sell some of the white-shaved ice? My blood test is basically completed, and the family said that they will provide me with some funds." Dole raised his eyebrows. If he sold it, he would sell it to the Rhine family and the Glory family. He did buy a lot of white-shaved ice. After thinking for a while, he said, "Then you go and ask who is interested in buying it. If the price is right, you can sell some. Anyway, you don't need much now. White-shaved ice is not worth much on the sea, but here, 1 gram is at least 5 gold coins." Now there are many tons in hand, and Ash herself can't use much. It's time to release some inventory. Those two families are not short of money, so it's okay to get a few wool, and you can also earn hard-earned money. Recently, I have to study various potions, which are very expensive. I don't know how many times I have to make the mental potion myself to recover the cost. Ash looked at Dole with distress. You have been in seclusion these days, and you haven't received much information. A lot of things have happened outside. Dory nodded and became puzzled. Why? What happened? I opened the shielding formation of the wizard tower. As he said, his mental power communicated with the wizard formation and closed the external shielding formation. In an instant, a series of information appeared in front of Dole. Some of it was from Alan, some from Gretel Eugene, and some from other large and small mercenary groups. At this moment, Dole found Jasmine's message. After carefully scanning the message, Dole sighed and ignored it. The Marsha family didn't care about his business. If Jasmine came, he could still take her in. If it was someone else, he could do whatever he wanted. After all, women can live without others. The investment of the Marsha family in Jasmine should not make her unable to leave. Although Dole didn't understand the tricks of these large families, he could imagine how much they could invest in an outside wizard with average talent. However, the news about Alan and Gretel was a bit interesting. These two masters and apprentices, who had colluded with each other, wanted to see him. He thought for a moment and said to Ash, "You decide on the white-shaped ice. As for the bloodline potion, you must get a profit of more than 20% higher than the cost. You can decide on the rest. As a wizard who wants to be independent, you must leave yourself enough backup resources. No matter who you trade with, you can't put money into it." Ash smiled and covered her mouth and said, "I don't have any money, so who can I put money into? I want to take this opportunity to make a fortune for the family. Anyway, it's a win-win situation." Dole breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was not a spendthrift woman. You know it yourself. Alan and Gretel are looking for me. I go out and take a look. Ash nodded and said, "I have to do experiments these days. We talk about it later." Walking out of the wizard tower, Dole raised his head. Now the hottest weather of the year has passed, and the sky in the north has begun to become clear and refreshing. Although it is not autumn yet, the characteristics of autumn have already appeared. After all, this is the north. Now that his identity is different, his clothes are also changing. He is wearing an exquisite wizard robe, a pair of small leather boots, and other decorations on his body are taken care of by Ash. He looks particularly handsome and energetic. Glancing at the Chris Wizard Tower, there are many people queuing up to buy medicine at the door, and Dole is very pleased. His own wizard tower finally has a sense of large-scale development. It has become a large-scale local pharmacist force in Wassenberg. After accumulating a large number of loyal users, he can save a lot of worries. After being sanctioned by those big forces, Dole rarely cares about some things in the wizard tower, but the people inside are all his direct descendants. They know how to operate, and will not sell themselves out. He only meets those people occasionally to teach them some skills. At present, there are only two things he can do, that is, making money, and the other thing is to find a way to upgrade the Xian Corpse Worm to level 6 in an orthodox way. Only after reaching level 6 can one suppress the surrounding forces, and build his own territory. He has discussed this with his future father-in-law Westling. Without level 6 strength, it is still a bit difficult. Although this world is the highest level of 9, there are very few creatures above level 7, so level 6 is enough to suppress one side. Soon, they arrived at the number 3 wizard tower. The gatekeeper was shocked when he saw Dole coming, and then said happily, "Master Dole, please come in. Vice President Allen has been waiting for a long time." Dole nodded, gave him a magic crystal tip, and then walked in casually. There was no change in the wizard tower. This wizard tower still maintained its original appearance. Soon, he came to the top floor. The door opened automatically, revealing the scene inside. Gretel, Eugene, and Alan were all there. In addition, there were two slightly older youths standing next to Alan. The momentum of these two people was very strong, and the magic virtual image was still successfully constructed, reaching the level of level 5. As soon as Dole came in, Alan said with a smile, "How is it? Did you succeed? I'm waiting to introduce you to clients." At this time, the two young men looked at him with hope. Dole nodded calmly and said, "If you can get out of seclusion, it must be successful. Vice President Allen told me about this." Chapter 541. Alan went to Dole not for such a trivial matter. He smiled and said with an embarrassed look, "Of course it's not about this. I owe the guild tens of millions of gold coins. I plan to borrow your wizard tower." Anyway, your wizard tower is useless. It's a waste for 2 people to live in such a big wizard tower. Dole nodded. This idea was originally proposed by him. As for the client, haha, does he need clients? Greta interrupted at this time. He looked at Dole and smiled slightly. Eugene and I are going to go out. I will meet you for the last time to discuss the handover. This is your future client and my cousin, Ford. He will hand over to you in the future. The young man named Ford looked at Dole and saluted very gentlemanly, saying, Hello, Wizard Dole, I am Ford. Dole glanced at Ford and thought to himself that the Orn family is really talented. He bowed slightly and said, Then let's communicate more in the future. He turned his head and looked at another person, saying, Who is this? The man had a rather arrogant look on his face, but when he saw Dole, his expression had changed to a normal state. Dole was more powerful than he had imagined. He didn't dare say that he could suppress him just by the aura of storm. He was about to introduce himself when Alan coughed and said, My new disciple, from a small family, just call him Neil. He has good talent, but he is a little bit lacking in other aspects. He is also a child who consumes a lot of resources. Neil's face froze immediately. Teacher, is it appropriate for you to sell me like this? He smiled bitterly and said, Yes, I don't have any other talents, but I am okay in elements. If you want to fight in the future, you can find me. The higher the level of wizard, the more money it costs. He has known this since he entered the 5th level, so he wants to learn something and join the wizard tower to learn. He was originally a member of the Glory Wizard Alliance, and now he is Alan's disciple, and he is also proud of himself. But the man in front of him speaks to the teacher on an equal footing, so he can't be arrogant. Dole looked at the man in front of him, looked at him carefully, and then smiled professionally. You still have to learn something, otherwise a bottle of potion costs 70,000 or 80,000 gold coins. This consumption is not something that ordinary people can afford. Neil's mouth twitched. I'm studying alchemy recently, and I have a little talent in this area. He exchanged a few pleasantries with Gretel and Eugene, and officially got to the point. Alan said seriously, There are 3 level 7 pharmacists in Watzenberg, including you. Now that you have succeeded, do you want me to announce it? Dole shook his head and said, I have fallen out with the Pharmacist Guild. Now there is no way to certify the identity of a level 7 pharmacist. I can only sell it privately. It is impossible to put it on the table, so a small-scale supply will be enough. I don't like this little money. In addition to this matter, you mentioned the matter of borrowing the wizard tower. Alan smiled awkwardly. Lend it to me for half a year. It won't affect your experiments. Dole agreed immediately. Okay, but Ash and I will continue to do experiments in the tower, and it won't affect you. Alan nodded. His eyes became serious, indicating that he understood. The main thing to talk about today is this matter. As for Gretel and Eugene, Dole has to get them out quickly. If they can't be promoted to level 5, their own potions can't be supplied to the 2 of them. These 2 mobile gold vaults can't make money from them, which is really annoying. Alan breathed a sigh of relief, and after thinking for a moment, he directly transmitted his voice. A few days ago, the old poison found me, and said he wanted to invite you to go on an expedition, and he wanted to take you with him. I went to see the ruins myself, and it's actually possible to go. Dole asked him about this last time, and Alan was actually very concerned because he was very poor recently. Repairing the wizard tower on the surface looks like 70 to 80 million gold coins, but in reality, it will cost far more than this number, and he has to do everything he can to make money. After talking about this for a few words, neither of them was very willing to go. Gretel and Eugene next to him saw this and pulled him aside. To be honest, the 2 of us need your advice. Gretel looked at Dole and said seriously. Dole touched his nose. No advice, but I have something to sell to you. Eugene was puzzled. What do you have that our Honor Wizard Alliance doesn't have? Dole took out a mirror. I made a life detector myself, which can find anything of life quality, prevent biological sneak attacks, and prevent viruses, and it can all be shown here. Greta looked at the mirror, her mouth twitching. You are a biological wizard. Don't think that the outside world is as dangerous as you. Eugene grabbed it at this time. You must have it. There are many biological wizards outside. It's too dangerous. How much is it? Not much. 30,000 gold coins. Eugene's mouth twitched, but he could see that the runes on this mirror were very delicate, and it must have been carefully made. Greta's mouth twitched, and a month's pocket money was gone. Tell me the truth. Are you short of money? Dole nodded. I'm very short of it. I'm so poor recently. Greta curled his lips. If you're poor, we all be beggars. I can spend no more than 200,000 gold coins a month. This is the maximum amount I can get at present. 200,000 is just a matter of moving your fingers for you. Dory laughed. There's nothing I can do. The size is here. The magic power consumed by my wizard tower in one day is equal to the consumption of some people in a year. Why don't you say it? Go away. You think I don't know that the speed at which your wizard tower absorbs magic power is probably 100 times that of others. The three of them chatted here, and the chat soon came to an end. Alan took the wizard tower to make money, and Dole and Ash were just two tenants. It was also because they needed to do various experiments recently, and could not leave the wizard tower at all. After a brief exchange with Ford and Neil, and after deciding on the dosage and demand for medicinal materials in a few months, and asking them to contact Diana Rosa, Dole walked out of the wizard tower. He was going to the Pharmacist Guild to see if he could be certified as a level 7 pharmacist. If he could be certified, that would be great. If he couldn't be certified, that didn't matter. I contact Old Poison. You do your thing first. Go to the Pharmacist Guild first. If it doesn't work, tell me. I've wanted to clean up the Pharmacist Guild for a long time. You don't know, Lord Pusey is going to the Imperial Capital. In a few days, an inspection team will come and inspect Lord Pusey. Dole was not well informed, so he naturally didn't know about these things. Go to the Imperial Capital? What's good there? Alan groaned and glanced at the sky. The resources in the Imperial Capital are relatively richer. Some materials that can't be bought here can be bought there. You can practice. Storm-related items, such as Storm Stone and even Storm Heart, can be found in the Imperial Capital. Dole had never thought of upgrading the meditation method with various materials, but just said who will be in the expedition team. Alan snorted. Except for the leader, who is an elder in charge of the Glory Wizard Alliance, the others are here to gild themselves, or to challenge, and maybe they will find you. The Imperial Capital has many talents, and those who come should be geniuses, but our Watzenberg has not been bad in recent years. With you and Ash, they can't make any waves. Chapter 542. Don't count me in. At this stage, I'm just a businessman. I refuse some challenges. Forget about this kind of thing. Alan hesitated at this time and said, if someone gets the branches of the World Tree, can you still make potions? Dole actually had 2 bottles on hand. He had prepared them for himself and Ash when he went overseas, but he never used them. Hearing this, he immediately laughed and said, Lord Alan, don't be embarrassed. Only fools don't do things that make money. Alan sighed. The other party's identity is a bit special. There will be some problems. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. You go for certification first. I have already said hello to the Pharmacist Guild. If they make things difficult for you, just come out directly. I will deal with them in a few days. Dole nodded. It's easy to work with a big tree behind you. It's actually quite good to have a big boss to protect you. Coming out of the Wizard Tower group, Dole walked slowly all the way and headed towards the Pharmacist Guild. After coming out of Wizard Tower number 3, Dole noticed that many people were paying attention to him. After all, he was now a public figure, and the conflict with the Pharmacist Guild had been a hot topic recently. It was impossible not to be noticed. Seeing him walking outside, everyone became curious. What was he going to do? But soon, they knew Dole's purpose. He seemed to be going to the Pharmacist Guild. The people around him began to call their friends. Come over quickly, let's see the fun. Pharmacist Dole went to the Pharmacist Guild? What? Come over now. Come on, come and see the fun. The people around him suddenly became excited and followed Dole to the Pharmacist Guild. Watzenberg is very big, and very big. The city area alone exceeds 2 million square kilometers, and the population is as high as more than 3 million. It seems that there are so many people living around the Wizard Towers. Professionals, adventurers, and other ordinary people doing business. The total number does not exceed 200,000, and the number of people who are usually here does not exceed about 3,000. When these people called their friends and came out at the beginning, they were actually quite large. In a short while, a large group of people followed behind Dole, and they were crowded. After seeing this, Dole's mouth twitched, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. But no one came up to disturb him, and they just watched him go to the Pharmacist Guild. The top floor of the Pharmacist Guild. Wolf stood on the windowsill, looking at the situation here. Combined with the message from Vice President Allen just now, he felt a little toothache. Next to him, another old man sighed and said, the Pharmacist Guild must also have the dignity of the Pharmacist Guild. Let's not do it for him today and suppress it. He is the real president of the Pharmacist Guild, Pro. Wolf is the target of the Lang family's vigorous development in the Pharmacist Guild. At this time, he can't help but feel a headache. Lord Pro, if you do this, I'm afraid Alan will cause you trouble after he takes office? Pro's mouth twitched. Do you think that if he does it for Nadola, you can save trouble? Alan has been in collusion with Nadola for a long time, and he will definitely cause me trouble in the future. If I don't deal with him now, I'm afraid there will be no chance in the future. Wilft was extremely worried. If he had known this would happen, he would not accept the bribes from Saxon and Scott. Then do as you wish. I have to find a reason. Pro had already thought of the wording, and said, just say that the assessment above level 6 needs to be processed 1 month after application, because one day among the pharmacists, the character of the pharmacists themselves needs to be examined. This is originally included in the pharmacist code, and it is understandable for us to say so. Dole used to stay with the Dark Wizard, so it is understandable that he is so embarrassed. Wolf's eyes lit up, and said, okay, I ask someone to do it right away. It happens that Anyabai and Saxon are in charge of the assessment, so let Saxon take the lead. Pro nodded, let Scott go too. The two families will deal with the things that they caused. Wolf nodded. When they arrived at the door of the Pharmacist Guild, the people at the door of the Pharmacist Guild had already been stunned by Dole's scene. What was going on? Was he preparing to attack the Pharmacist Guild? Some ordinary office staff, who didn't know what was going on, were even trembling with fear. Someone at the door was relatively calm. After seeing Dole, he immediately came forward and asked carefully, Wizard Dole, what do you want to do? Dole looked at him and said calmly, I'm here to get certified as a level 7 pharmacist. Hearing this, the man took a breath of cold air. How long has it been? He actually came to get certified as a level 7 pharmacist? This rumor is really true. When the people around heard this, they were immediately excited. The level 5 warriors are saved, and the level 5 wizards are also saved. Without the level 7 pharmacist certification, Dole would not be able to sell potions openly. As long as the certification is successful, there will be another choice in the market, and those few people will no longer dominate. The hardships of a pharmacist are comparable to any other profession. Dole has been promoted to a 7th level pharmacist at this age. He will definitely be a big shot in the future. Everyone looked at the door of the Pharmacist Guild with burning eyes. The young man's face was burning. He smacked his lips and felt sad. He smacked his lips because it was too fast. There was no such genius in the imperial capital. This was going to be a precedent in history. He felt sad because the Pharmacist Guild had offended this person, and why they had to make things difficult for this person. He said carefully, then please follow me. The certification place is on the 3rd floor. I take you there. Dole glanced at the young man and looked up to him. There were thousands of people behind him. He was stared at by so many people, but he didn't show any emotions. This person has good self-control. Then trouble you. Walking through the hall, almost everyone was looking at him. Dole was a little confused. Is there any problem with him just coming here for certification? He wiped his nose as he walked, thinking about who was waiting to deal with him. As they walked along, almost everyone made way for them, either smiling or expressionless. Soon, the two came to the 3rd floor, and the young man pointed to one of the offices and said, We're here, please come in. Dole looked around and found that this room was the same one he had come to for certification last time. He remembered that it was Anyabai and Old Man Red who were in charge, but he didn't know who was in charge this time. The door was closed, and Dole didn't hesitate to push it open. Inside the door, Anyabai, who Dole was familiar with, was still there. Old Man Red was also there, and there were 2 more old men he didn't know. Dole glanced at the 2 people, and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The 2 people were very strong, almost reaching level 6, and most importantly, the clothes they wore were 1 level higher than Anyabai and Old Man Red, and their status in the Pharmacist Guild was not low. After just 2 steps, Dole felt that the 2 people were hostile to him. Could this be the mastermind behind the Pharmacist Guild? When Anyabai and Old Man Red saw Dole, they both smiled. The old man in red sighed, Dole, I didn't expect that you would come for certification again after such a long time. You are the #1 talented pharmacist in Wassenberg. Chapter 543. Dory had a good impression of Anyabai and the old man. He smiled and said, Lord Anyabai, you are too kind. I just like to study potions. I have already made the 7th level spiritual power potion. I am here to certify it today. His expression became a little serious, and he focused on the 2 people next to him. Who are these 2? Anyabai knew that Dole would ask this question, so he calmed down and spoke in a gloomy tone. He knew that these 2 people would definitely make things difficult for Dole. These 2 are the ministers of our Pharmacist Guild who review the qualifications of pharmacists. Saxon and Croft are both masters. They have the ability to certify 6th level pharmacists. If it is level 7, they need to work together. And they are both from the Meja family. After the introduction, the atmosphere immediately became cold. Dory's expression became a little unfriendly, and the two people also showed a hint of mockery at this time. Saxon spoke first, with a fake smile on his face, and said condescendingly, "The certification ability of a level 7 pharmacist depends on two aspects. The first is to refine medicine, which is the basis. You need to refine the medicine and have the corresponding effect. The second is to examine the qualifications of the pharmacist. Although you are a level 6 pharmacist, you are qualified enough, but we need some time to investigate the qualifications before we can confirm your answer. Whether you are qualified or not depends on the higher-ups." Hearing this, the atmosphere suddenly became tense, and even the old man Red and Anyabai were a little stunned at this time. These two people really came to stop Delay from achieving level 7. They couldn't say anything, after all, they were the ministers. This qualification review was probably brought up deliberately to whet Delay's appetite. After all, there had never been a review before, although it was indeed necessary to review it on the surface. Delay was not surprised. He looked at the other party and smiled faintly. "How is the review method? I need to know. I haven't learned much about the qualifications of a 7th level pharmacist." Saxon didn't say anything, and coughed next to him threw out a piece of paper. Delay didn't look at it, but scanned it with his mental power, letting the paper fall to the ground, still smiling. "I see. How long does the review take, and how do I need to cooperate?" Saxon looked at the paper falling to the ground, thinking, he is really arrogant, so he snorted, "I will notify you when the time comes?" Dole's expression turned cold. "There must be a deadline. I can't wait like this." Saxon pondered. "About a month." Dole said, "Too long. I can't wait that long." Cough next to him sneered. "Are we reviewing or you reviewing? You have to figure out your identity." Dole was not angry. Looking at Croft, he smiled lightly. "I know what my identity is. I'm just afraid that some people can't figure out their identity and what they are. Even clay people have a temper, not to mention Dole now. If he really gets angry, the 2 wizard towers will fire at full power, and even a level 7 wizard would not dare to stop him head-on." Cought's face suddenly darkened. He was also a 5th level wizard, highly respected in the apothecary guild. When had anyone ever said that to him? But for the current situation, he just had to deal with it. Even if the other party was angry, he just had to ignore it. He wouldn't die if he cursed them, but if he took action, it would inevitably cause the other party to counterattack, which was not worth it. He also mocked, "I know what you want to do, so don't waste your anxiety. Go back and wait. When the time comes, I will naturally inform you." Dole looked at the two people, sneered with mockery, "Then I will wait for your news." After that, he looked at Anyabai, and the red old man turned around with a mocking smile, waved his hand, and turned to leave the room. Since others want to embarrass him, then embarrass him. It's not the first time he has been embarrassed. He came here just to try once. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. When Dole's back left the door, the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Anyabai glanced at the 2 people, and his face was not good at this time. "Do you know what will happen if you offend a person who owns 2 wizard towers in Watzenberg? Don't call me for this kind of thing in the future." After that, he just shook his sleeves and left. The red old man looked at the 2 people and sighed. After all, they were all burdened by the family. He also turned around and left, leaving only the 2 people. The 2 people's faces were extremely gloomy at this time. The Meja family has a large share in the pharmacist industry, so they followed up on Jasmine's matter, and made a big fuss with Dole. Most of the people in the force of nature are from their family, but they are usually low-key. Now facing Dole head-on is also a very bad result for them as pharmacists. If the other party is promoted to level 7, it means that he is qualified to enter the upper echelons of the pharmacist guild. If he is promoted to level 8 pharmacist in the future, even if the influence is not considered, the Glory Wizard Alliance will give him a very high position. At that time, this matter will really be ugly. Unless he is driven away or killed directly. But is it possible? It is impossible for the other party not to flee to Watzenberg in this life. Using poison, assassination? That is impossible in the Glory Wizard Tower group. Gloomy. The 2 people's faces are extremely gloomy. However, when thinking of the current situation, the Marsha family and the Lang family have indeed suffered a lot of losses, especially in the professional world. Their reputation has been ruined. Came down from the 3rd floor, and came to the 2nd floor hall. At this time, there were many people standing or sitting around the 2nd floor hall, all looking at Dole. Looking at these people, Dole didn't know what to say. Coming down from the last step, standing on the 2nd floor, facing everyone, Dole coughed and smiled lightly. Everyone, I guess you want to know the result? When the people around heard this, someone laughed. One of them said loudly, yes, everyone wants to know. If you become a level 7 pharmacist, we will also have potions to use. It is very difficult to improve a little bit above level 5. As soon as he opened his mouth, the people around him immediately started talking. That's right, you can take medicine below level 5, but it's too hard to find medicine above level 5. That's right. A group of people started talking at once. They hoped that Dole would quickly be promoted to level 7 pharmacist, and even hoped that Dole would quickly promote others to level 6 pharmacists. Unfortunately, the Pharmacist Union has disbanded Dole's training class, which is really hateful. The professional community in Watzenberg was almost spraying pharmacists like dogs about this matter. A large number of professionals went to Chris Wizard Tower to buy medicine. Affected by this, many organizations lost their business, so a large number of pharmacists ran to Chris Wizard Tower to rent. In just the past few days, Rosa, as the manager, has received applications from more than 30 people. Dole saw the excitement around him, and touched his nose. He didn't expect that he would have such a great influence. After calming down, he coughed, attracted everyone's attention, and smiled slowly. Level 7 pharmacists are more important, so we need to examine their qualifications and qualifications. We need to wait for a month. Please be patient. I have already made some level 7 potions. Once they are certified, you can buy them. Currently, there are only mental potions, but the energy potion for warriors will be developed in 10 days. You still need to wait. Chapter 544. Hearing this, the people on the second floor were immediately excited. The masters who were not short of money were already excited at this time. You know, it is very difficult to improve a little bit above level 5. They don't have the assistance of the Wizard Tower, so they can only absorb a little bit. A bottle of potion can save them several months of effort. Although there are level 7 potions in the Pharmacist Union, the quality is average, and the price is expensive. Dole's products will naturally suppress them. How can they not be excited? Using the money of almost 1 bottle of potion to buy 2 bottles of potion quality, how can this not arouse everyone's excitement? We are satisfied with your words. Let's go to collect money. Yes, collect money. I won't go to drink anymore. I won't go to the Red Mansion either. It's a waste of money. Let's make progress together, haha. Everyone was excited, dancing and cheering in the hall. As for the problem of no certification, they didn't have to worry about it at all. The Pharmacist Union would at most embarrass Dole Wizard for a while, and it would not be possible to embarrass him forever. It would take some time for them to make money. The Pharmacist Union members around looked at each other in fear when they saw this. The appeal of the 7th level pharmacist was too strong. If they were asked to embarrass Dole now, they would be torn to pieces by the people around them. It was terrible. Third floor. Hearing the movement downstairs, the two of them each used their mental power to scan, and then their hearts were gloomy. 1 month, they wanted to delay a little longer, but now it seems that they can't afford to offend these mercenaries. The Pharmacist Union is about to cause public outrage. The two of them became worried. After this incident, they might be transferred from their posts. The two of them didn't care. They were still pharmacists, not just management positions, but the family was in trouble. Top floor. Pro and Wolf looked at the scene in the crystal ball, slightly stunned. Pro looked at Wolf, a little confused. Wolf, we too are finished. Wolf looked at Pro and smiled bitterly. It has aroused public anger. The Pharmacist Union is now the target of public criticism. It is estimated that even without waiting for Alan to take office, the anger of Lord Pusey alone is unbearable. Lord Pusey is applying to go to the imperial capital. If the people from above come down to inspect and find that this place has been messed up like this, I'm afraid Lord Pusey will not look good. Pro said gloomily. Ask the people of Marcia and the Lang family to pay compensation. We can't take the blame for this matter. Wolf's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Let's discuss it. Let's talk about what to do. Pushing through the crowd, Dole slowly went down to the first floor, and was watched by everyone, and slowly left the first floor hall. It was not the first time that he was watched by people. Dole was used to the gazes around him. He could even distinguish the kindness and malice in the gazes. A large part of the people were kind, some were just watching the fun, and a small part were malicious. He was too lazy to pay attention to these people. He was just an ordinary pharmacist. His other identity was a businessman. He had no other identity, and did not want to have any identity. He would definitely leave here in the future, and open up his own place. He did not want to participate too much in some local affairs. This would affect his thoughts, the available time, and his planning. It was meaningless for him to participate in the current affairs. With so much free time, he might as well study the magic pattern. Magic pattern is the foundation of the world and the essence of the wizard world. Like the witchcraft node, it takes a lot of time to study. What he lacks now is free time. Living in a world of intrigue with others every day is really tiring. Slowly returned to the Tower of Babel and teleported directly to the 11th floor. At this time, Alan's voice transmission suddenly arrived. I heard that the Pharmacist Union is going to make trouble again. They want to review your qualifications and qualifications. How long will it take? Dole thought for a while and replied, yes, it will take about a month. Don't worry. I will study the potions on the warrior side first. I just found out today that those level 5 warriors are still very rich. I need to make money. Alan sighed, and like Dole, he didn't care about this issue. I also need money. You prepare it. I will borrow the wizard tower in 2 days. Dole hummed, I will talk to Gretel's uncle and see if I can use the potion to exchange for a batch of medicinal materials first. I am so poor recently. Alan nodded and said, you can only trade like this now. Solve your business as soon as possible. I also need to leave as soon as possible. The conversation ended here. Dole contacted Gretel and found that this guy was preparing to leave. They were a team of 4, Gretel, Eugene, Leona, and another level 4 female wizard named Jeline, who was his cousin and a little older than Gretel. The matter of medicinal materials was handed over to his younger brother, Grace, and Uncle Dole, who could just contact them. Over the years, the two families had already formed a business alliance. After understanding the situation, Dole walked out of the wizard tower and headed for the Orn family. At the door of the Orn family, when Dole came over, a middle-aged man was already waiting at the door. After seeing Dole, he immediately came up and said with a respectful smile, Wizard Dole, the patriarch is already waiting in the front hall, please follow me. Dole nodded and bowed slightly. Sorry for bothering you. No trouble, it's my duty, Please come this way. The guards at the door, who had never seen Dole, looked at each other, without saying a word, but were a little surprised. Is this the Dole wizard? He looks really young. Several people silently memorized Dole's face. The Orn family is very large. The door is a huge place similar to a square. There is a flat ground in the middle. It seems that there are usually some activities here, and there are various landscapes around, which looks very unique. At this time, laughter can be heard everywhere around, and many people are wandering inside. Passing through the corridor next to it, he quickly bypassed this area. He met some people on the way, but when they saw the middle-aged man, they quickly retreated. Dole saw this and thought to himself that this person looked very high-ranking, and they were afraid of him. This is the strict rule under the strict hierarchy. Going around the area in front, he quickly went back to the middle of the road. In front of him was a very grand hall with guards at the door. At this time, 2 people were talking and sitting there. Dole saw that it was Robert, the current patriarch of the Orn family he was looking for, and he didn't know the other person. The middle-aged man led Dole to the door, gestured, and did not go in, but stood quietly at the door. Dole saw this, raised his eyebrows, and walked in slowly. Robert was talking to the middle-aged man, and when he saw Dole come in, he was a little surprised. He said to the middle-aged man, go down, remember, try not to kill anyone, if there is no other way, do it as perfect as possible, understand? The middle-aged man's eyes showed a little murderous intent, nodded, and walked out of the gate without looking back. When he came to Dole, he smiled a little, as a greeting. Dole also smiled and greeted him, then walked inside. Robert sorted out his expression, looked at Dole and smiled, rare guest, why do you think of our Orn family? Facing Robert, Dole still respected him very much. He was the patriarch of the Orn family, holding great power and authority, and was a heavyweight in Wassenberg. It was already very good for such a person to meet him. Chapter 545. Hello, Master Robert. It's really presumptuous of me to come here this time, but I have to come. I want to order a batch of goods in advance and prepare to take them away. Robert thought for a while, and said, I know that Gretel is gone, but Gretel's affairs are handed over to his brother Grice. You can just find him. Dole shook his head, I need medicinal materials above level 7, and he can't make the decision. Robert was surprised at this time, I know you are doing a test of level 7 potion. Did it succeed? Dole had been to the Pharmacist Union, and Robert knew it, but he didn't know. He was forced out, which means he has not been promoted to pharmacist. Could it be that this guy has made a breakthrough? Dole smiled at this time, turned his wrist, and took out a bottle of potion, because I am not a level 7 pharmacist yet, I cannot sell level 7 potions publicly, so I can only come privately. I want to use level 7 mental power potions to exchange for enough level 7 medicinal materials. Robert was immediately moved. Level 7 pharmacists can be used by level 5 professionals. There are quite a few level 5 wizards in the family. If a large number of level 7 mental power potions can be obtained, it will be a huge improvement for the entire family. He just pondered for a while, and said, "Okay, are you in a hurry?" Dole said, "I have to leave Watzenberg the day after tomorrow, and I am actually in a hurry." Robert nodded, agreed without much thought, and reached out to knock on the small clock on the table. "I will find someone to arrange it now. We will take as many level 7 mental power potions as you have. The things you produce will definitely not be flawed. We still believe in it." Dole nodded, but he was relieved in his heart. He didn't expect it to be so smooth. Robert's expression was solemn at this time. Level 7 potion is a very big watershed in the pharmacist industry. The promotion of wizards above level 5 is relatively slow because of the decline of the pharmacist industry. Level 7 pharmacists are also called masters. If you can get a level 7 certificate, you can have real say in Watzenberg. As soon as he finished speaking, someone walked in from outside. Dole looked and saw that it was Grace, and there was a middle-aged man he had never seen before. This person was not a wizard, but just a warrior, but the aura on his body was very strong, and his eyebrows were somewhat similar to Grace. He immediately began to speculate. He didn't really care whether he became a level 7 pharmacist or not. Anyway, the potion could always be sold, but it was not very bright. After the middle-aged man and Grace walked in, Grace smiled at Dole, and the middle-aged man also showed curiosity. After the two met Robert, Robert said slowly, "You have also met Grace. This is Pine, Gretel and Grace's father, the head of the family in charge of the supply of medicines in the city of Watzenberg. You can talk to Pine." Dole's eyes lit up, and he nodded immediately. "Meet Uncle Pine." Pine nodded. He was very imposing, and had a fighting spirit hidden in him. He was a warrior at least level 5. At this time, he looked at Dole and smiled slowly. "Wizard Dole, it is better to meet in person than to hear about it. It is true that heroes emerge in youth. Compared with you, Gretel and Grace are a little worse." Dole smiled. "It's incomparable. I concentrate on cultivation, and Gretel has to worry about family affairs. He doesn't have as much time as I do." Pine nodded. "This kid is neither arrogant nor impatient. He is modest and cautious. He is very good. If Gretel has to worry about business, then Dole is also refining medicine. The difficulty of this is not to be compared. Just think about it, and you will know which one is more time-consuming. Haha, let's not say any more polite words. You can talk to me about what you want." Dole looked at Robert. Robert nodded. Dole turned his head and looked at Pine, and took out a note. "I need all the materials on it." Pine took it in his hand, just took a look, and frowned. They were all level 7 medicinal materials. Because there were only 2 level 7 pharmacists in Watzenberg, the storage of medicinal materials was usually abundant, but not much, because some of them had to be sent to the imperial capital, and the number in the family was only a small part. This thing. If you can't sell it after receiving it, preservation is also a big problem. Dole needs these medicinal materials, and he immediately knows what the future direction of the family is. He nodded and said, "When you need it, I ask Grace to prepare it." Dole heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and said, "As soon as possible, preferably within 1 or 2 days." Payne nodded and said, "Okay, I ask Grace to prepare it." Dole laughed immediately, feeling relieved, as one thing was finally done. After the big thing was done, Dole chatted with a few people for a while, then said goodbye and left the Orn family. After walking out of the gate of the Orn family, he looked around. The road was wide, and there were cars and horses coming and going. It was very grand, and he felt a little sigh in his heart. When he first came here, he couldn't come to the exclusive area of the big family in the North District. Now he can come and go at will. After the 7th level pharmacist certification, his position will be really stable, and he doesn't have to regard himself as a businessman anymore. In addition, he had to apply for a faction, organization, or society in the Glory Wizard Alliance to pass on his alchemy ideas. It was not a good idea to teach secretly. He hoped that the pharmacist industry in Watzenberg, and even the pharmacist industry of the entire human race, would flourish, unlike now, when it was monopolized by a small group of people. The top leaders were cut off, and those above level 5 could only rely on self-study. The human race should be vigorous and positive, not full of depravity and corruption like now. Thinking of this, he moved and turned into a breeze, and soon disappeared. There was no rush for this matter. Let's wait until Alan took over. Puyusi still had too many concerns here. It was said that the inspection team would come soon, and it was unknown what kind of people would come, the genius team, the naughty team, or the play group? It was estimated that the whole Watzenberg would be shaken by this. After all, they were people from the imperial capital. If they could get in touch, it would be beneficial to any person or family. The imperial capital, for a time, became a synonym of mystery in Dole's eyes. Back to the wizard tower, Dole locked himself in the laboratory and began his own plan to make medicine. The order with the Orn family was very large, and he had to make enough medicine. The next afternoon, a small convoy stopped at the entrance of the Babel Tower. The leader was Grace, who also brought 2 level 5 wizards from the family, both of whom were old, which showed the importance of this matter. After receiving them, Dole gave them all the refined medicines, and moved the medicinal materials into the storage room on the first floor. The transaction volume, this time exceeded 3 million gold coins, which is a huge number for a medium-sized family. Mutual benefit. Grace was really conquered by Dole, and he had no temper at all. Seeing Dole was like seeing an elder. After the polite words, the 2 level 5 wizards took the medicine away and went back eagerly. Laurent stood outside the wizard tower and glanced at the Tower of Babel. His expression was calm, and his heart was full of sighs. He sent a message to Ash, and a moment later, the door of the wizard tower slowly opened. Chapter 546. It was Lauren's first time to visit the Tower of Babel. After entering, she looked around and felt that the space inside was very large and seemed very spacious. A level 6 wizard tower only had 2 people living in it, so it couldn't be empty. She didn't think much and quickly came to the 11th floor. Ash was already waiting at the door. Lauren didn't see Dole and had some questions. Ash, where is Dole? Ash smiled and shook her head. We are leaving Watzenberg tomorrow. He is working overtime to make potions. When you go back, you have to take the potions back. Lauren was puzzled. I take the potions back? When did I become a deliverman? Ash rolled her eyes at her aunt. You have a share of the level 7 potion. Give me the money. Lauren was shocked and her breathing became rapid. Did he really make it? Aunt, are you kidding? Ash said again, I already have a semi-finished product of the family's blood potion. You should take it with you this time. Tell that person to reimburse me for the material fee. A total of 1 million gold coins. Lauren was shocked again and her breathing became more rapid. Blood potion, although it is only a semi-finished product, it is enough to purify the blood of the people in the family. Maybe someone will break through to level 6. Ash, do you know? I'm about to break through. Ash nodded. If Aunt Lauren hadn't had that incident when she was young, she would have been a level 6 wizard by now, and a real senior member of the family. The reason why she is neither here nor there now is largely due to her own reasons. If she can be promoted to level 6 with the help of the potion this time, she may be able to reach level 7 in the future. Aunt Lauren is very talented, especially after joining the Rhine family. Her talent has been developed, even a little higher than Ash. Well, come to my room first, wait for a while, and go back in the evening. I will test your blood by the way. Lauren nodded excitedly. Ash suddenly became a blood pharmacist, which was something she had never thought of. That dual eye really has the talent to be a teacher. After more than 2 years of work, he actually trained someone who was thought to know nothing to become a blood pharmacist. This is like a magic trick that is unbelievable. There are many rooms on the 11th floor, but only Ash is using them at this time. Following Ash into a room and pushing open the door, Lauren saw that the entire laboratory was well arranged. It was not as empty as outside, but very rigorous and substantial. There were clean and sanitary test benches, neatly arranged tools, and experiments being conducted. All around were various wizard formations that were monitoring the experimental process. Light and shadows were flowing around, and the brilliance was radiant, exuding a complex and mysterious atmosphere. In such a laboratory, the entire first floor was full of them. Lauren was stunned at this time. This was too extravagant. This was just a novice. She naturally thought that Ash was still a novice. In comparison, the facilities in the family's wizard tower were simply slums. Ash did not mean to introduce the experiment to Lauren, but stretched out her hand to summon a few syringes, controlled them with magic hands, and held them in her hands. Auntie, sit here, I want to draw blood for you. Lauren nodded, looking around reluctantly, rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white arms. Ash was not polite, and took 5 tubes of blood before letting go, and then put the blood in a special refrigerator. Took out 2 bottles of red potion, put them in Lauren's hands, and smiled lightly, refill it. Lauren looked at the red potion and felt uncomfortable. The potion she drank casually was actually a level 5 potion. It was really too extravagant. She thought for a while and said, "Ash, the potion you gave me last time has already purified part of the blood. Why do you need to purify it again? Isn't it prepared for the people in your family?" Ash shook her head. "It is suitable to reach my standard, and according to Lord Ball, the source of any powerful blood is the manifestation of the law. Whether it is you or me, the blood power is still very weak. You are different from those people in our family, so further research is needed." Lauren knew who Ball was, and sighed in her heart at this time. The Rhine family has accumulated for thousands of years, but only has less than 1 level 8 and 3 level 7 people in charge. With one more person, judging from the current situation, there are more than 2 level 7 people standing behind, and they are not in seclusion all year round like the family, but active among the people, which is very scary. This person looks low-key, but judging from the current results, the foundation has been formed, comparable to an ordinary middle-class family. In addition to his status as a baron, he can easily obtain more honors than ordinary people. Too scary. Is this the ability of top talents? At this time, Lauren thought in his heart that in a few years, the Empire's investigation team will come. If they see that Dole will do this, the two will definitely touch some sparks. Lauren had some prejudice against Dole, but now it seems that he is very generous. It's really shameful. Alan gave her another tube of potion. Lauren accepted it quietly, and then said, "It's not convenient for your Rhine family to show up, so I brought all the resources needed. The ancestor admires your research very much, and I look forward to you making better potions." Ash looked at Lauren and smiled faintly. "I didn't make these potions for the ancestor to appreciate. It doesn't matter whether he appreciates me or not. I just want to improve my own strength. As for taking care of the family, I am just like Dole. I just want to make some money. I am now level 5. Xianbing, Beishabing and other materials, adding up to tens of millions to be promoted to level 6. I don't want to drag Dole down." Lauren's heart sank when she heard this. Ash's words were right. The word drag was used too well. As a wizard, you can't just rely on strength, you also need to show other abilities. She thought for a moment and said, "I will pay attention to this aspect. When I reach level 6, I will change my mind and practice." It is indeed too slow to rely on the consumption of the family alone. She was indeed a little envious of Ash's promotion speed. 12th floor. Dole's eyes penetrated the floor, and saw Lauren on the 10th floor. This woman is already in her 40s. Although she still has great potential, if she does not work hard to practice, her potential will be exhausted one day. If she is still like this at that time, there is basically no room for advancement. According to Ashley, it was a love injury. Dole could only sigh and ask what the word love means. If she can get out of it, with her talent and bloodline, she may become a giant. If she can't get out of it, level May 6 be the end. Dole just thought about it for a while, then put this idea behind his mind, and carefully thought about his future path. Gudong drank a bottle of mental potion, closed his eyes, meditated and rested. Refining potions is a very repetitive job. After a long time, it is easy to fall into a state of irritability, and must take a break. Time passed slowly, and it was night. He took a break and refined potions from time to time. He had already refined potions 6 times. Seeing that it was almost dawn, Duo-I sent a message to Aishi, asking them to come up. Lauren and Aishi came up from the 10th floor, past the 11th floor, and came to the 12th floor. Living room. As soon as Lauren came in, he saw a small simple wooden box on the table, and his heart moved slightly. Chapter 547. Dole, the pharmacist, has always been known for his high speed, high productivity, and high quality. There is no telling how many potions are in such a big box. As soon as she walked in, she took a deep breath. "Dole, we won't say any more polite words. What is the content of the transaction, magic crystals or gold coins?" Dole shook his head and said, "You discussed this with Ash. Take the potion first. Lord Alan will borrow the wizard tower later, and we will go with the wizard tower. You take the things and leave first." Lauren was stunned, a little unbelievable. Dole is not an orthodox wizard. He has not received wizard instruction from the Honor Wizard Union, nor has he attended a wizard academy. Strictly speaking, he can only be considered a wandering wizard or a wild wizard. He has no inheritance or school. Moreover, I heard that he recently purchased a large amount of medicinal materials. He should be very short of money. How could he be so generous? But it is true. This guy makes money at a speed comparable to a gold mine. He probably sold a lot of potions to other families. He does not have a level 7 pharmacist certificate, and cannot sell publicly. He probably sells to the Orn family, or some good friends. With his output, he can make a lot of money in 3 to 5 days. She did not act pretentiously. She looked at Ash with some envy, and then turned her head. If you can find such a partner, there is nothing to worry about in this life. After thinking for a while, she said, "Okay, I take it back first, and you can pay when you come back." "How much are these?" Dole smiled faintly. "I'm paying 70,000 gold coins for each bottle, so these are about several million gold coins in total." Lauren took a deep breath in shock. This was too exaggerated. This is still a level 7 traditional potion. If it were those special potions, with Dole's speed, it would exceed the entire family's assets in a few minutes. Ash said beside him, "A few million gold coins are nothing. To upgrade the wizard tower from level 6 to level 7, we need to spend 30 million gold coins just to buy various metals. We have prepared the wood ourselves, and there are other crystals and ores, which will cost as much as 50 million. These are all small money." Lauren's mouth twitched. She certainly knew the difficulty of upgrading a level 7 wizard tower. Otherwise, why would she join the Rhine family? It was because the Rhine family had a level 7 wizard tower. A huge sum of 50 million, even if it was placed in the Rhine family, would take more than 5 years to accumulate. Of course, this is just the surface situation. He was about to speak when a subtle wave of magic power came from outside, and a figure appeared at the door of the 12th floor. This figure was simple and unpretentious, like an ordinary old man, standing there without any attention, but his eyes were sharp, like a sword, piercing people's hearts. "Alan has arrived." Lauren was startled. She walked to the table, picked up the box in her hand, and said to Dole, "Then I take it first. Vice President Alan." Lauren turned around, saluted respectfully, and then quickly left the wizard tower. Dole and Ash didn't say much to Lauren. "Lord Alan?" Dole smiled at this time. "Lord Alan?" Ash said respectfully. Alan laughed and said, "Don't be restrained. Now I owe you. Don't be too respectful to an old man like me." Dole smiled lightly. "You are an elder after all, and respect is necessary." He took out a jade token. "This is the control center of the wizard tower." Alan came forward, took over the control center, and sighed slightly. "I accidentally owed tens of millions. It's hard to pay it back." "Then I won't be polite. Let's go directly." Dole nodded. "Have you decided where to go, sir?" Alan nodded and said solemnly, "Go directly to the Nightmare Canyon in the Eternal Forest. There are 4 high-quality woods, and some special medicinal herbs. I will get the wood, and I can collect some medicinal herbs by leaving you around." Ash took a breath when she heard the name. That's a Jedi. Nightmare Canyon, except for plants, is simply a nightmare place for all animals. There is almost no living creature there. Anyway, it is very mysterious. Almost everyone who goes there dies. Dole didn't know this place, but it was a little strange. "Why is the name so strange?" he said slowly. "Are there any precautions?" Alan nodded, and he flicked a white light. "The Nightmare Forest is a Jedi for the living. There are no animals, not even insects. We have found out the specific reason. There is a magical wave in it that can actively block the nervous system of any moving thing. If you go in, you will lose any mobility and starve to death. Only high-level wizards can survive by relying on powerful mental power to directly control the body. This is the equipment to block that kind of magical wave. You should hurry up and get it out, and then carry it with you." Dole has taken the white light and analyzed the things inside. This thing is considered to be in the category of biological factions. It can emit something similar to interfering with nerve waves. This is fighting poison with poison. He saw that this thing can be installed on anything. There is a complete shielding ring layer inside, and an interference layer outside. It looks very useful. According to what Lord Alan said, if it is just to interfere with the human nervous system, then warriors above level 5 can be completely exempted and directly control the body with mental power, but that consumes too much mental power. He looked at the equipment carefully, and found that the level was as high as level 7, and the design was very delicate. With his current ability, he still needs to study it carefully before he can refine it. The part about the creatures inside is easy to understand, but other aspects are a bit difficult. At this time, she was a little confused. The Nightmare Forest was cracked? Why didn't he know? But when he thought of the place of the Eternal Forest, generally no adventure group dared to go there, so he was relieved. Alan held the token and stood in a separate control room on the 12th floor. He closed his eyes and adapted to the wizard formation of the wizard tower. He was neither sad nor happy. The wizard tower, he had mastered it for hundreds of years, and was familiar with the structure inside, but a new wizard tower, new structure, and new abilities still required some familiarity. When he communicated with the Dole wizard tower, he discovered the power of this wizard tower. The whole is the same, the wizard formation is indestructible, the structure is exquisite, complex, and highly unified. It can be said that no matter where you attack, it is equivalent to attacking the entire wizard tower itself. The wizard formation is highly coordinated, and it integrates many formations, concealment formations, and assault formations. If a general level 7 creature is hit by this wizard tower, it is estimated that it will be seriously injured. He looked at the materials that make up the wizard tower, and his mouth twitched suddenly. It feels that all the Lihua metal that he traded with the Huawudong organization last time was used on this. It's too extravagant. The concealment formation is very powerful, and the detection formation is also very powerful. It uses a variety of composite detection methods. Basically, nothing can escape its detection. It is more appropriate to say that this wizard tower is a miniature fortress or fortress than a wizard tower. It's hard to believe that this was made by Dole himself. How much advanced knowledge does Lord Ball have? What kind of world is that hell? Chapter 548. Soon an hour passed, and Alan felt that it was about time. He sent a message to the two, and then the wizard tower rose from the ground and slowly flew into the sky. The Babel Tower was very large, comparable to several main towers of the Gory Wizard Alliance. When the Babel Tower rose from the ground, the energy fluctuations attracted the attention of all the wizard towers around. Those who knew about it quickly understood that this was the rhythm of Master Alan going to pay his debts, while those who didn't know about it thought, where is this duo going? Is this an opportunity? The Gory Wizard Tower soon boiled up, but not long after, they calmed down again. They soon learned what happened from the people around them, and didn't dare to act rashly. A level 7 boss, plus a level 6 wizard tower, even if the other party has not built a level 7 witchcraft model, with only level 6 witchcraft, it is not afraid of ordinary level 7 wizards. The wizard tower sank into the sky, and soon adjusted its direction and flew to the north, and the speed was getting faster and faster. From here, you have to pass the huge evil spirit mountain. With Dole's own strength, and the ability of the wizard tower, he had to go around Campbell Fortress and enter the Eternal Forest through the trade route. However, with Alan's strength and a level 6 wizard tower, there was no need to take a detour. He only needed to bypass those places where there were level 7, 8, or even level 9 high-level monsters. With the flying speed of the wizard tower, he could fly directly over them. The wizard tower flew in the sky, and in less than half an hour, he saw the huge evil spirit mountain. Standing high in the sky, looking at the evil spirit mountain, he really saw a huge and boundless mountain landscape painting, just lying between heaven and earth, separating the Glory Empire from the Eternal Forest. The range of the evil spirit mountains is even larger than half of the Glory Empire. It stretches from Campbell Fortress to the west, and then to the westernmost edge of the sea. The mountains are stacked one after another, one layer higher than the other, and the highest layer is soaring into the clouds. Dole did not pay too much attention to the outside. He was still doing experiments. He needed to study other level 7 potions, and strive to expand his level 7 potion library. He separated a little mental power, controlled the clone, stood on the edge of the window, and looked outside. The evil spirit mountains are too huge. No wonder this place is a forbidden place for humans, especially in the depths. There are legends that there are level 9 creatures. It is too easy to breed a level 9 creature in such a huge place. The wizard tower did not stop. Under Alan's control, it flew over the mountains from a very high altitude and flew crookedly to the north. Alan seemed to be very familiar with this place. He turned around in the sky and bypassed all the territories with powerful creatures. In less than half a day, the wizard tower flew over the huge evil spirit mountain and saw the Eternal Forest further north. Passing through the mountain, the distance suddenly opened up. It was the Eternal Forest. Alan descended a little, adjusted the direction, and flew northeast. 2 days later, Dole was doing an experiment, and heard a voice in his ear. Is it refined? It's here. Dole hummed, threw a pendant, and threw it into the air. The pendant flashed in the air and disappeared, and when it appeared again, it was already in front of Alan. Alan was looking outside at this time, and the Nightmare Canyon was right in front of him. This canyon is located in the southern part of the Eternal Forest, surrounded by highlands. The canyon in the middle suddenly appeared here like a piece of bread being torn apart, which made people feel a little weird. At this time, he felt a strange fluctuation in front of him, as if it was a spatial fluctuation. A white light flashed, and something appeared in front of him out of thin air. Hey, this wizard tower also has spatial abilities? Why didn't I find it? It seems that Dole's wizard tower still has reservations for me, but it's true. He dared to lend it to me, and guaranteed that there was enough space. It must be able to fit things. It's not possible without spatial abilities. This thought only lasted for a moment. Before the pendant fell to the ground, he reached out and picked it up, and then hung it around his neck. With a mental sweep, the formation inside was clear at a glance, exactly the same as the one he gave him. Good guy, this kid's alchemy ability has also been confirmed, at least level 7. Alan didn't think much about it. After activating the pendant, he glanced outside, urged the wizard tower, and drove directly in. As soon as he entered the wizard tower, it was as if he had entered a strange place, and a strange wave swept through the wizard tower. At the same time, a strange force was radiating from the wizard tower, interfering with the surrounding fluctuations, and the wizard tower was safe. At this time, Dole had stopped refining medicine. This fluctuation gave him a strange feeling, which seemed to be a rule, and it seemed to be a law. When refining the pendant, Dole felt that this thing was very strange, because when he made it, it contained a strange rune, which was very advanced. It was because of this rune that the pendant had this function, so he took the opportunity to transform the wizard tower. There are too many biological cells in the wizard tower, as well as Dole's Xianxia worms and Tianshuang worms. They can't be killed. If they really die, he will have no place to cry. At this time, the clone had already seen the canyon. Ash walked in from outside, came to Dole, and also looked outside. Her eyes quickly became surprised. Nightmare Canyon is the nightmare of all living beings. No matter how strong they are, they can't walk in here. They can only enter by controlling their bodies with strong mental power. This is a real plant paradise. Soon, all the rare species are here. Although it is a canyon, the plants inside are lush and green, and the towering trees are tall and straight. It is very vigorous. On the cliffs on both sides of the canyon, there are even various vines and soft vines, such as creepers, etc. Dole handed Ash a pendant, and he also took out one and hung it around his neck, saying, "Let's go out and see if we can collect some medicinal herbs." Ash nodded, his eyes shining. However, although they are just plants, they are also full of dangers. Some plants are even more powerful than animals. They eat people, spray poison, and use roots to strangle people. There are all kinds of attack methods. These inconspicuous plants cannot be underestimated. Dole looked at the canyon a few more times at this time. The eternal forest is located in the north, and the temperature in winter is generally cold, so the trees here are generally cold resistant, mainly various pine, cypress, and fir. The largest of them is the fir. The fir trees about 100 years old are about 100 meters high. Some older pine trees are also the same height. They grow upwards in this small space, and compete with other species for sunlight. It seems that they have completely broken through the limit of lifespan. The level of magic elements here is high, and there are almost no active creatures. They are all plants, so the age is very high. Basically, the age of the trees you can see is ridiculously high. At a glance, there are trees that are thousands of years old. No wonder Lord Alan wants to come here. This is indeed a good place to make money. As long as you get a few thousand trees that are more than 100 years old, it's basically the same. Chapter 549. Dole was thinking about a question at this time. If they could do this, why didn't others do it? Is it because others don't have a wizard tower? This is also possible. The rich people with wizard towers don't bother to do this, and the poor people don't have a wizard tower to come here. Miserable. At this time, Alan had already lowered the height of the wizard tower. There were no creatures in the Nightmare Valley. It was very quiet. Except for the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the leaves, there was almost no other sound, and the sound came from a distance. Dole was still studying the fluctuation at this time. How did it make the nerves lose their function? It felt very strange, but apart from this fluctuation, this valley didn't seem so scary. At this moment, Alan suddenly turned around and looked behind him. His eyes penetrated the tower and looked outside the Nightmare Valley. Something seemed to be approaching in that direction. At this time, he saw a female forest elf with green skin walking out of the void. She was carrying a very exaggerated giant bough on her back, which was taller than her. As soon as she walked out, she stretched out her slender limbs and took the bough in her hands. The natural power quickly condensed and her momentum soared. She did not step into the range of the nightmare forest, but stood outside, suddenly pulled the ridiculously large bough and pointed at the Tower of Babel. There were no arrows on the bough, but it was obvious that this bough did not need arrows. Seeing this, Alan's face changed. Could it be that this was the territory of the elves? He had never heard of the elves occupying this place, nor had he heard that they could break the curse or mystery here. Although the nightmare forest blocks the entry of living creatures, it does not block attacks from outside. The aura of this elf is as high as level 7, and he is actually using legendary equipment in his hands. What is he doing? He jumped out from the 12th floor, stood on the wizard tower, looked at the other party indifferently, and slowly spoke in the common language of the continent. Sir Elf, what do you mean by this? The elf raised his head, but his eyes were not contemptuous. He looked stern and raised his bow high, as if he could shoot this arrow at any time. This is the territory of our elves, humans. Leave quickly. Alan heard this, put his hands behind his back, narrowed his eyes, and snorted coldly. Elves, it is well known that Nightmare Canyon does not belong to any force. I am now able to come in, that is my business, and it has nothing to do with you. You still have time to leave now. The elf sneered. As everyone knows, most of the places around the Eternal Forest belong to our elves. You still have time to leave now. When our priest and the chief arrive, you may not be able to leave. Alan seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. He looked back at the Nightmare Canyon and immediately started to mock. The Nightmare Canyon is more than 800 kilometers long. I'm going in now. No matter how many of you come, what can you do? Can you still get in? Don't say you can shoot so far. It's not that I look down on you. Leave now, and I pretend I haven't seen you. The elf's face changed slightly, and he muttered in his heart, how can this human be so bold? Ordinary people come here, and just scare them and leave. After all, she is a level 7 master, not a level 6. However, the opponent is also quite strong, and has a wizard tower. If they really fight, it may be difficult for her to defeat him. She snorted coldly, even if we can't do anything to you, don't forget that you can't get out even if you take the things inside. We are watching you all the time. Alan frowned, and his face changed slightly. Why is it so difficult to make money? Level 7 elves are rare even in the elf tribe. Alan knows that the opponent must be a high-level elf. There are probably many elves coming from afar at this time. His face sank and said, okay. I'm afraid of you, I leave now. Alan reluctantly turned to the edge of the Nightmare Forest, and went deeper into the Eternal Forest. He soon disappeared from the elf's sight, and disappeared in the distant mountains and forests. Seeing the wizard tower disappear, the elf breathed a sigh of relief, and his face suddenly became a little ugly. A level 7 human wizard with a wizard tower is really not so easy to scare. Fortunately, the other party left because of the deterrence of the elves. If they didn't leave, he would have no choice but to summon other elves. She was not willing to stay here, but the elves asked her to. There are too many resources in the Nightmare Valley. No matter who comes, they can get rich overnight. Humans have long cracked the secret of the Nightmare Forest. It's all because of them that they can scare them away. Dole and Ash stood in another room and looked at each other. Master Alan, just leave like this? Dole said doubtfully. Alan's disdainful voice came from above. Of course not. The Nightmare Valley is so big. Can't I go in another direction? If it doesn't work, I can go in from underground. Dole sneered and said, Lord Alan, I thought you retreated, but it turned out to be a strategic retreat. Alan chuckled. I have lived to such an old age, and have seen through everything in the world. What does a little face mean? I just want to achieve my goal. Everyone here knows that I am the vice president of the Northwest branch of the Honor Wizard Alliance. Ash laughed immediately. She felt that she had learned something. Looking at Dole again, he seemed to not care at all, as if he had expected it. Nightmare Canyon is on a high ground in the Eternal Forest. It is covered with hills, and covers an area of millions of square kilometers. Birds are boiling in the sky, beasts are roaring on the ground, and there are dangers everywhere. The wizard tower swaggered over the forest, releasing a tyrannical momentum. When the birds and beasts saw the wizard tower, they all left and dared not approach. The entrance to the Nightmare Forest is where the highlands and plains meet. It was as if a big crack had been opened on the highlands, and it was very deep. After the wizard tower flew out of the Nightmare Canyon, it flew into the highlands. After flying far away, it flew back to a place where the elves could not see it, and flew along the edge of the highlands and the Nightmare Forest, flying a full 600 kilometers into the depths of the highlands. This time, the plain area was completely invisible. Alan was flying and investigating at the same time. He soon found that there were people around the Nightmare Canyon, and there was definitely more than just that elf. Thinking of this, he silently took out the token, communicated with the wizard formation, and confirmed that this wizard tower could escape underground. Not long after, a yellow light lit up on the wizard tower, slowly fell to the ground, and then quickly merged into the ground and disappeared completely. On the highlands, a green figure disappeared from the treetops. On the branches of the tree, a green-skinned elf shook his head. Humans are really cunning. It's hard to deal with them if they go underground. Those who can come here are either powerful characters or they know nothing. They can watch those coming from the ground and the sky, but if the other party goes underground, they can't do anything, unless the priest of the tribe takes action. However, by the time the priest arrives, the person may have already obtained enough materials and escaped. She sighed slightly, shook her head, and then sent the message. Chapter 550. The Nightmare Canyon is too special, with too many good things. The human race has mastered the way to enter. If too many things are taken out, potions are refined, and various equipment are manufactured, the strength will increase greatly, which will inevitably affect many aspects. The elves also considered this point, and sent people to seal off the surroundings. But now it seems that a complete blockade is unrealistic. Not long after, she received a reply that the high priest would send someone over soon. The elf did not send a message, but jumped to the top of the tree, and after a few jumps, rushed to the edge of the Nightmare Canyon. She wanted to see what the other party was going to do inside. The human race is really a wonderful race. Goblins, gnomes, dwarves, and other races have no way to break the curse of the Nightmare Canyon, but the human race can, which is really amazing. The human race itself is very weak, which is recognized by all races. Their individuals are very strong, but overall, ordinary individuals are still not as good as other races, but this race has a very wonderful plasticity, and is very powerful. It is precisely because of this that so many races on the continent are hostile to the human race. Standing on the treetop, the elf looked down at the canyon. She didn't dare to go in. She had tried it before, and only put one hand in. But once she reached that range, her hand completely lost its function, as if it had died. But when she took it out, it could recover again. It was very magical. If you stay in there for a long time, your nerves will fail, your heart will not beat, and your body will not get enough nutrition, which will also lead to necrosis. No matter how powerful the master is, he will not be able to avoid the fate of physical death. The canyon is in full view, but you can't see everything. The trees in it are too tall and block a lot of vision. Entering from underground is indeed a good idea. The wizard tower dives down to a depth of 1,000 meters, and then moves forward to the defense line of Nightmare Canyon, according to the direction. After moving forward for more than 100 kilometers, it returns to the ground. At this time, Alan noticed that there was no such magical fluctuation underground. When the wizard tower rose until it was about 200 meters away from the ground, the magical fluctuation enveloped the wizard tower. He knew that his direction was right, and that kind of fluctuation basically covered the entire Nightmare Canyon in all aspects. On the wizard tower, the magic pattern that interfered with the fluctuation began to work to resist the invasion of the outside fluctuation. Seeing this, Alan thought to himself that it was really good to have an alchemist, and he was not afraid of being targeted in various ways. The wizard tower rose slowly, and soon, it touched the roots of the plants, and then the wizard tower broke out of the ground, and overturned a large tree. The plants in Nightmare Canyon were so dense that there was no open space at all. When the wizard tower broke out of the ground, it occupied a large area, and the trees were directly squeezed in all directions. Alan just glanced at it, and then his eyes were shining, and he released a series of magic hands. These magic hands were terrifyingly large, and there seemed to be other weapons in his hands. In a few waves, the big trees that were squeezed apart broke from the roots, and were caught by the big hands. After a little trimming, put them in the first floor of the wizard tower. These are all good materials: hemlock, silver fir, and 1,000-year-old cedar. These are all good materials, and one is worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Even though he owes so much, if it is all this kind of material that is thousands of years old, then he can pay off all his debts by lying back. This is the biggest reason why he chose Nightmare Canyon. Money can be made quickly here. He has just been promoted to level 7, and he needs to go back to consolidate it. The witchcraft model needs meditation, the meditation method needs to be improved, and all kinds of things need to be done. How can he have time to think about the wizard tower, not to mention the competition for the president of the Watzenberg Honor Wizard Union? There are too many things, and he must solve them all at once. At this moment, he felt a gaze looking at him from the edge of the high ground in the distance. He made too much noise here, and was still discovered. What if he was discovered? He has run so far in. Unless he uses all his strength, he can't get here at all. Even if the opponent tries his best to use all his strength, how many times can he use it? At the level 7 stage, whether it is a warrior or a fighter, the damage range will not exceed 30 kilometers. This is determined by the upper limit of mental power. Ordinary level 7 wizards are even less than 10 kilometers. This distance is already exaggerated. Standing in the human territory, it can almost cover a medium-sized or larger city. He thought for a moment, and sent a message to the two of them. We're here. You two go find herbs, I collect wood here. Your wizard tower also integrates space capabilities, and can hold a lot of things. It seems that I can pay off all my debts at once this time. Alan was in high spirits, and felt that his hair was about to fly. Standing on the 12th floor, the two looked outside, and they couldn't wait. There were herbs here, but not many, because the big trees above had already fought for all the sunlight, and there were not many herbs that needed sunlight. But on the contrary, there are herbs that do not need sunlight down there, and they are old and there are quite a lot of them. They have all been scanned just now. Ash followed Dole, and picking herbs is a skill that must be learned. She has mastered all of them, so after Alan sent a message, she looked at Dole, and then the two of them picked separately. Be careful, and don't be stingy with your magic power. Dole called out, and his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, Alan sensed that the magic power of the wizard tower had disappeared a little. Alan touched his chin while collecting wood around nearby. Not only does it expand the space, it also has the ability to teleport. If this guy's mental power is strong enough to use mental power to form a talisman alone in the future, he may have the ability to teleport over short distances. Teleportation is the most magic-consuming witchcraft, without a doubt. The witchcraft of the same level, and the teleportation of the same level can only be regarded as a small witch compared to a big witch, and the consumption is simply not at the same level. The Gory Wizard Alliance itself has a teleportation formation, so he knows this. Seeing Dole and Ash go out, Alan was relieved. He stood on the wizard tower, flying in the air, and cut down the surrounding trees with all his strength. Alan turned into a tree-cutting expert at this time, with the wizard tower as the center, and flattened in all directions. Trees over 100 years old are very hard, and no matter what kind of trees are over 1,000 years old, the material is comparable to gold and iron. This is why high-level wizard towers need very good wood, because it is strong, durable, and has good element compatibility. These are spiritual materials, which contain abundant magic power. Cutting down trees is not easy. Alan does not look effortless, but in fact, he used all his strength when cutting down trees, especially fir and pine trees, which are too hard and tough. In the end, he had to take out the staff to increase the power, and at the same time activate the wizard robe on his body to increase the magic power. He has used up all his strength to cut down. Dole fell into the forest at this time, walking in the woods, just like taking a leisurely walk in the garden. Soon, he saw a group of fungi growing together. They were growing on a fallen and rotten tree trunk, and each fungus was as big as a human head. Chapter 551. Walking slowly over, with a movement of his mind, Dole released a dozen exquisite magic hands from his body, and each of these magic hands held a handful of sharp wind blades, flames, and even a piece of water stain. To pick this kind of fungus, you need to moisten it with water, and then burn the trunk with flames. The roots of the fungus will slowly fall off, and when half of them fall off, use wind blades to cut them off. This fungus itself is only level 3 at most, but because of the age here, its vitality is equivalent to level 6, so it must be picked and studied carefully. At the same time, he released his mental power to sense the surroundings to see if there is anything else. He could actually bring his clone out, but he didn't at this time. The clone had other things to do, which was to analyze the situation here, why there was a fluctuation here, and why it could block people's mental power. In the wizard tower, Dole slowly floated in the air. He had a necklace hanging around his neck, and he carefully sensed the surroundings and felt the power of the fluctuation. Soon, he took the necklace off his neck. The wizard tower has magic patterns, so nothing happened. He cursed himself, saying that he was really stupid, and then flew out of the top of the wizard tower and flew outside the wizard tower. As soon as he left the range of the wizard tower, the wave descended on him, and Dual Eye suddenly felt that he had lost his physical body and all feedback, and only his mental power was left. His body fell down immediately, and Dual Eye hurriedly used his mental power to catch it. He carefully sensed his body, and found that all biological activities in his physical body were completely lost, not just his mental power. This is still the insect body, not the real body. He thought about it, and with a move of his mental power, he took the pendant out of the wizard tower and put it on his neck. The strange fluctuation was isolated, and Dual Eye sensed the insect body again. After carefully sensing the insect body, although only a few seconds had passed, the weak cells in the body that needed oxygen had completely died. It was terrible. This place is simply a nightmare for living beings. Unless the mental power is strong enough to directly use the mental power to stimulate the heart of the physical body, anyone who comes here will die. But there is also a way to bypass this limitation. This kind of fluctuation will not affect the mental power. You can use inanimate puppet clones, such as wooden and iron ones. In this regard, the human race is an expert. But Dual-I can think of it, and others can definitely think of it. The problem now is not here, but the obstruction of the elves. Now don't look at them happily collecting various woods and medicinal materials, but when they go out later, it is estimated that there will be another big battle. Thinking of this, Dual-I thought about upgrading the wizard tower to level 7. He had already saved enough wood for upgrading the wizard tower. He had saved a lot in the world of Elder Shangfeng, but he lacked an excuse to build it. Moreover, it would take at least 10 days and a half a month. Dual-I's clone was not idle either. He studied the magic patterns and the fluctuations while looking for the source of the fluctuations. He soon discovered that in this place, this kind of fluctuation was everywhere in the Nightmare Canyon. The range was around the canyon. The source of the fluctuation seemed to come from this world, but there was nothing to study in this world. It was clear at a glance that it was just a canyon. If there was anything special, it was the canyon itself. He appeared too abruptly. Dual-I thought about it, then flew higher, used the eye of the storm, and conducted a deep scan to memorize this place. The Nightmare Canyon was too huge. Standing in the sky, he wanted to restore this place bit by bit. As time passed, the giant forest in the middle of the Nightmare Canyon seemed to be eaten by something, and soon a large open space appeared. Most of the trees in this open space disappeared, leaving only a few worthless trees. At this time, Alan was cutting down trees wantonly. With a wave of his hand, the magic hand sent out a shock force, shattering the vines on the treetops that attacked him. He reached out and pulled the lower half of the vines off the tree and flew into the sky. These vines were several hundred meters long, and the huge magic pulled them to fly in the sky. These vines were still twisting and slapping the magic hand, which looked very interesting. This is the magic vine, which has certain medicinal value. The magic hand threw the magic vine next to the wizard tower, and Alan continued to harvest trees. There are too many strange things in this forest. He has encountered many of these magic vines. They are not very powerful, but very annoying. Dual-I also encountered trouble at this time. Something that looks like a morning glory, emitting a crystal blue light, looks very beautiful, and it looks particularly colorful in the dark forest. However, as soon as he approached, a piece of blue powder was spit out from it. He did not come for this flower, but for the black soil under the flower, which is valuable for cultivating plants. He had never seen this kind of blue flower before, and was sprayed with powder. Fortunately, he had always opened the shield, and the blue powder was only attached to the shield. Even so, the energy on the shield was seen to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dual-I was startled and hurriedly adjusted the shield to separate the area with powder. The powder flew and fell to the ground, and soon, the ground was corroded into a black area. Dual-I carefully observed the blue morning glory, and confirmed that he did not recognize it, but the poison was really powerful, and could be studied. The creatures in this place are very strange, but there are actually very few aggressive ones, because there are no other creatures here, only plants that cannot move, and there is no need to attack anyone, but there are more poisonous ones. This is a bit different from what Dual-I thought at the beginning. Finding medicine is a simple process, so most of his mental power is placed on scanning the environment and terrain of the canyon. He always felt that the environment here is very problematic. At least this kind of fluctuation that can organize human nerve conduction has a lot to do with the environment. He was a pharmacist, and had done some research on the human body and other organisms. Therefore, he knew that the existence of any organism was inseparable from the nervous system. The nervous system was like a messenger, conveying the commands of the main consciousness and subconsciousness to every human tissue that could transmit. Blood flow, cell growth, and likes were all inseparable from the nervous tissue. Once the nerves were paralyzed, everything in the human body would lose power and vitality, and it would basically be the same as death. Without the exchange of oxygen, the flow of energy, and the immune cells to kill bacteria and viruses, the human body would be a piece of meat, no different from the beef eaten outside. Therefore, while scanning the surrounding environment, he checked the intensity of this wave. This wave was very strange. It could penetrate any element, defense shield, and even wizard tower, and act directly on the human body without any obstruction. This canyon was equivalent to a huge wave field. Except for himself, anything could be penetrated. After feeling this, Dual-I was dumbfounded. He urgently wanted to know who invented the pendant on his body, and how to study the wave that was almost the same as this wave. Chapter 552. From the current situation, the key to the problem lies in the wizard formation that Alan gave him. The core magic pattern in it seems to be full of mystery. What exactly is that magic pattern? Where did it come from? And what is its most basic function? Is this the legendary divine pattern? It's impossible. It is said that the difficulty of refining divine patterns is not low. How can I just refine it like this? To be honest, the difficulty of this magic pattern is indeed not low. He can only study ordinary high-level magic patterns in a few hours at most, but he studied this magic pattern for a whole day before simulating it. The difficulty is very great. Where did he find this magic pattern? It should not be found somewhere else. It must be found here. Dole had some small ideas. He controlled his clone to land on the ground and began to walk in the forest. The mental power started to scan anything that could be scanned, especially those waving vines and old trees. Above the high ground, as the gap in the woods became larger and larger, the elves on the high slope began to slowly become irritable. As expected of a human 7th level wizard, once he has a wizard tower, his destructive power becomes extremely terrifying. With so many trees, he cut down hundreds of them in 2 or 3 hours. Cutting down trees is unbearable for elves who love nature and forests. Why hasn't the priest come yet? At this moment, she turned her head and looked in the direction of the canyon cliff. A figure flew out of the jungle, with green skin and strong life force. It's the companion who has arrived. She took a closer look and found that it was the person guarding the entrance of the canyon. Now that she was here, who was watching the entrance of the canyon now? In fact, it didn't matter whether they watched or not. The main thing was to guard against people with powerful equipment. Anyone else who came would be a waste. The two elves looked almost identical, and only the slightest details could distinguish who was who. Kalina, is that person still there? The elf asked as soon as he came over, but the next moment, she saw the result of the incident. Such a large area of clearance suddenly appeared in the center of the Nightmare Canyon. Anyone with eyes could see it, and she began to feel heartbroken. What a hateful human. Why did they cut down trees? Karina also frowned. Those trees are thousands of years old. Even in my tribe, they are excellent magic materials. That human brought a wizard tower, which seems to be able to hold a lot of things. He came here on purpose. Hasn't the priest come yet? Only the master can resist the blocking fluctuations here, enter inside, and drive the humans away. The elf is called Karina, and she said fiercely at this time, it's really hateful. The master will come soon, but it will take about 3 hours. She is talking to people from other tribes. Karina nodded. The two elves are both tall, with extremely long and powerful arms. They each carry an unimaginably large bow behind them. They have a strong aura. Wherever they stand, the surrounding creatures stay away and dare not approach. Nightmare Canyon is still a little far from their base, otherwise they will come here faster. Karina suddenly asked, have you noticed the dwarves above? Have they been here? Kalina shook her head and said, I haven't noticed that the dwarves are guarding the mine in the distance, and will not leave easily. It is said that the dark dwarves have recently been paying attention to the mine, and the dwarves seem to be on guard against them. What about the ogres? It has been rarely seen recently. It is almost autumn now. The ogres are in the south. They need to prepare enough food for the winter. They may attack humans. Kalina nodded. The forces in the eternal forest are complex. Each occupies a little bit, and is the king of the mountain. They, the elves, only occupy a large enough position, and cannot dominate this area. If they want to be the strongest, it is not their turn. In the depths of the eternal forest, those guys with ancient blood are the most unprovoked existence in the eternal forest. But the elves are not easy to mess with. In addition to having extremely powerful magic physiques, they also have the two-headed dragon army, and the green dragon army. They are not so easy to mess with. Whether it is a sneak attack or a group attack, the elves are the most powerful life tribe here. However, the elves' fighting power is basically female, and males are rarely seen. It can be said that the tribe has only half of the fighting power, which is a great constraint for them. Time passed little by little, watching the spot continue to expand, and the human was still cutting down trees wantonly. The two elves began to get more annoyed. Damn, how big is their space equipment? It's not full even after such a large area of cutting down trees. Alan piled the materials on the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth floors of the Dole Wizard Tower, and arranged them neatly, but he had to leave at this time. Dole, Ash, come back soon. The Forest Elves tribe is not far from here. Their large army is coming. We should retreat. Ash and Dole, who were deep in the forest, heard this, packed up their things, flew out of the forest, and threw themselves at the Wizard Tower on the ground. Not long after, the two of them had arrived at the top of the Wizard Tower. Alan saw the two of them, just nodded, and unfolded the yellow light shield of the Wizard Tower. He was still preparing to walk underground. At this time, Dole said, wait a minute, I still have a little bit of place to draw. Alan looked at Dole and suddenly realized, do you want to draw the topographic map here? Understand the natural laws here? Dole nodded and said yes. Alan smiled faintly, you just need the magic pattern. According to legend, this place was caused by the collision between the patriarch of the elves, who used a scroll of the goddess of life, and a god and demon from another world. This can be said to be the handwriting of God. Of course, this is just a rumor, and the specific situation is still unknown. The magic pattern did come from here. The process of discovery was very tortuous, but if you can improve your mental power to level 9, you can discover the secret here. Dole and Aishi were both stunned. Level 9? How is it possible? This magic pattern is actually a battle between gods and demons? And the person who discovered it is a level 9 expert from the human race? Where did the human race get a level 9 expert? Is it in the Imperial capital? Level 7 experts are rare, and level 8 experts are hard to find. Level 9 human experts are just like phoenixes and real dragons. Where can they be found? But Dole's heart trembled. This is really possible. And I looked at Alan and smiled bitterly. Lord Alan, it is already lucky to be able to improve to level 7 in this life. Level 9? How is that possible? Alan smiled. Everything depends on human efforts. I am optimistic about you too. You should at least practice to level 8 for me. These two children are so outstanding. Alan also cheered and encouraged them. Ash shrugged. Then I have to work hard on the blood potion. Alan said, you should learn from Dole. The power of knowledge has contributed greatly to the development of the human race for so long. Just then, there was a flash in the sky in the distance, and Dole's clone quickly appeared in the air and flew over here. Chapter 553. Here they come. Alan nodded, looking solemn. Just as he was about to speak, a green light came from afar, and its destination was exactly where they were. The light was very fast, even faster than the speed at which Dole's clone came back. It soon broke through the range of the canyon. It seemed to ignore the fluctuations of the canyon and rushed directly into it. Seeing this, Alan's face changed and said, come back quickly, go quickly, the great master of the elves has arrived. He knew what the Nightmare Forest was. Those who could completely ignore the rules here were at least masters at the top of level 7. There was a huge gap between him and someone who had just been promoted to level 7. He could not be an opponent at all, even with the addition of a level 6 wizard tower. Dole's face changed and said, let's go underground and escape at the same time. Alan also knew that he was no match for the other party. He didn't even have time to nod, and drove the wizard tower directly to the underground. At this time, Dole's clone also sank into the ground. The Xian corpse worm itself has the ability to burrow underground, and being underground does not affect the activities of the clone at all. Things changed too fast, leaving them no time to think, nor time for Dole to come back. The green shadow was too fast. On the high ground, Kalina and Kalina finally breathed a sigh of relief. The adults were here. The human race was going to run away. Sure enough, the next moment, the wizard tower sank into the ground at a very fast speed and disappeared into the forest. The two of them immediately understood how this person got in. It turned out that he walked underground. In the sky, the green shadow flew quickly, at an incredible speed, and had locked the location of the wizard tower, but the next moment, the green shadow found that the wizard tower disappeared on the ground. Quickly coming to the sky above where the wizard tower disappeared, the green shadow appeared. It was a middle-aged female elf. She stood at the top of the treetop. The power in her body suddenly burst out. The mental power was frantically condensed in the staff in her hand. In just a few tenths of a second, a super large power wave was formed. The next moment, she pointed the staff in her hand to the ground, and only saw the power wave flying out quickly and sinking into the ground. Underground. Alan was driving the wizard tower madly to go deeper underground. At this time, his face changed. Pay attention, there is power coming. Dole and Ash were about to speak, and then they felt the power. There was no verbal expression. They were already underground. The power was transmitted from the earth above their heads, as if a giant suddenly chopped the ground, and the rocks underground squeezed and collided crazily, and hit them fiercely. The wizard tower had opened all its defenses, together with the yellow defense shield outside. The power just followed their footsteps, which was almost unstoppable and unstoppable. Boom! The wizard tower was directly knocked out, and a sound like a huge bell sounded under the ground. The next moment, it was like a cannonball smashing into the deeper crust of the earth. Boom! Dole was knocked up and hit the wall of the wizard tower, then knocked again, bounced to the ground, and then hit the wall, rolling back and forth. All his defenses were activated, and he was like a rolling sweet potato inside, crashing wildly. They crashed for as long as the wizard tower flew down. When the wizard tower stopped, Dole felt a very hot breath coming from under him. The defense of the wizard tower had been consumed by more than half at this time, but the defense ability was still there. After all, the Tower of Babel was very valuable, and would not be broken so easily. Dole rubbed his head, and got angry from the ground. He looked around and his face changed suddenly. At this time, Ball, who was sleeping, also walked out of his room, muttering as he walked, "What happened? Did the stars fall? Such a strong impact force. Who did you fight with? An 8th level master?" The wizard tower rumbled and shook violently, and continued to hit downwards, but the speed was obviously much lower. Seeing the power reduced, Dole took over the control of the wizard tower, changed the defense force to the driving force, flew to the side and downward, and then drew an arc, parallel to the ground, and went far away. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the wizard tower was completely stable. "It's the priest of the elves. They are really powerful." Dole shook his head. He looked at the top. Alan was fine. He looked at Ash's room. There was nothing wrong. The facilities in the wizard tower were not damaged. He was relieved. After all, it was fused with a lot of Lehutian iron, and its solidity was extraordinary. Ball was stunned. How could the priest of the elves provoke this thing? In his impression, every priest of the elves was very powerful. They were the souls of the elves. But soon, he understood everything, shook his head, and went back to sleep. If it wasn't a direct confrontation, then nothing would happen. Dole only then discovered that the temperature underground was very high, and it seemed to be almost reaching the Earth's crust. He didn't know how deep he was hit, and he was about to touch the magma. Using his mental power to detect, Dole rose a little bit, the temperature dropped a little, and then he slowly went away at the same height. The green figure's eyes seemed to penetrate the ground, and he shook his head at this time. It was a pity that the previous attack did not break the opponent's wizard tower. On the ground, a large area of forest disappeared, and the elf felt a little pain in his heart. "Damn thieves, damn it." She raised her head, raised her face, looked in the direction of the high ground, and her figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. When she appeared again, she was not far in front of Kalina and the others. The two of them half knelt in the air and saluted, saying, "Priest, did you get anything?" The elf shook his head. "The wizard tower of that person is very solid. After my full strength attack, it only broke 2 or 3 layers of defense. It's very powerful. If we confront them head on, the chances of winning are probably not very high. Forget it, they have already escaped." The two looked at each other in bewilderment. It seems that the human race is just seeking wealth, and does not want to fight against the elves. The wizard tower that can withstand the full strength attack of the priest is no joke. You know, in the battle of the same level, the power of the priest is known as the strongest race, without a doubt. Even the dragon race is a little worse. It didn't break a level 6 wizard tower. It can be seen from this, that the other party is not simple. The elf didn't say anything, let them continue to guard, and then turned into a green shadow, flew along the canyon to the elf tribe, and soon disappeared. After flying underground for an unknown period of time, Dole gained altitude, investigating the situation above. Soon, the wizard tower flew out of the ground. There was nothing around here, only trees and various insects, small animals, and occasionally 1 or 2 magical beasts, which did not affect the range. The wizard tower slowly flew out of the ground and landed on the ground, and Dole breathed a sigh of relief. He said to Ash, "I go up and see where this is, and then we go to the range of Watsaburg." As soon as he finished speaking, Alan, who was standing on the top floor, suddenly said, "No need, I go." In Dole's perception, Alan flew out of the wizard tower and flew into the sky. Chapter 554. After a while, Alan turned back. "I control it from now on. Let's go back. The elves are probably looking for us all over the world. It's a bit dangerous." "You still know the danger." Dole chuckled and said nothing. He took back his mental power from the wizard tower, and then said yeah. The wizard tower rose up again, flew straight into the sky, and suddenly sank into the majestic clouds. Then it continued to fly up to an altitude of 5,000 meters in one breath, and then it hovered and flew to the south. Above 5,000 meters, there are basically no creatures, unless they are elemental creatures. The high-altitude environment here is very complicated. If they are not elemental creatures, there is no other life to survive. This trip out can be said to be safe and sound, but Dole knows that the aura of his wizard tower must have been remembered by the elves. If he deals with the elves, the wizard tower will basically be useless. However, the two families did not make enemies, And Dole did not resist much, and left directly, so there is still room for return in this matter. The elves are a peace-loving race. Dole now only hopes that they will stop thinking about fighting and killing all the time and forget about him in a few years. In fact, he still wants to do business with the elves. After all, his own people are increasing day by day, and the low-end market of Watzenberg can no longer satisfy them. Dole has even asked Morris and others to stop refining various low-level potions and turn to refining all level 5 potions to make room for the pharmacists who have just entered the industry. There are only so many people in Watzenberg, and the consumption is limited. With so many pharmacists, there is no such a big market. The way back was smooth. Dole took advantage of this time to refine the strength potion and agility potion for the warrior. The potion for the warrior is relatively simple and easy to handle. The alchemical equation is relatively easy. In addition to the previous research, it only took him 6 days to refine the agility potion. At this time, he had wasted more than 700,000 or 800,000 medicinal materials. When the alchemical equation was determined, he frantically refined the finished product. Sometimes, Ashley helped Dole. After seeing the finished product, he smiled and said, "Dole, use a backdoor. I bought your potions on behalf of the family." Dole turned his head and smiled slightly. "Kiss, and you get a discount." Ashley rolled his eyes at him, but was very happy in his heart. "Who asked you to give a discount? As if our family is very poor." Dole coughed and said, "Then put it another way, let me kiss you, and I give you a discount." Ashley blushed and stopped talking. Dole took this opportunity to put down the things in his hand, put his arms around, and hugged Aishi in his arms. Aishi struggled hard for a while, then gave up and closed his eyes. Dole looked at Aishi's delicate and white face and looked at it carefully. At this time, Aishi opened her eyes. "Are you going to kiss or not?" Dole smiled. "Let me see where to kiss first." Aishi rolled her eyes at him, then took the initiative to hug Dole and kissed him. After a long time, the two separated. Dole touched his mouth. "So kissing is like this?" Aishi's face was red at this time, and she said a little shyly, "My aunt said that we are not allowed to share a room before the 6th level." Dole nodded. "I've read the relevant books. Before level 6, it's not suitable to have sex. For the future, we should be cautious." Ash breathed a sigh of relief. If Dole asked her for it, it would be hard to refuse. Thinking of this, Ash said with a red face, "Then let's kiss again. This time I want 1,000 words omitted here." Bear sat in his room, covering his face. This pair of dogs and bitches, doing that shameful thing in broad daylight, really have no shame. As soon as he finished complaining, he felt that his eyes went dark and he couldn't see anything. Dole directly opened the shielding array in the room and couldn't see anything. "TSK, you thought I was rare, and I find a few human girls and show you." Humph. Alan didn't have the relevant authority. His mental power could only cover the various magic arrays, but he didn't know the situation below. The eternal forest was very big. He was still rushing on the road with all his strength. His mental power scanned whether there was any danger ahead. He had no energy to take care of these things. After a few days, we saw the huge mountain range of the Evil Spirit Mountain. Once here, we are basically in our own territory. After crossing the Evil Spirit Mountain, it took only half a day to return to Watzenberg, and the Wizard Tower fell and fixed in its previous position. After traveling for half a month and working for a few hours, this trip can be said to be full of excitement. Before the Wizard Tower fell, Alan began to call friends and started selling these materials. However, he kept some of the best materials and replaced them with the materials collected by Dole before. Selling those things is simply too uneconomical. However, according to the current market price, these materials are just for paying off debts, nothing more. After Dole gave Alan most of the authority, he devoted himself to refining medicine. He also needed to make money. If the Wizard Tower was to be promoted to level 7, it would cost tens of millions. A level 7 Wizard Tower needs to be built to 20 floors. He only has 12 floors now, and he needs to build 8 floors. Wood and metal all cost money. He can go out to find wood by himself, but metal must be purchased from others, and it must be good metal, otherwise it will be useless if it is not strong enough. Dole plans to treat this Wizard Tower as his own Wizard Tower, and he can't be careless at all. After mid-September, the weather began to slowly turn cool. Alan's business was also booming. He wanted to sell wood, and almost everyone came to support him. After all, the quality was guaranteed. All families and wizard organizations sold out all the wood in half a month. Rhine family. A tall young man in military uniform stood upright in the front hall of the family, His eyes were cold and arrogant, his expression was solemn, his figure was like a javelin. He looked at the family emblem in the hall, his expression was motionless. Not long after, someone walked in behind him. He immediately turned around, lowered his noble head, bowed, and said, "Grandpa Robert, you are looking for me." The person who came was none other than Robert. Robert nodded and said, "Charles, there is a reply from Ash. You take people over to get some potions and pay the money. These herbs are prepared for the 5th level warrior children of the family. The quantity is not small, so you have to escort them in person." Charles nodded slightly, but frowned a little. "Grandpa, it's just a 7th level potion. I shouldn't have to come back. Isn't Dole a 7th level pharmacist now?" Robert glanced at Charles, blinked, and smiled immediately. "Why, do you look down on Dole?" Charles's brows relaxed, his expression was arrogant. "Grandpa Robert, you are joking. Although I have been in the Legion, I have always known about the things in the city. It has only been a short time since Dole was promoted to level 6. Even if he is promoted to level 7 now, he is not a level 7 pharmacist without the 7th level certificate of the Pharmacist Guild." Chapter 555. Robert looked at the unruly Charles, feeling slightly unhappy. This kid was a bit talented, but his character was too arrogant. What do you mean he is not a pharmacist if he doesn't have a level 7 pharmacist certificate? As long as Dole can make level 7 potions, what does it matter if he doesn't have a certificate? People who buy them can still line up from here to the gate. His expression gradually became cold. He lowered his head and glanced at Charles from above his eyes. "Who gave you the courage to look down on Dole? Do you know that if you face him head-on, he can crush you to death with just one finger?" Charles was stunned when he heard this. What was Grandpa Robert saying? He was a level 6 warrior. Why couldn't he beat a level 5 wizard like Dole? He was well equipped, and was not afraid of the wizard's mental shock at all. As long as he got close to him, he could send the other party to heaven with one sword. But he didn't dare to talk back at this time. If Grandpa Robert told his father about it, he would be miserable. He was a little scared and said immediately, "Grandpa Robert, whatever you say is fine, I go find him right now." Robert looked at Charles, and sighed in his heart. This kid, although he said he was convinced, he was definitely not convinced in his heart. He said lightly, "Do you know why I said that?" Charles stopped talking. He lowered his head and thought, "If you want to say that, just say it. I won't argue with you." Although Charles was arrogant, in front of Robert, only the identity of the son of the city lord was more important. Other things were nothing. What level 6, level 7, it's better not to talk nonsense, so as not to be criticized. Robert sighed when he saw Charles like this and then said, "Then go quickly, pay attention to your attitude, call those little bastards together, and get familiar with them. Our Rhine family's high-end medicines will all come from there in the future." When Charles heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and his expression became more serious. He said, "I know that. It seems that Nidora is still quite capable." Robert scolded, "Then go, why are you standing there? After getting the medicine, send it to the front line immediately. In addition, go and meet Ash. Nidora may be Ash's partner in the future." Charles was stunned. Ash chose Nidora as her partner? This is simply incredible. What is Nidora? But he immediately thought that with his superb medicine technology, he might really be a big figure in the future, but he is just a pharmacist. Charles said goodbye quickly. Dairylight had a rare break today, and was admiring the flowers in the backyard. While admiring the flowers, he was thinking about something in his mind. After a while, he turned around and looked at the entrance of the garden. Robert came in slowly from the entrance. Dairylight waved to him, and Robert came slowly. "How is it, did Charles go?" Robert nodded and said, "He went, but with Charles's temper, I'm afraid it's not easy to talk to Dole." Dairylight nodded, "That kid is a bit arrogant. A 30-year-old level 6 warrior is enough to be proud of in the entire Northwest region. Unfortunately, he is not a wizard after all. There are still a few wizards in the family." Robert nodded, "Ash is a pretty good girl, but it's a pity that she is a daughter after all." Derold nodded, "Forget about it. Since Charles has gone, let Ophir go too, and take back the mental potion to shorten the threshold from level 5 to level 6 as much as possible. The family needs a level 6 wizard now." Robert nodded, "I will tell Dennis, brother. Dole has become a force to be reckoned with. But isn't it too early to let them get in touch now? The Rhine family put their chips on an outsider too early, which will have a certain impact on the situation of the entire Wassenberg, which is actually not good." Derold shook his head, "It's not too early. Dole has become a force to be reckoned with now. Even the Assassin Guild, the Dark Guild, or those organizations that have conflicts with that kid don't dare to make a move now. With a level 6 wizard tower, a poisoner himself, and a mysterious corpse worm by his side. If he goes out now, he will be a giant figure. Robert was stunned. To be honest, if you calculate carefully, the chips Dole has are indeed a bit exaggerated. If it is a black wizard, it is actually a bit scary. Okay, I go right away, but after we have full contact with the other party, it may have an impact on the situation in Watzenberg. In order to prevent some people from jumping off the wall, should we do something? Daleulade shook his head and said, no need. Dole rejected some invitations and banquets, and concentrated on refining potions at home. Although a month has passed, he has no intention of going to the Apothecary Guild, nor even to the Glory Wizard Alliance to complain. Everything is based on his own development. The orders from the Orn family and the Rhine family have made him enough money, and he doesn't need to contact other people. 700,000 or 800,000 per hour. Even if you only refine for 10 hours a day, you can make the money in about a month. Of course, this also needs to exclude the value of the medicinal materials themselves. By the end of the year, the Wizard Tower can be almost started. Of course, this is an ideal plan without any accidents. When the Wizard Tower is promoted to level 7, he will have enough capital to expand the territory, lead a group of pharmacists, establish his own territory, and directly establish an elemental territory with the advantage of his meditation method. This is Dwelai's ultimate goal. The few little guys he bought now all practice elemental meditation, and they are making good progress. In the future, these will be his right-hand men. He plans to build a pure elemental cultivation holy land, with himself as the main one and others as assistants. Dwelai is refining potions with peace of mind, but the Pharmacist Guild can't sit still. The number of level 5 warriors and wizards in Watzenberg is the largest in the entire Northwest. There are only 2 suppliers, and the delivery is extremely slow. It is basically monopolized by the Orn family, the Marsha family, the Rhine family, and the Lank family. Few potions can flow into the market, which leads to the fact that level 5 wizards and level 5 warriors usually have no potions to improve their strength. Now that Delay Wizard has been promoted to level 7, the Pharmacist Guild does not handle the procedures. The level 5 professionals below have been arguing for a long time. Every day, a large number of people squat in the Pharmacist Guild when they have nothing to do, and they curse at any time. The people in the Pharmacist Guild have never seen such a scene. They are used to being high and mighty, and they are scolded every day. However, they dare not talk back when they encounter such a situation, because those who scold them are masters above level 5, the leaders of the professional world, and these people have bad tempers. If you piss them off, they will be blocked on the way home and beaten up, which is no joke. Time slowly passed 10 days, and the Pharmacist Guild was furious. In the professional world, the reputation of the Pharmacist Guild is now even bad. Several presidents and vice presidents worry every day about how to reverse this situation, but the only way is to train a few level 7 pharmacists. But the problem is, level 7 pharmacists can be trained just by saying so. Chapter 556. Outside the crater, a small convoy slowly drove from a distance. This convoy was very luxurious. All the carriages were very large, exquisite, and luxurious. You could tell at a glance that they were not ordinary. The camels driving the carriages were all strong and powerful, and they were extremely fast. If you look closely, the carriages seem to be on the ground, but they are actually half floating in the air. Occasionally touching the ground, the cloud-stepping beasts don't have to use any effort. There was no one escorting the convoy, and there was no one outside. Everyone was in the carriages. The carriages moved forward slowly, which looked very strange. The carriages soon arrived at the pass. The guarding officers saw these carriages and stopped them nervously. Soon, a token flew in front of them. Seeing the token, the officers immediately saluted and let them go without any hesitation. At this time, inside the Glory Wizard Guild, Puius raised his head, his eyes penetrated the Wizard Tower and looked outside. The envoys of the Imperial Glory Guild have finally arrived. He stood up slowly and sent messages to all parties. Soon, Puius and the top leaders of the Wassenberg Honor Wizard Alliance stood outside the Wizard Towers. The convoy slowly drove over, arrived outside the Wizard Towers, and slowly stopped. At this time, all the carriage doors were opened, and 10 people came down. They were elegant, gentlemanly, and powerful. When the wizards of Wassenberg saw this, they unconsciously compared themselves, and found that they were really bumpkins, and for a moment, they were a level lower than others. Seeing the people coming down, Puius, Alan, and others were shocked. Why did the third prince come? The leader was a middle-aged man, who was very powerful, and even more powerful than Puius. Behind him was the third prince, who was famous in the imperial capital. The third prince is the most powerful contender for the throne. At a young age, he already owns several caravans, and has countless talented people under his command. Puyusi and Alan looked at each other, and exchanged glances. Puyusi stepped forward, bowed slightly, and then smiled. "Hello, Lord Augustus. I didn't expect you to come in person." Augustus looks young, but his voice is indeed a little old. He is wearing a gorgeous wizard robe, which makes him look very noble and calm. He smiled slowly. "I have to come. This journey is not very peaceful, and it is too far. The safety of the third prince cannot be guaranteed. Anyway, it's just a formality. I don't have much to do, so I came." He turned his head and looked at Alan without waiting for Puyusi to ask, "Is this Alan?" Alan stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said, "Hello, Lord Augustus, I am Alan." Augustus nodded. Puyusi nodded to the third prince at this time. Speaking of which, although the third prince has a very noble status, he is not an emperor after all. He is just the third prince. As the president of the Honor Wizard Alliance, a nod is a sign of meaning. He doesn't even know why this guy is here now? But he has a guess that this guy may be related to Dole. His Rose Chamber of Commerce has a grudge against Dole, which is a well-known fact. The Northwest Rose Chamber of Commerce grew and developed with Dole's potions, but later it was greedy and abandoned by Dole, and the two families had a conflict. This is something that everyone who knows Dole knows. Alan also nodded to the third prince at this time. The third prince saluted the two at this time. Facing two level 7 wizards, his status is the key point, but it is not the key point. He must respect them. These are the future of the empire. If he ascends to the throne in the future, he will rely on these wizards above level 7 to help him consolidate his throne. It is okay to be humble. To be honest, if he didn't ascend to the throne, his status would be even worse than that of a level 6 wizard. The third prince was thinking a lot at this time. Augustus saw Alan, observed him carefully, and said, "Your strength is stable, your mental power is stable. It seems that Alan, you are really at level 7, and you have no damage, which is rare. After this investigation, this place belongs to you. I heard that you were injured before, and then you got better, right?" Alan nodded. This is a well-known thing, but he thought at this time that Augustus and the third prince were together, and it was indeed related to Dole. I'm afraid he was looking for trouble. So he couldn't help but worry between his eyebrows. Augustus laughed and said, "We have already learned about it in the imperial capital, and some people even asked for medicine here." Augustus didn't mean to hide it at all. There are 4 level 6 in the imperial capital. They have restored their original strength through the same method as you, but they are old and their potential is exhausted. They don't have your luck. Alan was stunned and thought to himself that he didn't know that Dole had already put out so many potions. He hurriedly said, "This is all thanks to that pharmacist. In those years, I was living a life worse than death, stuck at level 6. The past is too painful to look back on." The third prince smiled and said, "Lord Alan, you don't have to be like this. Now that you have been promoted to level 7, the haze of the past has been swept away, and you are about to take charge of the Wassenberg Honor Wizard Alliance. You should be happy." Alan nodded. "Well, let's not talk about it. It's all in the past." Puyusi looked at Augustus and the third prince, and his heart was full of questions. Did these two people come for Dole or for himself? It seems that he has to test them. Everyone is tired from the journey, so let's go in and rest. You didn't even mention building a wizard tower, and it's really hard to come here by carriage. Augustus felt that he had a strong aura, but his face froze at this time. It's not so easy to borrow a wizard tower. The 3rd floor is not suitable for traveling, and who will lend you the 12th floor? Although he is a senior executive of the Glory Wizard Alliance, there are so many senior executives. Who is he? Puyusi smiled faintly and said, "Please come up, I will arrange accommodation for you." The arrival of the investigation team was very low-key, and caused almost no waves. No one greeted them at the city gate. Most people just thought that the rich man came to Watzenberg for tourism. But when the investigation team entered the Glory Wizard Tower group, almost all large, medium and small forces knew that the investigation team was here. For a time, the whole Watzenberg became lively. Of course, this is limited to various forces and families. Soon, almost everyone was asking about the investigation team, without exception. At this time, the investigation team moved into Tower Number 3, the same tower as Alan. The content of this investigation is Puyusi, and at the same time, it is also an investigation of Alan. By the way, the specific situation of the entire Watzenberg Honor Wizard Alliance is understood, with some audit requirements. The Northwest State has developed well in recent years. It attacked the Southwest Highlands and expanded the territory of the Empire. Although a lot of people were sacrificed, land is the most important thing in the empire. The investigation team was tired from the journey, and soon entered Tower Number 3 to rest. No one came out again. Dole was doing an experiment, and there was a knock on the door outside. Dole was a little impatient. He turned his head, took a look, and then was stunned. There are actually many people who can enter this wizard tower. Dole gave a lot of permissions to go out, most of which were in the form of tokens, but not many people can come in here. He had a headache from doing experiments just now, and his expression suddenly changed when he saw it. Chapter 557. Why is Alan's disciple here? Is there something wrong? Just send a message directly. Dole paused the experiment, walked out, and opened the door. The man saluted Dole and said, "The teacher asked me to come and tell you that the investigation team is here. Among them is the third prince. He should come to see you, and then asked me to bring back a box of potions, the magic affinity potion. The 7th level magic affinity potion was just made by Dole. No one knows about it yet, only Alan knows about it." Dole nodded and said, "Thank you, Ava." Ava smiled faintly. "You're welcome. It's my honor to help Dole's pharmacist." Dole nodded, then turned around, and a box flew over from the table in the distance and landed in his hands. "Hand the box to Ava." Ava took it in his hand, feeling deeply moved. It had only been a short time since Dole came here, but he had already been promoted from a 5th level pharmacist to a 7th level master. It was just like cheating. He was a small wizard who was manipulated by others before, but now he has become a big man who can influence the overall situation. "Then, I won't disturb you from doing the experiment." Through the gap in the door, he saw that Dole's table was full of various reagents, bottles and jars, and various test benches. The magic circle was still open, and it was obvious that he was still doing experiments. If he stopped, he would lose many gold coins. What a sin. With a slight bow, he turned and left. Dole returned to the test bench and frowned when he saw the various instruments and magic circle experimental data on the table. In just a few words, the medicinal power of 12 kinds of medicinal materials had lost its effect and had to be refined again. This cost nearly 2,000 or 3,000 gold coins. However, he was not too angry, but poured out the 12 potions and started again. Soon, as expected, the potion was not made this time. He wrote down the experimental data and started to make it again. As for the matter of the third prince, he took it to heart, but he didn't take it to heart. Now his task is to come up with the alchemical formulas of various potions. In addition, some poison formulas are also carried out in another laboratory with clones. He knows that what maintains one's own power is never something that can be sold, but a power that can deter. At present, the only thing he can deter is the wizard tower and various poisons. Among pharmacists, the number of poisons that can be made at level 7 is actually very small. Basically, they are poisons that they have studied by themselves, and there is no formula at all. Moreover, most poisonists will not give the formula to others, which will be taken into the coffin. Dole has many poison formulas in his hands, and he also has a lot of poisonous medicinal materials on hand, and he is also capable of studying. However, the direction of his research is large-scale lethal poison, not key breakthrough type. He does not need to give it to anyone, but can cause large-scale lethality. Now the forces he offends are all big forces, so he has to be on guard. The old poisoner asked him to refine a kind of poison before, and he had already memorized it. That poison was too vicious, so he only prepared 10 for himself, but he planned to refine other poisons based on the characteristics of this poison. However, Dole figured it out later. Poison is poison. It is made for the purpose of poisoning people. What is vicious or not vicious? Diffusion and lethality, this is the purpose of his research on poison. However, he does not plan to make the poison he developed public, just for his own use. No matter who deals with him, he must have the courage to accept his backlash in the future. The Honorable Wizard Alliance quickly issued an order that no outsiders were allowed to stay near the wizard towers except for those who had business and business dealings. Then another order was issued that the investigation team would conduct relevant investigations on all industries in the entire Honorable Wizard Alliance, and all wizards and all official forces would fully cooperate with the investigation. The official organizations represented a wide range of areas, such as major guilds, several colleges, and relatively outstanding official authorized organizations. The natural forces in the pharmacist organization are of this type. The Honorable Wizard Alliance was even too lazy to hold a meeting notice, and only issued such a notice. Watzenberg is located in the northwest, and most of the places are occupied by monsters. The conditions are actually very poor. It is actually very good that the Honorable Wizard Alliance can operate like this. This time they came just to make a show, and then transferred Pueus back to the imperial capital. Watzenberg was boiling immediately. Soon, the official announced the list of people coming this time, as well as their appearance, and all organizations and forces must receive them, etc. The power of Watzenberg is actually divided into two parts. One is the official power, the other is the noble power. The civilian power is very small, and the main direction of the investigation is these two. Needless to say, the official power is a savior, and the noble power is in a dilemma at this time. If Pueus is allowed to leave, Alan will definitely take over. The relationship between Alan and Dole is known to the world. As long as he takes office, anyone who wants to target Dole in the future will be named by the Honor Wizard Alliance. If Pueus is not allowed to leave, he will definitely be hit by the Honor Wizard Alliance, and it will be absolutely merciless. In addition to the Rhine family, other nobles have urgently discussed countermeasures at this time. The Marcia family and the Lang family have even communicated privately how to deal with this matter. On the surface, this matter is the internal matter of the Glory Wizard Alliance, but in the Glory Empire, almost 100% of the warriors are members of the Glory Alliance. The internal affairs of the Glory Wizard Alliance are the affairs of all wizards and nobles. Inside the Wizard Tower group, Dax stood worriedly at the door of his teacher's Wizard Tower, looking at Tower number 3, and then looking at Dole's Chris Wizard Tower. He felt very uncomfortable. The power of the Seekling family was at most ranked in the middle. After the Battle of the Southwest Highlands, the family's status was barely improved a little. Now it seems that the happiness will not last long, and now it has to face another variable. Everyone knows that Dole is not easy to mess with, but the other party has never cared about them, which also made Dax slowly relieved. This matter still depends on the Lang family and the Masia family. The variables of the Glory Wizard Alliance are not only the balance between the high-level forces of the entire Wassenberg, but also their game. Ordinary nobles, like them, are just knives in the hands of others. For example, he now has a task to closely monitor Dole's movements and pay attention to any information from the Tower of Babel at any time. Dole has always been very low-key, so low-key that people seem to feel that he is not the leader of a school. Although he did not establish a school, this is just an appearance. The pharmacists of the Chris Wizard Tower have long regarded themselves as a school. From morning to night every day, there is a constant stream of people at the door. The Chris Wizard Tower has long surpassed the power of nature, and has been promoted to the second largest pharmacy organization under the Pharmacists Guild. In addition to the people of the Lang and Masia families, almost all high-level mercenaries and high-level adventurers have to buy potions here. The quality is good, and the price is good. Unless the other party is a fool, they will not choose here. Chapter 558. Chris Wizard Tower has become a holy place for pharmacists in Watzenberg, and a large number of pharmacists apply to join every day. What worries Dak is that the useless brothers in the family have offended Dole, which is simply asking for death, and also implicates the family. He is a puppet. After observing for a while, he released a mechanical bug, which landed silently on the eaves of the Wizard Tower above his head, and then walked back to the Wizard Tower. The arrival of the investigation team is undoubtedly a heavy bomb, but the investigation team did not start directly, but rested for 2 days. It was on the 3rd day that the investigation began. The first investigation was the Adventurers Guild. They divided several groups of people, and tested the Adventurers Guild in different ways. There were a total of 30 people in the convoy, and this part of the people who went out to investigate accounted for more than half, and there were more than a dozen people staying in the Wizard Tower. All organizations and forces were honest at this time, and did not dare to act rashly, for fear that the investigation team would investigate them. In a house of the Starry Sky School, Dak suddenly woke up, and his heart was shocked, because at this time 2 people walked out of the number 3 Wizard Tower, and came to the door of the Babel Wizard Tower under the guidance of others. Although the Babel Wizard Tower is huge, as an octagonal Wizard Tower, there are only 2 people in it, Dole and Ash. Except for the people from the Chris Wizard Tower and Dole's friends, basically no one goes in. So 2 strangers standing at the door of the Babel Tower can easily guess each other's identity. In addition to the other party's clothes and momentum, it is easy to judge who has gone there. The 3rd prince in the team, Dak, was shocked. He saw that the 2 men were standing at the door, seemingly communicating with the Wizard Tower. In a moment, the door of the Wizard Tower opened, and the 2 men walked in. He noticed that the 2 men looked relaxed, and did not seem to be looking for trouble. Dak saw this information, and hurriedly sent messages to all directions. The 3rd prince, who had a conflict with Dole, had contacted the other party. Alan opened his eyes, looked at the disciples in front of him, frowned and said, "The third prince went to find Dole, so fast?" In front of him, Ava nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, teacher. Do you want to go and see?" Alan's expression became uncertain. The investigation team rested for 2 days and did nothing, not even going out to collect information, but they knew that the investigation team must have their own way to collect information. Just after the investigation, the third prince couldn't wait to go straight to Dole. It seems that something really happened. It's not that he cares about Dole, he is afraid that the third prince will have a conflict with Dole. If Dole is annoyed, it is normal for him to kill the third prince in a rage and then flee. Dole now has a level 6 wizard tower. The world is so big that it is no longer limited to a glory empire. I hope the third prince will not do stupid things. He thought for a while and said, "Don't worry, wait a minute, maybe it's just a business behavior, I will ask later." In addition, does the leader know? Ava nodded, he should have known it. Lord Puius has been very busy these days, and has been coordinating the affairs of various guilds. I'm afraid he has no time to take care of this. Alan nodded and said, "Yeah, I see. The 11th floor of the Tower of Babel." Dole dressed himself neatly. After all, he was going to face a prince, not some random person. He had waited for 3 days, and this person finally came. He opened the door to the 11th floor and let the third prince in. The two met officially for the first time. But when Dole saw the person next to the third prince, he was a little surprised. It turned out to be Magtan, the person in charge of the Rose Chamber of Commerce in what city. Dole was just confused for a moment, then smiled and spoke first, "Meet the third prince, Brother Magtan." The third prince was elegant and extraordinary, with a strong aura and a natural demeanor. But when he saw Dole, he was still a little surprised. He was too young and his aura was too strong. At this age, he was comparable to those monsters in the imperial capital. Is this a pharmacist? No wonder he is not afraid of threats at all. With such talent and strength, why should he be afraid? He should be afraid of others. The third prince was observing Dole, so he didn't speak. Magtan looked at Dole and said with a guilty conscience, "Brother, there's no need to say anything. Just call me by my name. You are a distinguished pharmacist master." "Haha, it's a bit presumptuous of me to come here this time, but I do have something to discuss." Dole nodded and continued to look at the third prince. He didn't know what he was thinking. As a royal noble, this man was indeed extraordinary and dignified. Compared with himself, the other party was indeed a lot higher, and he was immediately compared to him, but Dole didn't feel inferior. If it came to strength, in the wizard tower, no matter what level you were, as long as you were not level 7, he could kill you with a flip of his hand. Based on the strong and equal strength, he was not afraid of the other party at all. The third prince had observed enough at this time. The momentum of Dole kept changing, and finally slowly became solid. He knew that the other party was facing him, his will was constantly condensed, and his momentum was slowly rising. The other party was not afraid of him. At this time, he suddenly spoke in a low voice, "Wizard Dole, although this is the first time we meet, we have cooperated for a long time, so we are not strangers, so I won't keep you in suspense. This time, I came here to ask you to do something." Dole looked at the third prince and said in a flat tone, "Third prince, you are polite. I am a businessman now. I will talk about business. I won't say more about the past. It hurts feelings." The third prince frowned. In the past few years, Dole had long given up the transaction with the Rose Chamber of Commerce, and the two families had no contact for a long time. He once excluded the two brothers Andrew and messed up things. Now the other party is willing to see him, because of his identity. He thought for a moment and said, "Since we are talking about business, I want to make a deal with you. Is it okay?" Dole nodded, "Please tell me. I am still very interested in profitable business." The third prince breathed a sigh of relief. The other party did not refuse. This was a good thing. So he spoke directly. "The Empire has fought several wars in recent years. There are many injured wizards and warriors. I see it with my eyes, and I am anxious in my heart. Therefore, I have tried my best to get some branches of the Tree of Life. I want you to refine that kind of potion." Dole blinked his eyes. The other party has branches of the World Tree, and wants to make a super vitality potion. This is big news. You know, since the last transaction with that person, no one has asked him to refine a super vitality potion. He realized how difficult it was for Carl to get that short branch of the Tree of Life. Carl must have his own secrets. Dole thought of this and looked up to the third prince. With the super vitality potion, this guy would definitely be able to attract many level 6 experts to serve him. Whether it was warriors or wizards, the third prince's power would definitely increase greatly. No, I can't let him feel so comfortable for the time being. He looked at the other party, and said in a deep voice, the original name of that potion is Super Vitality Potion. In addition to the branches containing powerful vitality, other special materials are also required. I don't have any for the experiment at hand. I'm sorry. The third prince looked at Dual Eye, his mouth twitching slightly. He knew that the other party would definitely not refine it for him so easily, but he didn't expect the rejection to be so straightforward. Chapter 559. The other party must have figured out what he wanted these potions for. Dealing with smart people is so annoying. The third prince thought for a moment and said, Wizard Dole, don't worry. As for other medicinal materials, just tell me and I ask someone to do it. In addition, I can also help you with some other things, such as the matters of the Pharmacist Guild, the matters of the Marsha family, and the Lank family, and for example, for a bottle of potion, I pay 20 million, and even the raw materials will be provided by me. You just need to refine it. Dole smiled. Oh, then tell me, what are you going to do? To be honest, it is really annoying that the Lank family and the Marsha families are hostile to him. They always use their relationships to trip him up, but it is not unbearable. In fact, it doesn't matter to him. The third prince looked at Dual Eye, looked at his face, frowned, and said, we can reach a settlement. I will ask them to apologize to you. He could see that Dual Eye didn't care about these families. Indeed, Dual Eye shouldn't care. He was a poison master, and the owner of the Xian Corpse worm. Unless the other party had a level 7 to suppress him directly, he could destroy these so-called high-level families. Dual Eye shook his head. If that's the case, there's no need. He's just a clown. He didn't belong here in the first place. He should leave sooner or later. Now they are asked to bow their heads and apologize. It was just ordinary hostility. After the apology, it became a deadly feud. The third prince's mouth twitched. How can such a person with no desires and no demands be made to do what he wants? He is obviously making things difficult for himself. But it happened that only he could make that kind of potion. He thought about what the other party would need, which should be related to strength. The other party is now level 5. It is said that he practices meditation related to storms. He also has a girlfriend who is from the Rhine family and practices the meditation method of the ice and snow goddess. Thinking of this, he knew that he was going to bleed a lot, so he looked solemn and slowly said, let's do this. I know you want to embarrass me for the past. I admit that those things were all my fault. As long as you are willing to help me refine, I am willing to pay the 8th level treasure Storm Heart and Xuan Heart. In addition, other conditions remain unchanged. Dole was stunned when he heard this. He raised his head and looked at the third prince seriously, thinking inexplicably. This time he was really moved. The other party actually had such a good thing. Storm Heart and Xuan Heart were the core things of Dole and Aishi's meditation method. As long as you have one, you can save decades of time in practice. This is definitely not a boast, it really saves decades of time. The Heart of Storm is the core of the storm spirit, the condensed product of a dead storm spirit, and it is a priceless treasure. Although not many people can use it, the essence of this thing is a real level 8 storm core. As for the Heart of Mysterious Frost, let's not talk about it. Dole had already learned about it from Ash. However, these two things are natural treasures, both of which are spiritual materials above level 8. With such a high price, he doesn't believe that the other party has them. He thought about it, and said indifferently, I heard that the imperial capital has gathered all the resources of the entire empire. I didn't believe it at first, but what you said made me believe it. However, I can hardly imagine that you can come up with these things. To put it bluntly, he was just a third prince. He couldn't deny that there was such a thing in the imperial treasury, but he didn't believe that the other party had it. The third prince breathed a sigh of relief, and the other party was relieved. As long as the other party could help him refine it, what was the treasure of heaven and earth? Compared with the throne, it was a drizzle. He immediately said, as long as I can get it, will you help me refine the potion? This time, he didn't even call himself the king. Dole thought about it. Since the other party was so sincere, he didn't need to embarrass the other party. So he nodded. He wanted to see if this guy was really sincere. The third prince was completely relieved and said, okay, I ask someone to handle it right away. In addition, I apologize to you on behalf of the Andrew brothers. I think we can have a good cooperative relationship in the future. Dole looked at the third prince. He looked sincere, and seemed to be talking to himself very seriously. Dole nodded and said, I am just a businessman, following the principles of a businessman. The third prince is too polite. In this world, the only thing that never changes is profit. The third prince looked at Dole, his mouth twitching slightly. Who would believe you? Are you a businessman? Uh-huh. But he knew that the other party's words were a reminder to him that he was a businessman and a wizard. Don't use the official set to deal with him. It's useless. He nodded and said, see you in a few days. After saying that, he turned around and left without any hesitation. As for Magtan next to him, he saluted Dole at this time, and then turned around and left. From beginning to end, he didn't have much chance to speak. Standing next to him, he was like a wooden stake. Dole's momentum was too strong now. Even if he stood with the third prince, his momentum was not inferior. This is the pride of a middle-high wizard. Dax sat in his room, staring at the door of the Tower of Babel. About 20 minutes later, the third prince and his partner came out again, almost wasting little time, and he was stunned. Did the negotiation fail? Or was the deal successful soon? What can be done in 20 minutes? There is not even time to talk. But he passed on the news. The Sikong family knew about it, and the Meja family naturally knew about it. After all, they had a good relationship with the Andrew brothers. As soon as the third prince left, Dole thought carefully for a while, and stood there for a long time without saying a word. There are no eternal enemies in this world. He didn't intend to refine potions for the third prince, but the Heart of Storm completely changed his concept. This thing is too important to himself and Ash, especially the Heart of Mysterious Frost, which cannot be found even in the entire Northwest. It is a real treasure of heaven and earth. With the Heart of Storm, he could save decades of time. In front of this thing, grudges are nothing. He laughed at himself. In front of powerful capital, he finally bowed his head, but the other party bowed his head more, so Dole was relieved. Neither family suffered a loss, and it was acceptable. At this moment, he felt the icy breath in the 10th floor gradually subsided, and Ash seemed to wake up. He was stunned for a moment. What was she waking up for? Not long after, Ash came up from downstairs, and came upstairs, and saw Dole looking at her. She came to Dole, and smiled slowly. Our family is ready to formally cooperate with you. Charles, the most outstanding genius of our Rhine family, and Orpheal, the most outstanding young genius of the wizard department, are ready to come. Dole looked at Ash, just hummed, looked at the other party, and smiled slowly. You are getting more and more beautiful. Ash was happy in her heart, but her expression did give Dole a blank look, slippery, not serious. Chapter 560. Dole smiled faintly. He stretched out his hand, touched Aishi's face, and gently stroked it. I am telling the truth. Since you were promoted to level 5, you have become more cheerful and relaxed, and naturally you look better. Ash blushed, slapped away Dole's improper hand, and said, what's the use of being beautiful? There are many people prettier than me. In this world, strength is the foundation. Ash's desire for strength is much greater than Dole's desire for strength. But living in Dole's wizard tower, after the speed of cultivation has increased, she is no longer so eager. Dole laughed. Without saying anything, he turned around and prepared to continue refining the potion. Seeing Dole like this, Ash pursed her lips. Let me tell you about my brother Charles. He is now a lieutenant general in the Iron Pioneer Corps. He is 30 years old, and a level 6 warrior. He has good talent, right? Dole stopped and turned around, a little surprised. He is so powerful. Those adventure group members in their 40s and 50s are generally only level 5. Ash nodded. She slowly walked behind Dole and said, he is a genius, but he also has the problem that geniuses have, which is arrogance. When he comes later, my father means that if he says something he shouldn't say, suppress him for a few days to make him remember it. Wessling is the commander of the Legion, in charge of the Legion, but he can't do anything about his nephew. So when Charles came back this time, Wessling gave Ash a task, which is to give this brother a good beating. Dole's mouth twitched. What if he didn't provoke me? Ash said, then there's nothing we can do. Dole nodded and said, okay, let's see later. Who is Orpheal? Why haven't I heard you mention him? Ash said, Orpheal is my third uncle's son, a magic genius. Although he is now level 5 like us, he is almost level 6. My third uncle is in charge of business. His family is rich, and he bought a lot of black ice for him to use. He is a bit lonely, and doesn't like to communicate with others. Dole raised his eyebrows. This is really different from others. So he nodded and said, then I understand. Let's wait for them to come. The Orn family and him have a huge trading volume. Recently, a steady stream of medicinal materials have been gathered from various places to Watsonburg and placed in the warehouse of the Tower of Babel. Just for the medicinal materials themselves, Dole has prepared thousands of copies. Refining them into finished potions will definitely have a huge impact on the market, but Dole doesn't want to practice them all at once. He is just hoarding medicinal materials, because they are useful now, and in the future. These herbs are actually best placed in the Chris Wizard Tower, which has more complete storage facilities and magic circles for alchemy and potions. But there are too many people in Chris, and Dole doesn't want anyone to intercept them. After thinking for a while, he sent a message. Not long after, Gideon, Tava, Canchel and Libesha came up from downstairs. Gideon and Rosa are the big and small managers of the Chris Wizard Tower, responsible for the coordination of the entire Wizard Tower. They have done well recently, and have become managers. His bodyguard Tava has gained some weight recently. Standing in front of Dole, the two of them felt somewhat restrained. Canchel and Libesha, who were the first to follow Dole, were actually relaxed at this time. For people walked in from outside, and came to the hall. Meet the master. The four of them saluted together. Dole looked at the four people and nodded. He glanced at the three of them, and was very satisfied with their progress in meditation. It seems that you have not slacked off, and have practiced well. I am very satisfied. As the first group of people to follow Dole, Libetha and others have long understood Dole's temper. At this time, they smiled and said, Master, what's the matter with calling us here? The Tower of Babel is very large, much larger than the Chris Wizard Tower. There are almost no facilities inside. It looks empty. Did they come to decorate it? Dole nodded and said, someone will come to visit in a while. Tava and Gideon will stand next to us. Libetha and Canchel will serve. That's it. Hearing this, the four were a little surprised. Lord Dole has been back from outside for so long, but he has never called them to come as waiters, not even Lord Allen. Could it be that some distinguished guest is coming? But this is not the time for them to think, so they nodded together. Dole went down to the 11th floor, and sat in the living room with Esh waiting. Not long after, someone knocked on the door downstairs, and Dole controlled the wizard formation to open the door. Charles raised his head, and looked at the wizard tower proudly, then suddenly shrank his head, and felt a sense of awe inexplicably in his heart. This level of wizard tower was successfully built by one person, which is a very exaggerated thing among wizards. You know, this wizard tower costs hundreds of millions of gold coins. Even for a big family, it takes decades of accumulation to build such a large-scale wizard tower. The other party did not come down to greet him. Although Charles was a little angry, he also knew why. In this wizard tower, the other party was a god. As long as the one who came was not level 7, the other party could suppress him with a flip of his hand. What's wrong with Charles, a level 6 warrior? Can he beat a wizard with an octagonal level 6 wizard tower? He can't beat 10 more. They will all be killed by witchcraft in a minute. He looked at Orpheal next to him, and did not go in directly. Instead, he slowly said, Orpheal, what do you think of this wizard tower? Orpheal looked at Charles with a solemn expression. This is my first time here. To be honest, I am still a little envious of the independent octagonal wizard tower. If it is in my hands, it will definitely play the greatest role. Behind Charles, a woman sneered, come on, brother Orpheal, it can play the greatest role in your hands, and it can also compare with the maker. Okay, Sister Ash is waiting. Orpheal was a little angry, and immediately scolded, Emily, don't be rude. Emily snorted, not afraid of him. Brother, stop playing around. Serious things are more important. If you have the ability, you can build one yourself. I'm afraid you can't even build 3 floors. Emily exposed him mercilessly. Ophir looked a little embarrassed. Let alone the 6th level wizard tower, he didn't even have the money to build the 1st level. All his money was used for cultivation. Emily is Ophir's biological sister, so when he was exposed by his own sister, Ophir didn't get angry at all. On the other hand, the others behind him just smiled, and didn't say anything at all. Ophir was a genius among the top 10 young people in the last session. He had excellent talents and abilities. He has always been the leader of the Rhine family. Except for his sister, almost no one around him dared to disobey him. Emily's talent is not bad either, just a little lower than Ophir, so the two siblings have been competing with each other. But Emily is just a daughter after all, and she is a little disadvantaged in resources, which is why she likes to confront Ophir. Chapter 561. Charles looked at the people behind him, and then at Orpheal, feeling inexplicably inferior. A wizard is a wizard, even if the warrior is a little stronger, but the social status is there. He coughed and said, then go in, Ash and the others are waiting. Orpheal nodded, and waved his hand, go in. Orpheal was actually anxious. After all, with the 5th level potion, he could advance faster, and the 6th level was just around the corner. Entering from the 1st floor, everyone saw the layout inside at a glance, and their eyebrows raised. It was very simple, with almost no layout, just an empty building, with nothing inside. The wooden floors and metal structures almost occupied the entire field of vision. But such a simple wizard tower, when standing inside, an inexplicable pressure arises spontaneously. The density of magic elements in the wizard tower soared rapidly. Standing inside, it was like standing in the best wizard tower in the family, or even better. Practicing here is definitely better than anywhere outside. The wizard sighed, wizard tower. However, this is someone else's wizard tower. Everyone had such an idea and was slightly jealous. Everyone just looked at each other and started to climb the stairs. From the first floor to the 9th floor, it was very empty, with nothing. There were empty rooms without even doors, as if it was an unfinished building project. When we reached the 10th floor, there were some decorations on the stairs. Obviously, the rumors were true. Ash had a whole floor, a large area of more than 40 rooms. These decorations were feminine, and were said to be arranged by her own hands. Seeing this, Orpheus couldn't help but feel a little jealous. No wonder Ash didn't go back to the family backyard now. He stayed in a room by himself. It's better to occupy a whole floor. The elements here are so abundant that they can almost be compared to the family's level 7 wizard tower. He really found a good target. If you don't come, you won't know that Dole is really full of wings. Orpheus and Charles looked at each other at this time, and a strange thought came to their minds. The other party should not be underestimated. Going up from the 10th floor is the 11th floor. Just at the stairs, a 15 or 16-year-old boy and a tower-like man stood at the door. At this time, the little boy bowed slightly and said generously, "My lords, please follow me." Orpheus, Charles and others were slightly surprised at this time, because this tower-like man was actually a level 6 warrior, and his aura was strong, even higher than Charles. Is this the slave Dole bought, this strength? Charles put away his contempt at this time, and his arrogant attitude lowered a little bit. Ofer looked at the little boy, stopped, thought for a while, and then said slowly, "You are Gideon, right?" "I guessed it right, this is Tava." Gideon looked at Ofer with some surprise. This genius of the Rhine family, who was high up in Wassenberg, actually knew him. He lowered his head slightly and smiled. "Yes, Lord Ofer, please follow me." Charles looked at Tava, this strong man from a small country in the northwest. Would he be his opponent? But judging from the other party's blood and chi, he was probably much stronger than himself. What did Dole mean by bringing such a person here to show off his power? Charles did not exchange a few polite words like Orpheus did. He was too lazy to pay attention to him. Today, he was going to meet Dole, not his men. Going past the door, he soon saw Dole's room. This floor was well decorated. There were many things around, but it could be seen that they were the work of his sister. Many of the precious decorations inside seemed to be made by their craftsmen. Now the elbow is starting to turn outward. Charles breathed a sigh of relief. A girl should not be kept at home. They quickly passed the empty hall on the 11th floor and came to Dole's living room. Entering the living room, the decoration here was a real aristocratic home, simple, capable, and full of aristocratic atmosphere. In fact, Orpheus knew that this person's title was higher than his own. He was only a second-level baron, and this person was already a first-level baron. Dole and Ash were talking. When they saw everyone coming in, they could tell who was who with a glance. Ash had just told him, and now he deepened his impression. After all, these people were the future pillars of the Rhine family, and the next generation of power holders. He looked at everyone with a professional smile. "Welcome everyone from the Rhine family, it's an honor." Ash glanced at Dole from the side and thought, this expression is too fake. Charles and Ofer glanced at Dole, and each bowed slightly. Ofer looked at Dole at this time. In fact, this was the first time they met. They had never met before. But when he saw Dole in person, he was shocked. This person's true strength is probably not much less than his own. The aura of Dole was hidden very deeply, but a faint threat could be felt. He had a majestic aura that enveloped all directions and encircled the entire wizard tower. The aura was so powerful that it was unimaginable. This person was probably more powerful than everyone imagined. So he was the first to speak with a smile. "Haha, it's an honor to meet Wizard Dole. As a genius, who was promoted to the master pharmacist level at the age of 25 or 26, we dare not show off in front of you." Ofer was sincere. Dole's efforts were seen by everyone. He was so outstanding that even Uncle Westling could not refuse. Originally, Ash was selected as a genius of the Lank family. Now compared with Dole, he is just a scum who relies on his family. Now the meaning of scum also includes himself and Charles next to him. Dole's expression did not change. "You are joking. You two are the real leaders of Wetzenberg." "Ofer, I heard that you have practiced the ice and snow goddess meditation to the 8th level? Ofer nodded. Yes, only one step away from the 9th level, and promoted to the 6th level, but this step is difficult to cross. There is no room for improvement in meditation above the 9th level. The so-called level and grade depend on the degree of personal comprehension of the rules of the world. Therefore, any 7th level wizard can beat any wizard below the 7th level, but the gap between the 7th and 8th levels is not too obvious, and the way of fighting power is also very different. The strong ones are ridiculously strong, and the weak ones are ridiculously weak. Dole nodded to show that he understood. Ofer's meditation method is the same as Ash's, both of which are the ice and snow goddess meditation method. In Ofer, Dole can feel a deeper level of deep cold, and the domain condensation is indeed much more refined than Ash's. This person is indeed a genius. As for the other one, Charles, Dole didn't really care about him. He was a warrior. Although he was strong in close combat, he had to be able to get close. Dole's current combat range was about 10 kilometers. He could bombard him from 10 kilometers away, not to mention the wizard tower, which could suppress him in minutes. What's wrong with level 6? Level 6 is just a warrior. Dole chatted with Ofer and deliberately didn't talk to Charles. Charles also saw it at this time. Dole didn't seem to look at him at all, and he was a little depressed. Chapter 562. Charles also wanted to save face. His face darkened. He took advantage of the gap between the two people's conversation and said loudly, Wizard Dole, we are here to take away our respective potions. The Legion has ordered some strength potions, agility potions, energy potions, etc. from you. I wonder how much stock you have here. Dole glanced at him at this time, and then smiled faintly. Don't worry, sit down first. I have cultivated fruits here for you to try. There are no fruits outside. Last time, I went to Nightmare Canyon with Lord Allen, I picked some from there. Hearing this, Ofer and the people behind him suddenly brightened up. The things in Nightmare Canyon, they must try them. Behind Orpheal, Emily was standing quietly, looking at Dory and looking around, just like the other sisters. When she heard this, she couldn't stand still. She quickly ran to Ash's side, pulled her arm, and said coquettishly, You have such a good thing, but you didn't call me. You are not a good sister. Emily is a little older than Ash, but she looks a little younger than Ash. When she came over, the two of them looked like two sisters, which made people dizzy. Emily is also a great beauty, with clean skin without any flaws. She inherited the excellent genes of the Rhine family, and with her tall figure, she is simply impeccable. Ash rolled her eyes at him. Sister Emily, you are good at coquetry. Emily shook her arm in a very funny way, as if she was really coquettish. Dory just glanced at her, and turned her attention back to Orpheal. Please. Ofer nodded. He realized that Dole had been talking to him all the time, as if he was deliberately ignoring Charles. He thought to himself, Charles, you are asking for trouble. You were so arrogant downstairs just now. People probably saw you and ignored you. What else can you do in this wizard tower? He likes to see Charles being humiliated. He felt a little happy in his heart, and became more and more satisfied with this future brother-in-law. At this time, Charles was not only dissatisfied, but extremely dissatisfied. He had no place to vent his anger. And the people behind him also saw some signs at this time. Dole invited them, and they immediately followed suit and sat on the stools. At this time, the living room was filled with various fruits and food, all of which were various magical products, fruits, nuts, and looked sweet and delicious. But that was all. There was no wine or drinks, only fruits. Canchel and Libetia were waiting by the side. Charles took a deep breath and looked at Dole, who was busy beside him. He was so angry that he couldn't get out of his breath. He now seriously suspected that someone had said something. He looked at Ash and winked at him, asking what it meant. Ash glanced at him and rolled her eyes. He didn't have a good impression of his cousin. He used to look up to her and gave her a cold look. Now he came to ask for help, so he had to teach him a lesson. What's wrong with level 6? This is my wizard tower. When everyone sat down, the atmosphere became a little subtle. Ofer and Emily also noticed this at this time. They didn't care about it. Under Ash's warm hospitality, they sat down and started eating and drinking. After just one bite, Emily exclaimed that it was so delicious, so she started talking to Ashley about it. Although Ofer was a little reserved, his eyes lit up, and so were the others, who ate and drank silently. Charles saw this situation, and there was a little more subtle feeling in his heart. What did this mean? Did Ashley want to target him? He didn't think that Dole wanted to target him, because the two had never known each other. He and Ofer were both from the Rhine family, so there was no need to target only him and not Ofer. At this time, behind him, a man poked his shoulder and suddenly whispered, "Brother, is he targeting our soldiers?" Charles was also shrewd. He shook his head slightly, signaling the man not to speak, and smiled at Dole, saying, "Then we won't be polite. High-element fruits are very useful for our soldiers." "Thank you this time." Although Charles was a little arrogant, he was not stupid. He obviously felt that there was a conspiracy, and didn't want to be fooled, so he called his cousins to start eating. I have to say that this fruit is really delicious, sweet and sour. When you take a bite, you can taste the strong taste of magic elements. You feel that your whole body is full of strength. One fruit is actually equivalent to half a month of practice. Charles's eyes lit up. This is comparable to a potion. Others also noticed this at this time, and took it up to eat silently. No one was reserved. Dole saw this and thought to himself, these people are really rude. These fruits are naturally not brought out from the nightmare forest, but cultivated at ordinary times. They are born with a strong concentration of magic elements inside the wizard tower. Although the fruits are not very good, they contain more energy. Eating them in one bite can give people a sense of both spiritual and physical satisfaction. After exchanging a glance with Ash, he knew that the real show was about to begin, so he coughed and said in a pretentious manner, "Before you came, the Ryan family did not talk to me about the potion. They sent you here to discuss this matter specifically. Let's talk now. So, let's start with the wizards." Ofer heard this, and swallowed the nut in his mouth, elegantly put down half of the fruit in his hand, and corrected his mentality. "I talk to you on behalf of our family. Our requirements are mental power potions and magic potions, these two types, and I heard that you only have these two potions at present." Dole nodded. The time to be promoted to level 7 is a bit short. There are only these two types of wizards at present. In half a month, the mental active potion should be available. Ofer nodded and said, "According to the family's intention, we will purchase these two medicinal materials at the market price. As for the quantity, it depends on how much you have here. Our family's idea is to take as much as you have." Dole looked at Ofer, and was a little surprised. Good guy, this appetite is really big. He weighed the pros and cons for a while, then shook his head. "I don't have a level 7 pharmacist certificate now. I can only sell these two potions to you secretly, avoiding the sight of the pharmacist union. The Orn family is my supplier, and they have the same requirements. So, I have to provide them with a part, and I'm afraid I can't give you all. Besides, Ash and I also need a large part for ourselves." Hearing this, Orpheus understood. Emily looked at Ash and said in a sullen tone, "No wonder you practice so fast. It turns out that you can take medicine every day." Ash smiled bitterly. "That's impossible. It takes at least 5 days to completely refine a bottle of potion, and it takes a few more days to calm down the negative effects of drinking the potion. It's not that exaggerated." In front of her family, Ash was not pretentious at all, just like an ordinary girl. Everyone was a little stunned at this time. The blessing of the wizard tower, and the blessing of the potion, Ash's speed of improvement is far faster than theirs. Usually, they can only get one bottle of level 7 potion in more than 2 months, and the number is very small. Chapter 563. In the eyes of everyone, the wizarding world of Watzenberg has changed a lot in recent years. Dole suddenly appeared, and was promoted to a level 7 pharmacist. Almost all major forces are watching him. The potion is really too scarce. However, due to the relationship, only the Orn family and the Ryan family can contact Dole at present. Others are still working hard on Morris, Sano and others, hoping that they can be promoted to level 6 or even level 7 as soon as possible. Inside the Chris Wizard Tower, those few people are also fast. Several people have already touched the threshold of level 6, especially Morris, who is estimated to have been in the recent period. Dole thought about this matter very clearly, and he wanted to get the greatest benefit for it. As expected, Orpheus frowned, but he quickly expanded his skills and said, "I understand this. Then we can take the orders they don't need. The Orn family only has so many level 5 wizards, and the demand will not be higher than ours." Dole nodded and said, "Well, that's what I mean. Now let's talk about the price. As my supplier, the Orn family will pay them a 10% increase in the market price for their potions. How much do you think I should give you?" A 10% increase? Hearing this, the room became quiet. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Dole in disbelief. Then a few people kept looking at Ash. Why didn't they lower the price, but increased it by 10%? Ash looked at Orpheus at this time, shrugged like Dole, and said, "The quality is excellent and worth the price." The air suddenly condensed, and the hall was extremely quiet. Ofer frowned, Then we should see the quality? Dole nodded, turned around, and waved his hand. A cabinet in the room opened, and a cold and icy air came out of it. A sealed small box flew out of it, and slowly landed on the table. Dole snapped his fingers, and the box opened automatically, revealing the clear and bright blue potion inside. Ofer lowered his head and took a look at the potion, and his eyes suddenly raised. He understood that Dole's potion refining level was indeed above the other two people in Watzenberg. The potion was very clean, with almost no impurities, while other people's potions would have some impurities in them. Let alone a 10% increase. If the elders in the family saw it, even if it was a 20% increase, I guess someone would agree. But this is Ash's man after all, and a 20% increase is a bit too much. His daughter has already lost money, so it has to be cheaper. He touched his chin and said, "To be honest, these potions of yours are very tempting. I can't make the decision if the price increases by 10%. A bottle of potion increases by 10%, which is 77,000 gold coins. This is not a small amount. The elders didn't say so when they came." Dole nodded and said, "Don't worry, contact them now." He was naturally fearless. He looked at Charles at this time, and said in a deep voice, "The wizard side is different from the warrior side. The potion on the warrior side is of the same quality, but the price has increased by 20%. Charles was still struggling with that 10% in his mind. When he heard that the potion on the warrior side had increased by another 10%, he immediately couldn't sit still. He stood up and snorted loudly, shouting, "Dole, you are hoarding goods and deliberately making things difficult." Looking at Charles, who stood up, Dole's expression did not change, and he still smiled faintly. The number of level 5 warriors is much larger than that of wizards. The price increase is the general trend. I am just a businessman, and I naturally have to consider the interests. If you think it is expensive, you can give it up. He deliberately dragged out the tail of the last sentence. At this time, Orpheus and others seemed to understand something. Seeing this, even pigs knew that Dole was deliberately targeting Charles. Orpheus and Emily sat next to him, contacting the elders of the family, while watching the show quietly. Charles's eyes suddenly widened, and he said angrily, "Dole, you are blackmailing." Dole said, "How can it be called blackmail when the money is not in hand? Why did you stand up? Are you going to hit me? You?" Charles was furious. "If it weren't for my sister's face, I would definitely make you look bad today. 20% is out of the question, at most 10%, do you want to sell it?" Although he was furious, he had not forgotten the purpose of coming today, which was to take the potion back. Dole smiled and said, 10% is not good, it must be 20%, this is my bottom line. If you can't make the decision, why don't you go back and discuss it with Lord Westling? Westling is in charge of the Legion, and procurement is also under the jurisdiction of that place. Charles came out to purchase, naturally under the instruction of Westling. Of course, it was Westling's intention to give Charles a warning. As long as he was angered, made to lose his temper, and locked him up for a few days, Dole's mission would be completed. Charles had entered level 6 at a young age. He was usually in power, very arrogant, and his temper was not much better. This time, he came to trade with him to give him a warning and let him know that he was not the only genius in the world. Ash stood by, listening to the conversation between the two, smiling, but holding back his laughter in his heart. Charles said firmly, "No, there is no need to discuss this. 20% is definitely not okay. Dole, I think you are deliberately making things difficult for me." He was really angry, and he had no place to vent his anger, so he knocked on the table fiercely, and even said the next threatening words. Boom. Just as he was about to speak, he saw his hand soften, and a big hole was smashed into the hard table. The next moment, Charles was stunned. The table was broken by himself. Why was it so fragile? Oops, this table was not protected by a magic circle, it was just ordinary wood. The table fell down instantly, and the things on it fell to the ground. This situation also excited the others to stand up and look at Charles in surprise. Dole's face changed, becoming cold and gloomy. "Charles, what do you mean, are you provoking me?" Charles calmed down slightly, and when he heard Dole's words, his anger came out again, and his fighting spirit flowed, and his momentum surged wildly, as if he was draped over himself like a piece of armor, exuding powerful power. "I'm provoking you, but I don't even consider your status. Today's deal is only 10%, not a bit more." Dole looked at him, a little frightened. A level 6 warrior, with his own fighting spirit and understanding of the road ahead, was indeed very powerful. He just knocked down his half-damaged table with a light touch. This light touch must have a force of 1,000 kilograms. If it hit someone, it would be terrible. But Dole is not afraid of him, and his acting skills began to soar. His eyes turned cold, and a threatening breath arose spontaneously. He said coldly, "Let's not talk about the deal first. Let's talk about my table first. This table is made of top-grade hemlock wood, and the price itself is 50,000 gold coins. You must compensate for my table first, otherwise you can't take the potion away today. 50,000 gold coins, this is not a small amount." Hearing this number, Charles was immediately furious. "Dole, what do you mean? 2 words, pay money?" Both of them were immediately angry. "I think you just need to be taught a lesson, Dole. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because we're in your territory." Charles was about to take action when several people behind him immediately stepped forward and hugged him. "No, brother Charles, calm down." At this time, anyone could see that something was wrong. "You asked me to calm down, but how can I calm down? A broken table costs 50,000 gold coins, which is my salary for 2 years. Charles roared. Chapter 564. Ash curled her lips and hit him mercilessly. What a poor fellow. Her monthly income was more than 50,000 gold coins. Dole snorted coldly. 50,000 gold coins are not a small amount. Take this table out and ask those people if I am lying to you. This is a 1,000-year-old iron fur. He sneered and said that as long as Charles dared to take action, the room downstairs would be his holiday resort today. Charles was not affected by Dole's words, but he was affected by Ash's words. Poor fellow, is this describing him? His spending of 50,000 gold coins in 2 months is the highest level in the Legion, but he is still a poor fellow. He shouted angrily, and his body shook violently, shaking away the people behind him. He raised his hand, and the fighting spirit surged out of his body, turning into a giant palm, completely ignoring other people, and suddenly grabbed Dole's neck. At this distance, the warrior is the absolute nemesis of the mage. At this speed and distance, he is invincible. Come here, I don't believe you today, and I can't teach you a lesson. Charles was full of confidence, and didn't care about Duelai at all. He was just a casual mage, and didn't even have a legacy. Why would he fight with him? At this moment, his fighting spirit was still 1 meter away from Duelai. A strong pressure fell on him, as if a mountain fell from all directions, pressing on him, pressing on his head, and pressing on his fighting spirit, like a mountain. Charles paused, and the fighting spirit he sent out immediately turned around. He used all his strength to resist this pressure, and sweat immediately came out on his forehead. Under this pressure, he had no chance to deal with Duelai again. In front of him, Dole's hateful face showed sarcasm and ridicule. You are just a warrior, and you dare to act wildly in my place. You can't leave today, get down. Charles was stunned. What does it mean to go down? He was fighting against the power of the Wizard Tower with all his strength at this time. He was shocked and angry. Damn the Wizard Tower. If it weren't for the Wizard Tower, he would teach the other party a lesson in minutes. Damn it. At this moment, his eyes blurred, and the white light enveloped him, and he couldn't see anything. There was a slight emptiness under his feet. He felt as if he was suspended in the air. There was white light everywhere. He didn't know what was going on. He hurriedly took back his power, and covered his whole body. At this moment, the white light in front of him suddenly dispersed, and a dark room appeared in front of him. The room was very deserted, and there was nothing. He glanced around. There was nothing. It was a completely dark and empty room. Where is this? Before he could react, a stronger force enveloped him from all directions. This force was so strong that he could not resist it with his level 6 strength. Charles shouted angrily, and the strong fighting spirit trained on the battlefield burst out of his body. His strength increased without limit to resist this pressure. He stood up instantly, and was about to shout angrily. At this time, a stronger force fell on him, and the power of the fighting spirit that had just been generated collapsed. He was completely vulnerable. He struggled hard and shouted hard, wanting to leave here. At this time, he felt countless ropes extending from all directions, wrapped around his arms, legs, and neck. Charles struggled hard, but the force was too strong, far exceeding level 6. Charles was hanging in the air with his arms and legs spread out, and the ropes tightly controlled him, leaving him no resistance. At the same time, runes appeared out of thin air and fell on his body. Charles looked at the abnormality on his body with his eyes wide open, and felt his power fade away little by little under the power of these runes. His heart suddenly turned from anger to coldness. Is this the power of the Wizard Tower? Is this the power of the wizard? Damn it, I'm not done with you. 11th floor. Everyone looked at each other. Even the soldiers who came with Charles were confused at this time. Is the fight going to start now? Ofer and Emily were still watching the fun, and suddenly there was a flash of white light, and they disappeared. The soldiers looked at each other, and one of them walked out and said, "Wizard Dole, what's going on? Why do I think you are just looking for trouble for Charles?" Ash looked at the man and giggled. "Just looking for trouble. This is the task my father gave Dole, to teach Charles a lesson. He is too arrogant." The man was stunned and looked at the others. "Is it because of this?" Dole nodded, "Yes, just looking for trouble, and then locked him up for a few days, nothing else." The man breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Charles is usually a little arrogant. A few days ago, he had a quarrel with Deputy Captain Westling because of the use of troops." Everyone immediately understood that this was the source of the matter. This was a typical revenge. "If that's the case, then everything is fine? Shall we start the trade?" the man asked carefully. They were in great need of this batch of medicine. Dole nodded. "It's been agreed long ago. You can take him back later. Charles will stay here for a few days. Don't worry, he won't die." The warrior nodded and looked back, only to see that everyone was relieved. Although they were all level 5 warriors from the Rhine family, they really didn't dare to find fault with a genuine level 5 wizard. The leading level 6 masters were suppressed, let alone them. Ofer and Emily looked at each other, and had a new understanding of Dole's strength. With the wizard tower, this man is equivalent to a level 6 wizard. In this city, except for the level 7 masters hidden by the major forces, he is almost invincible. This guy is working so hard to make money, I'm afraid he wants to upgrade the wizard tower to level 7. Level 6 and level 7 are a very powerful watershed. Once the wizard tower is upgraded to level 7, no one in this city will dare to provoke this person. In the field of wizards, it can be said that money can make people. Uncle Westling is good at covering up for his daughter. Dole is indeed a little too powerful. Orpheus saw through this, so he smiled slowly and said, "Charles is indeed too arrogant, but due to his father's face, Uncle Westling can't beat him. It's just right to use your hands to discipline him, and let him know that this world is dangerous." Emily ate while thinking, "Yes, this society is too dangerous." Charles, such an arrogant person, fell into the trap without knowing it. The acting skills of these two people are really amazing. Without Charles, everyone talked happily. Dole also met the outstanding young people of the Rhine family, but for him, the important ones were only Orpheus, Emily, and Charles. The others were not worth mentioning, just to make them familiar. The Rhine family does have more geniuses than other families. Because of their blood relationship and their martial arts skills, these people are generally stronger than those from other families. Plus, many of them are very low-key, so I rarely hear about them. Only after meeting them did I realize that the Rhine family has so many masters. Chapter 565. In contrast, look at the Marcia family and the Lank family. They pushed out several masters just because they had several masters. This behavior itself is inferior. The chat was very pleasant. After about 2 hours, Dole took away all the remaining and newly refined potions from the transaction with the Orn family. Dole did not keep any of them, and Dole got a total of 10 million gold coins. This transaction amount seems to be large, but for the construction of the 7th level wizard tower, it can only be said to be a small accumulation. After they left, Ash also breathed a sigh of relief. In the family, each is independent and rarely interacts with each other. She did not expect so many people to come together. After sending people off, Ash said softly, "It seems that this is the intention of our family leader. They also recognize you." Dole looked at Ash. "What is there to recognize or not recognize? You do your best and I do my best. As long as the two of us work hard together and make progress together, when we have enough power, it doesn't matter who recognizes it." And I looked at Dole and thought to herself, "So he thought so." So she nodded. Indeed, what does it matter what other people think of you, as long as you do your best? Thinking of this, she became more determined on her path. She knew that Dole was more determined on his path than she was, so even if he usually made medicine and alchemy, his training speed was much faster than hers, because he had understood his heart and knew what he wanted and what he could do. He was very clear about his goals. Ash also needed to be clear about her goals, otherwise she would be pulled further and further away by Dole. Let's do our best together. Ash's eyes brightened. In the dark basement, Charles struggling hard, and still refused to give up under the pull of the energy rope. "Damn Dole, damn Ash, I will make you look good when I get out." He said the sentence unconsciously, his face twisted and flushed. That was because of anger. For so many years, whether in the family or in the army, he had never been treated like this. Angry, annoyed, angry, but there was no regret. At this moment, Dole's voice appeared in the space where he was with a strong meaning. "Charles, do you know where you are wrong? Charles heard the voice, calmed down, and snorted coldly, I was wrong for not catching you on the spot. Dole laughed, and the faint laughter filled the room, which was very weird. Hearing this voice, Charles's spirit was inexplicably affected, and his angry mood began to slowly calm down. The laughter was too weird and creepy. What was this guy going to do? Charles, you haven't figured out one thing yet. This is my wizard tower. Even if you put your hand on me, you can't hurt a hair on my body. This is a level 6 wizard tower, not your military camp. Your family also has a wizard tower. You should know what a wizard tower is. Why did I spend a huge amount of time and a huge amount of gold coins to build a wizard tower? Not for anything else, just for safety. Do you know what safety means? The wizard tower is the foundation of a wizard's life. With a wizard tower, a wizard is equivalent to having a legion, an omnipotent legion, with power everywhere, and various magic arrays are always open and bless the user. Compared with ordinary wizards, wizards with wizard towers don't need equipment at all. With just one wizard tower, they can sweep the world. After hearing this, Charles gradually calmed down and kept silent. Yes, this is someone else's wizard tower. Why should I compete with him? Damn it. After a long time, he snorted coldly and said, Why are you telling me this? Winners win, losers lose. I admit defeat. Dole snorted coldly, and his voice continued to ring loudly. From your expression and actions, I can see that you are not convinced. Charles was immediately angry. You are a small 5th level wizard. Why should I obey you? When I, Charles, was traveling all over the world, where were you? What are your achievements? Tell me, why should I obey you? He said the last sentence word by word, with an indescribable domineering and arrogance in it. Dole chuckled and said, You have participated in many battles, wiped out many monsters, and protected the people of the Glory Empire. I don't deny this, but remember, that is your duty, not your honor. If you are serious, you have killed a few monsters, and you have killed a few high-level monsters. Charles heard the meaning of Dole's words. He is a soldier, and soldiers should defend their country. Moreover, this platform also gives him enough convenience. He has been systematically trained to kill monsters, and he has enough time to face them. What is there to be proud of? But killing is killing, and this is honor. He snorted coldly and said, Thousands of them count. I have killed 2 of the same level. His words were full of pride. Among creatures of the same level, humans are the weakest. He can kill 2 level 6 monsters, which is definitely the best among the best. Dole said, Is it true? I take you to see something. Do you want to see it? Charles didn't say anything, but just snorted softly. Dole said nothing and moved a monster over. The room turned from dark to day, and it was clearly visible inside that it was an empty room. At this time, something was moved over. Charles saw it. This was a sea king, a sea snake, with a body of 60 meters long. The huge corpse was placed on the floor of the room, almost occupying the entire room. After the sea snake appeared, the oppressive feeling brought by the huge body stunned Charles. What is this thing? Is there such a big snake? He quickly realized that this thing is probably not simple. What level is it? What does Dole mean? His heart suddenly turned cold. Guess what this is? Charles had never seen a sea creature like this before, and his face gradually became unnatural. Snake. Dole snorted, You are really ignorant. This is called a sea monster, level 6. In addition, I have a lot of level 6 corpses here. Do you want to take a look? Charles was silent. At this time, he thought that if he could easily suppress himself, he might also be able to suppress other level 6 monsters. He might still be a little naive to show his outstanding achievements in front of him. This guy went out with Ash for more than 2 years. He was promoted from level 4 to level 5. The process was probably very difficult. I don't know how many monsters he killed. With the help of the wizard tower, his efficiency in killing monsters is many times higher than mine. I really underestimated this guy. After seeing the corpse of the sea monster, Charles realized how far the gap between him and the other party was. Although the other party used the wizard tower itself was refined by the other party. You killed a few level 6 monsters, and you become arrogant? You don't take others seriously? To be honest, I, Dole, admire you very much. Even though I have 2 level 6 wizard towers, I still keep my tail between my legs in this Watson castle. What right do you have to be so arrogant? Chapter 566. Dole struck Charles's heart with every word. Just because you are a genius of the Rhine family. Try it without the family? Where do you get the resources and skills? Without the family, you are nothing. Charles, are you still arrogant? Charles was silent. His expression changed from ferocious to struggling. Dole's words had completely broken his heart. After a long time, Charles did not say a word. His expression was unpredictable. Seeing this, Dole laughed and said, "It seems that you have figured it out. Open your mouth and give you something good." Charles muffled his mouth and closed it tightly. "I just don't accept your benefits." He thought so in his heart, but his body was not controlled by himself at all, and soon opened involuntarily. Charles felt insulted, but he was powerless to resist. There was nothing around him. It was dark, only he was bright, without a father, without a legion, and even without strength, people could do whatever they wanted to him. He felt ashamed. At this moment, his mouth felt cold, and something went into his throat. He was immediately terrified. What did he eat? Was it poison? It was said that Dole was a famous poisoner. Was he going to die? No, the family would not let him die. Just as he was thinking about it, the ropes on his body suddenly untied, and the runes on his body suddenly dissipated, and he was free. Just as he was wondering, a chill suddenly came out of his body, impacting his whole body. He felt something was wrong, and immediately sat down cross-legged and began to suppress the chill. In Dole's room, Ash sat next to Dole, watching him beat Charles, with a slight smile on her lips. My cousin must have been beaten badly this time. First he beat me, then he beat me again, and then he gave me a treat. Dole is really good at this. I guess my cousin will be much better this time. At least he will listen to what people say. Ash lowered his head, grabbed Dole's hand, and suddenly laughed. Dole's hands are not rough, but shiny and beautiful. Dole smiled faintly, that's for sure. I used the runes from the inner demon to shake his will and hit him hard. If he doesn't reflect on himself, he will be so stubborn. Lock him up for 2 more days, and then he can be released. Ash smiled. Cousin Charles is arrogant and stubborn. If you hit him this time, he will probably be more restrained. There are still many geniuses in the world. He can't let his temper run wild. Dole's mouth twitched. Uncle Westland has really worked hard for the family. Do you have the nerve to let me be the villain? Ash smiled. In a place like Wutzeburg, it only makes sense if you hit him. Dole didn't want to say these words to her. While checking Charles's condition, he patted his clothes and said, I will continue to make medicine. Charles is fine, just keep him hanging. It's not so important. Anyway, according to Uncle Westland, just hang him for a few days, and then release him. As for the other members of the Rhine family, Dole felt that they were okay. They did not have the so-called family arrogance or bad temper, and they were all easy to talk to. It's just that his knowledge is a little lacking, and he can't compare with Dole and Aishi. He has completely put aside the matter of the pharmacist certification, and will make money by refining medicine first, and then talk about it after this period of time. Anyway, he is not in a hurry to do this thing because of the recent matter of the Imperial Investigation Team. In front of Puyusi, an old man picked up the drink, took a sip gently, and then raised his eyebrows. This is a good idea. Is this made by the Wutzeburg Pharmacist Guild? Puyusi smiled faintly. No, this is made by an ordinary pharmacist. You should be able to figure out the reason. The old man nodded, just thought for a while, and said, well, ordinary potions are generally more expensive. A bottle of high-level potion costs 7 or 800 gold coins. After diluting it like this, the effect of a cup is not so good. Selling it for dozens of silver coins should be affordable for many people, and the market share will expand instead. Puyusi nodded and smiled. Well, this is made by a level 5 pharmacist. Now, he is already a level 7 pharmacist. The old man frowned and glanced at the drink in his hand. This thing has not been introduced to the imperial capital. It should be in the past few years. His medicine level has improved so quickly? Puyusi nodded and said, Lord Augustus, it is in the past few years. The child's talent as a pharmacist is unparalleled. He used to improve 1 level a year, and now he improves 1 level every 2 years. Now he can refine a 7th level potion. Augustus was a little surprised. In this bitter and cold northwest, there are such talents. That's good. In the imperial capital, such talents are rare. How old is he this year? He drank the drink in 1 gulp, and a burst of heat suddenly rose from his body, and he felt full of strength. Puyusi smiled faintly. He is only 26 years old this year. August was stunned, then his eyes became solemn. 26 years old? Are you sure? I am sure, and his wizard level has reached the level of level 5, and he has a level 6 wizard tower. August widened his eyes in disbelief. Is this from the Rhine family, or the Glory family? Generally speaking, such a genius is already considered a super genius. Even if placed in the imperial capital, it can be listed as a first-class genius. Above the first-class genius is the special genius. In his opinion, This Dole should be fully supported by that family with the wizard tower. Such a genius is already extraordinary. Puya shook his head. He is alone, not from any family. In addition, he is from the Northern Kingdom. August widened his eyes. He is alone? Didn't join any forces? No. That's impossible. Then where did his wizard tower come from? Don't say he earned money by himself. That's impossible, Augustus said firmly. Puya picked up the drink and smiled without saying anything. Master Augustus, guess why the third prince came here? Augustus's curiosity about Dole suddenly increased countless times. Could the third prince's coming here be related to this Dole? He thought of something. So he slowly opened his mouth and said in a deep voice, now that the emperor's reign has reached its limit, and he is about to abdicate, the third prince and the other three princes are one of the most powerful competitors. I can't think of it, but I am a little interested in this Dole. I can't figure out where the wizard tower came from. A level 6 wizard tower must have at least tens of millions of gold coins. Even if he is powerful, he can't eat without eating. It's impossible to earn enough by drinking and refining potions. At most it's 3 layers. Puya laughed. Super Vitality Potion, have you heard of it? August's eyes widened again, and the things that he couldn't figure out just now suddenly became clear. It turned out to be this thing. Could it be that this thing was made by this Dole? Then he suddenly understood that the third prince came here for this potion? Although Augustus was not a powerful figure in the Imperial Glory Wizard Union, he knew some news. The third prince spent a huge price, and got something from the Eternal Forest. Now it seems that it should be the branch of the elf tree. Chapter 567. If that potion was made by Dole, then his current achievements can be imagined. But this is also very impressive. A person has a level 6 wizard tower, and his personal strength has reached level 5. The most important thing is that he should not be more than 30 years old. He will definitely have a place in the future level 7. He looked at Puya and exclaimed sincerely, it seems that this Dole will definitely be a dominant figure in the future. He saved Alan. This Watson Castle will be his backyard in the future. This time, coming here to investigate is just a formality. Alan's history is clearer than anyone else. Even Alan's injury has a certain relationship with the General Assembly. Puya smiled lightly. According to what I know about Dole, he may not stay in this place in the future. He wants to have his own territory. According to the current development situation, he will leave within 2 years and open up his own territory. As for where it will be, it is still uncertain. Augustus blinked, a little puzzled. Dole's background determines everything. He is not from the Glory Empire, so he will not be recommended to the imperial capital. Here, his development is not bad. If he continues, relying on his own ability and the relationship with Alan, he will develop very well. However, if he wants to open up his own territory, the price will be very high. Strength, money, and relationships are all indispensable. This child is extraordinary. What Augustus doesn't understand is that Dole has a 7th level backer, and is not afraid of anything at all. Forget about Dole. I have also reported the situation of Watzenberg to you. That's it. There are no good people in the past few years. The next batch of people, who will go to the imperial capital for further studies, have been reported to the empire. Puya didn't really care about this. He just reminded Augustus that the third prince had big plans. Augustus nodded heavily and thought carefully. If the third prince does this, there might be hope. Should I get along well with him now? Once he succeeds, can I also take the opportunity to rise? This time, he came out under the banner of vacation, so he didn't care about anything and relied on these men to do the work. He and Puya drank drinks, ate fruits, and chatted here. But now it seems that the most unstable factor in the team is actually the third prince. Interesting, too interesting. He thought for a moment, raised his head and said to Puya, in recent years, the number of talents in the Northwest is indeed less than that in other states, but it is not small either. In the Northeast and Southwest, because of frequent wars with monsters, and in the Southeast and East, because of frequent wars with sea tribes, although there are endless masters, the high-end forces have never risen. You are still relatively good here. Puya naturally knew this truth, and he smiled. The number of level 5 under the age of 20, and level 6 under the age of 30, is still too small. Don't be greedy, the Dole and Ash you mentioned are quite good, both level 5, and can be included in the list. These were Puya's surprises. Then he shook his head, they won't go. With a wizard tower, they can't go anywhere faster than in the wizard tower. And there are only 2 of them in this wizard tower. Their training speed is faster than anyone else. Augustus's mouth twitched. Yes, the imperial capital has more wizard towers. They can enter the wizard towers at will to practice, and the speed is faster. If they have their own wizard towers, they probably won't look down on the wizard towers in the imperial capital. But wizard towers above level 7 are better than level 6 wizard towers. Puyusi took a sip of his drink and smiled without saying anything. Augustus thought, that kid is not preparing for the promotion to the 7th level wizard tower. The third prince is here, he must blackmail him. This matter must be discussed with the third prince to see what the situation is and whether he can help. Once the third prince gains power in the future, he can also follow him. The two are here, Alan, the wizards of the Marsha family, the wizards of the Lank family, and the wizards of the Orn family are all busy at this time. Although the Imperial investigation team came to investigate the Honor Wizard Alliance, in terms of the number of wizards, the number of wizards is naturally the largest in each family. Their power is interspersed in every corner of the Honor Wizard Alliance. At this time, they don't want to be caught by the upper handle. Although it's just a formality, if any problems are found, it will be a lot of fun. Especially the Marsha family and the Lank family, who have something to hide, are afraid of everyone. The envoys of the Empire don't care whether you are a local tycoon or not, they will only act according to the rules and regulations. At this time, the third prince, after coming out of the Dole Wizard Tower, has already stepped into the Rhine family. After coming out of the Honor family, he went straight to the Rhine family without stopping for a moment. As a royal family, he naturally wanted to visit these two families and express his feelings. His second mission this time was to win over the Rhine family and the person in power in the Northwest Province, Deruliad. As long as an agreement is reached, then this will be political capital in the future. He is actually very anxious now, because his father's term of office is about to end. If he doesn't seize the time, he will be pulled down by several brothers. At that time, he can only watch others ascend to the throne, and he can only become an ordinary royal family. He was unwilling to accept it. Dole didn't know this. After the investigation team entered Watzenberg, almost all the nobles here started to work on this matter. Many things didn't find their own heads, and it was rare to have a few days of peace. Refining medicine, practicing, refining medicine, practicing, about half a month passed in one breath, and time slowly came to November. October is the beginning of winter in the northwest. The city is still better. Except for the evergreen trees, the leaves on the surrounding mountains outside have fallen off. You can only see the withered and yellow scenery everywhere, and the world is bleak. Although the temperature has not dropped below zero, people on the street have begun to wear thicker clothes. Calculating the time, Gretel, Eugene, and Leona have been out for half a year. I miss them. I don't know how they experienced it, and there is no news. This world is too big. After running out of several materials on hand, Dole plans to rest for 2 days, and find grace to purchase goods. Dealing with people who are not wizards is troublesome. He cannot send a message directly. Dole thought about it, teleported directly to the first floor, and then walked out of the wizard tower. In Watzenberg, the safest place is the wizard tower group. It is basically completely covered by the wizard array, and any movement cannot escape the control of the Honor Wizard Alliance. Next is the city area, which is basically covered by the wizard array. Outside the city, the surrounding mountains outside the city are basically restricted areas. It can be said that it is very safe here. If you want to make a move in the city, you can only do it quietly without leaving any traces. Dole walked out swaggeringly, and soon countless people knew about it, and then a message flew everywhere. Before Dole walked out of the wizard tower group, he greeted a person from behind. He smiled and trotted over. Wizard Dole, please wait a moment. Chapter 568. Dole stopped and asked politely, what's the matter? The man was dressed in decent clothes, his hair was neatly combed, he looked like a butler, and he had a smile on his face, giving people a very familiar and amiable feeling. Wizard Dole, my master wants to do business with you. He had already walked in front of Dole, and he looked friendly. Dole glanced at his clothes and said in a cold tone, look at your clothes, you are from the Lank family, right? Do you think you can do any business with me? The man laughed immediately. Wizard Dole has always claimed that he is a businessman, so we can talk business. We pay the money, you provide the goods, it's a win-win situation, why not do it? Dole laughed immediately, and the Lank family seemed to be unable to hold on. He smiled and said, why don't I think it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone? There are so many potions on the market now, you can buy them from anyone, why do you have to find me? The man's face froze. He couldn't say that the owner thought your potion was reasonably priced and of good quality. Since the Chris Wizard Tower blocked the supply of potions to the Marsha family and the Lank family, they could only buy potions from other pharmacists, not to mention the quality, so later they asked others to secretly buy potions from the Chris Wizard Tower. This matter is actually very embarrassing for people. He just thought about it for a while and said, to be honest, we want to buy your potion. As long as you open up the channel, we can give you the greatest benefit. Dole showed a disdainful look. The greatest benefit is that you don't bother me in the future. After saying that, he turned around and left without any hesitation. The manager's face turned ugly and gloomy. Although he was just a manager, he was also the most important member of the Lang family. Being ruthlessly rejected by a level 5 wizard was really a loss of face. He snorted coldly, turned back, and quickly disappeared in the tower group. Dole didn't pay much attention to this person. He left the wizard tower group, entered Tai Luo Street, and then walked north along the avenue. Not long after, he came to the door of the Orn family. The guard at the door of the Orn family knew Dole, and did not stop him, but led him in directly. Not long after, Dole saw the young man Grace, who was in the training room at this time, sweating profusely in front of hundreds of pounds of iron, and practicing with a humming and hawing. Grace did not use his fighting spirit, but relied on his physical strength to swing several stone blocks weighing hundreds of kilograms up and down, dazzling the onlookers, as if he was holding something weighing several kilograms instead of hundreds of kilograms. Around the training room, there were 2 girls and 2 boys serving, some holding towels, some holding clothes, everything. Dole curled his lips. These nobles were really extravagant. As soon as Dole walked into the training room, Grace inside stopped his movements, put down the stone lock in his hand, and then turned around and walked over. The servants next to him hurried over and handed over a towel. Grace wiped his hands and looked at Dole with a happy expression. You can just come over and say hello. Why do you have to come in person? Dole looked around and said casually, I haven't been out for a long time. Just take a breath. Your training room is good. You have everything. The corner of Grace's mouth twitched. That's not as good as your wizard tower. Any floor can crush my training room. Dole laughed. Haha, I won't talk nonsense with you. I asked you to come this time because I ran out of several medicinal herbs and needed to restock them. By the way, I asked about your brother's news. Grace nodded and said, okay, if you need anything, I go down and arrange it. The most important thing is that Watzenberg is very tense. It involves very strict medicinal herbs, which are not easy to get. Dole naturally knew that with the arrival of the investigation team, it would be easy to get the previously banned items. For example, some of the poisons he studied could not be restocked, and he could only go to the black market. He thought about it and said, yeah. He reported the list. Grace listened carefully, took note, and then slowly said, my brother went to the imperial capital. He won't be back in a short time. He might stay there forever. The imperial capital is a good place. I heard that the beauties are very beautiful, with long legs and big breasts. Dole was stunned. The imperial capital? Seeing Grace drooling, he asked in confusion, didn't they go out for training? Why did they go to the imperial capital? Grace pouted, training, wherever they go is where they go. They went to the imperial capital, and said they would stay there for a while. When the news came, they had been there for 3 days. Now I don't know what's going on. Dole nodded. If they are in the imperial capital, then they are in the imperial capital. He is not interested in going anywhere. As an outsider, he will stay in the northwest honestly, and not go to the imperial capital to join in the fun. If he offends someone, he will not be able to handle it if a few level 7 backers suddenly jump out. Here, he has a wizard tower, and can offend the Lang family or the Marsha family at will. If he can't defeat them, he can just run away. But in the imperial capital, it probably won't be that fun. Okay, give me the materials, in sufficient quantities, preferably all. Grace's mouth twitched when he heard this. All, only this guy dared to say that other pharmacist forces are not so domineering. Okay, I go down and arrange it. Oh, by the way, I heard that you have a relationship with a woman from the Marsha family. Dole frowned, and he thought of Jasmine. So he nodded and said, well, what happened to her? Grace pouted, what else can it be? She's not doing well, didn't she come to see you? Dole shook his head and said, no, just stay alive, and we talk about the future later. Grace nodded. To be honest, for people from other empires, it's really okay to stay alive. Like Dole, there are indeed few people who live well, and can live domineeringly. There are quite a few people from the Northern Kingdom in the Glory Empire, but few of them are truly successful. Dole turned around and left Grace's practice room. He came to the yard and walked out along the corridor. At this time, he saw a person walking out of the yard next to him, so he took a look. It was a woman, wearing a wizard robe, covering herself completely under the wizard robe, with a scarf on her face and a hat on her head, almost covering her whole body under the clothes, and only a pair of eyes could be seen. When she saw Dole, she looked very panicked and ran away from the door. The guard leading Dole saw this and looked at Dole's expression. "Sir, do you know that person?" Dole said, "No, what's wrong?" The guard whispered, "That's our master's mistress. She comes every now and then. She's over 30 years old, and is now a second-level wizard." Dole could feel the power in her body, and at this time he was a little surprised and said, "Why don't you just be his wife, but have to be a mistress?" The guard continued to whisper, "I don't know, maybe female wizards like this mood." He laughed, and seeing that Dole didn't laugh, he said more seriously, "She may just be unwilling. Every month our master will give a little bit of resources, such as magic crystals, and she is very short of resources." Chapter 569. Dole was somewhat speechless. It was quite embarrassing for a wizard to reach this level. He could earn more money by going out on adventures if he knew a few witchcraft models. He was in his 30s, and a second-level wizard was actually not bad. Maybe it was because of different personal ideals. Dole could only think so. Some people are born to like adventure, like to go out and make their own fortune, while some people like to rely on others and are unwilling to do anything. This is the same as those working outside. They are all very beautiful. Some people work hard to wash dishes in other people's stores, while some people like to lie down comfortably in the Red Mansion. Dole did not look down on these people. Sometimes it was true that without talent, nothing could be done. Leaving the Orn family, he came to the street and slowly walked towards the Pharmacist Guild. Anyway, he was out today, so he might as well get the 7th level pharmacist certification. If the Pharmacist Guild dared to make things difficult for him again, he would really be angry. Walking on the street, many professionals looked at Dole and bowed slightly. Dole returned the greetings one by one. Dole is arrogant, but this arrogance is based on his strength. If others are polite to him, Dole will naturally be polite to others. If Dole is pretentious to him, Dole will definitely be prettier than him. As he walked along, someone soon saw that Dole was walking towards the Pharmacist Guild. Some people followed behind him, looking excited, and they could watch the show again. Dole felt a little helpless when he saw the scene around him. These people were really bored. He was just certified as a pharmacist and could cause trouble. It was really enough. Soon, he came to the door of the Pharmacist Guild and quickly entered the hall. The people in the hall had been waiting for a long time. It was hard not to notice such a big scene outside. After Dole walked in, the people in the hall immediately came up to him and said with a smile, "Wizard Dole, what business do you want to handle?" Dole looked at the man, nodded, and said slowly, "The certification business of the 7th level pharmacist is still in that room. I will go there myself." The man nodded and said, "I will go and ask for instructions. You go up first." Dole said yes calmly and walked inside. Following Dole, a large number of people swarmed in from behind. When the man saw this situation, his face turned green. Upstairs, the 2 people from the investigation team were not there. If something was found out, Alan would not have to take over. Now the managers of the Pharmacist Guild would be finished. Originally, Dole's certification of the Pharmacist Master could be handled in a low-key manner, but now there is no way to keep a low profile. Everyone rushed into the hall, and they did nothing but stood there, staring at the staircase on the 2nd floor. Some people who had extensive business had already walked to the 2nd floor. Dole had already reached the 3rd floor, still the same room. He pushed the door open and found that there was no one inside. He glanced around and found that there was indeed no one. There was no one in the certification room. Dole blinked his eyes. What did this mean? Where were the old man Red and Anyabai? And where were Saxon and Croft? He stood at the door, speechless in the face of this scene. Thinking of this, he became a little angry. So he decided to wait for 10 minutes. If he didn't come in 10 minutes, he would formally complain to the Honorable Wizard Alliance and the investigation team. Dole took a few glances, walked forward a few steps, sat on a stool, took out a book, and read it carefully. Top floor. Waters walked into Pro's office from outside, and Saxon and Croft also walked in at the same time. The 3 sat in the seats next to each other. Pro asked with worry, "You 3 discuss what to do about this matter, whether to do it or not. Let's talk about it today. The investigation team is on the 4th floor. If we don't do it, Dole will make a fuss. I'm afraid that we, the Magia family, and even the Honorable Wizard Alliance will not end well. We have delayed the important matter of Master Piusi, and we can't raise our heads in this life." Waters' face sank, and he was about to speak, but Saxon, who was sitting opposite, hesitated at this time, or just process it for him. Although we don't give him a pharmacist certificate, it actually prevents him from making potions. According to the current observation, observe that the Orn family and the Rhine family have already started to cooperate with each other. Koff turned his head and looked at Saxon, his mouth twitching slightly. If we don't give him a certificate, he can only do it secretly in his life. If the certificate is issued, then the beneficiaries are all the level 5 wizards in the entire Wassenberg. Dalika has cut off the channels of our two families. Can't we just let it go? Waters looked at Croft and said in a gloomy tone, Koff, as a family member, I agree with what you said, but as a member of the Pharmacist Union, this sentence will only lead to one consequence, and you will suffer from your own sins. Croft looked at Waters. Are you ready to compromise? Waters said, Is this a question of compromise or not? He is standing in front of you, and you dare not even show your face. You are just pretending to be a big shot here. If you have the guts, go down and talk to him now. Croft stood up and said angrily, This is not my business. This is what you should do. Waters glanced at Croft, and his anger rose more and more. It was really unlucky to be so unlucky. He stopped talking and looked at the president. Pro looked at Waters, then at Croft, then at Saxon, sighed, and said, This is not a problem for anyone, this is a problem for the entire Pharmacist Union. Croft, I know what you are thinking, but do you think now is the time to consider these ideas? Is it the time to consider the interests of the family? The Pharmacist Union will always serve the Glory Empire, not a certain family. You are stretching your hands too far. Croft's face changed, and he wanted to say something, but he held it back. He stared at Pro and stopped talking. Waters snorted coldly and stopped talking. Pro sighed and said, Notify them and ask Anyabai and Old Red to handle it for Dole. Korft Saxon, you two should go down too. If Dole leaves, it will be a big deal. Korft's face changed. Just as he was about to speak, Waters next to him sneered. Anyabai will not be involved in this matter. Old Red is in seclusion. Pro sighed, and he suddenly stood up and said, Then I will go there myself. Dole probably can't wait. But Dole couldn't wait any longer. 10 minutes had passed, so he walked out directly. While walking, he contacted the third prince and prepared to complain. This time, he was really angry. You said 1 month, and I have waited for 2 months now, but this is the treatment I get. The Pharmacist Union is really rubbish. Such a union is not worthy of serving wizards, professionals, and pharmacists. Coming down from the 3rd floor, Dole quickly came to the 2nd floor, and then to the 1st floor. Chapter 570. There were many people standing in the lobby on the 1st floor. When Dole walked to the stairs, someone screamed, and then everyone looked over. Dole sighed pretentiously, and then walked out without saying a word. The young man who was waiting at the door saw Dole coming down, and thought to himself, It's bad. He hurried up to intercept him. When he came to Dole, before he could salute, Dole stepped over him and walked out. When he looked, he had already reached the door. At this moment, a loud voice came from inside. Wizard Dole, I'm Waters, please stay. Everyone in the hall was shocked at this time. Even the vice president was alarmed. What happened up there? At the same time, they saw that in addition to Waters, President Pro was also standing aside, looking at this side, with a look of despair. At the door, everyone saw that Dole walked out without looking back, and soon disappeared on the street. The matter of the Pharmacist Union soon became a hot topic, and quickly spread throughout the entire Wassenberg professional community. The fact that Dole came with high hopes, but left with low hopes, soon became known to many people. Combined with what happened 2 months ago, everyone felt that there was more to come this time. Sure enough, less than 2 hours later, Dole submitted a complaint to the Glory Wizard Union, a complaint against the Pharmacist Union to the Glory Wizard Union, and at the same time, he also sent a copy to the investigation team. The person he sent it to was none other than the third prince. At this time, in Tower Number 3, the third prince became alert. After reading the complaint carefully, combined with the current situation, he quickly locked onto the Lang family, the Marsha family, and the Pharmacist Union, thinking that Dole had given him a chance, and he really had to seize it. He now needs help from Dole, so this matter must be handled beautifully. As long as Dole can relieve his hatred, the potion matter will probably be done. He immediately arranged to borrow people from the Rhine family and the Glory family to start investigating the matter. With a few people in the investigation team, it is estimated that this matter can be investigated for half a year. The Pharmacist Union, the Marsha family, and the Lang family were in chaos. Wassenberg became lively. As the protagonist, Dole, after submitting the lawsuit, no longer cared about the matter. His original words to the third prince were, I just want to see the result. At the door of the Pharmacist Union, a group of people wearing white wizard robes, led by a middle-aged man, quickly came to the door of the pharmacist. The pharmacist at the door was pale with fear. The people from the inspection department and the supervision department all came. There were only a few people who were certified as pharmacists, the old man Red and Anyabai, and they were soon found for a talk. The course of events was not complicated. It took only one morning for the third prince to figure it out. This was an obvious family-style suppression process. With some gossip from the Rhine family and the Honor family, it took less than half a day to understand the whole story. The next step was the process of investigation and evidence collection. As members of the investigation team, they had a lot of authority, and they also had to guarantee Puyusi's reputation and let him leave here smoothly, so the whole thing finally fell on the initiator. The third prince learned from many things that this Dole wizard was really soft and hard, and he did things entirely based on his personal mentality. He had his own set of rules and his own laws. Once someone offended him, that person would completely disappear from his world, and he would never deal with him again. After learning about this, he was very glad that his identity played a big role. Otherwise, with his repeated attacks on Duolai, he probably wouldn't even see him now. This is a very principled person. He fought against the two families of Watzenberg with his own strength, forcing them to obtain the potion through some other means. This ability shocked the third prince. However, he alone has 2 level 6 wizard towers. Ordinary people really can't do anything to him, unless they are really level 7. But if they attack at level 7 in Watzenberg, it's really looking for themselves. The Wizard Tower group of the Glory Wizard Alliance is aimed at this. When he learned about this, he worked harder. The Marsha family, which was stood anxiously at the door waiting. Not long after, a tired voice came from inside, "Come in." In the room, Celine and a group of people sat together to discuss countermeasures. These are the top leaders, backbones, and people in power of the Marsha family. Dole has sued the Pharmacists Union. The current situation is that Anyabai and Old Man Red are being interrogated. We can no longer hide it. Is there a solution? Bribe the investigators? I have asked someone to carry out this plan. The person who came is the third prince, the master of the 2 Andrew brothers who had contact with us before. Learn the situation as soon as possible. The third prince has taken over this matter. We can contact the 2 Andrew brothers and try to make it happen. Intelligence. Quickly let people know the intelligence, and also, let someone ask the Lant family for any information. The meeting was carried out in chaos. There was no information. The Marsha family was in a gloomy mood. Some people even proposed the slogan of killing Dole. Kill, how to kill, assassination, or open killing, how to kill by assassination, how to kill openly. The other party is in the Wizard Tower group, and there are 2 Wizard Towers to protect him, how to kill him. The same is true within the Lank family, full of various remarks. As soon as the investigation began, their family's business in all aspects was restricted. Being watched, many aspects of business could not be carried out, which was very uncomfortable. The Lank family also proposed to solve the problem of Dole, but this matter could only be done in secret. For a time, the whole of Watzenberg began to boil. In everyone's eyes, the cause was very simple, that is, Dole wanted to apply for a pharmacist, and the inducement was also normal. The Lank family and the Meja family worked together to prevent Dole from passing normally, requiring review, etc. 2 months later, no one reviewed or investigated, and it was dragged on, and Dole also fulfilled his promise and sued directly. At this juncture, the Honor Wizard Alliance and the investigation team jointly established an investigation team to investigate this matter. A few days later, Babel Tower. I guess they will hate you to death. Ash shared the information he got from the family with Dole with some worry. Dole nodded and said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, they don't dare to attack me." Dole was actually still a little vigilant in his heart, but he was not so vigilant within the Glory Wizard Alliance. The events in What City were still vivid in his mind. So far, he still offended some dark forces. These dark forces dared not come in, but if he joined forces with these 2 families, even the Killer Guild and the Dark Union might ignore the power of the Glory Wizard Alliance and attack him under the temptation of money. This needs to be vigilant. He decided that whenever he went out in the future, no matter where he went, he would bring a Wizard Tower with him. Without a Wizard Tower, he would not go anywhere,